Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Hit by Cupid Quirk. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Somewhere in the depths of UA resided the most beautiful boy in the world. She'd seen him first during the televised sports festival. He didn't win, or even make it to the final round, but she knew that was only because the events were unfair. He made it far enough to be impressive, in any case. If it was a beauty contest, he would have won. With his warm, kind eyes, and that smile, not so harsh and blinding as to be compared to the sun, but more like the glimmering splendor of 1,000 midnight stars, how could he not win? And so here she was. Monogatari Sashi, age she'd been 12 when the sports festival aired, almost half a year ago. Back then she'd felt too young to pursue her love. But now, at 13, she was ready. She wasn't a girl anymore, but a woman. She felt it. If only she had been ready back then though. Now the students lived in dorms, and sometimes didn't leave campus for weeks on end. She knew, because she'd been coming to UA after school, every day, for almost 2 weeks now. Waiting and watching. Hoping. And that's why, Izuku, I think you wear green so often. See, you're more fashionable than you realize. A hidden talent. Izuku? I didn't realize first names are. We. Of course, Izuku-kun. A friendship as strong and dazzling as ours, we must be on a first-name basis. To think otherwise would be a tragedy. And there he was. Today was the day she'd been waiting for. All those months of waiting and yearning. Thinking of what she could say. Planning out the best way to capture him. It would have to be a surprise attack. That would probably be the case for any UA student, trained as they were. He had a friend with him, which could complicate things, but there was no way she could let this opportunity slip by. She had to think. Midoriya. The boys both stopped and turned. Another boy was walking towards them. She used the distraction to casually, she had to keep it casual, step forward, walking parallel with the school's front gate until she was in front of them, albeit at a fair, not suspicious, distance. Todoroki-kun, hi. What's up? The other boy continued walking towards them, holding out a notebook. You left this in the common room. You don't usually leave things out like that, so I thought maybe… Oh, yes, thank you so much. He beamed, stepping forward to bridge the gap between himself and other. I didn't even realize. This one is almost full, so I would have been really disappointed if it disappeared. Or got incinerated, he muttered, pouting ever so slightly. This was her chance. It wasn't ideal, but it was the best she was going to get. She had to act before even more students showed up, or worse yet, a teacher. The one boy, Todoroki, smiled, just a slight turning of his lips. I'm going to assume that's Bakugo you're referring to, and not me. There was laughter at that. They were distracted. She had to move now. She needed a plan. Any plan. But seeing him there, with those kind eyes, and that peaceful expression, her heart felt like bursting. A true romance, like the kind they could share, just couldn't be planned. It was now or never. Aoyama-san, I really like you. Please accept my feelings. The proclamation burst from her as she rushed towards the boys as fast as she could. In her hand, a gelatinous black orb formed, bobbing and shaking with her steps, jelly-like tendrils nearly streaming away between her fingers. All 3 boys snapped their attention to her. The boy with the green hair was staring at her, his mouth forming a small O. The boy with the mismatched hair had raised both his eyebrows very slightly, but his face remained otherwise impassive. And then Aoyama. Those beautiful eyes were locked on her. She had his undivided attention. Did he like what he saw? Her vision swam as tears sprung to her eyes. He would. She'd make sure he would. I like you so much, she cried once more, and then, in a surprisingly good pitch, given her emotional state, she hurled the black blob towards her prize. Aoyama-kun. 2 things happened at once. The boy with the green hair tackled her Aoyama to the ground, covering him with his body and shielding his face with his arms, tucking his own face into Aoyama's shoulder. The boy with the mismatched hair flung his arm out in front of him, and then she suddenly couldn't move. She didn't even notice the cold at first, distracted as she was. She was openly sobbing now, her face slowly becoming blotchy and red. His face. Did the concrete scratch your face, Aoyama-san? Aoyama-san. Midoriya lifted his face, surveying the situation while keeping Aoyama protected. Aoyama-kun, do you know that girl? His eyes landed on the black blob. It was sitting less than a foot away, jiggling harmlessly on the ground. No! Aoyama shouted, his voice slightly muffled from being buried beneath Midoriya. I understand her pain though. My beauty is a curse, Izuku-kun. Midoriya let his gaze drift from the blob to the girl. She was encased in ice from her elbows down, and she was thrashing her top half around wildly. Midoriya felt a little bad that she couldn't wipe her tears away, what with her hands being bound. Are you two alright? Todoroki asked as he calmly began walking towards them. Midoriya started to get up. Beneath him, he felt Aoyama raise his head and shoulders a bit. Yeah, I think we're both down, he yelled, slamming Aoyama's head back to the ground, just as the black orb sprung to life. Midoriya tried to tuck his face back into Aoyama's shoulder, but he wasn't fast enough. The blob lunged at the spot Aoyama's head had been just seconds before, turning instantly into an ink-like liquid as it collided with Midoriya's face. Midoriya cried out at the impact, more in alarm than pain, from the sound of it. He rolled off of Aoyama, lying on his back. His hands immediately went to his eyes. No! Aoyama yelled as he grabbed Midoriya's hands in a fluster. We don't know what it is. You shouldn't let it touch more of your skin than it already has. Todoroki had started running the second the blob moved, crouching next to Midoriya once he reached them. Aoyama, go get help. I'll stay here with Midoriya and the girl. Aoyama nodded, tears springing to his eyes. Right, I'll be right back, Monami. Stay strong. Live. And then Aoyama was up and running, tears streaming behind him as he yelled about the beauty of true friendship. He was sure to attract a lot of attention immediately, which is why Todoroki asked him to go for help instead of going himself. Aoyama might not have been as fast, physically, but he would get results more quickly. Midoriya, hold on. I'm going to try to wipe it away, Todoroki said as he hastily pulled off his jacket. Once free of the article's confines, he helped Midoriya sit up, cradling him with one arm. He duly noted that Midoriya's breathing was labored. I'm going to touch your face, Todoroki said as way of warning, before he carefully tried to wipe the substance away from Midoriya's eyes. He used the broadest part of his jacket, careful to keep his own skin covered. His brow furrowed as he wiped at the black stain. It seemed to have changed texture again. What had before looked like an ink stain now looked a little shiny. It brought to his mind a video his sister had once shown him, of a woman wearing a black face mask. She'd pulled it off, but it stuck to her skin, so she screamed the whole time. Fuyumi thought it was hilarious. The thickness of the fabric made it difficult, but he managed to rub at the edge of the stain until, like he suspected it would, it began to peel. It was difficult, but he managed to get a grip on it. This might sting, he warned. Midoriya's only answer was his short, ragged breaths. Todoroki's eyebrows pinched further down. Midoriya? Can you hear me? Why yes, Midoriya choked out between gasps for breath. His voice was low and husky, and despite the situation, Todoroki felt a tinge of warmth creep across his face. Be careful, Midoriya breathed out, reaching up a hand and blindly feeling for Todoroki. His hand found his arm and gripped his upper bicep. Todoroki scoffed. Worry about yourself for once, huh? Brace yourself. The grip on his arm tightened just slightly, and then Todoroki pulled at the ink. He didn't realize he was holding his breath until he released it. Once he realized the stain was sliding off easily, and not ripping the skin off Midoriya's face, as he feared. Once it was all off, he found himself scanning Midoriya's face. In the back of his mind, he knew he was checking to make sure his freckles were still there. That was a stupid thing to do, and he hated himself for it. Holding the black substance, which was still maintaining its shape, as if it really were a mask, Todoroki raised his other hand, maneuvering Midoriya carefully as he did, and quickly froze it into a block. He wasn't sure if that would contain it, but it was better than nothing. He let his attention fall back to the boy in his arms. Midoriya? Midoriya's eyes scrunched closed more tightly. He made a slight miming sound, then slowly peeked them open, blinking as light assaulted his vision. Todoroki shifted his grip on the other boy, so they were a little closer together. Midoriya was looking at him, but his gaze was unfocused. Midoriya? Can you see? Midoriya squinted a little, blinking a few times. His eyes cleared, but before Todoroki could feel relieved, they rapidly dilated. Midoriya? Midoriya didn't answer. His lips were parted, his breath still labored, and his tongue darted out to absently wet them. Slowly, the hand on Todoroki's arm moved, sliding along his shoulder and up the back of his neck, until finally resting just above the nape, his fingers tangling in his hair. Todoroki stiffened. Midoriya what? Todoroki-gun. It was barely a whisper, but his voice still held that low, husky quality. It's so, he leaned forward, his eyes, still dilated, were locked on Todoroki's. He realized too late that the hand on the back of his head was pulling him forward. So warm, Midoriya whispered between pants for breath. I'm so, he leaned forward, closing the gap between them as he slotted his mouth against Todoroki's. Todoroki's body went rigid, his eyes blown wide. The block of ice in his hand fell from his grip, landing harmlessly on his jacket. There was a problem with this situation, he definitely knew that, but his brain had frozen along with the rest of his body. Midoriya pulled away, inhaling deeply. He leaned forward again and Todoroki's brain finally started to whir back to life. He reared back, adjusting his grip on Midoriya in order to maintain a distance between them. This was a problem. Frantically, he tried to gauge his own welfare. His heart rate was elevated, but that was to be expected. He was able to breathe fine, and all of his senses seemed functional. His thoughts were distracted, maybe, but he didn't feel cognitively impaired. He reached out cautiously with his quirk, experimentally adjusting the temperature of his body in minute amounts. His quirk was fine. He frowned. Something had to be wrong with him. Midoriya wouldn't have kissed him unless that girl's quirk made him do it. And why make him do such a thing, unless the contact was meant to damage the target? Keeping a firm grip on Midoriya, he let his gaze slide towards the girl, who had been wailing loudly in the background ever since Aoyama left. He'd been her original target, right? Midoriya had taken the bullet for him, so to speak. She'd made a romantic declaration, hadn't she? As she attacked? If she liked Aoyama, or at least thought she did, and he had been the intended target of her attack. Todoroki-kun. He brought his gaze back to Midoriya and immediately regretted it. Midoriya's eyes didn't seem to be dilated anymore, thankfully, but he was gazing at him intently, eyes half-lidded. His lips were still parted, his bottom lip jutting out just a bit, and glistening wet. His whole face was flushed, and his chest was still rising and falling heavily as he panted for breath. Todoroki could literally feel the colors spreading across his face. It felt like getting sunburnt, but all in a single instant, instead of spread out across hours. "Is swarm," Midoriya slurred, reaching up to tug at his tie. Once he got it loose, he undid the single button he had done of his jacket and then started working on the buttons of his shirt. Todoroki made a slight choking sound. Was Midoriya going to strip? While in his arms? He quickly pressed the back of his hand to Midoriya's forehead, pointedly ignoring the slight tremor of his fingers. "I think you have a fever. As soon as help arrives, I'll take you." "Todoroki!" He turned toward the call and saw Aizawa and All Might running towards him, Aoyama and a handful of their classmates trailing behind them. "I apprehended the assailant. She hit Midoriya with this," he explained, letting go of Midoriya so he could pick up the frozen ink mask. He handed it to Aizawa. "I got it off, but he's still suffering from some sort of side effect. He's behaving strangely. And I think he has a fever. He also seems to be having difficulty breathing." Aizawa took the block, nodding. "The police are already on their way. I'll take care of things here. Are you okay, Todoroki?" "Yes." Midoriya, who had turned to look at the new arrivals, suddenly collapsed forward, the side of his face falling onto Todoroki's chest. One arm hung limp, while he brought the other one up, bracing his hand against Todoroki's torso. "Midoriya Shounen!" All Might shouted in alarm, falling to his knees beside the pair. "Todoroki-kun," Midoriya murmured into his shirt, "All Might is here. He's so cool. I'll take him from here, Todoroki Shounen." "Thank you for taking care of him," All Might said as he gently picked Midoriya up. Midoriya gripped Todoroki's shirt, but he seemed to be weakening from his fever and All Might, even in his skeletal state, easily pried his fingers away from the fabric and lifted him away, grunting with the effort. Cradled in his hold, Midoriya wrapped his arms around All Might's neck and buried his face into his shoulder, then immediately started crying. All Might nearly dropped him in surprise. "I love you, All Might. Please, walk me down the aisle when I get married," he wailed, wiggling in All Might's grasp so he could wrap his arms more fully around him. "I barely know my dad. I don't want him in the ceremony. It has to be you, All Might." All Might locked eyes with Aizawa, who, after a beat, started pinching the bridge of his nose. The students who had followed Aoyama Ishido, Uraraka, Kirishima, and Kaminari all exchanged startled glances with one another. "Ugh," All Might drawled as he awkwardly patted Midoriya on the back. "Whatever you want, my boy. Let's get you to Recovery Girl, okay?" he said as he turned around. Watery eyes peered over his shoulder. After a quick scan of the crowd, his gaze locked onto Todoroki. He wriggled a bit more, so his chin was resting on All Might's shoulder. "Endeavor shouldn't come," he shouted. And suddenly all eyes, minus All Might's as he had started to run away from the scene as his anxiety over Midoriya's health began rapidly spiking, were on Todoroki. Todoroki's mouth suddenly went dry. "What?" he rasped. Midoriya reached a hand out towards him, his expression taking on what Todoroki could only describe as a panicked look. "All Might, we're leaving, Todoroki-kun." All Might passed through the gates of the school and Midoriya started screaming Todoroki's name. "Get up and thaw out this girl, before she gets freezer burnt," Aizawa said, gripping Todoroki's arm and hauling him to his feet. Todoroki could only manage a weak sound of agreement as he allowed himself to be dragged toward the girl, whose sobs and screams had finally died down. "What the hell?" Kirishima yelled, throwing his hands up. "Izuku-kun is dying and it's all my fault." Aoyama yelled, throwing his hands up to his face. "I'll never forgive myself. I'm coming, Mon-ami. I won't let you die alone." The others hastily got out of his way as he began running after All Might. Ah, wait, Aoyama-kun. We're coming too. Todoroki listened to the sounds of his classmates leaving as he watched the ice quickly melting away beneath his hand. Beside him, Aizawa was muttering something about problem children and retiring. Aizawa-sensei. I'm going to see Recovery Girl as well. I'm not sure what's wrong with Midoriya, but he interacted with me. I feel fine now, but best to make sure you're not infected too. Infected, Todoroki thought. It was an apt description for whatever this was. You're fine, a shaky voice stated, punctuated with a sniffle. Todoroki turned his attention to the girl. He just finished thawing her out, and Aizawa was pulling her away from the ice that remained, keeping a firm grip on her. That so? Aizawa asked. She gave a small nod, keeping her head down. Yeah. It doesn't work like that. You can tell me all about it once the police arrive. Todoroki, go see Recovery Girl. He was reluctant to leave. He had a lot of questions, and this girl was most certainly the best source for answers. He was anxious to see Midoriya too though, and see what Recovery Girl had to say. What kind of quirk would make Midoriya do what he did? What if they didn't have a cure on hand? Aizawa cleared his throat, pulling Todoroki from his thoughts. He realized with a certain amount of mortification that he'd been running his thumb along his bottom lip while he thought. Recovery Girl? Aizawa prompted. Yes, sensei, Todoroki said, inclining his head slightly and then turning away. He took a deep breath, and then headed back into UA. Todoroki-kun. What happened? Uraraka called out, the moment she saw him down the hallway. He ignored her question. It was too much to explain. Too much he didn't care to explain. Why are you all out here? He questioned back, eyeing the lot of them. Recovery Girl told us we weren't allowed in, Kaminari said with a huff. He was typing rapidly on his phone, not looking up as he spoke. She said we were crowding the patient, or whatever. He looked away from his phone for a moment, but only to roll his eyes. She did tell us to let her know if you showed up though, so I'll go tell her. Ashido chirped, quickly bouncing into the room. Hey! Kaminari yelled, at the same time Kirishima shouted, no fair. Even Uraraka stamped her feet a bit. I wanted to go though, she whined. Where's Aoyama? Todoroki asked, glancing around. Uraraka slumped against the wall, pouting up at the ceiling. Inside. He tripped while running here and twisted his ankle. We had to carry him. Uraraka made him float, so it was really easy, Kaminari added, pocketing his phone. He cried the whole time though. Don't say it like that. He was crying over Midoriya, not his ankle. Crying for a friend is plenty manly. Just then, Ashido walked back out, looking less chipper than before. Todoroki, she wants you inside. Todoroki nodded and she stepped aside to let him enter the room. As the door was closing behind him, he heard his classmates erupt in a flurry of questions. Is he okay? How did he look? Did she say anything? What did All Might say? As the door closed, he could still make out Ashido's muffled answer. He has a bad fever. I guess Recovery Girl's quirk isn't helping. He looked really, she tapered off. Todoroki stepped further into the room. He could see All Might sitting in a chair up ahead, next to a curtain. Sensei, he greeted as he approached the curtained area. All Might shot up out of his seat. Todoroki Shounen. Come here, my boy, he said, grasping Todoroki's shoulders and practically sliding him across the floor until he was past the curtain and abruptly standing at Midoriya's bedside. His breath hitched in his throat. Midoriya was drenched. His shirt and tie were gone, revealing his bare chest, which was gleaming with sweat as it heaved heavily, up and down, in time with the rattling breaths shuddering past his gasping mouth. His face was flushed, also glistening with perspiration, and his green curls lay plastered to his forehead. There was a monitor taped to his chest. Todoroki flicked his gaze to the screen at the side of the bed. It was silent, no dramatic beeps filling the room, but he could see the pattern of his heartbeat reflected on the screen. He wasn't 100% sure what it was supposed to look like, but it seemed to him like it was moving too quickly. Izuku, All Might said gently. Todoroki had never heard him call Midoriya by his first name before, but he didn't let his surprise show. Not that he was all that surprised, anyway. Todoroki is here to visit you. That's good, huh? Can you hear me? Todoroki, Recovery Girl said, addressing him while she fiddled with a device. Todoroki followed the wire atop the device, and realized it was attached to a sort of plug in Midoriya's right ear. He hadn't noticed it before, too distracted by Midoriya's state. Please take a seat. If you don't mind, I'd like to use you to test some theories. I'm having a little trouble with your classmate, you see. She smiled ruefully. Nothing new there, I suppose. Todoroki looked around for a chair, but All Might was already pushing one towards him, practically shoving him down into it and scooting it close to Midoriya's bedside. Sure, Todoroki said. Anything I can do to help. Thank you. I have some questions to ask you, concerning what happened. Could you please hold Midoriya's hand while we talk? Todoroki blinked. Excuse me? It doesn't matter which one. The one closest to you would probably be most comfortable for him. Todoroki blinked again. All Might picked up his hand and placed it in Midoriya's, molding their fingers until their hands were cupped together. Todoroki let his hand remain pliant, allowing All Might to do as he wished. Good, Recovery Girl said. Now don't let go. That's important. Aoyama over there, she nodded her head toward another bed, where Aoyama was lying, eyes closed, told me about what happened, up until he left to get help. Todoroki hadn't even noticed Aoyama. Is he okay? Yes. He's a bit of a dramatic one. He exhausted himself so much, he passed out as soon as I assured him Midoriya wasn't going to die. Midoriya will be okay then? Yes, I'm not too concerned. I've certainly seen him in worse shape before. We do need to get this fever under control, but I have a feeling I know the cause. I've seen similar symptoms to these before. So what is? She interrupted him. Now, go ahead and tell me what happened after Aoyama left you too. I peeled the assailant's serum off Midoriya's face. It had taken on a solid but pliable form. I covered my hand with my jacket, to avoid making direct contact with it. I froze it afterwards, and it's now in Aizawa-sensei's possession. She hummed lightly, her attention fixed on the device in her hand. Go on. Todoroki dropped his gaze to his hand, clasped around Midoriya's. It was his undamaged hand, he noted. Midoriya was breathing very hard, and seemed to have some difficulty speaking. He was cognizant though, and could answer my questions. When he opened his eyes, his pupils dilated. He said he felt warm. And then, suddenly he was very aware of All Might's presence. The man had taken a seat at the foot of Midoriya's bed, his attention focused on Todoroki as he spoke. And then, Recovery Girl prompted. There was something in her tone. A sort of smugness, like she already knew. He knew it was probably his imagination, how could she know? But it set him even further on edge. And then he paused to wet his lips. He stared at me kind of intently. He put his hand on the back of my head, and pulled himself up a bit. Aha. And then, Recovery Girl glanced up at him. He kept his gaze laser-focused on his and Midoriya's hands, but he saw the movement in his peripherals. All Might was staring at him too. He could feel it. He could also feel his blood flooding into his face. It was that same instant sunburn feeling from before. And then Midoriya, he cleared his throat. He pulled me forward and kissed me. He pulled away after a short moment, I think because he was having so much trouble breathing, and I held him at arm's length. Did he try to kiss you again? Before today, Todoroki would have thought it was impossible for him to activate his fire on both sides of his body, but right now, in this moment, he wasn't so sure. His entire face felt like it was on fire. Yes. But I didn't let him get close enough. I believe he repeated that he was feeling warm, and started to remove his tie. I felt his forehead with my hand, and thought he felt feverish. At that point, Aizawa-sensei, All Might, and the others arrived. I see, she said, still focused on the device in her hands. She held it up, showing the face of it to All Might. Just as I thought. He's down to 40 already. Todoroki struggled to keep his face impassive. He was down to 40? So, 40 degrees was an improvement? His grip on Midoriya's hand tightened. Todoroki, could you please help me sit him up? Is that okay? Shouldn't he stay still? Normally, yes, but when do we ever have normal circumstances around here? Todoroki nodded. She had a point. All right, 1, 2, and up he goes, she said. Technically, she was handling Midoriya on his right side, but Todoroki was pretty sure he'd done all the lifting himself. Not that he blamed her. She was small, and Midoriya was heavier than he looked. Midoriya's eyes stayed closed, but he cried out at the movement. The sound was weak and strangled, and made Todoroki's chest twist in a way he wasn't terribly familiar with. His head slumped forward and his panting became more rapid. Todoroki glanced at the heart monitor. It was definitely moving faster than before. At the foot of the bed, All Might made an anxious sound, his hands hovering awkwardly in the air, desperate to help. And then Recovery Girl tapered off as she gave Midoriya a light shove in Todoroki's direction. Midoriya collapsed against him, all dead weight. Todoroki instinctively wrapped his arms around him to keep him from falling. Recover, girl. He could hear the heat in his voice, but couldn't bring himself to be more respectful. What is this? Was she trying to make him worse? Hold on to him, will you? She said as she climbed onto the bed, leaning over Midoriya so she could adjust the bud in his ear. Understanding dawned on Todoroki and the tension left his face. Oh, I see. You want me to use my ice to cool him down. This made sense. She could have explained beforehand, and she certainly didn't have to shove Midoriya, but regardless, it was a logical call. If he chilled the entire right side of his body, that would cool him down much faster than an ice pack would. No, not at all. In fact, please don't do that. That would ruin my test. Todoroki frowned, struggling to understand her thought process. Midoriya's breath was blowing hot against his collarbone and, although he did his best to ignore it, It was interfering with his ability to think. She sat down on the bed, eyes focused once more on the thermometer. Based on what you've told me, Todoroki, I'm inclined to believe that Midoriya here is under the influence of an infatuation quirk. I won't know for certain until the police interrogate that girl, but he's showing all the signs. Todoroki let his gaze drop to the bed sheets. An infatuation quirk? He mused. That makes sense. She said she liked Aoyama. She must have been trying to force him to like her back. A quirk like this can't last forever though, he realized as he stared that he could see the band of Midoriya's boxers along the edge of the bedsheet. Hastily, he grabbed at the sheet and pulled it up so as to better cover him. He glanced to the side, but when he found All Might's gaze locked on him, he quickly looked away, focusing his line of sight on Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl made a short humming sound. You would be right. I've seen a couple of cases of infatuation quirk accidents, and read about a few more. The longest case I've ever heard of was a month. Todoroki's grip on Midoriya tightened. A month? There was only one case that long, and I believe the victim was very young. An elementary school accident, I think, between classmates. There does seem to be some correlation between the size of the victim and their recovery time. The smaller the person, the longer the effects seem to last. Midoriya here is rather petite, but he's also rather dense. Solid, you might say. Todoroki's eyes twitched slightly. Beneath his one hand lay Midoriya's bicep, and beneath his other, his abdomen. Solid, you might say. It's hard to make a guess, Recovery Girl continued, especially without knowing more about the girl's quirk. Every quirk is different, after all. The shortest known case, if I'm remembering correctly, was only 2 days. So I would expect the effects to last that long, at the bare minimum. Todoroki nodded briefly. So how exactly does this infatuation usually work? Will he be infatuated with everyone? That was a nasty thought to digest. He thought of the expression Midoriya had worn just before kissing him and tried to imagine him pinning someone like Mineta with that look. He thought of that weird blonde guy from Class 1B and how he would respond if Midoriya tried to kiss him. He swallowed heavily, feeling acid in his throat. No, nothing like that. I'm surprised you haven't already figured it out. All Might told me Midoriya was screaming your name the whole way here. All Might sighed, covering his eyes with one hand and rubbing his temples. The whole way here. Todoroki's heart rate slowed. No, in fact, he was pretty sure it stopped. He was dead now. It was fine. Me. His voice sounded completely normal, and DMN if he wasn't impressed with himself. Why? There are a few different ways these things happen, but by and large, the most common for a quirk like this is what researchers call love at first sight. That's just a cute way of saying the person influenced by the quirk becomes infatuated with whomever they see first, after being exposed to the quirk. Midoriya kept his eyes closed after he was hit, correct? Todoroki nodded once. And he didn't open them until you peeled the substance off him. Then he opened his eyes, saw you, and his eyes dilated. That was when it happened. Look at this. Down to 38.5 already, she said, leaning forward to show the thermometer to All Might, who exclaimed, so fast. Incredible. Todoroki felt like he was watching them through a TV screen. The world as he knew it was cracking at the seams. Why was that always happening around Midoriya? And they were just casually discussing. What were they discussing? Midoriya shifted in his arms, startling Todoroki so badly that he almost pushed him away. At the last second, he managed to squash the instinct and maintain his grip on the weakened boy. Midoriya brought his hand up to Todoroki's chest, first splaying his fingers flat against the plane of his chest, before grasping his shirt and pulling his hand into a fist. His eyes fluttered open. Todoroki-kun? His voice sounded so weak. For a moment, Todoroki forgot about his world and how it was shattering, and focused on the boy in his arms. What was he supposed to say to him at a time like this? How do you feel? He settled on. That seemed like a safe question. Hot, he answered, looking up at him with a pout. Make yourself cold. Todoroki tried not to let his surprise show. Midoriya wasn't typically so demanding. He looked over to Recover Girl, who nodded. Go ahead. I've run my tests and proved my theories. Don't go overboard, though. I expect his temperature is going to drop pretty quickly, sitting as he is. What do you mean? He began lowering the temperature of his right side as he spoke, doing as she asked and keeping the drop minimal. Still, Midoriya seemed to notice that his demands were being met. With a slight sway, he pushed himself off of Todoroki, but only long enough to swing his legs over the side of the bed. The thermometer earbud fell loose, and the heart monitor pad was pulled off his chest. He made a soft, ow, and threw a hand to his chest, lightly rubbing the offended area. Todoroki stood, hands poised and ready to catch him, should he fall. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see All Might hovering nearby in a similar position. Midoriya, I don't think. He didn't get to think anything, because next thing he knew, Midoriya was on his feet, throwing his arms around Todoroki's neck and pressing himself flush. Against him. He burrowed his face into the right side of his neck. Todoroki kept his hands out to his sides, as if to prove he wasn't an active participant. He found himself staring at a spot in the corner of the room, away from All Might. Once, in the common room, Ishido and Kaminari were watching some sitcom, and they'd convinced him to stay and watch it with them. It was an unrealistic show, with a laugh track and bad acting. Todoroki didn't care for it. But he remembered there was a scene where one of the main characters was meeting his date's father for the first time. The father was intimidating and harsh, and the main character was frightened and nervous in a way that Todoroki found hyperbolic and silly. It didn't help that the idea of an overprotective father was one utterly foreign to him to begin with. He sort of got it now though. In his weakened state, Todoroki figured he would probably win in a fight against All Might. Probably anyone could win in a fight against All Might, now. Yet there was still this lingering feeling that if he made eye contact with him while Midoriya was wrapped around him like this, nuzzling his face into his neck, and oh god, he really was nuzzling his face into his neck, that he would die. As if All Might could just obliterate him with a look. All Might isn't Midoriya's father, he reminded himself. And that was true. Midoriya had said so himself. Slowly, he tried to drop some of the tension from his shoulders, and dared to move his gaze. He wouldn't look directly at All Might, but just look at him with his peripherals and gauge the situation from there. Honestly, All Might probably didn't care. Midoriya wasn't his son. End of story. He caught sight of All Might, just the tiniest sliver of his face, and he immediately snapped his eyes back to the corner of the room. Midoriya was his son. Not end of story. There was no story. No, actually there was. There was one story, and it was that All Might's shirtless, pantless, sort of son was pressed flush against him, openly nuzzling his neck while All Might stood mere feet away, and All Might was going to murder Todoroki using only his eyes. He swallowed hard. There was a short, or long, Todoroki thought, it was kind of long, moment of silence, and then All Might cleared his throat awkwardly and turned away, fixing his gaze on the doorway. Recovery girl, I'm sure you need to talk with young Todoroki here, about how he should handle this situation. Is there anything I can do to be of assistance in the meantime? I feel like I'm not being very useful here. Well, Recovery girl put a finger to her chin, you could go get Midoriya some clothes, since his are all soaked through with sweat. I'm sure one of the students huddled outside the door could tell you which room in the dorms is his. Outside the door, someone yelled, "Sheet!" At the same time that someone else, who sounded suspiciously like Jiru, who wasn't even there when Todoroki walked in, so who knew who else was out there, yelled, "Ow!" There was a thump and then a third voice made a series of shushing noises. Todoroki forgot about keeping his hands as far from Midoriya as he could for a moment, and dragged one hand down his face. Very well. I shall return shortly. Todoroki Shounen. Todoroki finally lifted his gaze to meet All Might's. All Might's expression seemed more anxious and worried than wrathful, and Todoroki felt he could breathe a little easier. Yes. Please listen carefully to Recovery Girl's counsel. I'm trusting in you to take care of Midoriya. Those were heavy words, coming from someone like All Might. Todoroki gave a curt nod. Of course, sensei. All Might nodded back and walked to the door. As soon as he opened it, he yelled, "Wait! Don't run, I need one of you to guide me." He had the presence of mind to close the door behind him before he took off running down the hallway. Todoroki turned his attention back to Recovery Girl. She gestured to the chair. Why don't you sit down? I'll pull over a chair, and I'm sure Midoriya will be happy to sit next to you. She did as she said, walking over to where All Might had been sitting and dragging his chair over to Todoroki. Todoroki thanked her quietly and sidestepped over to the chair. He wanted Midoriya to have the right chair, so he could sit next to his cold side. You need to let go, he said as he gently pulled Midoriya's arms away from him. He sat down in the chair and held Midoriya's arm, trying to guide him down next to him. You should sit down. You can lean against me and keep cool. Todoroki watched, eyes wide with horror and body paralyzed from shock, as Midoriya clambered into his lap, straddling him on the chair. Midoriya's thighs, were pressed against his own, and their stomachs, amongst other things, were touching. Midoriya draped his arms over Todoroki's shoulders, letting them hang off the back of the chair, and let his head rest comfortably against Todoroki's, so the sides of their faces were pushed together. I'm starting to feel better, Todoroki, he breathed in his ear, voice low and hushed, like he was confiding a secret. Okay, Todoroki said, voice tight and choked. Great. What an unexpected turn of events, Recover Girl said, and Todoroki just knew from her tone that this was not an unexpected turn of events. Are you uncomfortable? She asked. Yes, Todoroki answered immediately. Oh dear. Well, I'll just look away while we talk then, she said, turning towards the wall. Todoroki's left side started steaming, once he realized what she was implying. That's not what I meant, he said, mortified. Was she always like this? This felt like harassment. Midoriya shifted in his lap and his face blazed. so maybe she was being considerate, but still. To just say it like that? Midoriya leaned away for a moment, attention fixed on his left shoulder. His brows pinched and then he pulled his hands back and started patting at Todoroki's shoulder. "Don't catch fire," he muttered, pouting slightly. "How do I fix this?" Todoroki asked, doing his best to keep his attention laser-focused on Recovery Girl. She glanced at him, then looked away. "Well, before we start talking, I might suggest you support his back or waist, so he doesn't fall. He might be feeling lightheaded." She stood up and opened a cabinet, pulling out a small plastic pouch, similar to a Capri Sun. She pulled a straw off the side and poked it through the top, then crossed over to Todoroki and Midoriya and took the latter's free hand, placing the pouch in his hold. "Midoriya, please drink this. You're dehydrated." Midoriya stopped patting down Todoroki's shoulder and looked thoughtfully at the drink in his hand. "Oh, yes ma'am," he said. He settled back into his previous position, resting his head against Todoroki's, and quietly sipped at the beverage. Todoroki carefully put his hands on his waist, anchoring him in place. "Are you and Midoriya friends, Todoroki?" "Ah yes. We are." "You get along well?" "Yes." She smiled. "That's good. Until this all blows over, you'll likely be spending quite a bit of time together." At present, Todoroki was certainly distracted, one might say, but he wasn't dumb. He tried his best to clear his head and decipher the information that had already been handed to him. Your tests. They were about his temperature. Did his fever decrease because of his physical proximity to me? That's right. And if he's apart from me, his fever will return? She nodded. She'd walked back to her chair while they were talking, and now took a seat, staring at the wall ahead of her. Most likely. I know this is an uncomfortable situation for you, Todoroki. In the state he's in now, Midoriya, if he's allowed around you, will be extremely affectionate and clingy, just as he is now. Even in your presence, he might run a slight fever, so his behavior will likely be out of character for him, to some degree. He'll likely behave in a way that would embarrass him, were he in his right state of mind. Dealing with him will require a lot of patience, if you agree to do it. Todoroki straightened his shoulders. If I agree? And if I don't? Recovery Girl sighed and looked down at her hands, clasped in her lap. No one can force you to do this, Todoroki. That being said, I don't want to influence your decision. You should decide based on whether or not you feel you're comfortable caring for him. I want all the facts, if I'm going to make a decision, he insisted. I don't want you to feel like you're being guilted into anything. Thank you for your consideration, but I trust myself to put my emotions aside in order to make the most logical decision. Recovery Girl smiled lightly. I suppose I should be glad then that this happened with you, and not a less logical student. If you insist on knowing, Midoriya will stay here with me, in the event that you decide not to care for him. Under your care, he'll be able to attend class, and will likely be able to even pay attention, with some persuasion. Todoroki lowered his gaze to the floor, contemplating. So, if he refused, Midoriya would fall behind. Possibly for an entire month. He knew what it felt like to be behind. In addition, she continued, he'll be feverish until the effects wear off. I'm confident I'll be able to keep him stable and prevent any long-term side effects, but... Todoroki glanced up at her. He'll be in pain? Quite a bit, I'm afraid. I'll be able to manage the pain to a degree, using my quirk and medicine, but when he's not in pain, he'll likely be hysterical, as he was when All Might first brought him in. He'll need to be quarantined, so as not to disturb the rest of the wing. Todoroki let that sink in. Quarantined not to disturb the rest of the room, but the entire wing. They'd said early that he'd screamed his name the whole way here. What will caring for him entail? He asked quietly. That depends a bit on Midoriya and the quirk. Like I said, he'll be clingy, he'll probably want to hold hands and sit next to you in a way that you'll be touching. Most people who have been influenced by this quirk have been known to be very cuddly, I guess is the best word for it. He'll have less reservations than he would in his right state of mind. In some ways, he'll probably behave a little like an affectionate drunk, to be blunt about it, though it's possible he may be possessive and jealous too. It really depends on the specific quirk. He'll probably want to kiss you. You should be able to tell him no, or set him boundaries, like only allowing kisses on the cheek, but some victims suffer from memory loss while they're affected, so he might need reminders of what your boundaries are. What about things like, he cleared his throat, trying to ignore the tickle of Midoriya's hair against his cheek, showering and using the bathroom, sleeping? Excellent questions. In most cases, the affected person could go anywhere between 1 or 2 hours away from their host, we'll say, before their fevers started escalating rapidly. He likely won't grow hysterical if you assure him you'll be waiting for him while he's gone, or that you'll return quickly when you leave. But, he ran through the events of the day in his head, frowning, I wasn't apart from Midoriya that long today, and his fever was high. The first day is sometimes a little different. I would say this girl's quirk is a little more harmful than ones I've seen in the past, in that respect. but it isn't unusual for those affected to start off with a fever. If they stay in contact with their host, the fever typically dissipates quickly, but Midoriya here was removed from your side almost immediately. It aggravated his symptoms. After today, he should have more endurance as far as being away from you is concerned. He'll be able to shower, change clothes, and other such personal matters without suffering side effects. In fact, I think it's already probably safe for him to be away from you long enough to shower, given how quickly his fever dropped. Todoroki nodded thoughtfully. Midoriya's sweat was seeping into his own clothes, so knowing he could shower soon was a small comfort. And sleeping? That will take longer than 1 or 2 hours. Personally, I would advise sleeping next to him. However, I understand that's a very personal thing to ask you to do. As long as you let him sleep in the same room as you, he should be okay. His fever may spike, depending on how far away you are, but as long as you're in the same room, his temperature should only raise a bit. He'll be more uncomfortable than in pain, I would hazard to guess. And what if I just tell him the truth? That he's been affected by a quirk? Recovery Girl's eyes seemed to light up. That's one of the most interesting parts of a quirk like this. I'm actually curious to see how Midoriya reacts. Typically, affected persons develop a sort of selective hearing. When the topic of their condition comes up, sometimes they act as if they didn't hear anything at all. Other times, they rearrange the conversation in their minds, sort of glossing over and deleting certain words. I'm curious to see what Midoriya will do. We can actually test that now. Midoriya? Midoriya turned his face to look at her. At the same time, he shifted his drink to his other hand, so he could continue sipping at it. Yes, ma'am? Have you been listening to Todoroki and I talk? Midoriya nodded, his curls tickling against Todoroki's face. Yes. Could you tell me what we were discussing? Midoriya suddenly stood up, but before Todoroki even had time to sigh in relief, he sat back down, perching himself sideways in his lap, so he could face Recovery Girl better. I have a fever, and Todoroki-kun is going to take care of me. Todoroki replaced a hand to Midoriya's waist, to keep him steady. He hadn't actually agreed to take care of Midoriya yet, so that was something he seemed to have invented. Or assumed. Recovery Girl nodded. Yes. And why exactly do you have a fever? Midoriya looked down at his lap, his face taking on a guilty expression. It was colder out than usual the other day, and Ida-kun told me to put on a coat, and I didn't. I caught a cold, and then that girl used her quirk on me and she made my symptoms a lot more serious. Todoroki almost laughed. The bit about Ida actually did happen the other day. He remembered Midoriya had run back into the dorms later in the day, rubbing his arms and complaining about the cold. Ida had cocooned him in a blanket, then made him a cup of tea while he scolded him for not listening. He told Recovery Girl as such. Recovery Girl hummed thoughtfully. Very interesting. So it seems in Midoriya's case, he's removing pieces of our conversation and replacing them with imaginary conversations, based on memories he has that make sense to him. In addition, he's inventing information to fill in the gaps that don't make sense. He knew the quirk caused his fever, so he invented a reasoning that made sense. I've never seen this effect before. His memories. Speaking of, will Midoriya remember all of this once he's better? He never thought of himself as the kind of person to make wishes, but in this circumstance, he really couldn't help it. Caring for Midoriya would be mortifying for both of them. There was no question that the ideal resolution would be Midoriya forgetting it all. Would that put him behind in his studies, though? What was the point in going to class, if he was going to forget it all? That's a question I'm afraid I can't answer. With the currently studied cases, it's very close to 50-some remembered everything that happened. Others said there were gaps in their memory, almost as if they'd blacked out. One said she retained all of her memories, but most of the memories involving her host were foggy, like a dream she couldn't quite remember. There hasn't been a single case, however, where someone suffered complete memory loss. For all of those who did experience loss, their clearest memories were those that did not involve their host. That's why I believe Midoriya should continue with his classes. It wasn't the answer he'd been wishing for, but it was better than nothing. Select memory loss would be ideal, but he'd have to anticipate the worst. He let his gaze fall to the floor, as he allowed himself time to ruminate on the situation. Okay, he finally said, eyes still fixed on the tiles below. Recovery Girl raised an eyebrow, looking over at him. Okay. He gave a single curt nod. He was uncomfortable. His relationship with Midoriya wasn't. His feelings towards Midoriya weren't really. For a situation like this, he really wasn't the best choice. Uraraka, Ashido, or even Aoyama would probably love showering Midoriya with affection, without much thought. They could laugh about it with him afterwards. Kirishima or Kaminari could certainly play pretend with him, without embarrassment. Afterwards they would tease him, lightheartedly. But someone like him. To play pretend at a relationship with Midoriya was, to us. Well, it wasn't ideal in any case. But still, Midoriya had done so much for him. He'd changed his entire life. To abandon him now, when he was the only person capable of helping him, was unthinkable. Yes, he said, lifting his gaze. He faced Recovery Girl with determination. I'll care for Midoriya, for however long it takes. Todoroki was not happy, to say the least. The soft sounds of the shower, where Midoriya was washing off his sweat, provided an almost pleasant ambience to the otherwise sterile room. Recovery Girl was in a small office area. She'd said she was going to try to get a hold of Aizawa-sensei, to let him know what was going on, but he couldn't hear her at all through the closed door. Todoroki stared down at his hands, which were folded in his lap. He had no right to complain. His situation wasn't ideal, but Midoriya was the one who was really suffering here. And he owed him so much. Taking care of him was the least he could do as a friend. Distractedly, he rubbed his thumbs together, focusing on the feel of the ridges of his fingerprints grating against each other. The least he could do as a friend. Just as a friend. He sighed quietly and leaned his head back, letting it thunk lightly on the wall behind him. He'd moved his chair from in front of the curtain to against the wall by the bathroom door, to decrease his distance from Midoriya. The door was slightly ajar and he could just barely feel the humidity slipping out of the crack. A steady, physical reminder of his situation. He found himself thinking once again about all of the people who would have been better suited to this. He rolled his head against the wall a little, so his gaze fell on the curtain to his right. Aoyama was still sleeping behind it. If Todoroki hadn't sent him away, if he'd gone and gotten help himself, then perhaps Aoyama would be the one Midoriya was infatuated with. Aoyama would probably have fun with the situation. He'd probably enjoy pampering Midoriya and acting out the part of pretend boyfriend, like it was a game. And why had he even sent Aoyama away, anyway? Did he truly believe he could retrieve help faster than he could have? Or was that just an excuse so he didn't have to leave Midoriya's side? He groaned, tilting his head back and throwing a hand over his eyes. His thoughts were pointless and he knew it. There was no use lamenting over what could have been. Even if practically all of his other classmates would be better at this than him. Even if they had nothing to lose and nothing to hide. Someone like him though. I have returned. All Might burst through the door. Midoriya's backpack in hand. Anyone else probably would have been startled by the sudden intrusion. In fact, Todoroki was startled. But he didn't react beyond removing his hand from his eyes and tilting his head in All Might's direction. Where is Midoriya? All Might asked, glancing around as he walked into the room. His voice was perfectly level, but Todoroki thought he detected an undercurrent of worry. He's showering. Recovery Girl convinced him to, since he was sweaty. She'd convinced him by openly praising Todoroki for holding him close even though he was getting Midoriya's sweat on his clothes, and he probably smelled bad. Midoriya had fallen off his lap in his haste to get away, then, from the floor, tearfully asked if the nurse's office happened to have a shower. It did, and he couldn't get in fast enough. Honestly, Todoroki didn't really care about the sweat getting on him. He was more concerned with Midoriya being uncomfortable. But it was nice to have a moment alone to get his head on straight. I see, All Might said, holding Midoriya's bag in front of him. Todoroki wondered what kind of outfit he picked out. Would choosing a shirt with his own face on it seem vain? But then, Midoriya had plenty of non-All Might themed clothes too. He wondered what he thought of Midoriya's room. Before he could give voice to this thought, All Might continued, Recovery Girl explained some of the situation to me earlier, before you arrived. I'm assuming she filled you in after I left. Yes. All Might fiddled with the bag. It was the sort of nervous action that reminded Todoroki vaguely of Midoriya. And have you decided what to do? That explained it. He was worried Todoroki was going to leave Midoriya to suffer through his fever. It wasn't the kind of thing that offended him though. All Might was his teacher, but Todoroki figured he didn't really know him well enough to make assumptions regarding what decision he'd come to. I agreed to care for Midoriya until the quirk's effects wear off. I'm not entirely sure what to expect, but I'll do my best to be respectful of Midoriya and try to minimize his embarrassment, should he remember anything once he's well. All Might visibly relaxed. That's kind of you, Todoroki Shounen. Midoriya will be thankful. Todoroki wasn't so sure about that. Knowing Midoriya, he'd probably be too embarrassed to even consider being thankful. Not that he needed to be thanked. He was probably going to do a bad job. At that moment, the shower turned off and shortly after, Midoriya poked his head out, hair still dripping wet and a towel wrapped around his waist. He didn't even seem to notice All Might, his eyes immediately searching out Todoroki. Once he realized he was right next to the door, his face lit up and he opened the door further. You stayed. Todoroki stood. Of course I did. Your hair is wet. Is there another towel? Oh yeah, I think so. I thought maybe you left and I wanted to check, so I didn't want to waste time drying it. I wouldn't leave, Todoroki said, in what he hoped was a reassuring tone. He'd been told by Natsuo that he wasn't good emoting. He gently pushed Midoriya aside so he could enter the bathroom and find another towel. All Might brought you clothes. All Might did. Midoriya asked as he trailed behind Todoroki, back into the bathroom. Midoriya Shounen? Right here, my boy, All Might said, hovering near the door. Midoriya finally took his eyes off Todoroki, but kept close to him, practically standing flush against him while he unfolded a towel. Oh, All Might. Hi. His eyes flicked down to his backpack. Shouto said you brought me clothes? Todoroki dropped the towel. Shouto. My room, sorry, my room is that is. Your room is very. All Might paused for a moment to think of the right word. Reflective of you, he settled on. He entered the bathroom and handed Midoriya the pack. I hope you'll forgive my intrusion. I had to go through your things. Oh, that's fine. He hesitantly opened the bag and immediately paled. Underwear, he muttered quietly. All Might rubbed the back of his neck. Yes, I figured you'd need those. I just grabbed what was on top. Thank you, Midoriya squeaked. An uncomfortable silence followed. Well, All Might said finally, chuckling awkwardly. How about I catch up with you boys later? You'll let me know if you need anything? Of course. Thank you, Midoriya said, bowing slightly. Good. I'll make my exit then. I wish you a speedy recovery. Todoroki Shouto, thank you again for caring for him. Right. All Might left, but the silence remained until they heard the click of the door to the nurse's office. As soon as he had that audible proof that All Might was gone, Midoriya threw himself at Todoroki, clinging to his back. Shouto! All Might saw my underwear, he whined, burying his face between his shoulder blades. Kill me, he mumbled into his back. You're getting my shirt wet, Todoroki pointed out. Midoriya, using his given name, was making his insides flutter and churn. It wasn't entirely unpleasant, which was a thought that made him feel slightly ill. Midoriya immediately let go and Todoroki took the opportunity to turn and face him. He picked up another towel and began drying Midoriya's hair for him. I'm sure All Might didn't care, he said, his level voice not betraying his rattled thoughts. Everyone wears underwear. He paused for a moment, thinking. Mostly everyone anyway. Midoriya bowed his head slightly, to make it easier for Todoroki to dry his hair. He glanced up at him, a blush dusting his cheeks, and Todoroki quickly averted his eyes. He looked cute. And now was really the worst time to be noticing that. I have All Might boxers, Midoriya admitted sulkily. Todoroki snorted. Of course you do. Is that what he grabbed? He removed the towel from Midoriya's head and let it rest around his shoulders. Midoriya straightened, the action causing the towel around his waist to fall a bit lower. Todoroki noticed and he hated himself for it. Thankfully Midoriya readjusted it. If it fell any lower, Todoroki wasn't sure what he'd do, die, probably, and use the towel around his neck to pat his torso dry. No, he answered. It's just a plain blue pair. But what if the All Might ones were under these? He might have seen them. To be honest, he probably assumes you have them. He saw the rest of your room after all. It's no secret that you have a lot of his merchandise. Todoroki was starting to feel a little better about what lay ahead. Midoriya was standing a bit too close, especially considering his state of undress, but otherwise, this seemed like a pretty normal conversation. He felt like he was talking to Midoriya, not some whacked-out-his-mind, love-drunk quirk victim. Maybe this wouldn't be so hard after all. That doesn't make it better. Midoriya whined, pouting. When we get back to the dorms, you can check the drawer and see what pair was under these. Go ahead and get dressed. I'll be right outside the door. Oh, thanks for drying my hair, he said, looking at the floor while he wrung the towel in his hands. That was sweet. It was not. He was cut off by Midoriya gripping his shoulder and swiftly pulling him closer so he could press a kiss to his cheek. Todoroki slowly pulled away, lifting a hand to his cheek. Beneath his cold fingers, it felt scalding. Midoriya stood watching him, a complacent smile on his face. When several seconds passed and Todoroki still didn't say anything, Midoriya turned his attention to his bag. I'm going to get changed now. You can stay if you want. I don't mind. That got his attention. No, I'll go wait outside. Midoriya looked up in noticeable alarm. Outside? Outside the door. He relaxed. Oh, if you want to, I'll just be a second. He made his way to the door, keeping his gaze on the floor. Be out here. Waiting. I'll see you soon. In a second, He closed the door behind him and immediately pressed his back against it. I'll see you soon? What kind of a thing to say was that? He pressed the heel of his palms into his eyes. He was already so bad at this. Since when was he the kind of person to get flustered? He certainly never thought of himself as a talkative person, but he still thought he was articulate. He was maybe 10 minutes into taking care of Midoriya and he was already acting like a fool? This just wasn't going to work. There was pressure against his back. Shouto. Sheet, he was leaning against the door. Why was he doing everything wrong? He leaned away and took several steps back. Sorry Midoriya, Midoriya burst through the door, shoulders squared in a charge. He came to a stop directly in front of Todoroki, enveloping him in a hug and burying his face in his chest. Todoroki absently wrapped his arms around Midoriya to steady him while he stared at the doorway to the bathroom. The door had been blown off its hinges and lay destroyed on the floor. "Midoriya? Are you okay?" he asked, more in confusion than concern. Midoriya nodded into his chest, making a slight noise, but when he looked up there were tears in his eyes. Todoroki's gut reaction was panic. What do you do when your sort of pretend boyfriend but not really starts crying and breaking doors? But then he remembered that normal Midoriya was prone to crying. This quirk-affected Midoriya, with his emotions dialed up as they were, was probably even more prone to crying. His panic levels decreased a little. Midoriya was probably fine. He looked away from Midoriya for a moment to look at the broken door again. His panic levels went back up a little. What could he say? He already asked him if he was okay. Maybe just being direct was okay? "Why are you crying?" Midoriya let go of Todoroki, though he didn't move away, and scrubbed at his eyes with the back of his hands. "Sorry. I didn't mean to cry. I just got scared for a second." "Scared of what?" Midoriya chuckled a bit, smiling self-consciously. "It's stupid. It's just, know how when you were in elementary school and sometimes when the teacher wasn't paying attention, the other kids would lock you in a closet just, for fun, and sometimes it took a while before someone noticed you were missing?" Todoroki tried to process that. "No." Was that the right answer? This was a weird question. That never happened to me, I didn't go to a traditional elementary school though. Looking flustered, Midoriya took a step back, averting his eyes to the ground. "Oh, right, of course. That wouldn't happen to you anyway. I was just being stupid." "It's nothing." "You aren't stupid," he said without really thinking about it. It was an obvious fact, easy to recite. He thought about Midoriya's question a bit more. "Did that happen to you?" Midoriya crossed an arm over his chest, rubbing his bicep nervously. The action brought Todoroki's attention to his outfit for the first time. All Might had gotten him a plain pair of jeans and a black, long-sleeve t-shirt that read across the front. It was not a v-neck. Just once. Or twice. It was just, kid stuff. But when the door wouldn't open, I kind of thought, oh no, Shouto must have locked me in the bathroom so he could get away from me because I was being annoying, he said, uttering another quick, nervous laugh. But, he took Todoroki's hands in his, interlacing their fingers. "If I'm ever being annoying, you can lock me in the bathroom. If it's you, I won't mind." His tears were gone and he was looking at Todoroki now, eyes filled with earnestness. "But if you could just tell me when you're doing it, I'd appreciate that. I think the surprise of it is what gets to me. But if that's a problem, you don't have to. I would be fine either way, really." "What the dash?" "Midoriya," he murmured. Extracting his hands from Midoriya's grip, he grabbed the other boy by the shoulder and pulled him into a hug. He felt like this was definitely a situation where comfort was needed, and he knew hugs were supposed to be comforting. He tried to think of his mom. What comforting things did she used to do? Hug him. Slide his hair. Speak softly. Kiss his forehead. Okay, so the last one probably wasn't necessary, and kissing Midoriya while he was under the influence of this quirk seemed like taking advantage of him anyway, but the rest he could do. Carefully, he placed one hand to the back of Midoriya's head, burying his fingers into the slightly damp curls. He didn't slide his hair, but he thought maybe this was enough. "I would never lock you in a bathroom or any room, Midoriya," he said softly. "Especially not so I could get away from you. You're my favorite person to be around," he said, blushing slightly because this was a truth he'd never said aloud before. "I like being alone, but whenever I enter a room, I always seek out your face, because I enjoy your company more than I enjoy being alone." Gently, Midoriya pushed away so he could look at Todoroki's. "Shouto." Todoroki gave a half-smile, though it felt a little stiff and awkward. Smiles were comforting though, right? He was starting to feel like maybe he was doing an okay job, and then Midoriya cupped his face in his hands and pulled him down, locking their lips together. Todoroki pulled away just slightly, opening his mouth to protest, but before he could utter a single syllable, Midoriya's mouth was back on his, except this time his tongue was in his mouth. His tongue was in his mouth and it was doing things. Any coherent thoughts Todoroki might have had were melting before they could begin to take shape. Without a working brain to command it, Todoroki's body fell back on instinct. In this particular scenario, it actually had something to fall back on, in a way. He dreamt about kissing Midoriya before. It wasn't the same, but apparently it was familiar enough for his body to decide kissing back was the right thing to do. Midoriya made a slight noise, a low, quick miming sort of sound that was so quiet that Todoroki wasn't even sure if he heard it at all or simply felt the vibration through his mouth, and the sound immediately embedded itself in Todoroki's brain, never to be forgotten. It was enough to jumpstart aforementioned brain though, and he broke the kiss, planting his hands on Midoriya's shoulders to ensure his lips weren't captured for a third time. Or fourth if he counted the kiss outside. Todoroki grimaced, embarrassed at the thought, and placed his hand over his mouth. He let his fingers fall somewhat high on his cheeks, to try to hide some of the blush he knew must be there. He needed to set some boundaries now, lest this become a recurring thing. Midoriya. Oh, you're out of the shower. Good timing, Recover Girl said, stepping out of her office. Todoroki let his hand drag down his face. Yes, excellent timing. Perfect. Maybe having every sentence he tried to utter get interrupted was part of the quirk's curse. Seemed plausible at this point. He dropped his hand to his side and pivoted a bit, so he was facing Recovery Girl. Midoriya took immediate advantage of the movement and grabbed his arm, wrapping both of his own around it and stepping closer until he was pressed flush against Todoroki. Todoroki had seen couples standing like this before, but he'd never personally been held in this manner. He'd never thought about how NTMT it was, but there was definitely a considerable amount of Midoriya touching him. Midoriya tilted his head down, so his cheek was mushed against Todoroki's shoulder. Now there was even more Midoriya touching him. What was even worse than the physical contact was the way it made him feel. Having Midoriya clinging onto him, like he was some sort of Prince Charming, and nuzzling into his shoulder was, well, it was wonderful. And it was awful. Oh dear, what did you do to the door? Recovery Girl asked, breaking Todoroki from his thoughts. I broke it, Midoriya said, speaking half into Todoroki's shoulder. Recovery Girl waited a few seconds for additional information, but when none came she looked to Todoroki. Todoroki nodded to confirm Midoriya's admission. Your biceps are incredible, Midoriya added after several seconds of silence, squeezing his arm more tightly. Recover Girl sighed. I guess the details aren't important. Anyway, you two are free to go. I just spoke with Eraserhead and he's going to explain the situation to your classmates, to ensure they don't cause any additional damage. If you need any help at all, or think of any more questions, don't hesitate to call my office, okay? The number is posted in your dorm, although I believe Midoriya already has it saved in his phone. Midoriya nodded, his cheek rubbing up and down against Todoroki's shoulder. You can go ahead and go back to the dorms, then. Todoroki, remember what I said? The first day will be the hardest for him, so stick close to him. Starting tomorrow he should be able to handle a little distance. I wouldn't push him too much though. Todoroki glanced at the clock above the door. It was nearly 6 o'clock, so there wasn't a ton of day left. He could handle it. Got it? Thank you for all of your help, he said, bowing to Recover Girl. Midoriya hastily let go of him and bowed as well. Thank you for caring for me again. Recovery Girl brushed off their thanks with a wave of her hand. At this point, it's practically second nature. Here's hoping you recover soon. Don't forget your clothes before you leave. All right, Midoriya said, taking a few steps towards the bathroom. He stopped and looked back at Todoroki. I'm not going anywhere. Midoriya smiled back, nodding once, then stepped over the wrecked door and entered the bathroom. Recover Girl, could this quirk affect Midoriya's self-confidence? He asked quietly. He seems a little insecure. It's possible. Do you know if he's ever been in a romantic relationship before? Todoroki shook his head. I've never asked. If he happens to be a little insecure naturally in the romance department, then I certainly think it's plausible that those feelings could be amplified by the quirk. Todoroki mulled that over. It didn't really make sense. Midoriya was, he supposed cute was the word for it. Or breathtaking maybe? Yes, definitely breathtaking. And as far as physique was concerned, he was really, how did Recovery Girl put it? Solid? He was solid. Really, really solid. There was no logical reason he'd be insecure about dating, unless it was his personality he was worried about. But his personality was irresistible too. He wasn't even biased in his opinion there, everyone in class seemed to enjoy Midoriya's company. Even Bakugo seemed to be warming up to him, as of late. At least a little bit. Sort of. I'm ready, Midoriya said, zipping up his bag as he stepped back over the door. Once he was closer, Todoroki took the bag from his hands and slung it over his shoulder, then offered his arm to Midoriya, assuming he'd want to hold it again. Midoriya seemed dumbstruck for a second, then turned bright red and latched onto the offered appendage. He wouldn't look at Todoroki, but he was grinning widely. Well, aren't you just the natural? Recover Girl murmured. I'm sorry, what was that? Todoroki asked. Nothing at all. You two get going. I'll send Aoyama along after you, once he awakens. As if on cue, really as if perfectly on cue, Aoyama sat up in his bed, stretching his arms and giving a loud, almost exaggerated yawn. Where am I? Did someone call my name? Oh, Aoyama, think of the devil. How are you feeling? Fantastique. It's all coming back to me now. Where is my dear friend? Izuka-kun. I'm so glad to see you're okay. Aoyama stood from the bed, tapping his foot against the ground experimentally. Ah, and my sprain has been healed. You're a miracle worker, Recovery Girl. You woke up just in time to head back to the dorms with your classmates. What a nice coincidence. Todoroki raised an eyebrow. Coincidence indeed. He wondered how much Aoyama heard. Or saw. It must be fate. Recovery girl gave Aoyama some basic instructions. Walking was fine, but he shouldn't run or jump. If he iced his ankle occasionally, he would be as good as new in a day's time, and then sent them all on their way. As they were leaving, she reminded Todoroki and Midoriya again to call her if they needed anything. After chorusing their thanks, the three of them started on their way to the dorms. Todoroki had hoped the short walk to the dorms would be taken in silence, so he could think, but Aoyama began talking almost immediately. I didn't get to thank you, Izuku-kun, for saving me. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused. He was walking to the right of Midoriya, who was still holding onto Todoroki's arm. Todoroki furrowed his eyebrows a bit. Izuku-kun? Did he always refer to Midoriya by his given name? He was almost certain he didn't. Why the new development? He felt like his insides were churning again, but this time it definitely wasn't pleasant. He almost felt resentful, maybe? That didn't really make sense though. It's fine, Aoyama-kun. You would have done the same for me. And I'm not too bad off. Just a little warm. He closed his eyes briefly, trusting Todoroki to lead him while he rubbed his face against his shoulder. Being close to Shouto helps. He's cold. The name thing didn't go both ways, then. That made him feel better. He rubbed his thumb against the strap of Midoriya's backpack, ruminating. Was he jealous? He looked over at Aoyama. Aoyama caught his gaze and gave him a quick thumbs up and a wink. A sparkle emanated from the wink. He focused his gaze back ahead. Jealousy couldn't have been right. How long were you actually awake in the nurse's office? Todoroki asked. A while, Aoyama replied, completely nonchalant. Todoroki assumed that probably meant the entire time. He'd been behind a curtain though, so at least he couldn't have seen Midoriya straddling him, half naked. Midoriya had definitely made a few noises he would have preferred Aoyama, or anyone, not hearing though. He spared Aoyama a quick glance. He wasn't making fun of him or teasing him over the situation, was he? What did the thumbs up mean? And the wink? He wondered how their other classmates would react. They'd probably be respectful. Maybe. Todoroki frowned. Actually, now that he was thinking about it, he was broken from his train of thought by Midoriya stumbling, holding more tightly to his arm in order to catch himself. Todoroki stopped, in order to give Midoriya a chance to right himself. Are you okay? Midoriya laughed off his concern. Yeah, I'm fine. I just wasn't paying attention. Todoroki accepted that response, until Midoriya stumbled again just a couple of minutes later. I'm fine, Midoriya insisted. I guess I'm a little tired, but I'm fine. We're almost there. Todoroki put down Midoriya's bag and crouched down. Get on my back then. I'll carry you. Midoriya gave him a wobbly smile, cheeks tinged pink, as he nodded, immediately climbing onto Todoroki's back. I'm probably heavy, he warned. It's fine, he said, though he had to adjust his balance once he stood up. Midoriya wasn't kidding. All that muscle mass really added up. And with both of his hands suddenly supporting Midoriya by his thighs, he couldn't really ignore just how muscular Midoriya was. Maybe offering to carry him had been a bad idea. Why not carry him bridal style? Aoyama said, picking up Midoriya's bag from the ground. I think that would be more romantic. Is carrying someone romantic? Todoroki asked. He was just trying to be helpful. Shouto's way is fine, Midoriya insisted, a little coldly, as he wrapped his arms more tightly around Todoroki's shoulders. One of his hands was splayed over Todoroki's heart. The placement was probably coincidental, but there was something about it that struck Todoroki as very NTMT. He tried not to think about it. Aoyama didn't argue with Midoriya, though he was grinning at them both in a way that made Todoroki think he was trying not to laugh. It was a little annoying. Thanks for carrying me, Shouto. You're really nice. It's fine, Todoroki said, and they began walking once again. Idly, Todoroki wondered about what it would feel like to get carried. Was it like the cavalry battle they'd had at the sports festival? He remembered both of his parents carrying him as a child, vaguely. With his dad, being carried sort of felt like being a sack of potatoes. He remembered that clearly. How he felt being carried by his mom was less clear. Secure, maybe? Would being carried by Midoriya be awkward, since he was taller? Not that he wanted Midoriya to carry him. He tried to imagine what it'd be like though. His chest, pressed against Midoriya's back, and his arms, wrapped around his muscular shoulders. His hand resting over his heart. You look a little flushed, Aoyama said, an annoying smugness present in his voice. Are you okay? Got something on your mind, maybe? I'm fine, he answered, voice clipped. They fell into silence, and for a moment, Todoroki thought he'd make it to the dorms without any further embarrassment. They only had maybe another minute before they arrived. But then Midoriya pressed his lips to his neck and his entire consciousness short-circuited. Midoriya kissed his neck again, and then a third time, trailing his way up from the junction of his shoulder to beneath his ear. Midoriya, he yelled, finally finding his voice. His face felt like it was on fire, he was blushing so hard. This isn't. Your face is on fire. Aoyama yelled in alarm. Midoriya wiggled out of Todoroki's grasp and hopped to the ground, circling around so he was in front of him. Todoroki took a breath to calm himself and the flame immediately started to die down. You didn't have to get down, he said, refusing to meet Midoriya's eyes, lest the flame reignite. I was fine. The flame extinguished. He was lucky it was just his face. If any other part of him had caught fire he might have hurt Midoriya. Honestly, his mind was reeling a bit. He'd never been so embarrassed he'd caught fire before. Steamed, maybe. Actually, he remembered he'd steamed just earlier that day in the infirmary. He recalled Midoriya patting his shoulder. He'd never actually caught fire before though. But then, had he ever been this embarrassed before? Midoriya reached up and cupped the left side of his face. I'm sorry, Shouto. Is your neck sensitive? Next to them, Aoyama made a sound that was most definitely a laugh, no matter how hard he tried to mask it as a cough. Todoroki grabbed Midoriya's hand and pulled it away from his face, afraid he'd burn it. Let's not talk about that right now. Maybe later? Oh, okay, Midoriya muttered, gazing at their linked hands distractedly. He looked sad. He probably took him removing his hand from his face the wrong way. Why was he so bad at this? Let's hold hands while we walk, he blurted out. Midoriya's eyes shot from their hands to Todoroki's face, wide with surprise. His mouth, shaped in a small O, widened into a grin. The smile met his eyes, causing them to light up, beautiful emerald greens radiating with warmth and affection, catching the rays of the setting. Why was he so gay? Had he always been this big of a sap, and was only now realizing it because Midoriya was giving him attention? At this rate, the whole class was going to discover his feelings well before Midoriya was better. Aoyama had already picked up on it, judging from the smirking glances he kept giving him. He just had to do better. He'd talk to Midoriya later and establish boundaries. For now, are you okay to walk the rest of the way? I can still carry you if you want. Midoriya shook his head frantically. No, I'd like to hold hands. He let go of Midoriya's hand only to grab it again, adjusting his hold so they could walk comfortably side by side. He'd grabbed his hand in a cuff hold, but Midoriya maneuvered their hands so that their fingers were interlaced. He beamed happily at him, and Todoroki gave him a weak smile in return. They walked the rest of the way to the dorms in what would have been complete silence, had Aoyama not started lightly humming a song. It was a constant reminder that there was a spectator to his misery. He couldn't help but wonder though, what holding hands with Midoriya would be like without any spectators. Just the two of them, holding hands as they walked, the final dying light of the sun shining behind them. Would it be peaceful? He thought it might be. When they entered the dorms, the entirety of 1A was huddled together in the common room. Standing before them was Aizawa. He glanced at them as they walked in. Took you long enough. Please excuse our tardiness, Todoroki said, bowing slightly. Ochako, Ida-kun. Midoriya called excitedly, taking a step towards the group, ready to pull Todoroki along with him. Hold it right there. I'm in the middle of something. You can greet your friends when I'm done, Aizawa said. Midoriya stopped in his tracks, then quickly reversed his steps, returning to Todoroki's side. Yes, sensei, he muttered, bowing his head. Once Aizawa looked away from him, he met Uraraka's eyes and raised his and Todoroki's joined hands, pointing at them with his other hand. Uraraka bit her bottom lip, fighting back a smile, and shot him 2 thumbs up. Aizawa looked back at Midoriya sharply and he quickly dropped their hands back down, turning his gaze to the floor. Satisfied that Midoriya would behave, he slowly turned his attention back to the rest of the class. So, as I was saying, you can all treat this as just another part of your training. You need to be able to roll with the unexpected and help your allies when outside help isn't available. I expect all of you to be mature about this. That means no teasing. He looked pointedly at Shiro and Kaminari, who blinked innocently back at him, and no doing anything that might upset Midoriya's condition. He needs to stay near Todoroki, or his fever might spike. If he chooses to leave his side, that's fine. Recovery Girl says that might be part of the effect wearing off. But don't coerce him. And I know I said he's blocking out some conversations and replacing them with his own inventions, but that doesn't mean you should discuss the quirk in front of him for fun, to see what he'll say. Ida raised a hand. Sensei. Yes, Ida? Could you elaborate a bit more on that part, please? When you say he'll invent things, do you have any idea what kind of things? Would he invent something harmful, such as imagining we're speaking ill of him? The other students started murmuring. I thought it'd be like, funny sheet. That would be so sad. I don't want Midoriya to think we dislike him. Forget sad. What if he gets mad at us? He could knock the sheet out of me. He wouldn't. He might while he's like this. Listen, Aizawa said, and all the chatter died down. There's no telling what he'll come up with. It seems he tries to base his inventions on past memories, but I can't say what he'll imagine if he has no memories to fall back on that makes sense. He might come up with something humorous. He might come up with something hurtful. He might say something that is hurtful not to him, but to one of you. It's best to just avoid it. Ida raised his hand again. But, sir, aren't we subjecting him to this right now by discussing this in front of him? We are. We're going to use this one moment as a demonstration, and after that, I expect you all to be respectful and pretend his infatuation is normal behavior for him. He turned to look at Midoriya. Midoriya. Midoriya jumped a little and straightened his posture, though he didn't release Todoroki's hand. Why yes. Were you paying attention? Midoriya's shoulders relaxed a bit. Yes. I was. What was I lecturing the class about, then? You were lecturing us about the beer. In the fridge, Midoriya said as he nervously pulled at the hem of his shirt with his free hand. A hush descended over the room. That's exactly right, Midoriya. Thank you, Aizawa said, as he turned and walked into the kitchen. Quietly, Shiro elbowed Kirishima, who elbowed him back much harder. Nervously, he turned to Aishido, but she stepped on his foot before he could say anything. Aizawa came back, a six-pack of beer in hand. I should DSP all of you just for buying this cheap crap. You better not have spent more than 600 yen on this. Only 600? Kaminari shouted, clearly distressed. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Is there any particular reason that upsets you? Kaminari went rigid. But I'm just interested in, finances, he said with a wince. But, well, if there are no more questions? No one said anything. I'll be going then. Ida, if anything goes wrong, come get me. Ida stood rigidly, hands straight at his sides. Yes, sensei. You can count on me. Midoriya, I found this outside, Aizawa said, pulling a notebook out of his scarf. Todoroki recognized it as the notebook he'd returned to Midoriya just before they'd been attacked. If he'd just held on to it until Midoriya returned to the dorms, he wouldn't be in this situation right now. Of course, there was the possibility that his arrival helped prevent Aoyama's kidnapping, so he supposed he couldn't be that resentful towards the book. Oh, thank you, sensei, Midoriya said, finally letting go of Todoroki's hand so he could take the offered book. Aoyama-kun, could I? Of course, Aoyama said, zipping open Midoriya's bag and holding it open so he could drop it inside. While Midoriya messed with his bag, Aizawa dropped a hand on Todoroki's shoulder. Todoroki, it's good of you to take care of him. Don't take things too seriously though and stress yourself out, okay? Todoroki kept his face impassive, even though he found the directive almost laughable. How could he not be stressed in this situation? But then, Aizawa wouldn't know the actual complexity of the situation. It wasn't like he was open about his feelings for Midoriya. I'll do my best, was all he said. Once Aizawa was gone, Todoroki was a bit surprised when Midoriya ran, not to him, but to Uraraka, grabbing both of her hands and lacing their fingers together. Ochako! Had Midoriya's affections shifted? Maybe his infatuation would shift, if he saw someone he naturally liked more than Todoroki? If Midoriya liked Uraraka, that would be a relief. He paused to reassess his thoughts. Actually, Midoriya liking Uraraka sounded like a miserable situation. I kissed Shouto. Midoriya shouted. Most of his classmates turned to look at him. He'd made assumptions too quickly, it seemed. Oh yeah, Uraraka said, smiling nervously. Midoriya leaned forward, placing their faces close together. Then, in a stage whisper loud enough for the entire room to hear, he said, his lips are half hot and half cold. Todoroki touched his lips. Was that a bad thing or a good thing? He'd never thought about it before. This time, Uraraka seemed to meet his enthusiasm, nervousness gone. Wah, no way. You always, suddenly she seemed nervous again, you always heard other people wondering about that. She laughed, but it was stiff and awkward. And now you know. And so do I. And everyone else. Wow. Good. So, are we not going to talk about the beer? Shiro asked. Ida pushed up his glasses. I actually would like to talk about the beer. Never in my life have I ever. Never mind, never mind. I don't want to talk about the beer. While Ida continued his lecture, Bakugo pushed his way through the crowd. When he got to Uraraka and Midoriya, he gripped Uraraka's shoulder and pulled them apart, moving in until he was close enough to grab the collar of Midoriya's shirt. Listen up, Deku, 'cause I'm only going to say this one effing time. I don't care if you're sick, or infatuated or whatever. Stay out of my way, and don't go making out with the half and half BSRD while I'm around. I don't need to see that sheet. Got it, he snapped, giving Midoriya a rough shake. For his part, Midoriya didn't seem all that affected. But Kaken, if I'm kissing Shouto, how will I notice if you're in the room? That's a bold response, someone whispered. Everyone notices when I'm in a room. Bakugo shouted in Midoriya's face. Just don't do anything to bother me. While he was yelling, Todoroki walked over. Once he was close enough, he placed his hand over Bakugo's. Bakugo, that's enough. Who asked you? He said. He did let go of Midoriya's shirt, but only to smack Todoroki's hand away. It's like a fairy tale prince defending his love from the villain, Hagakure whispered. Who's a villain? Bakugo spat, palms crackling as he turned towards his classmates. Half and half here is the one making out with someone under the influence of a quirk. Bakugo might as well have slapped him. So others thought he was taking advantage too? I haven't made out with him, he defended uncomfortably. Though Midoriya had kissed him rather passionately earlier, and he did kiss back. It was only a few seconds though, and he hadn't been thinking. Did that count? It probably did. He was a creep. As if to undermine his defense, Midoriya chose that moment to wrap his arms around his torso and bury his face in his chest. Then his shoulders started shaking. Deku-kun, are you okay? Uraraka asked, stepping around Bakugo. Midoriya nodded into Todoroki's chest, sniffling. He removed his arms from around Todoroki's torso, but only so he could throw them around his neck instead. He did so with so much force, the two of them nearly tumbled backwards. Midoriya? Todoroki questioned. Not knowing what to do, he gently patted Midoriya's back. Fine, Midoriya muttered, finally lifting his face. His eyes were brimming with tears. I'm just really happy. You came to my defense, and then Kaken said I was his friend, which he hasn't said in a really long time, and then to admit he's worried about me, which he's never said before. He smiled as he wiped away his tears. It's just a lot, I guess. I never said any of that. Bakugo yelled, small explosions popping from his hands. Midoriya turned around, grabbing hold of Todoroki's hand as he did so. It's okay, Kaken. I know you're worried. I'm not worried, Ihole. But I'm okay. I trust Shouto with my heart completely. He won't hurt me. So you don't need to worry. Feeling awkward, Todoroki risked a glance at his classmates. Most were giggling behind their hands. Uraraka's eyes were wide, but intrigued, like she was watching a favorite drama. Aoyama had his hands pressed to his cheeks and was sparkling? Yes, he was sparkling. Yaoyorozu had both of her hands pressed over her heart and was looking at them like she thought they were adorable. Honestly, that kind of felt like a betrayal. This is the exact sheet I was talking about, Bakugo growled. He pointed a finger in Midoriya's face. Just don't talk to me until you're better. Don't talk to me after you're better either. I'm not dealing with this sappy garbage. He scoffed and lowered his finger, stuffing both his hands in his pockets. Shitty Deku, always things up. Stay out of my way. That said, he turned and stomped out of the room, heading towards the elevator. Midoriya turned back around, all traces of his tears gone, and replaced his arms around Todoroki's neck. One hand started playing with the hair at the nape of his neck and Todoroki's skin broke out in gooseflesh. He hoped no one noticed. You don't have to worry about Kaken, Midoriya said. I really appreciate you defending me though. His head was bowed down, but he was looking up at Todoroki shyly. It was the second time he'd looked at him like that, and he started to wonder if he was doing it purposefully. He looked adorable and perfectly kissable looking at him like that. If Midoriya was aware he was cute, and was actively trying to look cuter, then that would make the whole situation 10 times more difficult. Todoroki swallowed heavily. It was nothing, he mumbled, trying to avoid both Midoriya's adorably ensnaring gaze, as well as the mirthful ones of his classmates. He ended up turning his head and staring intently at the upper corner of the room. It worked out well for him, because his head was turned and angled slightly upwards. When Midoriya leaned in for a kiss, he couldn't reach his lips. He ended up kissing his jaw instead. Actually, maybe it didn't work out well for him. Having his jaw kissed was almost as bad as his neck. He focused all of his energy on not catching fire again. He didn't want to set off the sprinkler system. Oh my god, Todoroki is blushing. That was Aishido. They're kind of cute, Karo. Tsu chimed in. You no way. Mineta said, sticking his tongue out in disgust. I feel for you, Todoroki. An amazing quirk like that, and you ended up getting stuck with another dude. That's awful luck. Awful luck would be getting stuck with you, Jiro muttered. Most of the class voiced their agreement. I think Todoroki's lucky. Aishido said. Midoriya's a cute sweetheart. I'd love to have him giving me hugs and complimenting me all day. Kirishima nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, I mean if I got to choose, I guess Midoriya might be my second choice in a situation like this. Oh, who's first? I'm not saying that. Everyone. Ida said, pushing his way to the front and turning to face them. This conversation needs to end. Aizawa-sensei specifically instructed us not to discuss this. For once, Ida's chastising had most of them looking sheepish, if not guilty. It seemed like as good a time as any to make their escape. Todoroki gently removed Midoriya's arms from around his neck and grabbed his hand. It's been a long day, he started. He didn't get to say any more as the class immediately erupted in protest. I haven't even gotten a chance to talk to Deku-kun. I've been worried. Uraraka complained. I want Midoriya to tell us what dating Todoroki is like. Kaminari whined. I doubt there's much to tell. He's been in the infirmary all this time, Yaoyorozu, ever the voice of reason, pointed out. Yaoyorozu is right, Ida said. Midoriya and Todoroki have both had a tiring day. We should all leave them alone. Midoriya has a fever, so he'll need lots of rest. Don't forget, we have class tomorrow. That's fine by me, Mineta said, breaking away from the group and heading towards the stairs. I don't blame Todoroki for wanting to hide away anyway. If it were me, I wouldn't want everyone to see Midoriya hanging off me like that. It's embarrassing. You're not even tall enough for Midoriya to hang off of. Kirishima shouted, fist clenched. You'd be lucky to have Deku-kun's attention. Uraraka huffed, folding her arms over her chest. I don't really think it's all that embarrassing anyway, Wajiro calmly pointed out. If anything, isn't it admirable? Yeah. Kirishima agreed enthusiastically. Whatever, Mineta said with a shrug as he started up the stairs. I'm with Bakugo on this one though. Try to keep the PDA to a minimum, alright. Once his back was turned, Kaminari stuck his tongue out at him, Jairu and Aishido following suit. Todoroki turned his attention back to Midoriya, but he was staring at the stairs, eyes unfocused and distant. Midoriya? Midoriya snapped out of it and turned his attention to Todoroki, giving him a small smile. Yeah? You wanted to leave? Todoroki nodded. Yeah. Let's go to your room and get your things. You should stay in my room until you're feeling better. Midoriya blinked. Stay in your room, with you? Todoroki raised an eyebrow, his lips twitching upwards just a bit. I figured. I'm not sure where else I would go. Is that okay? If you're opposed? He didn't really know what he'd do if Midoriya didn't want to share a room. Recovery girls said they needed to, or else his fever would spike. Midoriya waved his free hand rapidly in front of him. No, that's fine. Staying in your room, that sounds really, He looked down, his face rapidly becoming redder. Great. Staying with you, I in your room. Sharing your room. Midoriya seemed a little flustered, Todoroki thought. It was odd. Sharing a room made him flustered, but kissing in public didn't? What a strange quirk. Let's go then, he said, lightly tugging on Midoriya's hand and leading him towards the stairs. Midoriya trailed after him, turning back to look at Uraraka. Oh my god, Midoriya silently mouthed to her, not seeming to notice or care that the rest of the class was watching him. Oh my god. Uraraka mouthed back, noiselessly clapping her hands and shooting him a large grin. He smiled back, then finally turned back to Todoroki, falling into step beside him once they reached the stairs. That was really cute, Tsuyu pointed out again, once the boys were out of sight. So cute. Uraraka agreed, pressing her hands to the sides of her face. This is going to be so much fun. They spent more time in Midoriya's room than Todoroki anticipated. Gathering his necessities went quickly, but when Midoriya opened the drawer where he kept his underwear, a bright pair of All Might boxers was laying on top. Midoriya had taken an almost impressively deep breath, then promptly melted to the floor. Todoroki had to hold him in comfort for at least 8 minutes. Once Midoriya's spirit seemed to return to his body, the boys left, taking the elevator the rest of the way up to Todoroki's room. Todoroki set Midoriya's bag down on his desk, suddenly a little self-conscious of his room. There aren't many places to sit. I styled everything traditionally. I wasn't really anticipating ever having company. That's fine, Midoriya said, glancing around the room. I don't mind sitting on the floor. Do you, sleep on the floor? Todoroki inclined his head towards the cabinet in the corner. There's a futon in there. I sleep on that. Oh, of course. He laughed a bit, rubbing the back of his neck. I should have guessed that. Futons are better for spinal alignment, which is important for training. So I've always slept on one, since I can remember. Midoriya hadn't asked for an explanation, but he didn't really know what else to say. Midoriya actually looked a bit thoughtful, cupping his chin and staring at the floor. That makes sense. Maybe I should look into switching to a futon. Being at peak performance is really important, after all. He seemed to sink further behind his hand, completely lost in thought. I wonder if All Might uses a futon? Would it be weird to ask him? I've probably asked him weirder questions. But that doesn't really make it any better. Aizawa-sensei has that sleeping bag. Does he always sleep in it? Perhaps sleeping bags are also preferable to Western-style beds. Todoroki observed him while he started muttering to himself. This was another moment where it felt like the normal Midoriya was shining through. Maybe the quirk wasn't a good match for Midoriya's person? Or perhaps his resolve to be a hero, and his admiration for All Might, were just that strong that they bled through? I expect you'll be staying here for at least a few days. Midoriya stopped muttering and immediately gave him his attention, so I guess you can think about whether you prefer the futon to your normal bed during that time. Midoriya stared at him blankly for a few seconds, long enough that Todoroki started to worry he'd said something the quirk wasn't letting him comprehend, but then a dusting of pink blossomed over his cheeks and another wobbly smile crossed his face, though he brought up his hands to hide it, and ducked his head down. Okay. Todoroki wasn't sure what had flustered him, but he decided not to question it. This was probably just something that was going to happen sometimes. More importantly, he wanted to talk to Midoriya, and he should probably give him some physical contact. He'd need to shower eventually, and he wanted to make sure Midoriya's fever wouldn't escalate while they were apart. The first day was supposed to be the worst, after all. Hopefully the effects physical contact had on him could be saved up or stacked. Would you sit with me? I'd like to talk, Todoroki said, crossing to an empty space on the wall and sitting down on the floor, his back against the wall and his knees bent in front of him, spread slightly. You can sit with your back against me if you want. You don't have to, of course. If they sat back to chest, that would maximize their physical contact. It would also mean Midoriya wouldn't be looking at him while he spoke, so if the topic of conversation embarrassed him, Midoriya wouldn't be able to see if his face was giving anything away. I want to, Midoriya said, so quickly Todoroki almost missed what he'd said. He stepped closer, then dropped to his hands and knees, which honestly didn't seem entirely necessary, and crawled the remaining feet, absolutely not necessary, to Todoroki, before positioning himself between his legs, okay, so maybe this was a bad idea, and shifting until he was nestled comfortably against him. Todoroki could easily press his face into Midoriya's hair, so he did. His hair was soft and smelled like generic soap, probably from the shampoo in the infirmary. Not knowing what to do with his hands, and seeking to maximize their physical contact, he wrapped his arms around Midoriya's middle, holding him to his chest. He thought it might have been nice, had Midoriya actually consented to be held like this. In this case, only the quirk had consented. It made him feel a little nauseous. But that was why this conversation had to happen as soon as possible. Midoriya? Midoriya hummed in response, grabbing one of Todoroki's hands and massaging the palm. Well, that was distracting. Todoroki cleared his throat. I wanted to talk to you about setting some boundaries. Boundaries? Midoriya echoed, sounding preoccupied. Yes. In terms of how affectionate we are with each other. Midoriya stayed silent, so he continued. I think we should, what was a good way of putting it? Something that wouldn't hurt him? Slow down. Midoriya stopped massaging his palm, though he still held onto his hand. Slow down what? Todoroki turned so his cheek was pressed against the back of Midoriya's head. He felt cowardly, but he was grateful he could hide his face. What was the least embarrassing way of explaining this? Us, I guess. Again, Midoriya remained silent. What I mean by that is, I guess kissing. Especially in public. You don't like kissing in public? I think it makes our classmates uncomfortable, he said, trying to avoid giving a direct answer that could hurt Midoriya's feelings. In general though, maybe we could stick to kisses on the cheek? He could handle kisses on the cheek. He'd seen friends do that too, so it didn't really feel like he was taking advantage. Midoriya dropped his hand. That felt like a bad sign. Hugging is fine, he added, trying to think of things Midoriya would like to hear. Even in public. And holding hands was. I liked holding hands. We can do that. But when you kissed my neck and my jaw, that was a little too much for me. Too much. I'm not used to it, Todoroki clarified. That wasn't his reasoning, but it also wasn't a lie, so he could speak easily. Midoriya squirmed a little in his hold. He loosened his grip and allowed him to twist a bit, so he was facing him. So much for hiding his face. And cuddling? Todoroki blinked, caught off guard. I'm not entirely sure what that consists of, to be honest. It's leaning on each other, right? Midoriya gave a small nod. Sometimes. We're cuddling right now. Oh. He racked his memories for times he'd seen people cuddling. Sometimes Kaminari would lie on top of people while he was watching TV, and some of their classmates would sit close together and share a blanket, if they were watching a movie. That was cuddling, right? Friends did that. Yes, I think cuddling is fine. Midoriya leaned further into his chest, keeping his gaze lowered. I'm sorry, for before. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. Or embarrass you. You don't have to apologize. You didn't know. Midoriya made a small humming noise, but that was all. Todoroki wasn't the best at reading emotions, but even he could tell he looked put out. There had to be other things he could suggest. Things that would keep Midoriya happy, without crossing any boundaries. I guess we could kiss in other places too, he mused aloud. Midoriya looked at him for a few seconds, brow furrowed in thought, and then his eyes widened, his eyebrows disappearing behind his bangs, as his face turned beet red. Oh, other? I think that might be, eventually, sure, but that is, right now. It took a few moments of staring at Midoriya's increasingly panicked expression before Todoroki realized what train of thought the other boy had taken. Like on the shoulder, he said quickly, face darkening. It was the first thing he thought of, and it was really where the whole idea had stemmed from to begin with. When walking side by side, Midoriya was at a good height to rest his head on his shoulder, or to press a kiss to it. It was something he'd thought about before. Oh, Midoriya said, letting out a rush of breath. I thought, never mind. He turned his face to the side, pressing his cheek against Todoroki's shoulder. He stared at it for a moment in consideration, then pulled back just a bit and softly pressed a kiss to it, the heat of his lips leaving behind a tingling sensation, despite the thin layer of fabric separating their skin. Like that? Todoroki glanced away, flustered. That's fine. Alone or in public? I think maybe hands would be fine too. Hands? Todoroki nodded and gently took Midoriya's hand, the one he damaged during the sports festival. He rubbed a thumb over one of the scars, then brought it up to his mouth and pressed a lingering kiss against the knuckles. This he was a little familiar with. He remembered going to the ballet a few times with his family when he was a child. His dad thought it was the kind of classy thing a family like theirs should do occasionally, even if he hated ballet, though he did seem to enjoy criticizing the ballerinas for their frail frames. In at least a couple of the performances he remembered, a prince would kiss a girl on her hand. He wasn't a prince and Midoriya wasn't a girl, but he figured a kiss was a kiss. He lowered Midoriya's hand and looked at his face, to try to gauge his response. Like that, he said. Once his hand was free, Midoriya covered his face with both hands, making a small whining noise. Well DMN. He thought he'd be happy with that. Maybe it really was a girl thing? Or a prince thing? That didn't make sense, but then, what about romance did? Was that not okay? He asked. Midoriya shook his head back and forth. He kept his hands over his face, but parted his palms, so just his mouth and part of his nose were showing. No, it was really okay. Better than. Todoroki smiled despite himself. Midoriya was adorable, even when half of his face was hidden. Why are you covering your face? Midoriya shook his head again. I just need a second. Todoroki still didn't really understand, but he could sympathize with needing a second, or more. He'd been feeling that way pretty much since this whole thing started. Okay, he said, threading his fingers through Midoriya's hair and guiding him gently towards him, so Midoriya was leaning against him. He might as well let Midoriya soak in more physical contact while he took his second. Or that was his thought, anyway. Apparently when Midoriya said he needed a second, he meant a literal second, because his hands dropped from his face and fell to Todoroki's shoulders. He leaned away so he could look Todoroki in the eye. His own were misty. Shouto, I like you so much, he said, voice steady and full of resolve. He said it with such unwavering confidence, with such blunt honesty, that Todoroki couldn't help the pounding of his heart. At the end of this, he wished he were the one who'd suffer from memory loss. He didn't need the memory of Midoriya's voice saying things like that bouncing around in his head for the rest of his life. He was going to lose sleep, and then he might fall behind in his studies. He paused to swallow a lump in his throat. You're very important to me too, is what he ended up going with. He hoped it wouldn't upset Midoriya, that he didn't say it back, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it. He couldn't say something like that without meaning it. He gently rubbed a knuckle along the bottom of Midoriya's eyes, to catch his tears before they fell. If he told Midoriya he liked him back, and Midoriya remembered and asked about it, what would he say? That he'd lied? He didn't think he could pull off a lie like that. Not with Midoriya. Not to his face. Midoriya probably wouldn't ask though, would he? He had no reason to. He needed to clear his head. Would you mind if I took a quick shower? You showered earlier, and I'm probably making you dirty. Midoriya seemed startled, but nodded absent-mindedly. Sure. I guess I did get you all sweaty earlier. I won't be long. Probably 10 minutes. Will you be okay? Midoriya smiled. Of course. My fever isn't even really bothering me anymore. He stood up, then grabbed Todoroki's hands and pulled him up as well. Before letting them go, he brought both hands up to his mouth and kissed them. He grinned up at Todoroki, a little shyly, then released his hands. Go ahead and shower. I won't do anything strenuous, promise, he said, winking as he drew an X over his heart with a finger. Todoroki desperately wanted to tell him he was cute, and it was even harder to suppress the urge, knowing it would make Midoriya, as he currently was, happy to hear. He didn't want to risk Midoriya remembering something like that though. I'll just text Ochako, Midoriya said, glancing back at his bag. If my phone isn't dead. I want to text Ida-kun too, he seemed worried. Todoroki didn't even want to think about what those text messages would say. At least Uraraka and Ida had been fully debriefed by Aizawa, so they'd know not to take anything Midoriya said too seriously. The most he could hope for, he supposed, was that Midoriya wouldn't say anything so embarrassing that he wouldn't be able to face them for extended PRDS of time. He usually ate lunch with at least one of them, and he enjoyed doing so. Changing that arrangement would be a shame. Midoriya walked over to his bag and started searching for his phone. I think we grab your charger, but if you can't find it, mine is right in that drawer. Help yourself, he said as he went to his dresser and grabbed a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt. Midoriya thanked him and Todoroki paused, stopping in front of him and placing the back of his hand against his forehead. Midoriya cast his gaze to his feet, smiling slightly. I'm fine, Shouto. Are you worried? Yeah, Todoroki answered, without missing a beat. He removed his hand. Midoriya was warm, but definitely less so than before. If he had to guess, he'd probably say he was barely feverish. It's kind of nice, Midoriya muttered softly. Having a fever? Midoriya laughed and shook his head. No, don't worry about it. Or me. Go shower. Todoroki nodded and headed to his bathroom. Each dorm had its own small, private bathroom attached. Come and get me if you need anything or you start feeling ill, he said over his shoulder. Is that an invitation? Midoriya asked cheekily. Todoroki smacked into the door jamb. Shouto. I'm fine, Todoroki said quickly, readjusting the clothes in his arms and holding a hand to his nose. I'm getting a shower, he said, then quickly entered the bathroom and closed the door behind him. When Todoroki got out of the shower, Midoriya was lying on his back, on the floor, holding his phone in front of his face. He laughed lightly at something on the screen. Does Ida still seem worried? Todoroki asked, because he wasn't sure what else to say, as he approached Midoriya and knelt down next to him. Midoriya tapped something out on his screen. Yeah, he said he was going out to buy me juice and vegetables. Also salmon? I told him not to, cause he shouldn't spend his money on me, but I don't know if he listened. Ochako said she'd go with him and help him cook, but I don't want that either. I'm sure they both have better things to do than worry over me, you know, he said, finally looking away from his phone to glance at Todoroki. They locked eyes and then Midoriya immediately dropped his phone on his face. Todoroki laughed, unable to help himself. Are you okay? He asked as he plucked the phone off of Midoriya's face. Midoriya pouted up at him. Yeah, he muttered, sitting up in a cross-legged position and rubbing his nose. That was your fault, he grumbled, still pouting. Todoroki handed him his phone back, shifting to mirror his position. How so? 'Cause you're handsome and it's distracting, Midoriya said, grabbing Todoroki's face with one hand and squeezing his cheeks so that his lips puckered. You're even handsome like this. Todoroki pulled Midoriya's hands away, holding on to them to keep them still. It was bad enough that Midoriya could surely see that he was blushing. He didn't need to feel it too. Honestly, it was starting to aggravate him. Midoriya had complimented him several times already, and he felt like he'd blushed every time. Wasn't he going to get used to it eventually? Stupid body. Stupid emotions. I still don't see how that's my fault, Todoroki said. I didn't pick my face. Midoriya leaned back a bit, looking at the ceiling. I guess that's a fair argument. You don't look much like your dad, so I guess it's your mom's fault then? I've never seen your mom before, he mused. He looked back at Todoroki, raking his eyes over his features. She must be really beautiful. I'll be sure to complain to her about how distracting her handsome son is, he said, laughing. I'm looking forward to meeting her. We'll have to go to the hospital together sometime. Midoriya paused and grew thoughtful, unconsciously shuffling forward a bit so his kneecaps were touching Todoroki's. I hope she's able to leave the hospital soon. At least before the wedding. It's really important that she be there, I think. Todoroki barely heard half of what he'd said. He felt like his breath had been stolen away. What? What? Midoriya said with a start, shoulders hunching in surprise, as if he'd forgotten Todoroki was there. You don't think I look like my dad? Midoriya's shoulders relaxed. Oh, no, not really. I mean, I guess you got half his hair color and half his eye color. As far as genetics go though, I feel like that's not a lot. I mean, I have my mom's hair color, but it's curly, like my dad's. And I have my mom's eyes, the color and the shape, but my dad's freckles. And mom says I get my height from her. I don't really remember how tall my dad is, but she says I get my nose from my dad. So I guess I'm a fairly even mix of the two, though people have always told me I look like my mom, so I guess I favor her side a little. Which is nice, he said, looking thoughtful again. He looked at Todoroki, scanning over his face again, then smiled gently. When I look at you though, I don't really see endeavor. Your face is shaped differently, and your hair is straighter and smoother than his. Your nose is smaller, and your eyes are shaped differently. That's gentler? And not just because he's always scowling, 'cause he kind of is. But I've seen you look angry too, and the slope of your eyes is just different than his. And obviously you're shorter and leaner than he is. And, that's kind of a lot. So I figured you must take after your mom. Midoriya stopped, suddenly looking a bit awkward. He nervously squeezed Todoroki's fingers a few times. Sorry, I kind of just said a lot, didn't I? You can always stop me when I talk too much. I know I ramble a lot, and it's probably annoying. I like listening to you talk, Todoroki muttered, distractedly. It was the truth. Midoriya's insights were interesting, and he thought it was impressive that he could dominate a conversation without ever falling back on banal small talk. Oh, really? Midoriya smiled down at his feet. No one's ever told me that before. Most people just say, well, you know, but that's just, I guess I mean, thank you? That's sweet to say. Todoroki looked up, finally breaking away from his own thoughts. He didn't really know what Midoriya was thanking him for, but he was fidgeting and blushing, so it was probably just the quirk doing its thing. Thank you too, he said, holding Midoriya's hands more firmly. No one has ever told me I looked like my mom before. Or that I didn't look like my dad. And to explain each feature like that, it makes sense when laid out like that. I probably wouldn't have believed you if you hadn't done that. So thank you. That actually means a lot to me, to know I look like my mom. He frowned a bit, something nagging at the back of his mind. Midoriya had mentioned something else. A wedding? No, that couldn't have been it. Meeting his mom. I'd like you to meet my mom, once you're well. I think she'll like you, he said. He was okay with saying this. Even if Midoriya remembered, he wouldn't mind introducing him to his mom. She definitely would like him. He wouldn't mind meeting Midoriya's mom either. He seemed very fond of her. Midoriya beamed at him. Okay, I'd like you to meet my mom too, he said, as if he'd read his mind. My mom is really important to me, and so are you, so I'd really like for you to meet. She'll love you for sure. Todoroki wasn't so sure about that. Even after what I did to your hand? He asked. Midoriya shook his head. She doesn't blame you for that. Actually, she yelled at me. He paused and scrunched up his nose. Well, not really yelled, but she scolded me? Yeah, he said with a nod. She scolded me a little bit for yelling at you. The mics didn't pick up what we were saying, but she could tell I was yelling and she said I looked rude. Rude isn't how I describe it, Todoroki said, subconsciously squeezing Midoriya's hands. How would he describe how Midoriya looked in that moment, yelling at him during their match? Ethereal? Breathtaking? He was all that but still more. In that moment Midoriya had been earth-shattering maybe. He'd taken his breath away, then given it back to him, fresh and new, no longer the stifling air of Todoroki Enji, but something different and his own. Something he could breathe in without burning his throat. Had that been the moment he'd fallen for him? He wasn't really sure. Midoriya was smiling at him. How would you describe it then, if not rude? Todoroki blinked. Don't know. I'd have to give it some thought. Midoriya pouted for a moment, then opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by a knock at the door. Without waiting for a response, the door swung open to reveal Uraraka, Ida hovering nervously behind her. Barging in like this is impolite. We didn't even give them time to answer, Ida complained. He waved his arms up and down a few times in agitation, and Todoroki noticed the grocery bags hanging from them. But look at how cute they're sitting. Uraraka exclaimed, smiling widely as she pressed her fists to her cheeks. Todoroki looked back to Midoriya, taking a moment so he could take in their position. They were both sitting with their legs crossed, knees touching, their clasped hands resting between them. He didn't really consider himself an authority on what was or wasn't cute, but even he could admit they probably looked rather tender. I don't think it's necessary to point that out, Ida said. Oh no, I appreciate it. Midoriya said, grinning widely at the two of them. Ida gave Todoroki a sympathetic look, which was a little mortifying. We bought groceries, Uraraka said. We got lots of good stuff. Salmon, and then for a salad we got spinach and avocado and cucumber and those tomatoes that are really little and a green pepper. Oh, and oranges. Those aren't for the salad. They're just, oranges. Ida said they'd help. Behind her, Ida nodded. Citrus fruits have anti-inflammatory properties. Todoroki felt Midoriya's grip on his hands tighten. You guys didn't have to buy all that. That was all probably really expensive. I'll pay you back. Actually, Yaoyorozu-san paid, Uraraka said. She heard us talking and offered to come with us. She's worried about you too, Deku-an. She's in the kitchen now. She said she'd get the rice started and make some tea. Oh, we also bought rice. It's brown though, sorry. Ida said brown was healthier. It is. I like brown, Midoriya said, smiling at Uraraka, who scrunched up her nose in distaste. Todoroki stood, pulling Midoriya up with him. I appreciate this. Let's go to the kitchen. I can cook, since you did the shopping. He really didn't think there were any foods that would help Midoriya, anti-inflammatory or not, but he did really appreciate the gesture. It had probably been a while since Midoriya last ate, and it was important that he keep his strength up. We can cook together, Uraraka suggested. We'll be done really quickly if we all pitch in. Todoroki nodded. He couldn't argue with the logic in that. Todoroki felt relieved as he followed Uraraka and Ida out of his room. They both cared deeply for Midoriya, so it would be nice to have some backup if he found himself floundering. Plus it had just been a hectic day. Dinner would be peaceful. Ahead of him, Ida was shouting about something, grocery bags swaying as he waved his arms. Uraraka laughed and punched him in the arm 3 times. Okay, so maybe dinner wouldn't be peaceful. But he felt fairly confident that he wouldn't embarrass himself any further, at least. Oh, Todoroki, I forgot to ask, Uraraka said, peering over her shoulder at him. How's your face? Deku-kun texted us earlier and said you walked into a door. Or maybe dinner was going to be just as embarrassing as the rest of the day. Great. Todoroki and Midoriya held hands. Once again, Midoriya wiggled out of Todoroki's cuff hold and interlaced their fingers, while they followed Uraraka and Ida to the kitchen. Yaoyorozu greeted them when they arrived, smiling warmly as she approached Midoriya and clasped his free hand between her own. Midoriya-san, how are you feeling? I was so worried when I heard about the attack. Midoriya stared at her, looking a bit surprised. Oh, thank you, Yaoyorozu-san. For worrying I'm fine. I have a fever, but Shuto's ice helps a lot. Sometimes I don't even feel feverish. That's wonderful to hear. If there's anything at all I can do to make things easier for you, or help you, just let me know. If there's anything you need, just tell me and I can create it for you. Todoroki raised an eyebrow. Yaoyorozu's behavior seemed off. Thank you, Midoriya said, smiling brightly at her, his initial surprise starting to wear off. That's so kind of you, Yaoyorozu-san. She let go of his hand and waved away his concerns. Not at all. I'm actually really happy right now, seeing you and Todoroki-san spending more time together. I've been telling him for ages now that he should ask you out. At Midoriya's side, Todoroki bristled, but she either didn't notice or chose to ignore him. I really think you're perfect together. And I know he's the one caring for you, since you're ill, but I think spending extra time with you will be really good for him too. As his friend, I can't help but feel indebted to you. I think you're the best thing for him, truly. Maybe once you're feeling better, we can plan a double date. Midoriya's mouth fell open a little. A double, you're dating someone? Yaoyorozu looked away sheepishly. Well, no, but there's someone I would like to ask. I suppose I'm getting ahead of myself though. She might say no. She's a she, by the way. Because I'm a lesbian. I just don't like boys at all. Not romantically, As friends, they're fine. Like Todoroki-san, he's my friend. And you too, of course. So, if she does say no, we can still go, just as a friendly outing. Perhaps Uraraka-san would come with us, she said, turning to look at Uraraka. Uraraka blinked once, eyes wide. Oh, sure. Of course. I'm going to wash the spinach, Ida said, keeping his head down as he made a beeline to the sink. I'll help, Uraraka said quickly, hurrying behind him. Yaoyorozu, could I speak with you in private, for just a moment? Todoroki asked. Yaoyorozu smiled nervously. You and Midoriya-san want to speak with me? Certainly. Let's just go into the other room, then. Just you and me. It'll only take a second. Yaoyorozu's eyes flicked over the Midoriya. Following her gaze, Todoroki looked down and noticed Midoriya was frowning a bit, eyebrows furrowed. Before he could even think about what might be bothering him, probably Yaoyorozu, even in his confused state, Midoriya could surely tell she was acting out of character. Yaoyorozu clapped her hands together, gasping slightly. Oh, you want to talk about the surprise? Midoriya's expression relaxed into one of confusion. Surprise? She slapped a hand to her mouth. Oh no, forget I said anything. No surprises here. Come on Todoroki's, let's go talk, she said, grabbing his arm and gently pulling him away. Midoriya reluctantly let go of his hand. Could someone keep an eye on the kettle? Once it boils it really needs to be poured immediately. This tea is delicate, so if the water is too hot, it might ruin the taste. I'll keep an eye on it, Midoriya muttered, eyeing them both with uncertainty. Thank you, Midoriya-san. You're wonderful. I'll have Todoroki-san back to you in just a second. She smiled brightly at him, then pulled Todoroki out of the room. Once they were out of sight and hearing range, she let go of him and slumped against a wall, burying her face in her hands. This is exhausting, she said, her voice muffled by her palms. I'm confused, Todoroki said bluntly. You're acting strangely, and I don't approve of you telling Midoriya or anyone about any conversations we may have had in private concerning my... He paused, making a small noise of frustration, concerning him. I thought you understood that. I know, I'm sorry, she said, letting her hands fall away from her face so she could look at him while they spoke. I'm just so nervous. I hardly know what I'm saying. Nervous about what? Midoriya, she hissed in a whisper. Aizawa-sensei said it's possible he might get jealous and aggressive if we're too friendly to you. And let's face it, I'm the prime target for that. All of your friends are his friends, except maybe Bakugu-san. I honestly don't know if they're friends or not. Am I friends with Bakugu? Todoroki asked, tilting his head a little as he thought about it. Aren't you? I thought you became friends. Todoroki shrugged. Maybe. He yelled at me earlier. He looked to the ceiling, frowning slightly. It was about Midoriya though. He usually yells when speaking of Midoriya. Well, anyway, I like to think you and I are pretty close friends, but I'm certainly not close to Midoriya-san. He probably won't get jealous if you're around Ida-san or Uraraka-san, because he cares so much for them, but he doesn't have that kind of bond with me. I don't want him to get jealous and hate me, she said, wringing her hands. So I thought if I made sure he knew I supported you as a couple, there wouldn't be any problems. We're not a couple, first off. He's just temporarily infatuated with me. I see where you're coming from, but there's a chance this will only last a few days, so even if he disliked you, it shouldn't be a big deal. She was shaking her head as he spoke, but he didn't acknowledge it. I don't see why you didn't just start with mentioning you were a lesbian. That should have solved the issue without bringing me into it. I didn't actually mean to say that, she said, looking at the ground, a light dusting of color on her cheeks. It wasn't planned. Have you told anyone before besides me? She shook her head, keeping her gaze on the floor. Todoroki let that sink in, processing for a few seconds before responding. What was the term for it? Came out. You just came out in front of our classmates, because you were anxious that Midoriya wasn't going to like you for a few days? She buried her face back into her hands and nodded. I can't say I understand that reasoning, he said, but I guess I can sympathize. What was the surprise you mentioned? She peeked out from behind her hands. He looked like he was thinking. He's almost always thinking. He looked like he was thinking something negative. I didn't want him to get the wrong idea about us talking in private, so I tried to make it seem like we were discussing a surprise you had for him. So I need to come up with a surprise now? I'll help you, I promise. He nodded. He'd need help. He didn't know much about romance, and he'd never surprised anyone before. Not purposefully, anyway. He'd accidentally startled Fuyumi and Natsuo before. They both said he walked too quietly, and they couldn't always hear him enter a room. He thought that was a little careless of them. Noticing someone entering a room was basic safety. We need to get back. I can't leave Midoriya for long. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Of course, let's return. When they returned, Ida was cooking the salmon while Uraraka was cutting a pepper and Midoriya was pouring the last cup of tea on one of the nearby tables. He perked up when they entered the room. Shouto, this one is yours, he said, smiling as he gestured to a cup. I know you usually put a little bit of honey in your tea, so I went ahead and added some. I hope you don't mind. He put the teapot down and walked over to him. Once he was in front of him, he started fiddling with Todoroki's shirt, smoothing down imaginary wrinkles and brushing off non-existent lint. Todoroki glanced at Yaoyorozu, hoping for some kind of clue as to what was happening, but she simply smiled at him, biting her bottom lip in that way people did when they were trying not to laugh. He felt like the idea that his classmates weren't going to be helpful during this ordeal was gaining traction. He pulled his attention back to Midoriya. How did you know I put honey in my tea? He asked, genuinely curious. Midoriya shrugged. I just noticed. He hadn't had any tea since the Quirk incident, so Midoriya must have noticed before he was even focused on him. When he thought about it though, that wasn't really surprising. You're really perceptive, Todoroki remarked. The way he analyzed quirks was testament to that. Noticing the small habits of his classmates was probably second nature to someone like Midoriya. About some things, I guess, Midoriya responded, giving him a small smile. Come on, let's help with dinner. But he was supposed to be doing most of the work. Ida wouldn't step away from the salmon. He was wearing an apron that said, hot and spicy, and the food is pretty good too. It was adorned with little chili peppers. When he caught Todoroki looking at it, he became flustered and insisted that it was the only apron he could find in the kitchen. The rice was already in the rice cooker, and nearly finished, so the only thing left to do was to help with the salad. Uraraka paused in her motions and slid a cucumber and avocado toward Todoroki. Can you two cut these? I think Ida-kun is just about done, so once we finish chopping these, we'll pretty much be ready to eat. I can do both, Todoroki said to Midoriya, taking the knife Uraraka passed him. You should sit down and rest. I'm fine. It's just a cucumber, Midoriya said, plucking the knife out of Todoroki's hand. I can't promise even slices though. In elementary school, Kaken would always yell at me when we were in the same group for cooking assignments. He smiled a little, as if the memory of getting yelled at was fond, and began slicing the vegetable. In middle school, no one wanted to be my partner, so I usually worked alone. I had to rush because of that, so I didn't really get much better. His smile widened, though it didn't reach his eyes. That's really just an excuse though. I've helped my mom cook plenty, so it's not like I haven't had practice. Uraraka had handed Todoroki another knife after Midoriya stole his, and he cut the avocado in half and went about removing the pit while he listened. Why did no one want to be your partner? Already Todoroki could tell Midoriya's slices were, as he promised, uneven. It was sort of endearing though. It certainly wasn't the sort of culinary blunder he thought would lead to other students avoiding being his partner. I was really unpopular in middle school. And elementary school, he added as an afterthought. I can't even imagine that, Midoriya-san, Yaoyorozu said, coming up behind him with a strainer filled with freshly washed cherry tomatoes. Everyone seems to like you in our class, and even in some of the other classes. I can't either. Uraraka chimed in, cutting particularly hard at her pepper. You're great, Deku-kun. Midoriya blushed, hyper-focusing on the cucumber to avoid the eyes on him. I wouldn't say I'm popular though. I think everyone here is just really nice. It's because we all want to be heroes, right? Heroes are nice. He stole a quick look at Todoroki. Most of them, I mean. Todoroki smiled a little, catching the allusion to his dad. Most of them, he agreed. Heroes are also brave. Ida added. Perhaps you were unpopular because your classmates were afraid of Bakugo? They might have thought if they associated with you, he'd treat them as he treated you. That makes sense. They probably thought he'd blow them up, Uraraka agreed. Geez, Bakugo. What a stinker. Midoriya laughed. I guess some people might have thought that. I think most just didn't like me though. I was different back then. Different how, if you don't mind me asking? Yaoyorozu asked. Midoriya started slicing slower, his eyes gaining a faraway look. He furrowed his eyebrows. I mean, I didn't have a, he trailed off, ceasing his slicing as he fell into silence. Todoroki noticed his hand was shaking slightly. Midoriya? There was a bead of sweat on his temple. Todoroki reached up to wipe it away and Midoriya started, his hand jerking just a little. He dropped the knife suddenly, sking in a quick breath. Deku-kun, you cut yourself, Uraraka exclaimed. Yeah, Midoriya acknowledged, bringing his finger to his mouth and sking away some of the blossoming blood. Sorry. I don't know what came over me. It's my fault. I shouldn't have touched you so suddenly. I didn't mean to startle you, Todoroki said, taking Midoriya's hand in his own. He swiped his thumb along the cut and a delicate frosting of ice crystallized over it. Oh no, you can touch me as much as you want. I don't mind, Midoriya muttered, turning his finger this way and that, to inspect his ice bandage. Ida made a choking sound while Uraraka started wheezing. I'll go get a band-aid, Yaoyorozu said, grinning cheekily. Todoroki shot her a weak glare. I didn't know you could make ice this thin, Midoriya said, not seeming to notice his other classmates, even as Uraraka started patting Ida on the back. It's just a matter of adjusting the temperature I'm outputting, Todoroki said as he grabbed the knife Midoriya had been using and set it aside. That's really impressive, Midoriya said, smiling up at him. Todoroki averted his gaze, feeling a bit like he was staring at the sun. Not really, he said quietly. I think that's enough cucumber anyway, so why don't you two go sit down and wait for Yaoyorozu-san? Uraraka said. Behind her, Ida seemed to have recovered and was plating the salmon. Ida-kun and I will finish up here. Todoroki didn't argue, taking Midoriya's uninjured hand and walking to the table with him. He sat down where Midoriya had indicated his tea was and Midoriya sat next to him. A few moments later, Yaoyorozu returned with a small bandage and a bottle of antiseptic, which she set on the table. Here, let me see your hand, Midoriya-sen, she said. I'll do it, Todoroki said, opening the bottle and gingerly taking Midoriya's hand in his own. He pressed his thumb to the cut, gently melting the ice. Of course, Yaoyorozu said, smiling as she left them and went to help Uraraka and Ida. You're such a caring person, Midoriya said, watching as Todoroki applied the antiseptic to his finger. Todoroki was silent for a moment, thinking over his response. I don't think I would say that. Or at least, I wouldn't say I'm more caring than most. Midoriya shook his head. But your costume has first aid supplies built in, doesn't it? That's pretty caring. Most heroes don't include things like that. Todoroki wrapped the bandage around his finger, trying to be as gentle as possible. You did. Midoriya looked a little bashful. Well yeah. And who's to say I didn't include those supplies for myself? The bandage was applied, but Todoroki continued holding onto his hand, eyes trained on the bright green strip. Colored band-aids seemed a bit childish to him, but then he also thought it suited 1A to have neon band-aids, rather than plain ones. Did you? He looked up. No. Not really. Midoriya was smiling at him in a way that was making his stomach flip. He let go of his hand and took a sip of his tea. Did your first costume have first aid supplies too? I never really got a good look at it. God, that thing. He didn't want to think about the embarrassment that was his first costume. No. Midoriya scooted his chair a little closer, so their shoulders were touching, then picked up his own tea. What made you think of it? Todoroki stared down at his tea. This was a question he never really expected to be asked. Leave it to Midoriya. It was you. Midoriya looked at him curiously. Me? You mean 'cause you noticed mine on my belt? He shook his head. No. You get hurt a lot because you're reckless. Midoriya pursed his lips. Should've I get lectured enough by All Might? Todoroki gave him a small smile. No one had ever said his name in a whine like that before. It was funny. I didn't say it was a bad thing. It's just part of who you are. But after the sports festival I was thinking about how much you get hurt. I realized you kept first aid supplies in your belt, and I thought, maybe that was why. But then, he paused, turning his teacup in his hands, I thought about how you act, and I realized you would probably use all of your supplies on others before yourself. So your supplies weren't really doing you any good. Wait, so, they're for me? Some of them. I have 5 capsules. I'm hoping you don't ever need all 5. In the back of his mind, he heard the distant voices of children chanting, 5pp man. I might change the design though so they aren't capsules, he said, sighing quietly. Midoriya turned in his seat to better face him. He expected him to say something, but he just leaned forward, dropping his forehead to Todoroki's shoulder. Was he fatigued, perhaps? Midoriya? Midoriya's hands flew up to his temples, shielding his face from view. Don't look at me, I'm blushing. Oh, okay. He didn't realize telling each other not to look when they were blushing was an option. That would have been useful knowledge earlier in the day. Shouto. He responded, taking another sip of his tea. I'm wondering, why would you include something in your costume for me? He just told him that. Did he need to be clearer? Because of your bones, I guess. You break them a lot. I know. Recovery girl scolds me. And Okayasen. That's not what I meant though. I mean, does your costume have components to help any of our other classmates? Oh, no, it doesn't. Midoriya repositioned himself, moving his hands so they were cupped around Todoroki's shoulder, so he could peek over them. Positioned this way, he could look at Todoroki while still keeping most of his face hidden. So, Todoroki looked back at him. So, Midoriya's eyebrows dipped a little, and even without seeing his mouth, Todoroki could tell he was pouting at him. So, why me? Did you maybe, Midoriya's ears were getting red, but Todoroki decided not to point that out to him. Did I what? Midoriya cleared his throat. Did you like me back then maybe? Todoroki had heard people talk about minds coming to a screeching halt before. He'd heard his peers say similar things before. Once in a blue moon, a newscaster said something to that effect, when something unbelievable happened. He'd always thought it was a hyperbolic phrase. Yet, at that moment, his mind most certainly felt halted. He felt like a computer that was rebooting. His silence seemed to fluster Midoriya. I mean, I know after the sports festival is when we became friends, or at least, I think so. I don't really remember when you first had your current costume, but I feel like it was pretty soon after the festival. You had it when we fought Stain, I remember. Though maybe the capsules weren't there yet, but I just thought that maybe that you were thinking of me, of taking care of me like that, or maybe not taking care of me, but well, I don't know. It just seems rather thoughtful, so I thought maybe. As Todoroki's mind slowly started to whir back to life, he realized he was staring directly at Midoriya. He quickly turned his head away. He put his teacup down and laser-focused his attention on it. He trailed off, unsure of what to say. He wasn't even really sure of the answer himself. Did he like Midoriya then? He thought so. He couldn't say that to Midoriya though. You came to save me when I was fighting Stain. Of course what are you guys talking about? Uraraka said, approaching from behind them, holding the salad bowl against her hip and balancing a large bowl of rice in her other hand, carefully keeping her pinkies lifted away from both bowls. She set them both down on the table. What are you doing, Deku-kun? Hiding, Midoriya answered. How come? She asked as she took a seat across from him. Shouto said something endearing. She raised an eyebrow, glancing at Todoroki. Endearing enough to require recovery time? Midoriya nodded into his shoulder and Uraraka laughed. Well, Todoroki-kun does seem like a very honest person. I guess I can see how blunt honesty might fluster someone like you. Is being honest bad? Todoroki asked. He didn't particularly see the point in lying. Even if it was to spare someone's feelings, the truth would come out eventually anyway. Keeping track of lies also seemed stressful. Perhaps she meant he voiced his opinions too frequently? Did he talk too much? No, not at all. Deku-kun likes that you're honest. Midoriya finally lowered his hands away from his face, wrapping them instead around Todoroki's bicep and pressing his cheek against his shoulder. I do, he said, pressing a chaste kiss against his shoulder. Todoroki was debating on whether or not he should ask Uraraka how she knew what Midoriya liked about him. Though, with the quirk in effect, Midoriya would probably say he liked everything about him, when Yaoyorozu approached, carrying a stack of plates and chopsticks. Ida trailed behind her with the salmon on a small platter. What were you saying earlier, Midoriya? Yaoyorozu asked as she handed out plates. You were telling us about how you were different in middle school. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot, Uraraka said. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, Todoroki pointed out. Midoriya's response earlier seemed off to him. It was almost as if he was struggling to speak. Oh no, it's fine, Midoriya said, shooting him a smile. He let go of his biceps so he could start putting food on his plate. I was just saying that I didn't have. His gaze seemed to get lost again, but only for a split second. He refocused on Yaoyorozu and smiled at her. I didn't have good control of my quirk. My quirk is a little hard on my body, so I have to keep my muscle mass up. Ida hummed in thought. You did hurt yourself quite a bit when we first started school. So the damage would have been worse if you were less muscular. Oh yeah, a lot worse. And for most of my life I was really skinny. My body couldn't handle a quirk like that. Ah, so that's why you seemed like you were still figuring your quirk out back then? Ida mused aloud. I started working out my last year of middle school. You're so buff now though. I can't even picture you without muscles. You think he's buff too, right Todoroki? Uraraka said, smiling innocently, too innocently, at him. Todoroki narrowed his eyes suspiciously at her. Why was she putting him on the spot? I guess I would say he's solid. Yaoyorozu had taken a seat next to Uraraka and they both turned towards each other, giggling quietly. In that moment, Todoroki vaguely felt like he was seated, not with friends, but with enemies. Solid, huh? There's certainly nothing wrong with that, Yaoyorozu said, still giggling. Todoroki shoved some rice in his mouth and glowered silently at her. I think you're solid too, Shouto, Midoriya said. Todoroki choked on his rice. You must have worked incredibly hard to get to your current weight, if you were so thin to start, Ida said, not paying attention to the sidetrack in the conversation. May I ask how much you used to weigh? Midoriya looked up in thought, while simultaneously rubbing his hand up and down Todoroki's back. I think I was around 49 kilos? This time it was Uraraka who choked on her food. 49? That's less than my current weight. How tall are you, Midoriya-san? 165 centimeters, Midoriya answered. Smaller than me, but with 9 more centimeters of height. Deku-kun, you must have been skin and bone. Ida pushed up his glasses. Indeed, 49 kilos is underweight for someone of your height. Why do you know that, Ida-kun? That's such random information to have. I agree with Ida. It's impressive that you were able to gain so much in muscle in such a short time span, Todoroki said. You must have worked really hard. Midoriya looked down at his food, looking bashfully pleased at the compliment. Well, I guess yeah. I had a good support system, so that helped. What happened when you got your quirk, though? Don't tell me you broke all of your bones when you were a 4-year-old, Uraraka asked, looking concerned. Midoriya laughed, waving his hands in front of himself. No, that would be awful. I actually didn't realize I had a quirk for a long time, so I was fine. You didn't realize? Todoroki asked. Is that why Bakugo was surprised when you used it during the fitness test? Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. He'd never seen me use it before. Is your quirk perhaps conditional, then? Yaoyorozu asked. Conditional quirks were really the only quirks that went undetected past the age of 4. Midoriya colored a bit. Why? It is. I didn't know that. Uraraka exclaimed. What's the condition? You always seem to just use it whenever you want. Midoriya's blush deepened. I can. The condition is, it's something I can do. It's just, it involves feeling a certain way while, tensing a certain muscle. That's all. A certain muscle? Realization dawned over Todoroki and he spoke before he could think better of it. Oh, I did notice you would tense your, he clamped his mouth shut. Never mind, he said, staring intently at his food. He shoved a generous serving of the salad into his mouth, as if trying to ensure his own silence. Tense what? Uraraka asked. Todoroki risked a glance at Midoriya to see if he'd put together the fact that he'd basically just admitted to staring at his butt. And of course, never one to disappoint, Midoriya was staring at him, eyes wide and face so red he was nearly fluorescent. Tense what? Uraraka asked again, eyes flicking between the two of them. You noticed? Midoriya squeaked out. Todoroki, keeping his eyes averted from Midoriya, shoved some salmon into his mouth, despite the fact that he was still chewing spinach. It's your butt, isn't it? Uraraka whispered, leaning closer to them and narrowing her eyes. Next to Midoriya, Ida spit out his tea, while Yaoyorozu clapped her hands over her mouth, eyes wide. Uraraka-kun, that's none of our business. Ida reprimanded as he hastily cleaned up the mess he'd made. Midoriya put his hands up, both shielding his face and making a barrier between himself and Uraraka. It's my legs. My calves. Todoroki glanced at Midoriya again and found him staring at him from behind his hand barrier. There was something akin to wonder in his gaze, mixed in with the mortification. Todoroki put another piece of salmon in his mouth. Uraraka leaned back slowly, eyeing them both with suspicion. Your calves. Well, next time you activate your quirk, mister, you can bet that I'll be watching. And I won't be watching your calves, that's for sure, she said dryly. Uraraka-kun, please, this is harassment. Is not. We're his best friends, Ida-kun. We have privileges. You can look too, you know. Please don't, Midoriya said, pushing his plate aside so he could drop his head to the table. You have my word, Midoriya-kun. I promise I will not stare at your posterior. Midoriya groaned. Your loss, Uraraka said as she drank some of her tea. You can appreciate a friend's but without coveting it. That's what I always say. You always say that? Always. The salmon is really well seasoned, Todoroki said, finally swallowing his food. Thank you, Todoroki-kun. Smooth subject change, Uraraka muttered. I agree. It's good, Ida-kun, Midoriya said through a yawn as he picked his head up off the table and dragged his plate back towards himself. You look tired, Midoriya-san, Yaoyorozu said, watching him sympathetically. It must have been a rather trying day for you, Ida agreed. I'm fine, he said, giving a reassuring smile. Once you're done eating, why don't you and Todoroki-san go to bed? We can handle the dishes, Yaoyorozu said. That's right. We'll put your name on the leftovers, Deku-kun. There's juice in the fridge for you too. I can put your name on the oranges too, if you want. You don't have to put my name on anything, really. It wouldn't be right to leave you all with the cleanup, Todoroki said. Beside him, Midoriya yawned again. It's fine, Todoroki-kun, Ida said. We're the ones who sprung dinner on you both. Besides, it's important that Midoriya-kun get rest. Fine, Midoriya repeated, putting down his chopsticks and leaning against Todoroki. He turned his face into his shoulder and closed his eyes. Just give me a minute, he said, yawning again. Todoroki wrapped an arm around his waist to ensure he didn't fall. You should take him to bed, Todoroki-kun. He usually gets up at 5 to run, so he's been up for a while anyway. We can handle cleaning up, Uraraka said. There isn't a lot we can do for him to help, so at least let us do this much. Midoriya cracked open his eyes. Running, he said through a yawn. Shouto, I have to get up early tomorrow. You should come. Thank you, all of you, Todoroki said, taking Midoriya's arm and pulling him up. Let me know if there's anything I can do to repay the favor. Midoriya, he said, putting a hand on his cheek and gently turning his face up so he could make sure he was listening to him. You can't go running tomorrow morning. Midoriya blinked a few times, the sleep clearing from his eyes. What? No, I have to. You should come. It's nice. One time I saw a baby rabbit. I remember. You sent me a picture, he said. You're sick though. Come on, let's go to bed. Midoriya frowned and pulled out his phone, letting Todoroki pull him along. I'll text All Might. He'll say it's fine. You and All Might text? Sometimes, he said, tapping away at his phone, trusting Todoroki to guide him as they walked. I sent him a picture of the rabbit too, that one time. I just sent him the rabbit though. I sent you a selfie. Setting the notion that Midoriya was apparently regularly texting All Might aside for now, Todoroki focused on the information that he'd texted them separate pictures. Why didn't you just send us the same picture? Taking two probably interrupted your run. Midoriya put his phone back in his pocket as they stepped into the elevator. Just a little. I guess I just wanted to send you a selfie. I was wondering what you'd say. An uncomfortable dread filled his stomach. What did I say? Nothing, Midoriya said, laughing uneasily. Todoroki winced. He had a feeling that was the case. I'm sorry. I'm not the best with texting. I don't always know what to say. It's fine. It wasn't a good picture anyway. I'm sure I looked gross from running. I shouldn't have sent it. The elevator dinged and they stepped out. I thought it was a good picture. I was glad you sent it. I saved it, he admitted as he crossed to his bedroom door and opened it. Midoriya followed him inside. You saved it? Todoroki's feeling of dread started to increase. Yeah. Is that bad? Midoriya shook his head. No, not at all. I'd save a selfie too, if you sent me one. I'm just surprised, he said, ducking his head down and smiling to himself. It was a good picture, Todoroki repeated. I like it when you send me pictures. Midoriya had sent him exactly 3 selfies since they'd become friends, and he'd saved them all. He'd also sent him pictures of random things. Once he'd sent him a picture of bootleg All Might and Endeavor action figures he'd found in a store. They were very poorly made. He'd texted some Might and Endeavor along with the photo, which he thought was funny. Midoriya let the subject drop and they both started getting ready for bed. While Midoriya was brushing his teeth, All Might evidently texted him back, which was still a little mind-boggling. Midoriya made a noise of frustration, then spit out his toothpaste and grumbled an unfair while he tapped away at his phone, so Todoroki assumed All Might had told him he wasn't allowed to run. Changed into a plain white t-shirt and boxers, Midoriya set his phone down on Todoroki's desk before sitting down on the futon, which Todoroki had unfolded while Midoriya was brushing his teeth. What side do you usually sleep on? Midoriya asked. Todoroki thought about it. I think I'm usually pretty close to the middle. Sometimes I wake up on the left side though, he answered as he pulled his extra duvet, kept for the winter, out of the closet and deposited it on the floor next to the futon. Midoriya scooted back a bit, so he was seated on the right side of the futon. Have you ever thought about whether you'd prefer being the big or little spoon before? Todoroki dropped his pillow on the floor. Spoon? Yeah. When I was a little younger, I think I assumed I'd be the big spoon. But once I actually thought about it a bit, I thought being the little spoon sounded sort of nice too. I've never actually done it though. Both ways are probably nice, I think. Todoroki had no idea what he was talking about. I'm not sure I follow, he said as he got on the floor and started arranging his duvet. It was large enough that he could fold it in half and essentially create a makeshift sleeping bag. What does it mean to be a spoon? What are you doing? Midoriya asked, ignoring his question. Todoroki sat down atop the duvet, keeping the top half folded down. Getting ready for bed? Should I turn the light off now? He said, already reaching up for the lamp on his desk. Midoriya started tapping his thumbs together. I thought that we can share the futon, can't we? You don't have to sleep on the floor. I don't mind, he said as he switched the light off. You'll probably sleep more comfortably, with more room to yourself. But... He waited for him to continue, but he remained silent. Eventually he shifted into a lying position, pulling the covers over his body. Todoroki did the same. Is everything okay? Midoriya paused before answering. Yeah. Fine. Maybe he was worried about his fever? I'll be right here if you need me. My body temperature usually lowers when I'm asleep, so the room should stay somewhat cool. Do you feel feverish now? In the dark, Todoroki saw Midoriya turn so he was lying on his stomach, then wrap his arms around his pillow. I feel fine. Todoroki felt uneasy. Something seemed wrong, but he didn't know what. Will you wake me up if you think it's getting worse? Midoriya turned his head to face him. Shouto. Can I ask you something? Sure. How would you? I mean, if someone asked you to describe our relationship, what would you say? Describe our relationship? I'm not really sure what you mean. Like, if someone said, what is Midoriya to you? What would you say? Todoroki still felt like he was missing some part of this question, but he did his best to answer honestly. I'd say you were my friend. A very dear friend. Midoriya was silent for several seconds, before he finally muttered, I see, at just above a whisper. Midoriya? In the dark, he could just make out Midoriya's smile. I'm grateful to be your friend, Shouto. Yeah, same, he said quietly, watching him with concern. Are you sure you're okay? I'm totally fine. Quite worrying or you won't be able to sleep, he said, shooting him one last large smile before turning again, so his face was turned away from him. Good night. Todoroki watched him for a few more seconds, not really sure what he was looking for. Midoriya didn't move though, so maybe he really was just worrying too much? Good night, he said. When Todoroki woke up, it wasn't to his alarm, but to something else. A sort of deep, stuttering sound. He blinked sleepily. It sort of sounded like a person gasping for breath. A few seconds passed like that, with him lying there in a fog. And then suddenly, like a flip had switched in his brain, his eyes widened. He shot up out of his makeshift bed and clambered to his knees, at Midoriya's side in an instant. Midoriya? He was drenched with sweat. At some point in the night he must have thrown the covers off, but the futon itself was visibly damp with perspiration and his clothes and hair were plastered to his skin. Todoroki quickly gathered the shorter boy into his arms, letting his head rest against his chest. At the movement, Midoriya groaned softly, then blearily opened his eyes. Wah, he murmured. Shouto. Why didn't you wake me up? Todoroki snapped as he pulled Midoriya closer. Slipping an arm under his knees, he scooped him into his arms and carried him into the bathroom, gently depositing him on the floor, so his back was against the tub. He then went to the sink and quickly soaked a washcloth in cold water. Kneeling down next to him, Todoroki put his right hand on the side of Midoriya's neck, keeping it just a little cooler than his normal temperature, then began using the washcloth to wipe the sweat from Midoriya's face with his free hand. Midoriya watched him through half-lidded eyes as he panted for breath. Shouto. You'll get better, so don't worry, he said as he passed the cloth over his forehead. I'll take care of you. Midoriya reached up and weakly grasped Todoroki's wrist, halting his movements. Shouto, I like you so much. Shouto sighed. Some of his initial panic started to fade away. I know, he said as he gently pried Midoriya's hand away so he could finish wiping his face. Midoriya watched him steadily, the flush of his face making his eyes look unnaturally bright. I wanted to tell you. I've always wanted to tell you. Since that day. Shouto smiled ruefully. Yesterday, you mean? You already told me, remember? Midoriya's breathing seemed to be getting more steady, but he looked awful. Todoroki removed his right hand from Midoriya's neck so he could wipe off the sweat there, as well as his collar. Once he was done, he let himself take a moment to study Midoriya's face. Gently, he ran his thumb under one of his eyes. Did you sleep at all? He asked. He had dark bags under his eyes. A little, I think, Midoriya answered quietly, dropping his gaze. Todoroki sighed, frustrated with himself. He should have made certain Midoriya was asleep before he went to sleep himself. He'd been careless. I'm going to take off your shirt. You're drenched. I can do it, Midoriya said, still speaking at just above a whisper. Todoroki wondered if speaking was difficult for him. As soon as he seemed capable of standing, they'd have to get some fluids in him. Midoriya leaned away from the tub, wobbling dangerously until Todoroki steadied him. He didn't say anything as he pulled his shirt off, keeping his eyes averted from Todoroki as he did so. He leaned back against the tub and Todoroki began wiping away the sweat on his torso. Once he was done, he placed his right hand against Midoriya's forehead, then moved it to his cheek, and then quickly passed over his chest and stopped on his bicep. Inwardly, he cursed himself for not asking Recovery Girl for a thermometer. How was he supposed to know if his fever was going down? "Are you feeling any better?" he asked, because that was all he could do. Midoriya gave a slight nod, though his eyes were downcast and overall, he still looked awful. His face was already getting coated in another film of sweat. Contact was the only thing that would help though, he knew that. Todoroki moved so he was directly beside Midoriya, then wrapped his arms around him, pulling him close. They stayed like that for a few minutes, sitting in silence. Todoroki ran his hand through Midoriya's hair, despite the fact that it was still wet with sweat. When Midoriya's breathing appeared completely normal, Todoroki asked him again, though not as sharply, "Why didn't you wake me up?" To his surprise, instead of a direct answer, Midoriya shifted his position, stumbling forward so that he was no longer sitting against the tub, but rather on his knees and leaning against Todoroki. He buried his face into his chest, hiding himself from view. His shoulders began to shake and his breathing started to stutter, shifting into soft gasps and hiccups. This wasn't Midoriya's normal crying, which was sometimes so violent it seemed like a quirk in of itself, but something softer and more vulnerable. He didn't know what to say. How could he, when he didn't know why he was crying? So he just held him close and let him cry. He wasn't sure how long they sat like that, but eventually Midoriya's cries quieted. He turned his face, cheek pressed against the plane of Todoroki's chest, but kept his gaze fixed on the wall. "I'm sorry," he rasped quietly. "Don't apologize," Todoroki said, though he wasn't even really sure what he was apologizing for. Whatever it was though, he felt confident Midoriya wasn't at fault. "You're mad at me," Midoriya said. "I'm not." He inwardly cursed at himself. He was just so bad at this. "I'm sorry if I sounded angry earlier. I was just worried." Midoriya didn't say anything, so Todoroki had to hope that he believed him. He was mad at himself, sure, but not Midoriya. Once more, he ran his hand over Midoriya's face. This time there was a noticeable difference in temperature. "Do you think you can stand?" he asked, trying to brush some of Midoriya's hair away from his face. Even when wet, it was a bit unruly and uncooperative. Midoriya nodded, so Todoroki stood after gently disentangling himself from Midoriya's arms. He took Midoriya's hands and helped him up, holding on to him when he stumbled upon standing. "You okay?" Midoriya nodded again, staying silent. Todoroki felt something inside him squirm unpleasantly. He wasn't sure what exactly was going through Midoriya's mind, what the quirk was making him think, but he hoped it passed soon. Seeing Midoriya so dejected was painful. "You need to drink something." The others said they left juice in the fridge. He let his eyes roam down Midoriya's figure. His chest was glistening just faintly with a light sheen of new sweat, and the waist of his boxers was wet with perspiration. Holding Midoriya's hand, he led him to his dresser. He rooted around until he found a pair of gym shorts. "Here, put these on just while we head to the kitchen. You can shower once you've had something to drink." Midoriya nodded, still silent as ever as he put on the shorts. He was shirtless, but Todoroki figured that wasn't a big deal. The entire class had seen him shirtless at one point or another already, and besides, it was still early. The chances of anyone even being up seemed slim. On the way to the kitchen, Todoroki forewent holding hands in favor of wrapping an arm around Midoriya's shoulders. This way he could keep Midoriya close to him and maximize their contact. He thought maybe Midoriya would be happy. Their positions seemed rather couple-like to him, but he stared at the floor, looking like he was lost in thought. "You guys are up early." Todoroki turned his attention away from Midoriya. Kirishima was in the kitchen, adding protein powder to a blender bottle. "I didn't think anyone else would be up," Todoroki remarked, not particularly happy to see his classmate. "I like working out early. It helps me focus in class," he said, twisting the lid on his bottle and shaking it. "You guys don't look like you planned on being up though," he said, grinning. "Nice bedhead by the way, Todoroki. Very secretary." He looked over to Midoriya, perhaps intrigued by how quiet he was being, and found green eyes already focused on him. The smile dropped off his face. "Oh, right. Hey Midoriya. Sorry man. The CC comment, I didn't mean it. I was just joking. I think Todoroki's bedhead looks bad. Personally. Not that I'm trying to diss him." Kirishima laughed nervously, shaking his bottle harder. "It's just, well, I like blondes. Yeah, that's it. Gotta be blonde for me. You know that. Remember?" Todoroki might have taken some time to ponder over the implication Kirishima was making, that he and Midoriya had discussed what physical traits they found attractive before, but his thoughts were broken when Midoriya leaned away from him. "Midoriya?" he questioned. Was he upset? Recover Girl did say he might get jealous. But how jealous? "It's fine, Kirishima-kun. I understand. Shouto is secretary. And nice. and smart. Everyone probably likes him. Kirishima set his bottle down and took a step towards them. Hey, you okay? Midoriya nodded, though his chest was hitching and his eyes were already welling with tears. I'm fine. Everyone likes Shouto, so he can be with whoever he wants. The tears spilled over. At his sides, his hands balled up into fists. He can be with anyone, he choked out. Midoriya. Todoroki hesitantly placed a hand on his back. There isn't. And he chose you. Kirishima cut him off, taking another nervous step forward. If he could have anyone and he chose you, that's pretty awesome, right? Midoriya responded with a loud sob, dropping into a crouch and folding his arms over his knees so he could better hide his face. He shook his head back and forth a few times, presumably in response to Kirishima's question, but he didn't say anything. He'd just gotten him to stop crying. He was feverish and exhausted and needed to conserve his energy, yet here he was, already crying again. Todoroki? He took a deep, steadying breath, then turned to look at Kirishima. Kirishima wilted under his stare. Your arm. His arm was crusting over with ice. He could feel it. Keeping his gaze on Kirishima, he made a fist and flexed. Most of the ice snapped off and fell to the floor with a light shattering sound. Look man, I'm sorry, Kirishima said, almost pouting. I don't want to hurt Midoriya, you know that. Todoroki took another deep breath and finally looked away from Kirishima. He was right. His anger was misplaced. This was all the quirk at work. He knelt down next to Midoriya and placed a hand on his arm. Kirishima. Kirishima jumped, though Todoroki was too distracted by Midoriya to notice. Yeah. There's juice in the fridge with his name on it. Get it for me. Right. On it, he said, bolting towards the fridge. Midoriya, Todoroki said softly. Carefully, he pulled one of Midoriya's arms away, trying to see his face. Hey, you shouldn't cry. Kirishima is wrong, okay? Midoriya peered up at him, tears tracking down his face. He sniffed loudly and shook his head again. Todoroki reached forward and placed a hand on Midoriya's cheek, trying to coax him out of the ball he'd made of himself. There's no one else I like. Not at all. Midoriya's eyebrows drew together slightly. He hiccuped. No one else? No one else, he confirmed. Midoriya brought a hand up to cover the one Todoroki had against his cheek. He closed his eyes and took a steadying breath. Todoroki smiled. He wasn't crying anymore. Above him, Kirishima coughed. Juice? He said, awkwardly holding out a large plastic bottle of strawberry mango juice. Stuck to the bottle was a pink sticky note that said, Deku, accompanied by a heart. Below the name, in smaller, less flowy writing was written, please do not consume unless you're Midoriya. Todoroki took the juice with his free hand. There should be oranges somewhere. Find them and grab me too. Please, Midoriya added, glancing up at Kirishima with red-rimmed eyes. Right, 2 oranges. Gonna find 2 oranges, he said as he backtracked into the kitchen. Once Kirishima gets the oranges, let's head back to my room, okay? You can eat there. I'll call Recovery Girl and ask her to excuse us both from class today. Midoriya hiccuped again, eyes widening. No, I want to go to class. Todoroki stood, grabbing Midoriya's hands once more so he could help him up. You're exhausted. You won't be able to concentrate. You should rest. Midoriya shook his head. No, I'll be fine. I'm good at concentrating. Hey guys, Kirishima interrupted awkwardly, holding out 2 oranges. Here's your oranges. Todoroki took them, placing them both in one of the pockets of his sweatpants. Thanks. Kirishima shuffled from one foot to the other, looking unsure of what to do with himself. Well, if you guys are good. We are. Cool. I'll just get going then. Sorry, Midoriya, for saying dumb stuff. We're cool, right? Midoriya gave a small nod, accompanied by an even smaller hiccup. Yeah, of course. Kirishima flashed him a sharp smile. Great. Hey, once you're better, how about we go for a snack sprint? Midoriya smiled, giving a slight laugh. Sure, that'll be nice. They started to head back to Todoroki's room. Once Todoroki was sure Kirishima was out of earshot, he asked, snack sprint. Midoriya grinned at the ground, scratching at his cheek self-consciously. That's just what we call it when we run together. Todoroki didn't realize they ran together. Maybe he should take up running in the morning as well, since Midoriya was apparently okay with having running companions. Assuming Midoriya still wanted to be friends with him after all of this was done. At the rate he was going, he certainly wouldn't be surprised if Midoriya wanted nothing to do with him once he was free of the quirk. He twisted the cap off the bottle of juice. Why do you call it that? Midoriya accepted the offered juice and took a swig. It's, well, the sprint part is just because we're running. Todoroki watched him, waiting for the rest of the explanation. Midoriya colored, then hiccuped. Well, whenever we run together, it's usually to talk about guys. Guys? Todoroki tried to process that. Midoriya and Kirishima were going on runs to talk about guys? Like guys? Yeah, I guess. It's really just you and Kaken. But you're both guys. Todoroki stopped walking, mind reeling. Midoriya stopped too, watching him curiously for a second before his eyebrows shot up. Oh, that's a secret by the way. Please don't mention it. But Kogu? He asked, mouth feeling dry. Midoriya nodded. I mean, I guess it's kind of obvious. But maybe not to him, so don't say anything. I don't want either of them angry at you because of something I said. Wait. Slowly, he started walking again, Midoriya continuing alongside him. Who is talking about Bakugo? Kirishima-kun, Midoriya said, giving him an odd look. Who else? That is kind of obvious once you think about it, he agreed. He hadn't realized his heart rate had increased, but he noticed now that it was going back down. For a moment there, he'd thought. Did you think I meant me? Midoriya asked, grinning incredulously as they reached the door. Todoroki opened the door, letting Midoriya in first. I guess I jumped to conclusions, he admitted, closing the door behind him. I was worried. Worried that I liked Kaken? Midoriya asked, smiling slightly as he held his juice to his chest. Yeah, I guess so, he admitted. He didn't really want to explain the feeling of horror and jealousy that had washed over him. If Midoriya remembered this conversation later and asked about it, he'd explain that he meant he was worried for Midoriya because Bakugo didn't seem like a healthy romantic interest for him. It was a true enough statement, in his opinion. Todoroki sat down at his desk and started peeling one of the oranges. Midoriya sat down on the futon, watching him while he sipped at his juice. Midoriya had said they talked about himself and Bakugo. That was probably the quirk affecting his recollections though. He wondered who Midoriya actually talked about during his snacks and sprints with Kirishima. Speaking of, so, he began, handing Midoriya a peeled orange. What do snacks have to do with guys? Midoriya choked on his juice a little, thumping his chest a few times before taking the offered orange. Well, that's... He didn't continue, his cheeks lighting up as he focused all of his attention on the orange. Do you get food when you're done? Midoriya shook his head. No, it's they're snacks, that is, snacks is a slang term. For what? Midoriya fiddled with the orange in his hands. Attractive people? Physically, that's not to say a person who's a snack can't also be attractive in personality. But, the term is just for, looks, I think. Todoroki thought about it for a moment, but had trouble figuring out the connection. Why? He pondered, more to himself than to Midoriya. Some snacks are visually pleasing, I suppose, but not all. But I guess most people enjoy snacks. Is that why? Midoriya was practically glowing red by this point. Something like that. Todoroki was still curious, but he wasn't one to let his curiosity get the better of him. He decided to drop the subject, since Midoriya seemed flustered. He'd ask Yaoyorozu to explain it to him later. He decided to just move on to a new topic. Do you like coffee? Midoriya looked up, noticeably relieved at the topic change. Yeah, coffee is okay, as long as it's not the really bitter kind. Why? If you really want to try to go to class, you'll probably need something to help you stay awake. After we shower and stuff, we can go to that Starbucks across the street. Midoriya seemed to perk up at the suggestion. Okay. Todoroki had never gone to Starbucks before, but he was almost positive they had pastries and things like that, which would probably also be good. Midoriya would likely need carbs to help him get through the day, in addition to the caffeine. Ideally some protein as well. To be honest, he expected to leave class early, but they might as well try to get through as much of the day as they could. They finished eating, then Todoroki suggested Midoriya shower first. Like the previous day, he found himself hovering by the door, though this time he paid mind not to lean against it and trap Midoriya inside. Once Midoriya had finished and he'd taken his own turn, he emerged from the bathroom in just a towel. Midoriya had already changed into his uniform and was putting on his tie. Todoroki watched him for a few seconds. Midoriya's tie was always something he'd been curious about. Why did he tie it so short? Was there something wrong with it? Did he just prefer the way it looked? It only took a few seconds for it to become abundantly clear that Midoriya simply had no clue what he was doing. It was honestly kind of endearing. Here, let me, he said as he approached Midoriya and began undoing the mess he'd made. He made quick work of tying it properly, running a hand down the length once he was done to ensure it was laying flat. When he finally looked up, it was to find Midoriya watching him intently, eyes wide and curious. When their eyes locked, Midoriya smiled, his cheeks tinging pink. Thanks. Todoroki looked away, his own face growing warm. Getting caught up in Midoriya's smile made him feel like he was being charmed by a magic spell. It was a little frightening, but enchanting nonetheless. Don't mention it, he murmured, stepping away so he could get dressed himself. Once he'd gathered his clothes, he held them and stared at Midoriya, waiting for him to turn around. He seemed lost in thought though. He tried to catch his eye, but he was staring forward, eyes level with his torso. Midoriya, he finally said. Midoriya looked up. Could you turn around for a second, while I change? Midoriya flushed bright red and immediately spun on his heel. Right? Of course. Sorry. It's fine, Todoroki said absent-mindedly as he started to change. Once he was done, he crossed the room to Midoriya and placed a hand on his shoulder. When Midoriya turned to face him, he placed his other hand to his forehead. Shouto. Just checking. You looked a little red. I'm fine, Midoriya muttered, looking down. You ready to go? Yeah. The Starbucks was just a short walk away. Clearly someone thought putting a coffee shop within walking distance of a school was a smart business move. Judging by how frequently Todoroki saw UA students with coffee in hand, he assumed it was a good call. They made it there with no issues, holding hands as they walked. There was a bit of a line, but Todoroki didn't mind. They were early enough that a wait wouldn't make them late for class. While they were standing, Midoriya shifted his grip, so he was holding Todoroki's arm and resting his head against his shoulder. He took advantage of the wait to rest his eyes, shuffling forward whenever Todoroki did. Do you like blueberry muffins? Todoroki asked, glancing over the food options while they waited. Midoriya agreed, nuzzling his face against Todoroki's shoulder. What about pumpkin bread? During fall, Midoriya mumbled. It was currently fall, so that was good. Sausage or bacon? Yeah. Todoroki glanced down at him. Both. I like both. Do you like eggs? Midoriya hummed an affirmative and Todoroki nodded thoughtfully. What about you? Midoriya asked, opening his eyes a bit and yawning. I like all of those things too. Midoriya didn't say anything, but Todoroki felt him smile against his shoulder. How may I help you? The barista asked, when it was finally their turn. What's your strongest coffee that isn't bitter? I would recommend our blonde cafe Americano, for something strong and a little sweet, the barista said with a smile. Thank you. I'll have a bacon, sausage and egg wrap, a blueberry muffin, a slice of pumpkin bread, an extra large blonde cafe Americano, and a large black coffee. Shouto, that's a lot, isn't it? Yeah, give me a second, the barista agreed as she punched something into her register. For the coffees, did you mean venti and grande? I meant what I said. Midoriya tugged at his sleeve. Starbucks doesn't have normal sizes. I think venti is the biggest. And grande is second largest? That's right, the barista agreed. At least for hot drinks. Wasn't it obvious that's what I wanted then? We have to ask, sir. I think it's a job thing, Midoriya said. I see. I'm sorry. It's fine, the barista said, laughing a bit. She stopped and looked at them both curiously. Hey, don't I know you? She asked Todoroki. No. She hummed in thought, but seemed to give up quickly on placing his face. Did you want cream or sugar with the black coffee? Todoroki was struck speechless for a moment. So, it's black. You'd be surprised the people that want cream in their black coffee, the barista explained with a tired smile. Can I have your name, please? Why? It's another job thing, Midoriya said. Todoroki made a sound of frustration. Why was Starbucks so complicated? Todoroki, he said, voice clipped. Oh, I knew I recognized you. You're Endeavor's kid. And you, she said, pointing to Midoriya, didn't you fight each other during the sports festival? I watched it on TV. The people in line behind them were murmuring. Todoroki closed his eyes, breathing in deeply to maintain his composure. Miss, we need to get to class, Midoriya said. He was absent-mindedly making small circles on Todoroki's arm with his thumb as he spoke. Todoroki thought it was kind of soothing. Right, sorry, she said as she scribbled Todoroki onto a large cup. She picked up a slightly smaller one. And the name for this one? Each cup got its own name? This place made no sense. Aizawa, he said. Aizawa-sensei? Midoriya asked, glancing up at him. We aren't supposed to have coffee in class, but I don't want you to have to rush drinking yours. I'm sure he'll take a bribe. Midoriya laughed lightly. Wow, bribing the teacher? What a delinquent. Todoroki smiled. Only for you. Todoroki paid, despite Midoriya's protests, and they were told to wait until their order was ready. After a short time, Todoroki's name was called and he collected everything, handing Midoriya his coffee before reaching in the bag of food and pulling out the breakfast sandwich. Do you mind walking and eating? Midoriya shook his head, accepting the sandwich. No, it's fine. We'll be late otherwise. They were unable to hold hands, since Midoriya's hands were both full. Todoroki held Aizawa's coffee in one hand and cradled the bag of food in the crook of his elbow, freeing up his other hand so he could drape his arm over Midoriya's shoulders while they walked. Midoriya took a sip of his coffee, smiling down at the lid. Aren't you going to eat Shouto? No, I usually don't eat much in the morning. I'm fine. What's the extra food for, then? Aizawa-sensei? Todoroki raised an eyebrow. Wasn't it obvious? It's all for you. Midoriya almost dropped his sandwich, but managed to save it. For me? Yeah, you didn't sleep well. Extra carbs should give you a little more energy, while the caffeine should keep you awake. I figured it'd help you get through the day. Midoriya ducked his head down, but he couldn't hide the large grin on his face. You're really thoughtful, you know? Not always, he admitted truthfully, but maybe more so since meeting you. You're thoughtful as well. Midoriya blushed but didn't protest the compliment. Do you want to try my coffee? He asked, changing topics. He lifted the cup a bit, so it was closer to Todoroki. It's good. I've never had this kind before. That's very thoughtful of you, Todoroki responded cheekily, while he bent down and took a sip. Midoriya laughed, which made him feel sort of proud that he'd made it happen. I don't know how thoughtful it is, when you're the one who paid, Midoriya said, but he was smiling cheerily. It's not bad, Todoroki said, of the coffee. Thank you for getting all of this for me, Midoriya said, and to Todoroki it felt like he might have leaned a little closer to him. You didn't have to. I wanted to. Midoriya glanced at him quickly, returning his gaze to his cup. Would it be okay, would you mind if I know you said you wanted boundaries with kissing, especially in public, but could I maybe kiss you? On the cheek. Todoroki stumbled a bit, but caught himself before he fell or spilled Aizawa's coffee. Are you all right? Yes, he said, clearing his throat. To both, he added. Both. Your questions. It took Midoriya a second to understand what he meant, but once he did he lit up, beaming. They both stopped walking for a brief moment, and Midoriya didn't waste any time pressing a kiss to his cheek. Once he was done, he leaned forward and sort of bumped the bridge of his nose against the spot he just kissed. It reminded Todoroki of how a cat would nuzzle against someone. It was adorable and made him feel like he was going to die. But in a good way. He was doing his best to ignore how much he loved this. He'd never walked with someone like this before, pressed together so closely. He'd never wanted to. But with Midoriya, it was like a dream. He loved feeling him pressed against his side. He loved how having his arm around Midoriya's shoulders made him feel kind of like Midoriya was his, even though he knew Midoriya wasn't a thing to claim, but he just liked the idea that other people might look at them and realize Midoriya wasn't available romantically because he was under his arm. He loved that Midoriya was letting him hold him like this, and he loved taking sips of the same coffee, from the same straw, and he just loved how casual yet utterly NTMT it all was. He loved it too much, so it was very important that he remind himself that it wasn't real. He couldn't let himself get caught up in the facade. It'd just make things harder, once Midoriya got better. Midoriya had leaned away and they'd started walking again, Midoriya alternating between sipping at his coffee and eating his sandwich. I'm really happy right now, Midoriya said, partially echoing his thoughts. I'm sorry I was such a mess this morning. I don't even really remember why I was crying so much. It's weird. Maybe your fever was just getting to you, Todoroki offered, though he only half believed that. The quirk was at fault, but so was he for being negligent and careless. Yeah, that makes sense. Midoriya agreed cheerfully. He finished off his sandwich and reached across Todoroki and into the bag, digging around until he found the pumpkin bread. They'd made it back to the school grounds without any incident. Some students who weren't in their class were looking curiously at them, but it was easy enough to ignore. Todoroki was used to being stared at. Changing into their school shoes was a little bit of a hassle, with the 2 cups of coffee, but they managed it together. Midoriya offered Todoroki some of his bread, and once they'd finished it, Midoriya took the bag with the muffin in it, so Todoroki didn't have to worry about it dropping anymore. It was starting to look like they were going to make it to class without any issues. They could literally see the doorway ahead of them, but then Todoroki's phone rang. Todoroki reluctantly removed his arm from Midoriya's shoulders so he could check it. He rarely received calls. So rarely that he didn't even bother silencing his phone during class. It had never been a problem before. He glanced at the screen, his face going blank. Midoriya peered down at the screen as well, wincing once he saw the name on the display. Could something be wrong? Are his injuries healing okay? I'm sure he's fine, Todoroki said, though he accepted the call regardless. It could be important, hypothetically. His dad had never called him so close to the start of class before, so something did seem off. Yes, he said as way of answering. They both stood in the hallway, the muffled sounds of Endeavor's voice indistinguishable to all but Todoroki. Todoroki frowned. It's a misunderstanding, he said, after listening silently for some time. Endeavor's voice immediately started up again, albeit a little louder than before. This time he was loud enough that even Midoriya could hear a select few words. Twitter. Boyfriend. Midoriya worried his bottom lip, watching Todoroki anxiously. Todoroki wasn't giving much away though. As usual when speaking with his father, he kept his face blank and impassive. Endeavor wouldn't be able to see his expressions over the phone, but it was a hard ingrained habit. I'm not, Todoroki said, the slightest tells of irritation starting to slip past his mask. Endeavor said something. I don't, Todoroki responded, eye twitching. Midoriya raised an eyebrow, but otherwise didn't interrupt the conversation. There's no need, Todoroki said, after listening to his father for some time. Oyaji, he started, but was interrupted. Oyaji. More indistinguishable words from Endeavor. Oyaji, Todoroki said again. He was starting to look more annoyed. He was interrupted yet again. Oyaji, he said once more, forcefully. Midoriya heard the word boyfriend again, as well as handle it and the house. I don't have a boyfriend. Todoroki snapped. I said it was a misunderstanding. Class is about to start. I have to go. He listened to his dad for a few more seconds. Right, but later, he said. Endeavor said something else and Todoroki made a face that was difficult to read. I'll let okay fine. I'll tell you if I do. I don't really see why you. The line went dead. Todoroki sighed. Sorry about that. Someone at the coffee shop took our picture, he explained as he changed his ringtone to silent. It's not a big deal, he said, slipping his phone into his pocket and looking up at Midoriya. Midoriya looked odd. He couldn't decipher his expression, but he was definitely staring at him in a strange way. Midoriya? He asked, placing a hand on his shoulder. Are you okay? Midoriya stared at him for just a second longer, then he blinked hard. It was weird, but he seemed to snap out of whatever reverie he was in because he smiled at Todoroki. I'm fine, he said, blinking a few more times. Do you have something in your... Todoroki started, reaching forward to cup Midoriya's cheek, so he could look into his eyes. I'm fine, Midoriya repeated, interrupting him. He caught Todoroki's hand before it could reach his face. We should go to class. Todoroki observed him for a few seconds and, while Midoriya squirmed a little under the scrutiny, he otherwise seemed okay. Still, something was wrong. He just didn't know what. Okay, he said, because what else could he say? They entered the classroom, and then everything went downhill from there. They entered the room together, Todoroki leading the way, and approached Aizawa's desk. For perhaps the first time since they started school, their teacher was in the room before them. Sensei, Todoroki said simply, holding out the coffee. Aizawa's eyes flicked from the coffee in Todoroki's hand to the one Midoriya had cupped in his too. He caught his eye, but only for a second before the short boy hastily looked away. Aizawa accepted the offered cup and took a sip, seeming to find it to his satisfaction. Todoroki, I've asked Mineta to switch seats with you while Midoriya has his fever. You didn't have to, sir, Midoriya said quietly, sipping lightly at his coffee, gaze trained on one of the windows. We appreciate the consideration, Todoroki said, bowing just slightly. He glanced at Midoriya, trying to make sense of his behavior. He'd said he was really happy just a little bit ago. Was the caffeine wearing off already? He hadn't even finished the coffee. Todoroki, I have something for you, Aizawa said, picking up a manila envelope and handing it to him. Take a look at it once classes are over. Todoroki nodded, accepting the envelope. He wondered if maybe it contained information from the police report. Thank you, sensei. But now go take your seats or something, he said, waving them away as he began drinking his coffee. They walked down the aisle to Midoriya and Mineta's seats. Mineta was already sitting at Todoroki's desk, trying and failing to strike up a conversation with Yaoyorozu about whether or not she could create bullets with her quirk and shoot them from her BRSTS. He was insisting he was only asking because he'd seen it in a movie once, but his surrounding classmates didn't seem to believe him. Midoriya didn't seem to notice the commotion, taking his seat without glancing at his surroundings. Once he was seated, Bakugo turned around in his desk so he was facing him. Midoriya blinked at him in surprise. Todoroki was surprised himself. Usually Bakugo ignored Midoriya whenever he could. Good morning, Kaken. Bakugo scowled at him. You look like shit. Midoriya's shoulders slumped. I didn't sleep well. He looked down at the top of his desk, then, hesitantly, looked back up at Bakugo. Do I look bad? I mean in an ugly kind of way. Behind him, Todoroki bristled. Midoriya. Don't ask me stupid questions, Bakugo growled out, scowl deepening. You look tired and miserable. That's it. Midoriya seemed to consider that. But do those things make me look? I said that's it. With that said, Bakugo turned back around. Todoroki leaned forward in his desk so he could place a hand on Midoriya's shoulder. Midoriya, why would you ask something like that? How on earth could someone like Midoriya possibly wonder if he looked ugly? He could get all of his teeth punched out and Todoroki figured he'd probably still look gorgeous. Midoriya seemed hesitant to answer. He took the muffin out of the bag and started picking apart the top, nibbling at the pieces he'd broken off. I was just asking. Kaken is very honest. He wouldn't lie, just to be nice to me. So I thought he'd be good to ask. In front of him, Bakugo made a sort of low seething noise. Stop talking about me, he spat. Sorry, Kaken, Midoriya said, so quickly it seemed more an instinctual response than a sincere one. There's no reason to ask though. Midoriya, you look... All right everyone, quiet down. It's time to begin. I have a few announcements, Aizawa said, rising from his desk. Reluctantly, Todoroki let go of Midoriya's shoulder. We'll talk later, okay? Midoriya looked back at him and nodded, shooting him a quick smile that didn't reach his eyes. Paying attention during class was difficult, with Midoriya acting so out of sorts. He was completely quiet, not volunteering to answer any questions, like he usually did, but he seemed to be taking notes diligently. It was hard to tell from behind him, but he didn't seem like he was suffering much from his fever. It was all he could think about though. He'd been worried about Midoriya falling behind, and now here he was the one who couldn't focus. It got easier to pay attention as the day proceeded though. They got through homeroom, English and English 1, and Japanese without any incident. They were halfway through hero lessons with all might when the dam finally broke. They were discussing an older event involving the pro-hero team Water Hose, as well as Mr. Brave and Enigma. It was an incident in which the heroes were ultimately successful in capturing the attacking villains, but a substantial amount of damage occurred to the surrounding area. They were performing a close study of the recorded information and trying to determine ways in which damage could have been minimalized. They were reading the report as a class when Todoroki noticed Midoriya's shoulders shaking. Gently, trying not to startle him, he placed a hand on his back. "Hey," he whispered. Midoriya raised his hand, though he kept his head lowered. All Might paused. He looked noticeably nervous. "Yes, Midoriya? May I use the restroom, please?" All Might looked a little relieved at the ordinary request. "Of course." Midoriya stood and Todoroki stood after him. "Midoriya, I'll come with." "No," Midoriya said quickly. "I'm fine." Todoroki slowly sat back down as Midoriya walked to the door. Everyone in the class, including All Might, was either watching him or staring at Todoroki. Todoroki felt like he might throw up. He'd done something wrong. He'd done something wrong and Midoriya was mad at him. What if his fever spiked in the bathroom? Would he be okay? All Might? Midoriya asked quietly once he'd reached the door. "Yes, my boy?" Midoriya met his gaze. For the first time, Todoroki could see that his eyes were a little red. Combined with the dark circles under them, he looked a wreck. "Can Ochako come with me?" Uraraka stood immediately. "I'm sorry, Midoriya, but Uraraka isn't permitted in the men's room," All Might said gently. All Might jumped in alarm when Midoriya started crying. "See, can Ida-kun?" He managed to choke out through a sob. Ida stood just as quickly as Uraraka had. "Yes, of course. Ida." "I will escort him, sensei," Ida said, rushing from his desk to Midoriya's side. He wrapped an arm around Midoriya, partially shielding him from view, and led him out of the classroom. Beside him, Midoriya's sobbing had gotten more forceful. When the door closed, they could still hear him for several long seconds. Once silence reigned in the room, nearly the entire class turned to look at Todoroki. Uraraka wordlessly took her seat. "Geez, what did you do to him?" Mineta asked, breaking the heavy quiet. "Shut it, Mineta. Midoriya cries a lot. He's probably fine?" "Yeah, maybe." Smaller conversations started breaking out. Todoroki happened to catch Uraraka's eye. The look she gave him was in no way judgmental, but it was pained. He looked away, covering his eyes with one hand. "Settle down, everyone," All Might said, holding his hands up and stepping forward. "We all know Midoriya is going through a difficult, situation right now. We need to take these sorts of things in stride. Ida is the class rep. He's perfectly capable of handling things. Let's continue with the lesson." The class quieted down, but not before Todoroki heard someone quietly murmur, "Isn't Todoroki supposed to be the one handling it?" They were answered with a shushing sound. Todoroki slumped down further in his chair. He didn't pay attention for the rest of the lesson, but All Might didn't seem to mind. When the bell rang for lunch, Midoriya and Ida still hadn't returned. "Todoroki?" He looked up, finding Uraraka and Yaoyorozu standing at his desk. Most of the class had already filed out of the room. Uraraka gave him a sympathetic smile. "Let's eat lunch together." "I should find Midoriya," he said, looking away. It hurt to see her being so friendly to him after he'd clearly screwed up and hurt her best friend. "Midoriya probably just needs some space," Yaoyorozu said. "Who knows? This could just be the quirk working its way out of his system." Todoroki nodded, though he didn't believe that was the case. "Let's go." On the way to the cafeteria, Todoroki found himself confessing to the girls how he'd already messed up and slept too far away from Midoriya the night prior. They tried to reassure him that he wasn't at fault, and that he'd have to learn what the right and wrong things to do were as he went, but that didn't do anything to ease his guilt. He was hoping he'd be able to eat quietly with them, maybe get some advice from different perspectives, but the world seemed to be against him. Almost as soon as they sat down with their food, nearly the entire class surrounded them. "What's wrong with Midoriya?" Kaminari asked, settling into the seat across from Todoroki almost as soon as he sat down, while Aishido and Siro sat down on either side of him. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka were flanking each side of Todoroki, which made him feel a little like he was being shielded. Normally he would think that was patronizing, but now he appreciated it. "You know what's wrong with Midoriya," Aizawa explained, Todoroki replied. He didn't look at them as he spoke, focusing on his food. He didn't feel hungry, but he ate anyway, to occupy himself. You know what he means? Shiro exclaimed. Why was he crying? The quirk makes his emotions unstable, Yaoyorozu spoke up. You both already know that. Is he okay? Aishido asked. Todoroki paused. I'm not sure, he answered, after a short beat of time. He was upset this morning, but then on the way to school he seemed happy. Now he's upset again. I tried texting Ida-kun, but he hasn't read it, Uraraka said, poking at her phone. Jairu had wandered over and, having nowhere to sit, was hovering near Yaoyorozu. Midoriya's kind of a sensitive guy, huh? Maybe he just needs more attention? Like, not saying he'd normally be a needy boyfriend, but with the quirk. I agree. Aoyama appeared over Uraraka's shoulder, making her jump in surprise. Aizaku-kun is a gentle soul. He needs to be pampered. Todoroki, perhaps you should have let him sit on your lap during class. Todoroki grimaced, feeling his face heat up just a bit. I'm not sure we'd both fit with the desk. And taking notes would be difficult. He takes a lot of notes. Tsuyu was standing beside Jairu. He does take a lot of notes, Karo, she agreed. Plus, I think that would hurt Todoroki-chan's legs. Uraraka nodded. She's right. You guys might not have noticed, but Deku-kun has some pretty big thighs. Ever since he started kicking more than punching, he's been going pretty hard on leg day. Todoroki-kun would be crushed after just one PRD. Todoroki tried his best to keep his expression blank, faced with that mental image, but he felt his face get even hotter. Yaoyorozu elbowed him in the side and he stepped on her foot in response. More affection could be helpful though, Uraraka continued, not noticing the small squabble next to her. What kind of stuff are you doing now to be affectionate? She asked. Todoroki stared at her without answering. She laughed a little. I guess that's an awkward question. Here, she said, tapping at her phone a few times and then handing it to him. Give me your number. We'll text later. You shouldn't have to do this alone. Todoroki accepted the phone carefully, like he'd been handed something especially delicate. Uraraka's offer to help was very kind. Thank you, he said quietly, as he typed in his contact information. No problem. That's what friends are for. Maybe we should all try to think of some romantic stuff Todoroki could do for Midoriya? Kaminari mused, rubbing his chin in thought. I'm great with romance. Aishido said, smiling widely. Give me your number too, Todoroki. I'll text you ideas. Kaminari blew a raspberry at her. You just want his number. Do not. You want to know what I think? Mineta approached the group, an empty lunch tray in his hands. Of course, Mineta-kun. Do enlighten us, Uraraka drawled sarcastically, pursing her lips as she pillowed her cheek in her hand. She let her gaze wander away from the group and quickly perked up. Deku-kun, she said, voice hushed. Todoroki followed her line of sight. Sure enough, Midoriya had entered the cafeteria and was walking in their direction. Ida, who seemed to have a rather large water stain across the front of his shirt and blazer, was beside him, a hand on his back. What do I say to him? Todoroki asked, his voice barely audible. He felt vulnerable asking, but Uraraka had said she'd help. He had to remind himself that he could rely on his friends. It's hard to say without knowing why he's mad. He started crying when we were talking about water hose, a couple. Todoroki hadn't thought about that. Was there a connection? I think everyone in class could learn a lesson from this, Mineta said, a bit more loudly than needed. I mean, everyone is always, Todoroki this, Todoroki that, he's so great. And no offense Todoroki, but this kind of proves you're a lousy boyfriend, right? Todoroki didn't notice Mineta was even talking to him, his attention focused on Uraraka. She continued. I think Deku-kun just really wants to be your boyfriend, you know? Have you actually asked him out, since the attack? Maybe he's sad because he doesn't think you're boyfriends. Todoroki straightened his shoulders. Could that be it? The phone call with his dad. It made sense, but asking Midoriya to be my boyfriend under these circumstances would be taking advantage of him, I think, Todoroki said, looking away from Uraraka and back to Midoriya. Mineta was still talking. Maybe you'll improve when you're older, but right now, I don't really think it makes sense for anyone to be chasing after you. Those girls deserve someone more sensitive. Everyone, with the exception of Uraraka and Todoroki, was staring at him with deadpan expressions. Someone like, let me guess, you? Aishido asked. I never said that, Mineta said, idly tilting his tray back and forth. But if you really think so, I won't say you're wrong. A few of them groaned. Uraraka looked to Todoroki, frowning lightly. I don't know about that. I mean, maybe if you liked him, and actually wanted to be his boyfriend. I guess I could see how it might bother you in that case, but since you don't like Deku-kun like that, it's not really a problem, right? It's not a permanent situation. He'll understand. Todoroki didn't respond, casting his eyes down at the table. Todoroki-kun? He met her gaze, feeling small and pathetic. She stared back, curious, waiting for him to speak. When he didn't, her brows furrowed just a bit. In another second, her mouth dropped open in understanding. I'm just saying, Mineta was continuing, it's something to think about. I mean, even Midoriya deserves better than this, you know? He's a nice guy. Todoroki-kun, do you? He looked away, but his silence was confirmation enough. He probably would have been better off with literally any other person than Todoroki. Honestly, you should really just leave him alone. He'd probably get better faster if you just took him back to recovery. Mineta was interrupted by a howl of rage, which ripped through the entire room, silencing the cafeteria. Midoriya-kun. That was Ida. The class turned toward the commotion. Midoriya was well within hearing range, and was at that moment being physically restrained by Ida. Mineta, he growled, gritting his teeth. Take it back. Deku-kun. Uraraka cried in alarm, jumping to her feet. Beside her, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu also stood. Mineta took a step back. Hey, Midoriya. What's up, man? He took another step back, holding his lunch tray up and shielding a good portion of his body. You look, good? It wasn't true. In addition to the bags under them, his eyes were also redder than before, and the areas around them were swollen. He was also sweating profusely, his hair plastered to his forehead. His blazer was missing, and his shirt was clinging to him, completely soaked through. Despite all of that, he lunged forward with full energy. He wasn't using his quirk, but it was clear that Ito was barely holding him back. Take it back. Take what? Mineta asked timidly, sidestepping a bit so he was standing behind Jiraiya. She sidestepped in the other direction, away from him. He yelled again, a simple cry of anger, and tried once more to break free. This time, he managed to escape Ida's hold and, after a brief stumble, quickly darted forward, racing towards Mineta. He grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, sending his lunch tray clattering to the floor, and hauled him up into the air. His lips pulled back in a snarl, and then suddenly he was grabbed from behind by Kirishima, who had run over from the table where he'd been sitting with Bakugo. Kirishima grabbed him under his arms and yanked him back, the surprise of the movement causing Midoriya to release his hold on Mineta. Let me go, he yelled, wrenching forward. He wasn't able to break free from Kirishima's grip though. At his feet, Mineta fell to the floor, landing on his backside. Chill out, he yelled, trembling as he tried to scoot backwards, away from Midoriya. Everyone seemed to be yelling. Lunch Rush was making his way through the crowd toward the source of the commotion, but so many students had gathered around to watch the altercation, many of the 1A students at the heart of it didn't even notice his presence. Todoroki clambered around Yaoyorozu. Jiraiya reached out and quickly pulled her towards her and out of his way. Midoriya. He put himself between Midoriya and Mineta. Please calm down. Mineta wasn't being serious. He wasn't even entirely sure what Mineta had said. He hadn't been listening. But he trusted that whatever it was nonsense. Midoriya did seem to calm down a bit at the sight of Todoroki, but not as much as Todoroki had hoped. He was trembling in his anger, his chest heaving with every breath. It's his fault. Midoriya yelled, leaning forward and straining against Kirishima. He bent low, arching his back as he tried to shake Kirishima, who was sort of awkwardly squatting over him, off. I didn't do anything. Mineta insisted, peeking out from behind Todoroki. You've been saying those things, Midoriya ground out through his teeth. With his lower position, he was almost level with Mineta. If it weren't for you telling him those things, he suddenly reared back, nearly knocking Kirishima off of him. We'd be together. Tears sprang to his eyes as he twisted, freeing an arm and knocking an elbow into Kirishima's nose. Despite the blow, Kirishima held onto him tightly, moving quickly to grab onto his arm and pin it down. He should be mine. Todoroki took a step forward, being mindful not to get caught up in Midoriya's flailing. He'd been warned of this kind of erratic behavior, but it still felt bewildering to hear Midoriya speak of him in such a wrathful and possessive manner. He could feel his heart beating erratically. Midoriya, listen to me, he said, reaching forward and grabbing one of his wrists. Shut up, half and half. Seemingly out of nowhere, Bakugo appeared at his right side, walking calmly towards Midoriya. He was scowling, and Todoroki noticed his lip was twitching. Bakugo. Once he reached them, Bakugo grabbed Midoriya's head, covering his face with his palm. He yanked him forward, pulling Kirishima along with him. Listen here, Deku, 'cause I'm only going to say this once. You're being noisy. Shut the F dash. Midoriya didn't say anything, perhaps couldn't, with his face covered as it was, but he glowered at Bakugo through the cracks between his fingers. I'm not saying it again. Bakugo yelled, spit flying from his mouth. He picked Midoriya up by his head, ripping him from Kirishima's grip, and swung him to the side, catapulting him to the ground. Even your FNG eyes are noisy. It's pissing me off. Midoriya hit the ground hard. He made a slight effort to get up, but almost immediately collapsed back down to the floor. Bakugo sneered at his prone body before turning his attention to Kirishima. Why'd you let him hit you in the face, idiot? Kirishima glanced between Bakugo and Midoriya. Guess I was going easy on him? 'Cause he's sick and all, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. It's his own fault. Come on, he said, stuffing his hands in his pockets and walking past him. Before him, the crowd parted. We're getting ice. Your face will look stupid if your nose swells. Kirishima glanced at Midoriya once more. Todoroki was on the ground now, pulling him into a cradled position and then hesitantly followed after Bakugo, looking a bit bewildered. What is going on here? Lunch Rush demanded, shoving his way through the crowd. Unlike with Bakugo, people weren't parting easily for him. Sir, I'm the class rep for the students involved. Please allow me to explain, Ida said, coming forward and standing before Lunch Rush, back pinned straight and his arms plastered to his sides. Is that boy okay? Lunch Rush asked, facing towards Midoriya and Todoroki. He stepped around Ida and approached them. Let's see to him first. I can handle this, Lunch Rush, a voice came from the crowd. The students immediately parted, allowing Aizawa to easily make his way through. Lunch Rush looked at the students gathered to the right of Aizawa, then to the students gathered to the left. He crossed his arms and tapped a foot. Even though his face wasn't visible, it was clear that he was annoyed at how easily Aizawa had parted the crowd. Some of the students averted their eyes away from him. One of yours? Lunch Rush asked, once Aizawa was closer. Yeah, he responded, bending down to observe Midoriya. He was out cold. His face, filled with rage just moments ago, looked exhausted, but peaceful. Todoroki was holding him close to his chest, maximizing the amount of contact between them. Aizawa grabbed his chin and turned his face this way and that. Seemingly satisfied, he used his thumb to lift each of Midoriya's eyelids, peering into his pupils. He'll be fine probably, he said. Probably? Someone murmured. Todoroki thought it might have been Kaminari. We'll take him back to the dorms. Can you carry him? Aizawa asked, glancing up at Todoroki. Todoroki responded with a curt nod. All right then, he said, standing up. The rest of you, finish your lunches quickly. Next PRD will start at normal time. That's not fair. Mineta complained. At some point during the commotion he'd gotten off the floor and was now standing next to Kaminari. I was attacked. Weren't you done your lunch anyway? Gyro asked, raising an eyebrow at him. Mineta shuffled his feet a bit, self-conscious. Well yeah, that's not really the point though. No complaining. Sometimes heroes have to eat lunch quickly. Consider this a lesson. Man, he's just making that up, Siro grumbled, but the students started to disperse back to their tables nonetheless. All but Ida, Uraraka, and Yaoyorozu, that is. Todoroki slipped a hand under Midoriya's knees and picked him up, adjusting his grip so that his head was resting against his shoulder. Midoriya was as heavy as always, but his weight was starting to become familiar. Under different circumstances, he thought that might have seemed NTMT to him, that part of Midoriya was becoming so familiar to him. He would have been happy to know he was close enough to him that he was allowed to hold him regularly. Now though, he just felt kind of sad. Midoriya was such a strong person. When this was all over, would he resent that Todoroki had carried him so much? He tried to shake the thought. It didn't make sense. Midoriya wasn't like that. He might be embarrassed but not resentful. He was getting too lost in his own head. Aizawa-sensei, Uraraka said, stepping forward. May we come with you too? We're worried about Deku-kun. That's no reason to miss class, he responded, already heading towards the exit. He'll be fine, so don't worry. I'll take care of him, Todoroki said, meeting Uraraka's eye. She looked so worried and sad. His grip on Midoriya tightened. I promise. I'll do better. Todoroki, she said, could we talk? After class. I would also like to have a discussion. I think perhaps we could offer you some advice, Ida said. Todoroki nodded. Okay. Come on, Aizawa said. Todoroki began to follow him. We should probably talk too. Todoroki almost paused, but managed to overcome the instinct and keep moving. Uraraka, Ida, and even Aizawa all wanted to talk to him about what a horrible job he was doing, caring for Midoriya. He hung his head, allowing his gaze to rest on Midoriya's face. Midoriya was always so positive. He always knew what to say, to help Todoroki see the best in himself. He tried to think of what Midoriya might say to him right now. But he couldn't. The walk to the dorms with Aizawa seemed long. They walked in silence most of the way. They passed a few students, upperclassmen eating their lunches outside, but as they got closer to the dorms, those loitering clusters gradually disappeared. Things haven't been easy for you, Aizawa said. It wasn't a question. Todoroki kept his gaze ahead of him. He didn't see the point in voicing his agreement, it was obvious enough. Aizawa sighed. Do you regret agreeing to this? No, Todoroki said without hesitation. I saw him at Recovery Girl's office yesterday. And this morning, he paused, taking a moment to swallow his shame. I slept too far away from him, and he got feverish in the night. I know I'm messing things up, and I know Midoriya might dislike me once this is all over, but I'd rather that than have him suffer. Aizawa glanced to the side, observing him. Do you think Midoriya is stupid, Todoroki? Todoroki kept his expression schooled. He almost misstepped, the question took him so off guard. No. I think Midoriya is the smartest person in our class. He's only ranked 4th in grades. Grades aren't a perfect measure for intelligence. Aizawa grunted in acknowledgement. That's true enough. It figures a problem child would think another problem child was the smartest person in class. Todoroki didn't know how to respond to that, so he didn't. Aizawa sighed again. So you think he's the smartest person in the class? Do you think he's uncaring then? Todoroki frowned, disliking the line of questioning. No. He's the kindest person here. He didn't say, I think, this time, because he felt this wasn't an opinion. Some might argue his intelligence, but who could argue his sincerity, kindness, and self-sacrificing nature? Midoriya had a hero's spirit and heart. It was plain as day. I see, Aizawa said, facing forward. I guess what I'm having trouble understanding is how you can think Midoriya is so intelligent and kind, yet still think so poorly of him. This time Todoroki wasn't able to keep his expression cool. He narrowed his eyes and tightened his lips. I think very highly of Midoriya. Aizawa still wasn't looking at him. Then why are you assuming the worst of him? Todoroki took a moment to process the statement and try to make sense of it, but he didn't understand. He admitted as much out loud. You're in a difficult situation right now. You don't have to help Midoriya, but you're going out of your way and inconveniencing yourself anyway. Even if you do a lousy job, you're still trying your best. Yet you're standing here, thinking Midoriya is the kind of person who would look at someone who tried their best to help him when he was in need, at great inconvenience to themselves, and would sneer at them and revoke his friendship. Todoroki stopped walking. Aizawa stopped too, finally looking back to face him. Or maybe you think he'll be embarrassed and not want to face you. Do you think he's a coward? No. I think he's the bravest person in class. Got it. But I'll ask you again. If you think Midoriya is as intelligent, kind, and brave as you say, then why are you assuming the worst of him? What kind of person do you really think Midoriya is? Todoroki looked down at the boy in his arms. His hands were resting against his stomach, the scarred one on top. He thought back to that moment. You're trembling, Todoroki-kun. His mangled hand. The ice encrusting his battered and broken arm. Right now, I think you should stop screwing around. He remembered he'd used his cheek to create a shockwave. He'd asked him about that, long after the event. It's your power, isn't it? He'd smiled bashfully, looking at the ground as he admitted his fingers were too broken to make a fist, and using his cheek was the only thing he could think of in the moment, to make use of his thumb, which had only been broken once at that point. Come at me with your full power. He never asked Midoriya why he put himself through so much pain to help him, a person he barely knew. He already knew the answer. He shifted his arms a bit, tightening his grip and holding him closer. Had he been looking down on him all this time? What kind of person did he think Midoriya was? I think, he said as he finally looked up to face Aizawa, Midoriya is the kind of person who hates it when others are sad or uncomfortable, and he would show gentleness and kindness to someone who tried to help him, even if they did a bad job. Aizawa hummed and started walking again. Todoroki followed. We don't know if he'll remember any of this. I'll have someone bring your bag to the dorms, after class. He'd left his bag in the classroom, and with it, the envelope Aizawa had given him. Reading the police file might put your mind at ease a little. The chances he won't remember anything seem good. But they aren't perfect. That girl was young, and is inexperienced with using her quirk. Even she doesn't know all the ins and outs of it. So I think you should act assuming Midoriya will remember everything. If he comes out of this remembering that you looked uneasy and acted uncomfortable around him the entire time, how do you think he'll feel? Todoroki let that thought wash over him. He knew exactly how Midoriya would feel. He'd been a fool. He knew Midoriya. He had to give himself that much credit. There was more he wanted to know. There probably always would be. But he knew Midoriya at his core. He felt vaguely ill. He thought he was being respectful of Midoriya, but in actuality, he'd just been acting selfishly. I'm not entirely sure what I should do, Todoroki admitted. They'd arrived at the dorms. Have you ever dated someone, Todoroki? Aizawa said as he opened the door for him. No. Would you like to one day? Todoroki couldn't help but grimace as he passed through the entryway. He didn't like talking about these things with anyone really, but discussing his love life with his teacher had a special kind of repulsiveness to it. I suppose, is the answer he settled on. He didn't really know what to say. He would like to date Midoriya, no question. But he also knew that would never happen. He couldn't imagine ever wanting to be with someone else. He had no desire to date, unless it was with Midoriya. Then my suggestion would be that you treat this like practice. You've never been a boyfriend before. Now's your chance to try it out without worrying about getting broken up with. We've already established that Midoriya won't be breaking up with you when this is over. I'm not dating Midoriya. I meant a friendship breakup, Aizawa said dryly. Todoroki nodded. He didn't know the dissolution of a friendship could be referred to as a breakup. Aizawa continued talking as he walked towards the elevator, pressing the button to go up. The way I see it, you only have two choices. You can continue to give lukewarm responses to Midoriya's affections, or reject him, and end up with a Midoriya who comes out of this feeling embarrassed and guilty. Or, you can try to be the best boyfriend you can possibly be, and end up with a Midoriya who probably still feels embarrassed, but also grateful and cared for by his friend. Todoroki followed Aizawa into the elevator, nodding to himself. How will I know if I'm crossing a boundary? He asked reluctantly. He still wasn't pleased to be having this conversation with his teacher, but he couldn't deny that the advice given to him thus far was helpful and desperately needed. He had a fleeting thought, wondering if this feeling of discomfort, mild embarrassment, relief, and gratitude was something other people felt when they got advice from their dads. He quickly squashed the idea. For the most part, I'd say go with your gut. Not your brain, but your gut. But the elevator dinged and the doors swished open. They stepped out onto the second floor. If you're still worried, you can try talking to his other friends. They might have some ideas about what Midoriya would and wouldn't be comfortable with. Todoroki thought of Uraraka and Ida, and their request to speak with him. Uraraka had given him her number. She'd said he didn't have to do this alone. Thank you, sensei, he said. He wished he could express the extent of his gratitude better. Cradling Midoriya tightly against him, he tried his best to manage a slight bow. Your advice has been helpful. Aizawa made a slight sound of acknowledgement as he glanced up and down the hallway. Remind me, which room is his? This one, Todoroki answered as he led the way. They got to the door and Aizawa blinked at it, unimpressed. I figured there'd be a poster or something. Maybe he's less of a fanboy than I thought, he muttered as he reached forward and opened the door. He flicked on the light and stood in the doorway for several moments, taking in the onslaught of red, yellow, blue, and white before him. Never mind. He stepped out of the way and let Todoroki step into the room first. You should change his clothes. He'll be uncomfortable waking up covered in sweat. Right? Todoroki agreed. They stared at each other for a brief moment before Aizawa turned on his heels and started to walk out, hand raised in a gesture of farewell. Well, that's all I got. Make sure you both catch up on your afternoon classes. Yes, son. Aizawa closed the door behind him before Todoroki could finish speaking. He felt better. A lot better, actually. He felt like he had some sort of an idea of what he needed to do now. It was a vague idea, but a vague idea was better than no idea. He laid Midoriya down on his bed and tried to think of a plan as he went through the other's closet, looking for something comfortable. Part of him wished Aizawa had just led them to his own room. He'd just dress Midoriya in his own clothes, or find something for him in the bag he'd packed. While he investigated Midoriya's sweatshirts, he considered what he'd do next. Talk to Uraraka and Ida, naturally. But then? What kind of stuff did boyfriends do? He pulled out a black hoodie with an orangish-yellow hood and matching cuffs at the end of the sleeves. On the front, right in the center of the chest, was a small picture of a bowl of mac and cheese. It was incredibly soft and not too heavy. Todoroki took it off the hanger and folded it over his arm, his lips just faintly upturned. He didn't always understand Midoriya's fashion choices, but he loved them nonetheless. He considered his situation again while he looked for a pair of comfortable pants to match. He didn't know much about being a boyfriend. Natsuo had girlfriends before, he might even have one now. Todoroki didn't keep track, but he usually didn't bring them by the house. When he did, Todoroki didn't pay much attention to how his brother behaved towards them. Although, the fact that none of his girlfriends seemed to stick around for long probably indicated that he wasn't the best model as far as good boyfriends went. He'd always get mopey too after a breakup, so he had a feeling the girls were usually the ones doing the dumping. He picked out a pair of gray sweatpants. He needed to ask Midoriya to be his boyfriend, first of all. That was an obvious step, especially after his brief discussion with Uraraka. She had said Midoriya wanted to be boyfriends, and now Aizawa had basically said the same. Was asking him to be his boyfriend the first step he needed to take though? Todoroki frowned as he made his way back to the bed. Asking Midoriya to be his boyfriend out of the blue didn't seem right. There had to be some kind of lead up. A date maybe? He paused in front of the bed, struck by his realization. A date? That was so obvious. He felt like an idiot for not thinking of it immediately. He needed to take Midoriya out on a date. After, he could ask him to be his boyfriend. But what did people do on dates? Todoroki groaned. He'd ask the others later. He wasn't good at this kind of stuff. Also, it sort of made his throat burn, thinking about asking Midoriya on a date and asking him to be his boyfriend. It might be nice to experience the fantasy of hearing him say yes, but he had a feeling the memory would haunt him later, once they were back to just being friends. He'd let himself be haunted for Midoriya's sake though. Carefully, he scooped Midoriya up again and carried him into the bathroom. He needed to strip him, at least to his boxers, so he could wipe some of the dried sweat off and change his clothes, and the idea of doing all of that while dozens upon dozens of All Mights stared down at him was a little unnerving. Once Midoriya was somewhat clean and changed, Todoroki picked him up and carried him back to the bed. He was honestly a little concerned that Midoriya was still unconscious. A ball of guilt twisted in his stomach as he found himself wondering just how little sleep Midoriya actually got the previous night. He was probably exhausted. Knowing contact would be the best thing for him, Todoroki got into the bed next to him. He wanted to use his phone to look up first date ideas, so he decided the most practical thing to do was to maneuver Midoriya until he was on top of him, pressed chest to chest. That way he could put his arms around him, sort of like an embrace, but hold his phone above his head and read and type freely. He didn't consider how distracting it would be though. Midoriya's weight was pleasant in a way he couldn't really describe. Once his sister told him she was thinking about buying a weighted blanket. He didn't get it, but now he thought he might. He'd never felt so comfortable before. He had to actively refrain from putting his phone aside and wrapping his arms around Midoriya though. The freckled face was also very close to his own. He found himself staring at him a couple of times, without realizing that he'd even looked away from his phone. Still he managed. More than an hour and a half went by that way before Midoriya started to stir. At that point, his weight was becoming less comfortable and more mildly crushing, but Todoroki didn't mind much. It wasn't anything he couldn't handle. Midoriya sat up a bit, nearly kneeing Todoroki in the crotch as he adjusted his balance. Thankfully, his kneecap only dug into his thigh a little. He splayed his hands out on the taller boy's chest and pushed himself up a bit, so he could look at him. He was still so close. Their noses were only a couple of inches apart. Todoroki swallowed. "Todoroki-kun?" Midoriya asked, looking at him as if he were trying to see beyond a bright light. He winced and brought a hand up to his head. With the hand gone, the weight behind his other one increased, in order to keep himself up. His palm was resting right against Todoroki's heart. Todoroki felt his face heat a little. Once again, he found himself thinking how having Midoriya's hand resting against his heart seemed romantic. It was dumb. But wait, something was off. Midoriya had. He leaned forward, nearly bumping his nose against Midoriya's. "Midoriya!" Midoriya stopped rubbing his head and focused on Todoroki. He blinked, his eyes dilating slightly, then blinked again. He called him by his surname. Was he better? "Midoriya," he said again, watching his face carefully. "Are you, Midoriya?" He winced a little. He could have phrased that better. Midoriya blinked at him owlishly, then smiled. "Who else would I be but Midoriya?" Before Todoroki could respond, Midoriya's eyes went wide and his mouth fell open just slightly. "Unless you mean, you're asking me not to be Midoriya anymore?" Todoroki didn't know what to say to that. He didn't know what he meant. Midoriya leaned back just a bit, putting a few inches of distance between them, but still keeping his one hand firmly planted on Todoroki's chest. "I think we're too young now, but after graduation, maybe in the summer, that is..." He bit down shyly on his bottom lip and locked his gaze with Todoroki's. "Yes, is what I'm saying." "Sorry, I don't." Todoroki trailed off, as his brain frantically tried to make sense of what Midoriya was saying. "I think I phrased my question poorly. I meant, are you feeling better?" Midoriya stared at him a moment before his face lit up bright red. "Oh, I'm okay. Totally fine," he said, laughing as he rubbed the back of his neck. His laughter died down, and the bright cherry hue of his face quickly cooled down to a light pink as his expression became more pensive. "Actually, I felt sort of weird when I woke up. Dizzy, I guess." "You called me by my family name," Todoroki said. "That's why I asked." Midoriya looked surprised. "Did I? I don't remember." His eyebrows pinched as he looked down, staring at the hand resting on Todoroki's chest. "I felt strange. Even now, I feel like something is..." He trailed off, his gaze becoming less thoughtful as he stared down at his hand. "Is that your heartbeat?" The question took Todoroki off guard, but only for a second. His heart had been racing ever since Midoriya had woken up. "I guess so," he answered, a bit reluctantly. Midoriya, noticing the increased rate of his heartbeat, was somewhat mortifying. Midoriya didn't seem to share that sentiment though, as he moved his hand and leaned down, pressing his ear to Todoroki's chest. "It's fast," he said, closing his eyes as he listened. "Yeah," Todoroki agreed, feeling his face grow warm. "That's not because of me, right?" Todoroki nearly groaned aloud. Midoriya would be the death of him. "It is." After a few more seconds of listening, he finally seemed satisfied, leaning back and replacing his hand in its spot over Todoroki's heart. He smiled gently. "I never thought someone's heart would ever race for me," he said bashfully, avoiding Todoroki's gaze. "Least of all yours." He shifted his weight, letting his legs slide off of Todoroki's, so he could sit up, straddling him. Gently, with his free hand, he picked up Todoroki's hand and pressed it against his own chest. Todoroki could feel his heart pounding just as quickly as his own. Mine too, Midoriya said. He met his gaze, and Todoroki couldn't help but notice how shy and fragile he looked. It's usually like this when I'm near you. What was he supposed to say to that? Same here for you, he said, settling on the truth. Blunt truths were usually his go-to answers when he didn't know what to say. To his surprise, Midoriya's expression took on a melancholy air. Even now? He asked quietly. Without really thinking about it, Todoroki brought his free hand to his chest to cover Midoriya's hand, pressing it more firmly against his heart. He didn't need to verbalize his answer. His heart was still beating. It flashed through his mind that Midoriya might remember this moment, and his heart began to race just a tiny bit faster. But he had to stop thinking about that. He needed to focus on the version of Midoriya that was in front of him. Or on top of him, rather. I was awful today though, Midoriya said, gaze trained on Todoroki's hand, covering his own. I tried to beat up my Neta-kun. Todoroki tried to think of something that might make him feel better. I'm not friends with my Neta, he said to start. He pursed his lips a bit, thinking. He took too long though, and Midoriya started laughing. That doesn't make it okay. I know, I spoke too soon. Sorry. I'm slow at thinking about my words. It was one of his flaws. He knew he was quiet, and most of the time that was simply because he didn't want to speak, or he didn't know what to say, but occasionally he did feel like chiming in, but by the time he'd figured out the perfect way to phrase his thoughts, the conversation had moved on. Thinking strategically was better. Things didn't have to be phrased in any particular way when fighting. If anything, getting the words out in the quickest, most direct way possible was ideal. But in social situations, he understood that bluntness sometimes bothered people. I admire that about you. His thoughts halted as he looked up at Midoriya. What? The way you think carefully. You're so precise with what you say. I feel like I have to say everything I'm thinking out loud, just to process my thoughts. I know it bothers some people. And sometimes I can go on long rants or tangents, and I mix up my words and stumble over them. When I become a pro hero, I bet journalists will hate having to get quotes from me, he said with a laugh that didn't reach his eyes. I feel like you'll be really quotable though. You put a lot of thought into everything you say, so each sentence is meaningful. People will never tune you out, because they'll know what you're going to say is important. Todoroki felt something in his chest constrict. He couldn't really identify what he was feeling in that moment. I admire the way you speak, he said in return. Midoriya looked immediately skeptical, so he continued. The way you speak, he paused to think, and Midoriya waited. It's genuine. You make people feel comfortable and at ease. I think people feel like they can be themselves around you, even if they're the kind of person who usually has their guard up. And I think that's an important quality for a hero. He paused again, considering his words carefully. When you save a person, I think they'll feel safe once they hear you speak, because everything you say is so obviously genuine. If you tell them things will be okay, they'll definitely believe you, because your sincerity is undeniable. As he spoke, he'd lowered his gaze, focusing on the sight of Midoriya's hand clasping his own to his heart. Once finished though, he looked back up at Midoriya's face. He was crying. His initial feeling was panic, despite the fact that these tears were clearly more in line with Midoriya's typical, broken fire hydrant type tears than the deeper, more heartbreaking tears he'd been exposed to lately. I'm sorry, he said, instinctively trying to sit up, so he could do something. Anything. Told him maybe. Instead, he ended up making Midoriya topple off of him. Luckily, he fell straight back, hitting the mattress with a soft thud. Todoroki got on his hands and knees, hovering over him. Are you okay? Midoriya nodded his head, bringing up a fist to swipe at his cheeks. Don't apologize, he said between sniffles. That just means a lot to me, to hear someone, you especially, say that. I can't explain how much. The tears had died down to small glistening pools at the corners of his eyes. Since I was a kid, all I've ever wanted was to tell people things would be okay and have. He sniffed, rubbing at his eyes one last time and then looking up at Todoroki. His face immediately flushed. Shouto on top of me. Todoroki scrunched his face up in confusion. That wasn't how he expected that sentence to end. Did he mishear? What? He asked. What? Midoriya parroted back, flushing further as he pressed himself deeper into the mattress. Todoroki took a moment to process what Midoriya had said. Shouto on top of O. He understood. Sorry. I'm probably making you uncomfortable, he said as he leaned back. I didn't mean to invade your. You're not. Midoriya interrupted, grabbing Todoroki's tie and yanking him back down. Caught off guard by the action, Todoroki went lurching forward, failing to catch himself as he crashed down on top of the other boy. And just like that, they were nose to nose once again. Sorry, Midoriya breathed out, biting at his bottom lip. I didn't want you to get the wrong idea. About my personal space and you being in it. I guess I panicked 'cause, well, I like you in my space. Midoriya's words were sliding through Todoroki's brain like molasses. He found himself staring at Midoriya's mouth as he spoke, absent-mindedly admiring the shapes his lips were making as he formed his words. His mind was reeling just a bit. Never, ever, in his entire life, did he consider the idea that someone pulling him towards them by grabbing his tie would be something he found alluring, and yet. Shouto. And the way his lips looked, forming the sounds of his name. Will you go on a date with me? He heard himself asking. Midoriya's mouth fell open. He dragged his gaze away from Midoriya's mouth and to his eyes. He wasn't even looking him in the eyes and he asked him out. This wasn't the plan. He didn't have a plan yet. Midoriya was staring at him as if dazed. I'm sorry, Todoroki said, averting his gaze, suddenly feeling self-conscious under the weight of Midoriya's stare. I meant to ask you in a more romantic way. I don't know what came over me. Beneath him, Midoriya made a choking sound. Oh no. Don't cry. I'm sorry, he said, leaning back a little. Midoriya brought an arm up and covered his eyes with it, slowly shaking his head. Todoroki ran a hand through his bangs, pushing them up. I'm sorry, he said again. I haven't even thought of any plans yet. Don't be sorry. Please. He hiccuped. I'm just really happy. The tension in Todoroki's shoulders fell away and he smiled in fond exasperation. You're going to exhaust yourself if you keep crying so much. I know, Midoriya said, hiccuping again. He scrubbed his arm across his eyes, then lowered it away, so he could look up at Todoroki. His eyes were still watery and slightly red. I'd love to go on a date with you, Shouto. More than anything. Todoroki dropped his hand away from his head, letting his bangs fall back in place. He couldn't help the smile that crossed his face, hearing Midoriya's voice say those words. It wasn't real. But he could pretend. Just for a moment. Oh, he actually did need to pretend though, for Midoriya. This wasn't just about his own selfish fantasies. What would a boyfriend do in a moment like this? A boyfriend wouldn't be in a moment like this, because if he was a boyfriend, then he'd already asked the other person out on their first date. He was taking too long to decide what to do. Moving on instinct was always a trusted backup plan for him, so he did that. His instincts were telling him he needed more contact with Midoriya, so he listened and grabbed Midoriya's hands, interlocking their fingers. Shouto? Midoriya asked, looking up at him curiously. How about Sunday? I'll think of something for us to do. I'm not good at this kind of stuff, but I'll do everything I can to make our first date great. He squeezed Midoriya's hands and gave him what he hoped was a reassuring smile. Midoriya's ears turned scarlet. Sunday would be great, he said, voice wobbling with emotion. He squeezed Todoroki's hands back. And I don't care what we do. As long as I'm with you, I'll be happy. I know. Or, I feel the same, but still. The door swung open. Deku-kun, are you in it? What are you two doing? Uraraka yelled. Behind her, Ida slapped a hand over her eyes. This is inappropriate behavior for the dorms. Todoroki took a second to evaluate. When he'd sat up, he'd inadvertently adopted a position in which he was sitting on Midoriya, straddling his hips. Midoriya was flat on his back and he was, essentially, holding his hands down on either side of his chest. He wasn't really holding his hands down though. They weren't touching the mattress anyway. But Midoriya was blushing, and even without looking down, he knew there was a possibility his tie was askew. This isn't what it looks like, Todoroki said. Not anymore, it's not, Midoriya huffed, turning his face to the side and pouting. Ochako. I'm sorry, Deku-kun. I guess I should have knocked, Uraraka said as she pulled Ida's hand away from her face. I told you to knock. Ida chastised. Yeah, as I was opening the door. This is not the first time I've told you to knock, Uraraka-kun. Todoroki took that moment to get off of Midoriya, though he kept hold of his hands. Once he wasn't straddling him anymore, he pulled Midoriya up into a sitting position. Did you guys need something? Midoriya asked. He let go of Todoroki's hands and crawled to the edge of the bed so he could swing his legs over and sit. Once situated, he turned around and looked at Todoroki expectantly. Taking the cue, he crawled to the edge as well and took a seat beside him. Midoriya immediately took his hand in both of his and leaned against him. Oh, yeah. We have your stuff, Uraraka said, holding up Midoriya's backpack. For the first time, Todoroki noted that Ida was holding his bag as well, plus Midoriya's blazer. Aizawa-sensei asked us to bring them to you, since you left class early. Oh, thanks. I can't believe I missed class, Midoriya said, frowning. That was careless of me. What did we miss? There's going to be a test in math on Monday, Ida responded. Ah, but we don't have math tomorrow. That means... Ida nodded solemnly. You missed the review. Midoriya's shoulders slumped. Todoroki let go of Midoriya's hand so he could wrap his arm around his shoulders, burying his hand in Midoriya's hair as he pulled him closer. He felt bad about taking his hand away though, so he gave Midoriya his other one to hold. We can study together tomorrow, after school. We'll manage, he said. Wow, don't you two look cozy? Uraraka said cheekily as she set Midoriya's bag down on the floor, tucked out of the way. We're going on a date Sunday, Midoriya said in response, beaming widely. Todoroki found his smile comforting. Seeing him so happy was a reassurance to him that Aizawa was right. What? That's awesome. I'm so happy for you too, she gushed, bouncing up and down a few times. Oh, Deku-kun, I'll help you decide what to wear. Really? Thank you so much. Todoroki stared at Ida, doing his best to fake expectancy until Ida grew uncomfortable under his stare. I suppose I can help you choose your attire as well, Todoroki-kun, he said. Todoroki looked away, feigning disinterest. No thanks. I don't trust your lack of enthusiasm. I'll have you know I happen to be highly fashionable. You can definitely trust me. Highly fashionable? Uraraka questioned, pursing her lips. He's just messing with you, Ida-kun, Midoriya said, smiling lightly. Thank you for earlier, by the way. I hope I didn't ruin your shirt. Nothing to worry about. Your crying abilities are impressive, but it's still just water and salt, Ida said, running a hand down the front of his shirt, which was still damp, despite the hours that had passed. Please continue to count on me in the future. I will, and you can count on me too, Midoriya said, smiling brightly. Speaking of counting on people, do you two want us to catch you up on what you missed in class? Uraraka asked. That would be helpful, Todoroki said. Okay, if you guys are fine with doing it now, how about we go to the living room? We'll all be able to fit around the coffee table. Todoroki glanced around Midoriya's room. He had a desk, but it was really only suitable for one person. That sounds like a good idea. I kind of want to change into something comfier, and I'm assuming Ida-kun wants to change too, cause, you know, she said, gesturing vaguely to the wet patch staining Ida's front. He tried to take off his blazer earlier, but with his shirt all wet like that, everyone could see his nip. Uraraka-kun. Ida interrupted, gripping her by the shoulders and facing her towards the doors. I'm sure they don't need any more details. Let us go change, he said as he forcefully pushed her towards the door. We'll meet you guys downstairs in a few minutes, okay? Uraraka hurried to say as she stumbled through the door, Ida at her heels. Right? Midoriya agreed, just as the door closed. Your friends are always so energetic, Todoroki said. He said it passively, not as a criticism but simply an observation. Midoriya hummed his agreement. I suppose they're my friends too though, Todoroki said. Our friends are always so energetic, he amended. I'm glad of that. That my friends are your friends. I hope I can become closer to Yaoyorozu-san too, Midoriya said, fixing him with a gentle smile. Todoroki lightly squeezed Midoriya's hand. I'm glad too. That was one thing that wouldn't change, at least, once all of this was over. Once Uraraka and Ida left, Midoriya looked up at Todoroki, absent-mindedly squeezing his fingers between his own. Did you want to change too, before we go downstairs? You can wear something of mine if you want, if you don't want to go all the way up to your room. Todoroki considered. He was taller than Midoriya, but for the most part they were of a similar build. The others' shirts would fit him, certainly. The idea of wearing Midoriya's clothes had a certain appeal to it that he couldn't quite wrap his head around. It was just something he wanted to do. Midoriya was still talking. I mean, my pants definitely won't fit. I'm kind of short and you're not super tall, not like Shuji-kun or anything, but you're definitely not short. I think most of my shirts would fit you though, even though your shoulders are broad, and I think the top is the most uncomfortable part of the uniform anyway, because of the collar, so changing that is really what matters most. My shoulders are broad? Todoroki asked, glancing down at himself as if he'd never noticed them before. It was hard to think of any part of his body as broad when he'd lived with someone like Endeavor his whole life. He'd always felt small, in comparison. That was a good thing though. He thought back to Midoriya's comment about his resemblance to his mom. Perhaps her shoulders were considered broad too, for her frame. Oh yeah, definitely, Midoriya said. I first noticed when we were at the pool together. Remember? We were going to race with Kakin? That was the first time I saw you with your shirt off, I think. It was the first time I paid attention in any case. He laughed a little as he continued, it was so hard not to stare. I wanted to touch them really badly. When you carried me the other day when we left the infirmary, I was really happy because I got to touch them even though your shirt was on. They felt as strong as I imagined. Now I think about touching them even more though, he finished, looking pensive. You let me kiss them before and that was nice too. I think I prefer touching them though. Doing both would be nice. He was quiet for just a few seconds, seemingly lost in thought, but then he refocused on Todoroki, shooting him a grin. Anyway, would you like a shirt? It's a little cold, oh my god, Shouto, you're on fire. Todoroki was covering his eyes with one hand, unable to look at Midoriya. He could feel the flames emanating from his shoulder and trailing down his arm. I know, he said, a little surprised he was even able to speak. He took a deep breath, trying to concentrate on extinguishing the flames. Should I get water or Todoroki dragged his hand down his face, letting himself look at Midoriya. He was flustered, hands hovering nervously in front of him, desperate to help but unsure of what to do. It's fine, Todoroki said, dropping his hand into his lap. He passed his right hand over his arm and shoulder, seeking to cool down his skin. After a few more seconds, he managed to will the flames away, though his shoulder was still smoldering a bit. He sighed. The sleeve of his shirt had been burned away. Midoriya stood suddenly and went into the bathroom, emerging moments later with a damp washcloth. It's fine, Todoroki repeated. I have it under control. I know, Midoriya said as he sat back down on the bed, folding the washcloth and draping it over his arm. You've got soot all over your arm though. Is your skin cool enough to touch? Yeah. Todoroki didn't really know what else to say. This was the third time this had happened, but at least the first time his arm had only smoked, and when his face had caught fire, it had been a small flame. This time he'd actually caught fire. A somewhat large, real fire. It was mortifying. He didn't have time to stew in his misery though, because Midoriya had started taking his tie off for him. After silently setting it to the side, he started unbuttoning his shirt. Todoroki swallowed hard and poured every ounce of his energy into not catching fire again. Midoriya had caught him off guard before, discussing his attraction to his shoulders so bluntly like that, but now he was more prepared for the unexpected. Todoroki cooperated as Midoriya helped him remove his shirt. He handled the garment gingerly, trying not to knock burnt flakes of fabric onto the bed. Once he had it off, he set it on the floor and picked up the washcloth. He took Todoroki's arm, holding it out straight between them, then gently started to wipe off the soot. Is everything okay, Shouto? This keeps happening. Should we go see Recovery Girl? No, it's nothing she can help with. It's just something I need to work on improving myself. I need better control over my quirk. He felt this was a half-truth. He did need to work on his fire control, but he wasn't actually sure how much that would help in these emotional-based sort of situations. He had to hope it would. If he wanted to stay friends with Midoriya, he either had to stop letting his emotions dominate his quirk or stop finding Midoriya attractive. And the latter certainly wasn't going to happen. I have trouble controlling my quirk too, Midoriya said, as he carefully wiped at Todoroki's arm. I guess you already know that though. Everyone does. You work harder than the rest of us though. You improve so quickly. Midoriya smiled, though it seemed somewhat bitter, to Todoroki. I just seem to improve quickly because I'm at the bottom. I'll get to the top though. That's a promise to myself I'll never break. I'll be with you at the top. Midoriya looked up in surprise. With me? Yeah. I'm not sure who will be the number 1 hero or 2 or 3, but the more I think about it, I don't think I really care. But I'd like to be standing at the top, next to you. That's my goal. Shouto. Todoroki twisted his arm so he could inspect it. Looks like you got it all. I'll buy you a new washcloth. Oh, you don't have to do that. I have more. My sister sent me a picture of an all-might bathroom set the other week. She thought it was funny, because the bath towel had a hood that looked like his hair. I think there was a washcloth too though. Midoriya looked a little dazed. An all-might towel with a hood. Todoroki breathed out a laugh. I could get you both? Oh. Midoriya said, wringing the dirty washcloth in his hands. No, I couldn't possibly. You don't need to get me anything. I know, Todoroki said, smiling fondly. He'd get him both, even if Midoriya was better before he got the chance to buy them. Come on, Uraraka and Ida will be waiting. He stood up and looked down at Midoriya. He was still gripping the washcloth in both hands, though he'd stopped wringing it, and he still looked a little flustered from the idea of Todoroki buying him a present. He looked cute, and Todoroki wanted to kiss him. Deciding to strike a balance between listening to his instincts and being respectful of Midoriya's boundaries, he leaned down, taking Midoriya's face in his hands, and pressed a kiss against his forehead. Help me pick out a shirt? Midoriya's eyes might well have been sparkling. It felt good, knowing he'd put that happiness there. All right, he said, standing up. I'm going to wash my hands real quick, he said, glancing down at his soot-smeared hands. You can start looking in the closet to see if there's anything you like. I'll help as soon as I'm done. Todoroki nodded in understanding and once again found himself rifling through Midoriya's closet. A hoodie or a sweatshirt would probably be most comfortable, but his eyes landed on a baseball tee, gray with light blue sleeves. He remembered it from the first time he'd gone through the closet. Plastered across the front, in thin black lettering, were the words, polo shirt. It was a shirt that was undeniably Midoriya's. Anyone who saw him wearing it would know immediately that he was wearing Midoriya's clothes. He was filled with a sudden, intense desire to wear it. As he expected, it fit. Midoriya seemed to wear most of his clothes somewhat loose, so on Todoroki's slightly wider frame, he tried not to think about his shoulders being broad. It was a near-perfect fit. As he was pulling it on, he noticed that it smelled like Midoriya. He breathed in the scent, feeling stupid. Of course it smelled like Midoriya. It was his shirt. "Oh, you already picked one?" Midoriya asked, coming to stand in front of him. He placed his hands near Todoroki's collarbone and ran them down his chest. "Aren't you worried you'll be cold in just this? I have hoodies and sweatshirts, and some sweaters." "This is fine," Todoroki said, as he tried to ignore the pleasant warmth emanating through the shirt from Midoriya's hands. "You're still running warm. If I get cold, I'll just sit closer to you." Midoriya's smile somehow managed to be shy and mischievous at the same time. "I hope you get cold then," he said cheekily, removing his hands from Todoroki's chest. He grabbed his arm and tugged him forward. "Come on, Ochako and Ida-kun are probably waiting on us." As they exited the room, they immediately found themselves face to face with Mineta, who seemed to be about ready to enter his own room. Todoroki forgot he was Midoriya's neighbor. He wondered if Shiro or Sato would be willing to trade rooms with Midoriya, or if that was something they were even allowed to do. Would Midoriya want to be his neighbor? "Oh, hey Midoriya. Buddy, how's it going?" Mineta asked. He was noticeably trembling. "Mineta-kun," Midoriya said, eyes wide in surprise. "Hi. I wasn't expecting to see you. But I guess that's dumb. Your room is right here." He dropped Todoroki's arm and bent forward in a bow. "I'm sorry for my behavior earlier. I'd like to blame it on my fever, but that's just an excuse. It was wrong of me to treat you so poorly." Mineta awkwardly looked away, rubbing at his upper arm. "Oh, it's fine. I'm sorry too. I guess I said some stuff I shouldn't have, but I think maybe you just took it out of context, you know? It was probably a misunderstanding." Todoroki had a bad feeling about where this conversation was headed. Midoriya came out of his bow and Todoroki, always one to listen to his instincts, grabbed his arm. "We appreciate the apology. We'll be going now." "I'm just saying," Mineta said, taking a step forward. "When I said you'd be better off with someone else, I wasn't really trying to talk bad about Todoroki. I was trying to say how great you are." Midoriya flushed, while beside him, Todoroki scowled at the prolonging of the conversation. "Me? I'm not that great, though," he protested. "That's what's great about you though. You're just an ordinary guy. Todoroki is fine, but he's so perfect." He lifted a hand and gestured to Todoroki, as if that made his point. "His quirk is really flashy and he looks like a movie star. His grades are good, he's strong, he's popular. He's so impressive that no one can relate to him, right? No offense, Todoroki," he added quickly. Todoroki's scowl deepened. He wasn't offended, but he didn't know where Mineta was going with all of this talk. "We should leave," he said curtly. But Mineta continued. "You, on the other hand, Midoriya, you're just an average guy, like me. Plain looks, a great quirk, but you have trouble using it. Everyone likes you, but you aren't really popular. You're a normal, flawed person, so you're more relatable. So when I said you were too good for Todoroki, that's what I meant. You're just a more likable person than he is, because you're so ordinary." He crossed his arms and nodded solemnly, satisfied that he'd expressed his point. "No offense, Todoroki," he said again. "It's not really your fault everyone thinks you're perfect after all." "Oh," was all Midoriya said. "We're leaving," Todoroki ground out, pulling on Midoriya's arm. Midoriya followed without complaint, eyes trained on the ground. "Wait, are you angry?" Mineta shouted after them. "I just complimented both of you." Todoroki ignored him, not saying a word until they'd reached the stairs. They went down half a flight, then Todoroki stopped them at the landing, stepping in front of Midoriya and grabbing his other arm. Before he could even say anything though, Midoriya was smiling softly at him. He mimicked Todoroki's movement, gripping his arms just beneath the elbows, so they were both holding each other's forearms. "I'm okay," he said. Todoroki remained skeptical. Nothing he said was true. Midoriya cast his eyes down. He didn't really say anything bad. "I think Mineta-kun just has a different way of wording things. I didn't understand that before, and I overreacted. But I'm starting to understand a little." He scrunched up his face. "I think." Todoroki felt a little bit of his frustration with Mineta melt away, but that was mostly because the way Midoriya had scrunched his nose was cute and somewhat distracting. "He's just an a-hole, Midoriya." Midoriya laughed in surprise. "That's harsh. You know, I could have said the same thing about you when we first met." As he spoke, he pulled Todoroki a step closer to him. "But I just misunderstood you. Sometimes you just need to learn to understand a person better." Todoroki shook his head. "No, Midoriya. I was an a-hole when we met. I'm still an a-hole. Somewhat at least. I'm working on it. I don't think you're an a-hole. It's easier not to be when I'm around you, because you're the one who inspires me to be better. You probably see my best side more as a result." Midoriya immediately flushed red. "Emmy? But I'm not. You are. Stop listening to Mineta and listen to the people who actually know." "You." Midoriya pouted. You don't even know what I was going to say. I made an educated guess. Come on, Ida and Uraraka are waiting. You're okay, right? Midoriya nodded and they let go of each other's arms, holding hands instead. Todoroki made sure to lace their fingers together, remembering that was Midoriya's preference. The people who actually know me, Midoriya muttered quietly. Todoroki felt better, knowing Midoriya was actually thinking about what he'd said. Mineta was really proving to be a thorn in his side in all this. Had he always been this bothersome? Truth be told, he'd never paid him much attention before. They'd have to try harder to avoid him. When they entered the common area, Uraraka stood to greet them. Hey guys. What took you? We had to deal with a pest. Midoriya smacked his arm lightly. Don't be mean. Are you telling me to stop being an a-hole? Todoroki asked, smirking in self-satisfaction. Midoriya pursed his lips at him. Nice shirt, Todoroki-kun, Uraraka said, smiling cheekily. If she was teasing him, Todoroki didn't mind. Thanks, he said earnestly. Todoroki, I have your bag, Ida said, holding it up. In my haste, I accidentally brought it with me when we left Midoriya-kun's room. Oh, I forgot my bag, Midoriya said, stopping in his tracks. I'll need my notebook. You can just use paper from mine, Todoroki said, but Midoriya shook his head. No, he trailed off, biting at his bottom lip. Deku-kun's notes are always perfect, Uraraka explained. We can wait if you need to go get your bag. Midoriya nodded slowly, looking thoughtful. Yeah, thanks. I won't be long, I promise. To Todoroki's surprise, he let go of his hand. I'll be right back. I can come with you, Todoroki said, a flutter of nervousness coursing through him. Midoriya shook his head. That's okay. You guys can go ahead and get started. I'll only be a minute. I can go by myself. Todoroki hesitated. Midoriya laughed and grabbed his hand, pressing it to his forehead. I'll be fine, Shouto. I don't even feel feverish, see? I think resting earlier helped a lot. I feel really good right now. I promise I won't collapse somewhere. He wasn't wrong. He probably felt cooler than he had since all of this started. When he thought about it, Midoriya did just spend almost 2 hours laying on top of him. The prolonged contact probably helped. And his room certainly wasn't far. Okay, Todoroki said. If you see Mineta though, don't talk to him. Promise, Midoriya said, crossing his heart. Be right back. And then he was disappearing back up the stairs. Todoroki crossed to the table where Ito was sitting and sat down on one of the couches. Uraraka sat down next to him. Is this the first time he's willingly left your side? She asked, looking toward the stairs. Unless you count what happened in class. She winced. Well, maybe this is a good thing. Aizawa-sensei mentioned something like this when he was explaining to us. Something about how we shouldn't try to separate you, but as the effects wore off, Deku-kun would start to act more independently. Todoroki nodded. Recovery Girl had said the same thing. He was acting odd when he woke up earlier too. He called me by my family name. Perhaps he'll be well soon then, Ida said, smiling. Maybe even tomorrow. That'll mean your date will be cancelled though. Uraraka whined. That's fine, Todoroki said. I still want to plan it though, just in case. I can't assume he'll be better soon. He looked away from both of them, feeling awkward. If either of you have advice or, he rubbed the back of his neck, suggestions or something, I'm not asking you to inconvenience yourselves, I can plan it myself. I just mean if you happen to think of something. Of course, Todoroki-kun, Uraraka said. We'll think about it. And if you need any help at all, don't hesitate to ask. Like if you need to get something but can't in front of Midoriya, I'll totally go get it for you. Get something? Yeah, like tickets or a present or something. Todoroki nodded. I see. Thank you. Perhaps there's something seasonal you could do? Ida said, crossing his arms as he looked up to the ceiling, thinking. Autumn has always struck me as a popular season for outdoor recreation. I wonder if there's any fall festivals happening nearby? Can you hand me my bag? Todoroki asked, breaking Ida from his thoughts. He wanted to write some of this down. A fall festival might be nice. Ida handed him his bag. Once Todoroki opened it, he immediately caught sight of the envelope Aizawa had given him earlier. Oh, he muttered, taking it out. I almost forgot, he said as he opened it. Uraraka looked over his shoulder. What is it? Information from the police on the girl who attacked us, he replied. There was a sticky note on the first page. Highlighted important stuff was all it said. Todoroki flipped to the first highlighted section, skimming through it. Anything helpful? Uraraka prompted, after giving him some time to read. Todoroki flipped to the next section, after looking over the front. There's information on her parents' quirks. I guess she's too young to know much about her own, especially given the type of quirk it is. How old is she? Uraraka asked. 13. Her personal information was printed on the front of the file, though most of it had been blacked out. Her birthday was still visible though. How irresponsible. How did she have time to plot out an attack on Aoyama-kun with high school entrance exams coming up? Ida shook his head, dumbfounded. Yeah, Uraraka agreed, half-heartedly. So what's it say about her parents? Her mom is able to make people become infatuated with her, using her saliva. It says here the effects never last more than 2 weeks, according to her, and those affected never remember anything. Her dad is able to create a gelatinous substance from his sweat. If someone ingests it, ew, they experience a sort of intoxication. It says they experience radical mood swings, resulting in unpredictable behavior. It only lasts a few hours. He paused, brow furrowing slightly. According to him, only 2 people have ever remembered what they did afterwards, and of those 2, one even experienced short moments of lucidity. Did they use their quirks a lot, then? Ida said, a note of worry in his tone. He said he used it at college parties often, but only with consent. The mom said she experienced several accidents in elementary school and junior high, but nothing serious. What dangerous quirks, Uraraka muttered. What are the chances they'd end up together? Does it say anything about the people who remembered the effects of the father's quirk? Did they perhaps share something in common? Yeah, Todoroki said, already flipping to the next section. They were both quirkless. Ida rubbed his chin. How odd. I wonder why that is. Uraraka leaned back, sinking a bit into the back of the couch. Yeah, but the why doesn't really matter. Deku-kun isn't quirkless. It sounds like the chances he won't remember any of this are pretty good, based on her parents' quirks. Best not to make assumptions though, Ida said. We should still be mindful of his feelings. Right? Uraraka agreed with a nod. Todoroki nodded too. He planned to continue as if nothing had changed, but he couldn't help but feel a little lighter. Midoriya forgetting all of this would be for the best. Speaking of his feelings, Todoroki said, I wanted to talk to both of you. I've been thinking about our situation, and I think the best thing I can do for Midoriya is to try to make him happy. Is that why you asked him on a date? Uraraka asked. He nodded. I thought about what you said about how Midoriya probably just wants to be my boyfriend. If he's still affected tomorrow and Sunday, then I'll take him on a date and afterwards I'll ask him to be my boyfriend. His expression was unreadable, and he kept his gaze fixed on the papers in front of him. I think that would make him happy. I would do it sooner, but he seems insistent on not missing class, and I don't want to rush through the date after school tomorrow. Ida was nodding in contemplation. I agree that would make him happy. He was a bit overwrought earlier, so I didn't get much information out of him, but it's my impression that at least part of the reason he was so emotional was something to do with you not being official boyfriends. He coughed lightly, pushing his glasses up. So to speak. Uraraka leaned forward. Todoroki-kun, she placed a hand gently on his arm, will you be okay with doing that? Ida looked between them, a slightly puzzled expression on his face. It's fine. I can put my feelings aside if it's for his sake. Ida's eyebrows dipped together. Are you sure? Maybe when Deku-kun is better, you should try talking to him. Even if he doesn't remember. No. It's best if he doesn't know. Knowing him, he'll already feel like he was a burden to me. If he knows how I feel, he'll probably just feel even worse. I don't want him to feel guilty about rejecting me, especially right after I did something that he'll think of as a favor. Wait. Ida interjected, sitting more rigidly in his seat. Todoroki-kun. Are you saying you? Yeah, Uraraka interrupted. For Midoriya-kun? I'd appreciate it if we could keep this amongst ourselves, Todoroki said. He could tell from his peripherals that Uraraka and Ida were looking at each other, but he didn't bother looking up. Whatever expressions they wore weren't significant. They were probably exchanging looks of pity. I think I agree with Uraraka-kun on this one. Midoriya-kun would certainly be understanding were you to discuss this with him. You'd probably feel way better getting it off your chest. And, obviously we can't speak for Midoriya-kun, but he is single. Perhaps he'd be interested? The look Todoroki gave Ida could have melted titanium. He's bi, you know. Uraraka chimed in. So it's not like it's totally hopeless. In fact, I feel like he might have said something about you being handsome before. Do you remember that, Ida-kun? Ida nodded. I think so. I'm fairly certain he said that once. Just once though. I would definitely remember if he said it dozens of times, which he didn't. I didn't know he was bi, Todoroki said. The thought had crossed his mind that Midoriya wasn't straight when he'd explained his runs with Kirishima, but he just assumed that was the quirk talking. Kirishima would talk about Bakugu, and Midoriya would talk about whatever girl he liked. If he was bi though, then there was technically a chance Midoriya had spoken the truth when he said he talked about him. His heart was racing and he hated himself for it. What a fool he was to think for even half a second that he had a chance with Midoriya Izuku. He was selfish to even want more than the precious friendship they already had. He distracted himself by putting away the police papers in his bag. He'd read through them more carefully later. Right now he was more focused on changing the subject. Speaking of his, he paused to consider his words, romantic preferences. I wanted to talk to both of you about something else. If I'm going to pretend at this relationship and make Midoriya happy, I'm going to have to display a certain degree of affection. I'm not really sure what Midoriya would be uncomfortable with though. Right now we hold hands, and earlier I let him lie on top of me while he slept. On top of you? Uraraka questioned. Yes. He didn't elaborate further, because he didn't see the necessity. I've kissed his forehead, and I told him he could kiss my cheek and shoulders and hands. I figured things like that would be chaste and wouldn't bother him much if he remembered. Is that too much though? Without affection, he seems to get upset, but I'm concerned I'm crossing a line. Uraraka waved her hands frantically in front of her. No, not at all. All of that sounds fine. In fact, you could probably do more than that. Deku-kun is naturally affectionate, even with friends. He won't mind at all, I promise. More? He asked, surprise lacing his voice. He wasn't expecting that. She nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, like, I wouldn't make out with him or anything, but I don't think a closed-mouth kiss on the lips here and there would bother him. Ida cleared his throat. From what I could understand from him earlier, I think he was a little upset that you didn't want to share a bed with him last night. Todoroki and Uraraka stared at him, unblinking. I mean literally. Ida yelled, flailing his arms around. I think he would like to sleep beside you. Just sleep. Oh, Uraraka drawled, looking relieved. She smiled at Todoroki. I think he'd be fine with that. Cuddling and stuff while you slept. Spooning. Friends do that kind of stuff. That was surprising enough that he forgot to ask what spooning was. They do. He'd of course seen the movie night cuddling amongst his classmates, but actually sleeping next to each other? He had no idea. Friends could do that. If they're close. You guys are definitely close enough. Midoriya did express a desire earlier to cuddle. Was that why he slept so poorly? Not just because they were too far apart, but specifically because they didn't share a bed? Honestly, I don't think you have to worry, Todoroki-kun, Uraraka said, pressing her hands together. You're such an honest, good person. Deku-kun is always saying so. He is. Absolutely, Ida agreed. I think if you just go with your gut, you'll be fine, Uraraka continued. Just stick to cute coupley stuff. Quick kisses, cuddling and nuzzling. Nuzzling? He thought of Midoriya pressing his forehead against him earlier. Like that? Hugs, holding hands? I think he'd be 100% okay with all of that. And maybe call him by his first name? He calls you by yours now. I bet he'd love that. Just don't do anything heated or like giving him a hickey or feeling him up, and I think you'll be fine. She paused. Your fingertips are on fire, Todoroki-kun. He closed his hand in a fist. I would never do things like that without consent. I know you wouldn't. She smiled gently at him. That's why I'm not worried. Uraraka-kun and I, as Midoriya-kun's best friends, trust him in your hands. If this had to happen, you're probably the best person he could have ended up with, honestly. Todoroki made a noise, more acknowledging the praise than agreeing with it. He'd have to do his best to take care of Midoriya, not just for Midoriya's sake, but to not let down his friends. The friends? Speaking of, he's taking a long time, he said. Uraraka and Ida's encouraging smiles fell as they exchanged a worried glance. It has been some time, hasn't it? Ida said, concern coating his voice. We should go look for him, Uraraka added. Just at that moment, heavy pounding came from the stairwell. If they listened carefully, they could make out a crackling sort of sound that accompanied it. And then, bellowing from the stairwell came an all-too-familiar voice. Half and half. Clearly having jumped from the first landing, Bakugo entered the room like an explosion, even without using his quirk. His nostrils were flared and he held one hand, crackling with energy, at his side, fingers flexed as if he were holding an invisible grenade. They all stood. Bakugo! Todoroki said. He felt a sinking sensation in his gut. Bakugo exhaled loudly through his nostrils as he stared down Todoroki. He closed his other hand into a fist and smashed it against the wall, leaving a hole. He sneered. What the F did you do? Bakugo was seething with rage, teeth clenched in his anger and arms faintly trembling. That was basically what he always looked like though, so Todoroki only felt mildly alarmed. Really more uneasy than anything. I told you to stay out of my way. I said I didn't want any part of this effing mess you and shitty Deku got yourselves stuck in. This isn't my problem. There was a thumping sound overhead. That was also somewhat concerning, but it didn't repeat itself, and it wasn't terribly loud, so Todoroki dismissed it. Bakugo, they are staying out of your way, Uraraka snapped, crossing her arms in front of her. Deku-kun and Todoroki-kun are getting notes from us. How does that involve you? Bakugo turned towards her, flinging an arm in the direction of the table. Oh yeah? Where is he then? Shouldn't he be here? He turned back to Todoroki. You're supposed to be with him. It's the second goddamn day and you've already set him loose twice. If he's going to be a nuisance to everyone, then I'll just take him to Recovery Girl myself. Todoroki took a step forward. He doesn't need to see Recovery Girl. I'm taking care of him. Then if you take care of him. Todoroki winced. I'm assuming you had an altercation with him. Where is he? Bakugo laughed. It was a sound that was as bitter as it was mocking. You want to know where he is? There was a series of thumping sounds from upstairs, most of them faint, as if people were running, but the last one was more forceful and pronounced. Uraraka and Ida glanced up in concern, but Todoroki ignored it. He had noisy classmates, and now wasn't the time to be worrying about them. He's in my room with Kirishima. Bakugo stomped forward, making an impressive amount of noise, considering he was barefoot. He stopped when he was nearly nose to nose with Todoroki. We were minding our own goddamn business, and then he comes knocking at my door with this. He reached into the pocket of his sweatpants and pulled out a small notebook, then slammed it against Todoroki's chest with enough force to make him stumble, asking me to help him make a FNG list of everything that's wrong with him. Todoroki's blood ran cold. Behind him, Uraraka said something, but he didn't process it. He took the notebook and Bakugo leaned away. It was familiar. It was just like all of Midoriya's other notebooks, where he jotted down information on heroes. Just like the one he'd seen on the table yesterday. He'd been happy to find it, because he knew Midoriya would smile at him when he returned it to him. If it wasn't for that notebook, Midoriya would probably be fawning over Aoyama or the girl that attacked them, instead of him. This one was a little different though. It didn't have hero analysis written neatly across the front, or hero analysis for the future, like some of his older ones. Instead, hastily scrawled across the front were the words, Midoriya Izuku analysis. He opened it. The first page was also written sloppily, as if Midoriya had written it while he was moving. Things to fix was scrawled across the header, and next to it, in small parentheses it read, reorder later. Perhaps he'd written this while he was walking. He was supposed to be getting his backpack. Did he do so, but then go to Bakugo instead of returning to him? Under the header was a list. Face, freckles, makeup, dumb smile, smile less fix it, baby face, makeup, piercings? Get advice who? Not average, Aishido-san Aoya Yugakuen Jiru-san. Messy hair, Nijire senpai help? Best J guidebook price. Stammering nerves. Crying. 7. It stopped there. He flipped to the next page and then the next few after that, but they were all blank. The empty spaces bothered him almost more than the filled ones. Did he run out of things to write, or did he just stop writing once he got to Bakugo's room? How much did he think he needed to? List? Todoroki-kun? Uraraka's voice hovered nearby, weighted with worry. Whatever you did, you effed up. So either fix it or let me take him to Recovery Girl, Bakugo grumbled. There was slightly less heat in his voice, despite the bite in his words. Ida took a step towards them. Bakugo-kun, you can't blame him for any of this. Midoriya-kun's actions aren't. I'll blame whoever's at fault, Bakugo snapped. He said he'd take care of him. I will, Todoroki said, closing the notebook and bending it so he could fit it in his pocket. Bakugo sneered and opened his mouth to give a retort, but was interrupted by another thumping sound from upstairs, much louder than before. Then there was a yell, enraged, panicked, and clearly Midoriya. Kirishima's voice came right on his heels, screaming, no, stop, stop, stop. Midoriya. There was another loud thud, followed by some grunting. Todoroki, Uraraka, and Ida rushed to the foot of the stairs and up to the first landing, while Bakugo, after a quick pause to massage his temples, followed at a more casual pace, stuffing his hands in his pockets with a look of annoyance. Bro, you're going to fall down the stairs. Midoriya was near the top of the stairs, but not quite there. His hand was gripping the top step and he was struggling to drag himself forward. He was struggling because Kirishima was on top of him, arms wrapped around his neck and knees digging into the ground. I don't care. Kaken is. The hell you don't care. I care. You could break a bone. You have fragile bones, man. I don't need bones. You literally do need bones. Not all of them. Get off. As they were yelling, Midoriya was gradually sliding forward, managing to reach out to the second step with his other hand. He didn't get any further though, as Kirishima released his hold, only to grab him around the chest and yank him backwards in a sort of half-suplex. The others rushed up the stairs, except for Bakugo, who still followed at a slower, almost tired pace. Kirishima, if you don't let me go right thing now, I swear. Uraraka gasped. Deku cursed. I'll tell Kaken what you said about his arms. Bakugo stopped walking, pausing on the steps. Like I care. Bakubro, your arms are huge and manly and I admire your dedication to building your strength. As he spoke, he pushed Midoriya down into the floor, trying to get a hold on his arms. Bakugo scoffed and continued walking, stopping at the top of the stairs with the others. Todoroki was the first to approach the pair. Midoriya. Kaken, he said you have a chest like a tree trunk and he wants to climb. Kirishima pushed Midoriya's face into the floor. Kirishima's face was scarlet. From behind him, Todoroki heard Bakugo snap, "What are you looking at?" His shout was quickly followed by a hasty, "Nothing," by Uraraka. Todoroki knelt down next to them and grabbed Midoriya's wrist. Midoriya went still. "I'm sorry, Kirishima," he said. "This is my fault." "Hey, no problem." Kirishima laughed. It was forced and awkward sounding. He's been saying all kinds of weird things. Like just now. Making stuff up. Has he been doing that all day? So weird. When Todoroki didn't answer, Kirishima climbed off of Midoriya and stood, avoiding everyone's gaze as he rubbed his neck self-consciously. "This quirk is something else, huh? Crying this morning, fighting Mineta in the afternoon." He seemed pretty happy when he showed up with that notebook, but then, he trailed off, eyes falling to where Midoriya still lay motionless, face to the floor. "I hope he gets better soon anyway." He took a deep breath and threw his arms up behind his head in a display of forced casualness. "I guess I'll go to my room then. See you guys later." Bakugo scoffed and pushed past Ida as he stomped over to Kirishima. "We'll go back to my room," he said. He put a hand on Kirishima's back and pushed him towards the stairs as he turned back to look at Todoroki. "This is your last chance, Todoroki. I'm being nice, because I don't feel like hauling his butt to the infirmary. But I'll do it, if he bothers me one more time. Keep him on a leash or something." He pushed Kirishima's back again. "Go, why the hell are you just standing there? Don't even tell me you let him hurt you again." "No, I didn't. I'm going," Kirishima said, hurrying up the stairs. Bakugo followed and they disappeared as they rounded the corner. "Interesting what Bakugo considers nice," Ida remarked with a slight shake of his head. "Would you mind holding onto my bag for me a little longer, Ida? I'll stop by your room tomorrow morning before class to get it." "Oh yes, of course. I have Midoriya-kun's blazer too. If you could just hold on to that too, I'd appreciate it. Midoriya and I are going to go back to my room. We'll get the notes some other time, if you don't mind." Uraraka crouched down on Midoriya's other side and ran a hand through his hair. "Are you okay, Deku-kun?" Midoriya finally moved, taking his face out of the floor and turning to the side, so he was facing Uraraka. His voice hitched as he whispered, "Something's wrong with me. It's just the quirk, Deku-kun. This isn't the same as a normal sickness. But it will pass," she said as she continued carding her fingers through his hair, carefully keeping her pinky lifted. "Just stay with Todoroki-kun and let him take care of you. No more running off." Tears sprung to the corners of his eyes. "I just broke Kirishima-kun's trust. Why would I do that, Ochako?" His voice broke over her name. "He'll be okay. Once you get better, you can talk to him. He'll understand." "Let's go, Midoriya," Todoroki said as he pulled him up, so he was kneeling. "I'd like to talk." "Right?" Midoriya said dejectedly, staring down at his lap. Slowly he stood, keeping his eyes on the floor. They were still glistening wet, but the tears weren't falling. "Can I hold your hand?" Todoroki asked. "You don't have to," Midoriya muttered. "That's not what I asked." Midoriya looked up, locking eyes with Todoroki for a few seconds. He dropped his gaze back to the floor. "You can." Todoroki took his hand. "We'll talk to you both later." "Thanks for," he paused, thinking, "for everything." "Text us if you need anything," Uraraka said, accepting Ida's hand as he helped her up. "Thank you," Todoroki said with a nod, before pulling Midoriya along as he headed to the elevator. They rode it up to the 5th floor in silence, Todoroki's hand firmly clasped around Midoriya's. About halfway up he let go, but only so he could lace their fingers together. Midoriya glanced at him but, when his gaze wasn't met, he turned his eyes back to the floor. They stepped off the elevator in silence, with Todoroki leading the way to his room. As soon as they got into the room, Todoroki couldn't help but take notice of his futon. Usually he folded up his bedding and put it back in the cabinet every morning, but this morning had been so chaotic, everything was still strewn on the floor, just as they'd left it. Wordlessly, he released Midoriya's hand and went to pick up the duvet, unceremoniously tossing into a corner. It had been drenched in Midoriya's sweat when he woke up, so there was no way either of them could use it now. He'd clean it later, when he had the time. For now, they could share the extra duvet he'd used for his bed last night. Uraraka and Ida had suggested they sleep in the same bed anyway, so it all worked out in the end. The thought of sharing a bed with Midoriya wasn't something he wanted to preoccupy himself with right now though. He had more important things to worry about than his own nerves. He didn't know how much of these current insecurities of Midoriya's were his true feelings, and how much was just the quirk and Mineta influencing him. Under normal circumstances, Midoriya couldn't possibly think he was playing, could he? Was it possible for the sun to not realize its own brilliance? The notebook was still in his pocket, its weight heavier than it should have been. It was probably just the quirk. It had to be. Regardless though, he needed to do something to help. He wasn't sure how to broach the subject. He needed time to think, so he busied himself with the mattress instead. It had also gotten covered in sweat, but for now, they'd be fine with just flipping it over. He knelt down and began to do so. Midoriya knelt down to help him, though it wasn't really a task that required two people. "You're mad at me," he said, avoiding looking in Todoroki's direction. "I'm not. I didn't mean to fight with Kirishima-kun. Midoriya stared hard at the mattress, eyebrows drawn slightly together. "I heard Kaken yelling, and I knew he was telling you what I asked him, and I panicked. I ran, and Kirishima-kun chased me and he wouldn't stop and he sighed, shoulders slumping. "I don't know. He grabbed me and I remember thinking I had to explain myself to you before Kaken did. He's never been good at explaining things. I was so afraid you were going to think I was trying to trick you." He looked up at Todoroki timidly. "Do you think that?" Todoroki sat down on the edge of the mattress. "I'm not sure what you mean. How would you be tricking me?" Midoriya began fidgeting, pulling at his fingers and wringing his hands. He changed his position, so he was sitting cross-legged on the floor, with his back to the futon. "I want to improve myself, so I'm someone worthy of being with you. But I was worried you might think I was trying to become someone different. Like I was going to act like someone else just to get you to like me. I wasn't trying to do that. I just wanted to become a better version of me, so people wouldn't see us and say things like, 'What's a perfect guy like Todoroki doing with a plain guy like that?' That's all. I wasn't trying to trick you into liking me by being, fake, I guess." Todoroki leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees and lacing his hands in front of him. He rested his head against his hands. "Shouto. I didn't think that." "Oh, well, that's good. I'm relieved." "So," he paused, fiddling with the hem of his hoodie, "you're really not mad." "I'm frustrated." "Oh." Todoroki sighed. "Why did you ask Bakugo to help you?" Midoriya turned to look at him, seemingly surprised by the question. "Because Kaken knows me best. I wanted to know all of my flaws, and he's been pointing them out since I was 4 years old. I kind of thought he might already have a list on hand." He looked away. "In hindsight though, he never really liked making lists as much as I do. I want to change that." Midoriya leaned back a bit, looking at the ceiling as he pursed his lips in thought. "Kaken has changed some recently, but I don't know if you can make him like lists." Todoroki sat up straight. "No. You said Bakugo knows you best. I don't know if that's true, but it doesn't really matter, because you think it's true. I want to change that." He wanted to tell the truth. Blunt truths were easy for him. If he wanted to make Midoriya happy, for however long this sickness lasted, just telling the truth would be the easiest way. His heart was pounding, but he now had a near 100% guarantee that Midoriya wasn't going to remember anything he said anyway. He'd be blunt, and he'd make sure Midoriya understood. He grabbed Midoriya's chin and turned his head, forcing him to look up at him. "I want to be the one who knows you best." Midoriya's eyes widened as a deep red started to spread across his face. Oh, I want everyone to know that. When I tell you how I feel about you, about your eyes, or the way you talk, or your smile, or how smart you are, or your freckles, I want you to believe me. I want to know you so well that you won't be able to disbelieve me, because it will be a fact of the world that I know you best. Then, you can finally understand how incredible you are." Midoriya flushed even further, violent crimson spreading to his ears and neck. "Am I freckles? You said people will think I'm perfect. I'm not. The world can say what it wants, but I want you to know all of my truths, same as I'll know yours. That would be, I'd really like to, Shouto leaned towards him, leaving less than an inch of space between his face and Midoriya's. Midoriya's mouth continued to form the shape of his words, or his attempts at words, but no sound passed his lips. "I like seeing you flustered like this, you know." "Wah." Midoriya breathed out. "You blush so easily and you stutter. I like it. And I like it when you're angry, and your eyes get dark and wild. You grit your teeth," he said, running his thumb along Midoriya's bottom lip, "like you want to bite someone. I'm sure you hate feeling flustered or angry. A perfect person wouldn't like it when the person most dear to them was feeling those ways." Midoriya was trembling just slightly. He could feel it through his lip. "I can also be mean. I said earlier I was an a-hole. You know, a lot of heroes try to hide their relationships, especially if they're with another hero. I wouldn't want that with you. If you were mine, I'd want everyone to know. Fans are inevitably going to become infatuated with you once you go pro, but I'd want them to think he's with Todoroki and realize they don't stand a chance. They could be heartbroken, and I wouldn't care. If someone asked you out, I wouldn't care how hurt they were when you turned them down. I might even find it satisfying. You wouldn't want to hide being with me," Midoriya said quietly. It wasn't a question but a simple statement, spoken with wonder. "I can hate easily too. I like most of the people in our class, but if you started dating any one of them, I'd hate them. I'd hide it, because I'd want you to be happy, and I wouldn't want to damage our friendship, but I'd still hate them. Even if it was a friend. Ida. Uraraka. They've been nothing but supportive and kind to me, but if you started dating one of them, I'd hate them in an instant. A perfect person wouldn't do that. He let go of Midoriya's face and leaned away, sitting up straight once more. I know my flaws and I'm going to try my best to be better. I'll always have parts of myself that I need to improve upon. That doesn't mean I'm not good enough to be with you. In fact, I think I'm the only person good enough to be with you. That might be a flaw too. I'm an arrogant person. I think I'd make you happier than anyone else though, if only you liked me back. But I do like you, Midoriya replied quickly. Todoroki chuckled lightly. It stung a little. He wondered what Midoriya would have said if he was in his right frame of mind. Of course. Maybe he'd tell him. Ida and Uraraka seemed confident he'd take his confession well. It would be nice not having to lie anymore. Midoriya would let him down gently. He probably wouldn't though. If Midoriya remembered any of this, maybe. Otherwise, there was no sense troubling him. What I'm getting at though, Todoroki continued, is that it's fine to want to change and improve. There's no such thing as a perfect person, so probably everyone should want to improve themselves in some way, I think. It should be for you though, not someone else. And there's no sense wanting to change the things about you that you can't. I don't like that I have my father's eye, but I'm not going to pluck it out. You shouldn't want to do things like cover your freckles. They're a part of you. Besides, he reached down and ran the back of his fingers over Midoriya's left cheek. I like them. The ones on your shoulders too. Midoriya pulled at the strings of his hoodie. You notice those? Yeah. At the hot springs. Midoriya dropped the strings. The hot, you mean at camp? That feels like forever ago. Todoroki shrugged. I've been noticing you for a while. I still don't really understand why you would, Midoriya said quietly, glancing away. I guess I can try though. I'll help you. I can't explain right now. There's too much to say. Midoriya covered his face in his hands as he said this, shaking his head. Just give me a little time. I'll find a way to explain. He took one of Midoriya's hands and pulled it away from his face. I don't know if I can handle a long explanation of why you like me, Midoriya said, smiling self-consciously. I thought I was going to pass out just now, and you only listed a few things. I'll figure it out. Don't worry. Okay, Midoriya said quietly, looking down. He squeezed Todoroki's hand. But you know, I don't think you're mean or arrogant or hateful. I think you're very kind. And not just to me. Like you said earlier, when we were talking about my Netakuen. But in general, you have a good heart. He looked at him and smiled. If you don't believe me, then I promise I'll become the person who knows you best too. We'll have to believe everything we say about each other then. Todoroki smiled back. In that case, I don't believe you. Midoriya smiled wider. It's a promise then. He let go of Todoroki's hand, but only so he could encircle his pinky finger with his own, squeezing gently. To be the person who knew Midoriya Izuka best. To be the person Midoriya knew best, in turn. It was a dream that probably wasn't ever going to happen, and yet, he let his gaze linger on Midoriya's smile. He squeezed his pinky back. The rest of the evening passed in a bit of a blur. The fiasco with Bakugo ate up quite a bit of their time. Midoriya also realized belatedly that he had barely eaten all day, having missed lunch. Thankfully, there were leftovers in the fridge from their dinner the day before, so they didn't have to think much about food. They technically had some time that they could have probably spent studying, but Ida had Todoroki's bag and Midoriya's bag. I left it in Kaken's room, he admitted glumly. Todoroki was cleaning the dishes from their dinner and Midoriya was drying them and putting them away. He held the plate in his hands to his chest, nervously fingering the edges. I guess I could go ask him for it. Todoroki winced. It was difficult to tell when Bakugo was actually fed up with someone, as opposed to just being his normally standoffish, prickly self, but he had a feeling this was one of those times where he legitimately did not want to see them for the rest of the day. He needed time to cool off. Todoroki could understand that. Let's just get it tomorrow, he said. Midoriya silently agreed, nodding his head. Todoroki glanced at the clock in the kitchen as he handed Midoriya the final piece of dishware. It was 7 p.m. Do you mind if we shower now? I know I didn't really do anything today, but I feel kind of grimy. Midoriya said as he placed the glass Todoroki had handed him into a cupboard. Todoroki almost laughed. You got into 2 fights today. I don't know if I'd call that not doing anything. I don't know if I'd call them real fights though, Midoriya mused. They started walking back to Todoroki's room, holding hands as they walked. There wasn't any blood. I'm not even sore. Todoroki wondered if Kirishima was sore. He'd really gotten the brunt of Midoriya's violence in both situations. His brow furrowed as he thought about the day more. Actually, maybe Kirishima got a little more than the brunt. He'd kind of gotten the everything. He'd have to apologize to him again later. Once they got to his room, Midoriya let go of his hand and started going through his stuff. Oh, he said, pausing in his rifling, I only brought the one t-shirt for bed and I got sweat all over it. He glanced towards the bathroom and Todoroki followed his gaze. Sure enough, his t-shirt could be seen still, lying on the floor by the tub, where they left it. You can borrow my clothes, Todoroki said, going to his dresser. He pulled out a plain white t-shirt and a pair of red pajama pants and tossed them to him. Thanks, Midoriya said, catching them with ease. He set them down on the desk and started pulling off his hoodie. Are we showering together? Todoroki audibly choked. What? Midoriya was shirtless now. He hung his hoodie over the back of the desk chair and crossed to the dresser, stopping once he was in front of Todoroki. He draped his forearms over Todoroki's shoulders, linking his fingers together behind his neck. Showering together. You know, to save water. He cleared his throat and looked away. His face was getting alarmingly warm. He needed to stop looking at Midoriya before he started steaming. He coughed. God, was he speechless? This was new. He chanced a glance at Midoriya, some part of him needing to check to see how he was responding to his meltdown, and caught a small smirk on his face. He narrowed his eyes and Midoriya's grin widened, though he bit down on his bottom lip to try to hide it. You're effing with me, he said incredulously. Midoriya laughed. Sorry. He leaned up, pressing his forehead to Todoroki's. It's just, I think I might like seeing you flustered too. Todoroki took a step back, breaking Midoriya's hold on him. He slapped his right hand over the left side of his face. That's hardly fair, he said. When you get flustered, you blush and stammer and look cute. When I get flustered, I catch on fire. Midoriya stared at him with wide eyes. His mouth dropped open a little. Is that's why you've been catching fire lately? Well, if dash. He didn't actually mean to tell him that. He let the temperature of his hand drop lower as he felt his face actively fighting against him, wishing to burn. Oh my gosh, Midoriya said. Shouto, that's so fascinating. Your quirk responds to your emotions. I guess that makes sense. I've seen your quirk grow stronger when you're angry. I guess mine does too? But something like this. Has it always been like this? What was PBRY like? Have you tried to train it? I guess not, 'cause someone like you probably would have mastered it by now. But maybe that's putting too much pressure on you. You're only human, and you've had other things to worry about. Maybe I could help you train? Don't get me wrong, I think it's really endearing, but it's probably inconvenient to you, right? Your clothes aren't fireproof, after all. I'm remembering now, your face burned a little when your dad was fighting the Nomo. So, is it only your fire side, then? Your ice doesn't react? Or do they both react, but to different emotions? Maybe fire responds to more intense emotions, like anger and embarrassment, and ice to I don't know how to describe it, like sadness? Oh, that's probably a sensitive question. I'm sorry. You don't have to answer that. Although, if you're ever feeling sad, I'd like it if you told me. I'd listen, even if the room got cold. I wonder how cold the room would actually get though. Midoriya continued on in that matter, muttering as he cupped his chin in his hand. Todoroki was almost embarrassed by how fond he felt listening to him. Hey, he said, grabbing Midoriya's attention. I love listening to you talk, and I can answer all your questions, but don't you want to shower? Midoriya smiled bashfully up at him. Oh right, sorry. I'll do that. Hold on, let me check your temperature first, he said, pushing Midoriya's bangs up. I think it might be better. I feel pretty G. He stopped talking when Todoroki pressed his lips against his forehead. He held them there for several seconds before pulling away. I don't know, you still feel kind of warm to me. Midoriya's face lit up and he threw a hand up to shield himself from view. Why you're just trying to revenge fluster me? Can you call it trying if I succeeded? Midoriya lowered his hand a bit, so he could weakly glare at him. Go take a shower, he said, laughing lightly as he nudged Midoriya towards the bathroom. Midoriya stuck his tongue out at him before closing the door. Once Todoroki heard the shower turn on, he took a seat at his desk and took out his phone. He didn't have much time by himself in this situation, so if he wanted the events of their date to be a surprise, he needed to make use of every moment alone he had. He decided to start with his most trusted resource, Fuyumi. His text was direct and to the point. Me, what do you think the best idea for a first date is? In less than a minute he got 3 texts from her, rapid fire. She did that sometimes and he couldn't understand it. Why didn't she just write everything in a single text? It was confounding. Fuyumi, do you have a date? Who is he? Can you send me a pic? I want to see him. OMG, is it the Starbucks boy? The picture online is bad, send me a better one. So she'd seen the photo too. Thoughts of date ideas were pushed aside for the moment as worry drilled into his heart. He typed out a quick response. Me, how is he handling that? He knew he didn't need to specify who he meant. Fuyumi was stuck in the house with him, alone. There was a good enough chance his dad didn't believe him when he said he didn't have a boyfriend, and if Endeavor was raging over finding out he was gay, he should be the one to handle his ire, not Fuyumi. Fuyumi, he's been quiet. He was on the phone for quite a while, but if the two are related. Todoroki was sure they were. The old man was likely trying to get the pictures pulled from Twitter, which honestly was probably the tamest response he could have hoped for. Fuyumi sent another text. Fuyumine, you're getting off topic. Is Starbucks boy not your BF yet? Me, there's no yet. I don't have a boyfriend. Fuyumine, then why are you asking about first date ideas? Me, I'm asking for a friend. Shouto winced as he hit send. He knew he wasn't a great liar, but even he was embarrassed by how transparent that one was. He hoped Fuyumi didn't take such an obvious lie as a slight against her intelligence. She triple texted again. Fuyumine, Shouto sweetheart. Baby brother. A friend? She wasn't angry, but she was teasing him. If she kept this up, Midoriya would be finished showering before he'd gotten a single idea out of her. He had to resort to drastic measures. Me, I'll just ask Natsuo. Her response was almost instantaneous. He means well, but he's a disaster. Let me help. How important is this boy to your friend? He hesitated a moment before responding. At the end of all this, she'd want to know how the date went. He'd have to tell her what happened. He didn't want her to feel sad for him, but still. Giving Midoriya a great date was more important. He answered truthfully. Me, he's everything. There was a longer pause this time before her next text, but eventually, she responded. Fuyumine, remember that guy I dated in high school? You were mean to him? Me, he smelled bad. I told him. That's not mean. It's considerate. Fuyumine, it was just once. He played sports and he didn't appreciate your comments. Anyway, he took me ice skating. It wasn't our first date, but it was the best one. Do you remember ice skating with Okayasan? Todoroki paused, thinking. He did remember ice skating not just with his mom, but with all of his siblings as well. Even Tuya. Ice skating was probably one of his earliest memories. Once he developed his quirk, he wasn't allowed to go as often. His mom convinced his dad to let them go a couple of times, claiming being able to move gracefully on ice would be beneficial to him. She wasn't wrong, but those outings could hardly be called training. She'd held both of his hands while he learned. Tuya and Natsuo held his hands too, when they tried to teach him to skate backwards. It was fun. His sister sent another text. Fuyumine, those memories are precious to me, so ice skating with him sort of felt like I was sharing something precious with him. He didn't know. I think he picked it because of my quirk. Still, it felt special. If I was planning a first date with a boy who was everything, that would be my pick. She sent a third text. Fuyumine, but I guess that might not work, since it's not you going on the date, right? Ice skating is more of a you thing. She was teasing him again, but he didn't rise to the bait. He sent her a final text. Me, it might still work. Thanks, Nei-san. Fuyumi, thank me with a picture of the everything boy. He went back to his contacts and selected Yaoyorozu. Me, would you be able to make ice skates for Midoriya and me? Her response was arguably faster than his sister's. Yaoyorozu Momo, yes, of course. Is this for your date? She sent a second text before he could respond. He frowned. She was just like his sister. Yaoyorozu Momo, Uraraka-san told me about the date, BTW. I hope you don't mind. We were trying to think of ideas. Me, I don't mind. I'm grateful for your help. Could you make his pair red like his sneakers? Yaoyorozu Momo, OMG, you're adorable. I can make them red. He pursed his lips, unsure of exactly how requesting red skates made him adorable. Me, I feel like you're making fun of me. But thank you. Yaoyorozu Momo, no. I'm just saying you're a thoughtful boyfriend. Midoriya-san will be thrilled. Where are you planning on going? The ice rink in Tatooine? I'm taking him to a place my mom used to take me, near Kesser Park. Yaoyorozu Momo, I didn't know there was a rink near there. Uraraka-san and I will look and see if there's anything else going on in that area. Maybe you can get hot chocolate or something afterwards. Me? Thank you. I appreciate that. She sent him back a heart emoji and he closed out of the app. The door to the bathroom opened. Todoroki looked up and was met with, for the second time in 2 days, the sight of Midoriya wearing nothing but a towel around his waist. At least his hair wasn't dripping wet this time. It's so hot in here, Midoriya whined as he stepped into the room. He stopped once he was right next to Todoroki, facing away from him as he began rifling through his overnight bag on the desk. Did you take a cool shower? Todoroki asked, pointedly looking away from him. Well, no, I like hot showers best. Todoroki couldn't resist looking at him, not to stare, but to make sure Midoriya could see how unimpressed he was. You have a fever. Midoriya pouted, but didn't say anything, which Todoroki took as a win. He looked away again. Go ahead and get dressed. I won't look. After a moment, Midoriya told him it was okay. The t-shirt actually looked to be about the same size as Midoriya's usual shirts. He did seem to always wear a size too large. The pants were just a tad too long. It was enough to be noticeable but not enough to warrant cuffing the bottoms. He thought he looked cute. The clothes seemed softer on him, somehow. It'd probably be nice to sit on the couch next to him, wrapped up in a blanket together, and hold him. Want to watch a movie when I'm down showering? His mouth said, without him first formulating the thought. Once he realized what he'd said, he blinked, feeling mildly astonished. It's not that he didn't want to watch a movie, in fact, he wanted to watch a movie very much, just because of the way Midoriya's face was lighting up. But if he was just going to start saying things without thinking, well, that just seemed a little worrisome is all. Midoriya was proving to have a dangerous effect on him, in more than one way. Yeah, that would be nice, Midoriya said, pining Todoroki with a bright smile. Todoroki stood, putting his phone in his pocket. Grabbing Midoriya by the shoulder, he gently pulled him forward and wrapped his arms around him. Midoriya leaned into his chest. Todoroki was pinning his upper arms down, but he raised his forearms enough to encircle Todoroki's waist. Shouto? He asked, voice laced with curiosity and gentle concern. I'm just cooling you down before I get in the shower, he said, resting his head on top of Midoriya's. His hair smelled of his own shampoo, which he felt sort of bittersweet about. He liked the way Midoriya usually smelled, but at the same time, there was something sort of nice about having him cloaked in his own scent too. You said you were hot. He could feel Midoriya smile against his chest. Oh, thanks. They stayed like that for about a minute before Midoriya started to fidget. Shouto? You're getting a little too cold. Todoroki tightened his hold and let himself run even colder. Midoriya's reaction was immediate, realizing he was being trapped. He laughed as he tried to squirm away, with Shouto just holding him tighter the more he struggled. No, stop, he shouted between laughs as he managed to twist part of the way around in Todoroki's arms. He flexed, trying to break free. He didn't use his quirk though, and based on Todoroki's experiences sparring with him, he couldn't help but think his attempts to escape were half-hearted. Todoroki quickly changed his grip, grabbing Midoriya by the waist with just one arm. Before Midoriya could escape, he pressed his now free, icy right hand against the back of his neck. Midoriya shouted as he scrambled forward, finally breaking free and clasping his hands behind his neck. You're the worst, he said, though he was still laughing just a bit. Todoroki grinned. I've probably been told that before, he said as he crossed to his dresser. He grabbed a pair of boxers and some black pajama pants and a black tank top, then crossed back to Midoriya, stopping in front of him. I think I was pretty nice just now though. I was just helping you cool down. Get in the shower, Midoriya said, smacking him on the arm as he pouted at him. Todoroki listened, dodging a second smack as he ducked into the bathroom and closed the door. He was still grinning and his heart was racing. This was fun, spending time with Midoriya like this. Was this flirting? That was something he'd always thought he was above, but if it was like this? He felt guilty though. Making Midoriya happy was one thing, but wasn't doing things that made himself happy selfish? Where was the line between doing things for Midoriya and doing things for himself? Midoriya looked like he was happy. He'd just have to be content with that knowledge. And it wasn't like he was really being all that selfish anyway, when he thought about it. The more he let himself indulge in fantasies of being in a relationship with Midoriya, the worse it would sting to have to let him go, when it was all over. If anything, he was torturing himself. He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. He needed to just focus on being a good boyfriend and worry about the rest when the time came. He took his phone out of his pocket and set it on the counter. In his other pocket, an edge was digging lightly into his thigh. He pulled out Midoriya's notebook. He ran a hand across the cover. What was he supposed to do with this? Throw it out? That seemed like a waste when only one page was ruined. Midoriya Izuku analysis was emblazoned across the cover though. Should he just cross it out? Midoriya could use it to analyze other heroes, then he frowned. Midoriya analyzed pretty much every hero he encountered, in person or otherwise. He'd probably never analyzed himself though. He probably never would. It didn't seem like the kind of thing Midoriya would be able to do, at least not when he was acting normally. He was too shy for that kind of thing. Would the hero Deku be the only one missing from his notes, one day? He knit his brows together. An analysis of Midoriya. He set the notebook down. He wasn't sure if the steam from the shower would affect it, but he folded it inside his clothes anyway, to try to protect it. Then he picked up his phone and opened the messenger app. He texted Uraraka. After Todoroki finished showering, he and Midoriya went to the common living area. No one was there, which came as a bit of a relief. Todoroki wasn't 100% sure what the movie they watched was really about. He'd let Midoriya pick, and he'd selected some Korean film he said Siro had been going on about. From what Todoroki could gather, some family had gotten into a different family's house and was sort of freeloading off of them, but there was already a third family in the house, also freeloading. Or something. People kept pointing out that the first family smelled bad. It made him think of Fuyumi's high school boyfriend. He had a feeling it was actually a good movie. Midoriya certainly seemed to enjoy it, but his mind was distracted. Uraraka had texted him back while he'd been in the shower, and she'd agreed to help him with his plans. He needed to actually think of plans first though. What he had so far could only be described as half-baked. Midoriya himself was also distracting. When they first sat down, Todoroki wasn't entirely sure what to do, as far as cuddling went. How did someone initiate these kinds of things? When Kaminari cuddled, he seemed to just kind of bonelessly flop onto people and they went with it. He didn't want to do that though. And he didn't know if this was selfish or not, but he sort of wanted to be the one being laid on, not vice versa. Not that laying on Midoriya sounded bad. In fact, he was certain it would be wonderful. But he'd liked holding Midoriya earlier, when he'd let him sleep on top of him, and he wanted to do it again. In the end though, he didn't really have to think too hard about what to do. He sat down on the couch because he felt pretty confident that sitting on the couch was the first step. After that, Midoriya took the lead. Or rather, the Quirk did, because there was no way Midoriya normally could have forcefully spread his legs and then nestled himself in between them, with his back resting against Todoroki's chest, without getting flustered. But that was exactly what he did, even going so far as to wiggle around until he found the comfiest position. Once he was settled, he unballed the blanket he'd grabbed and draped it around them both. So that was the first reason Midoriya was a distracting movie-watching companion. The position they'd adopted was rather NTMT, he supposed was the word for it. It felt like his entire front half was touching Midoriya in some way, so he had to exert a certain amount of mental energy just to making sure he didn't compromise himself. So to speak. Midoriya was also distracting because he was very physically responsive to the film, from about the middle onwards. There was one scene in particular, where a couple was being NTMT on their couch while a man was hiding under a table right in front of them. Midoriya had Esiki in a breath and curled his legs closer to himself, grabbing on tightly to Todoroki's arm. Shortly after that scene, the table man escaped the room by dragging his body across the floor. Midoriya started muttering, "No, no, 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 no," quietly twisting his body around towards Todoroki more and more with each uttered, "No." By the time the man was nearly to safety, Midoriya had turned completely around and buried his face in Todoroki's chest, eating his shirt in his hands. "He's going to get caught," he said, hunching his shoulders. He stayed perfectly still for about 4 seconds, and then hesitantly peeked over his shoulder. The man escaped and Midoriya let his shoulders relax, and then wiggled back into his original position. During moments like that, Todoroki did his best to at least pretend he was paying attention. Would it be so bad if he was caught? If he was understanding correctly, this man was a criminal. No. But at the same time, yeah? I don't know. They're all doing bad things, but I feel sorry for the dad at least. He's embarrassed because he smells bad. That's so sad. Todoroki hummed thoughtfully. "You'll get along with my sister, I think." Midoriya ducked his head down, but if Todoroki leaned to the side a little, he could still see his face. He was smiling. It wasn't his usual bright grin, but something small and kind of wobbly. "You think? That's, he cleared his throat. "I really look forward to meeting her. Your brother too. I hope I can make a good impression. I know they're important to you. You might regret those words. They'll both probably be overwhelming." He wasn't sure if Midoriya would ever actually meet his siblings, but he wasn't lying. If their paths crossed, he'd be willing to wager almost anything that they'd love him. If they thought they were dating, they'd probably smother him. "I'm sure I can handle it," Midoriya responded, leaning back a bit so he could rest his head against Todoroki's chest better. The rest of the movie continued in much the same manner. Anxiety-inducing things would happen and Midoriya would squirm and whisper-scream at the screen, and Todoroki would deal with the squirming by desperately trying to imagine what his dad might look like if he lit each of his leg hairs on fire, individually. Would they meld together, like his facial hair, or would his leg look like a birthday cake with too many candles on it? For perhaps the first time in his life, he found himself feeling almost grateful to his dad. At least he'd been useful for this one thing. Towards the end of the movie though, the squirming stopped, and Midoriya seemed to sink more fully into him. Todoroki ran a hand through his hair. "You're tired. Should we go to bed?" Midoriya weakly shook his head. "I want to see the end," he said, yawning immediately afterwards. "Do you want me to read the subtitles so you can just focus on watching then?" Midoriya twisted around, so he was on his side, leaning his head against Todoroki's chest. He nodded. To his surprise, Midoriya did manage to stay awake until the end. Todoroki wasn't sure if his reading the subtitles aloud helped, but he never asked him to stop, so he thought maybe it did. "Do you want me to carry you back?" Todoroki asked as he turned off the TV. "No, I want to carry you back," Midoriya muttered against his abdomen. His eyes were closed. "Maybe next time," Todoroki said, as he started maneuvering Midoriya off of him. Once he managed to get up, he scooped up Midoriya in his arms and began making his way back to his room. "I can walk," Midoriya said as he wrapped his arms around Todoroki's neck. "I know." Midoriya buried his face in the crook of his neck. "You just want to carry me." "I do." Midoriya breathed out a small laugh. Todoroki could feel him grinning against his neck. When they got to his room, Midoriya slid out of his arms, so Todoroki could open the door. Once they were inside, Midoriya stretched his arms up over his head, and then immediately crawled onto the futon and collapsed. The blanket is dirty, Midoriya muttered, grabbing for his pillow. He stared at it for a moment before flipping it over to the other side. Do you have a spare? Todoroki picked up his pillow off the floor and set it on the mattress, next to Midoriya's. Then he grabbed the spare duvet and draped it over the futon, covering Midoriya completely. Right here, he said as he went back to the door, to turn off the overhead light. This one is yours, Midoriya said, poking his head out from under the covers. Todoroki climbed in next to him. We can share, if you don't mind. His eyes were still adjusting to the dark, so he couldn't quite make out Midoriya's expression. Yes, I'd like. I would like that. I don't mind. Sharing. Sharing is good. With you. And in general. Todoroki smiled as he laid down. I think sharing with you is good too. Midoriya's face came into view as his eyes adjusted. It was still difficult to see him, but he could tell he was smiling. He was lying on his side, one hand resting near the bottom of his pillow by his face. Todoroki moved his pillow over, so it was flush against Midoriya's, and shifted so he was closer to him. They weren't touching. He wasn't sure if he could handle holding Midoriya all night. He'd probably end up staying awake the entire night, making sure he didn't light them on fire by accident, but they were only a few inches away from each other. Still, Todoroki didn't want to risk Midoriya getting feverish again. He laid his hand over Midoriya's. Can I hold your hand tonight? He found himself whispering, though there really wasn't a reason to. Holding hands would probably help Midoriya stay comfortable. He expected they'd probably let go in their sleep, but it would help for a while. And hopefully they wouldn't move far from each other. The futon wasn't big, after all. Midoriya flipped his hand over, fitting his palm against Todoroki's and intertwining their fingers. Somehow, it almost felt more NTMT than cuddling did. You can hold my hand whenever you want. You don't need to ask, Midoriya whispered back. Will you be able to sleep? It's not a typical position. I will. He could see his eyes, in the dark, reflecting the tiny bit of light the frosted window panes on his balcony doors let in. All this time, he'd been worrying about how these moments would haunt him in the future. About how he'd cope, having held the world in his hands and then lost it. But just then, he forgot about those worries. Midoriya was beautiful, and he wanted to memorize the moment. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow, he whispered. Midoriya laughed softly. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, Shouto. When they woke up the next morning, they were still holding hands. The past couple of days, for Kirishima, had been eventful, to say the least. Midoriya was a good friend. He'd swear to that in a heartbeat. He was a cool dude, fun to talk to, a great running buddy, a trusted confidant, and an excellent, manly hero. But was this infatuation quirk thing causing him trouble? In just one day he'd gotten guilt-tripped by Todoroki, with just a look, for making Midoriya cry, which, okay, that was kind of his fault, elbowed in the nose by Midoriya, pushed into a wall by Midoriya, which led to, essentially, a wrestling match with Midoriya, and finally, he got his deepest, darkest secret exposed to the one person in the universe he didn't want to know it. By Midoriya. But if he wasn't thriving now. When he walked into homeroom that morning, he had one arm slung around Bakuga's. It's Katsuki now, he thought, nearly bursting at the idea, shoulders, and he honestly kind of wanted someone to say something. Just you guys look cozy, or a teasing, look at the best friends being all lovey-dovey. And then Katsuki would yell at them to shut up and mind their own business. It would be sort of like a romantic, verbal show of strength. No one said anything though, which was a bummer. They went to Katsuki's desk and Kirishima sat down on the top. They were earlier than a lot of their other classmates, which probably contributed to the lack of notice they'd gotten when they walked in. As they talked, loosely making plans for their day off, everyone else wandered in, bit by bit. Eventually, Todoroki and Midoriya walked in, hand in hand. Ida entered close behind them. Katsuki stood up. Kirishima-kun, Ida called. Please refrain from sitting on top. Deku! Katsuki yelled, cutting him off. That was the only warning he gave before he hurled Midoriya's backpack across the room, hitting Todoroki square in the face with it. Todoroki caught it before it fell to the floor, while Midoriya fretted over him, turning his face towards him and running his fingers gingerly over his features. Bakuga-kun! Ida spluttered. That was uncalled for. The rest of the class ignored Ida's scolding, including Midoriya and Todoroki, who seemed like they were in their own little world. Todoroki looked a little like he was going to combust, which had been funny that first day, when they'd come into the dorm common room holding hands, and was honestly still funny now. He was just usually so composed and blank-faced. Seeing him getting all flustered over Midoriya would never not be funny, to some degree. Don't leave your sheet in my room. Katsuki spat. Do it again and I'm taking your eraser head keychain. Midoriya turned to face him, both hands still plastered to the sides of Todoroki's face. Kaken, that's limited edition. Eraserhead merch is hard to find. You think I don't effing know that? That's why I'll take it. Kirishima glanced to the front of the room. Aizawa was at his desk, but he was either asleep or pretending to be, so he didn't have to deal with his students. I just take it back from you, Midoriya said, turning back to Todoroki. He let go of his face, seemingly satisfied that it wasn't damaged. Todoroki held up Midoriya's bag and Midoriya took it. Not if I gave it to that airy kid you wouldn't, Katsuki said, sitting back down at his desk with a sly smirk. I'll say it's a gift. Midoriya looked troubled. I think Bakugo just learned how to weaponize kindness, Jiru said from her seat, where she was watching the exchange with half interest. Midoriya wrung the strap of his bag. Do you think she would want it? Of course she would, she's always up Aizawa's butt, Katsuki replied flippantly. And Midoriya, sweet Midoriya, looked thoughtfully at his keychain. Don't you even think about it, Katsuki sneered, smirk dropping immediately from his face. That was a threat, idiot. They only made like 70 of those things. 50, Midoriya responded, seemingly without thought. Don't you effing dare give that to some toddler. Yaoyorozu came over to stand by Jiru's desk. Looks like Midoriya-san's turned the tables. Bakugo should have seen this coming, Jiru responded. Shouto, maybe we can visit Eri-chan later? Midoriya said. Bakugo looked like he was about to snap his desk in half. Before Todoroki could respond, Aizawa spoke up, startling the entire class. No visiting Eri until you're better, he said, blinking wearily. If your fever spiked, you might frighten her. Oh, alright, Midoriya said, looking down at the ground. I think you're looking much healthier today though, Midoriya-san. Yaoyorozu said. I'm sure you'll be well soon. Midoriya smiled back at her. Thanks. I slept really well last night, so that helped. Oh yeah. Kaminari chimed in, leaning forward on his desk. You looked so tired yesterday. Wonder what changed. He wiggled his eyebrows as he asked. Todoroki stared at him, face blank. If Kirishima was going to assign an emotion to his expression, he might say unimpressed. If Midoriya slept well, they all knew what that must mean, given what Aizawa had told them about Midoriya's ailment, but Midoriya didn't seem to pick up on the teasing. Being near Shouto helps my fever a lot, because of his cold side. He slept next to me and held my hand all night. So I think that probably helped. Kirishima almost blushed on Todoroki's behalf, not that he needed to. Todoroki had a healthy dusting of pink covering his cheeks as he took Midoriya's hand and started dragging him toward their seats, while Kaminari and Zero Wolf whistled at them. Something else looks different about you today, Midoriya, Jiru said, pillowing her head in her hand as she watched him. It's like something about you is more mature, maybe? Kirishima took a look at Midoriya. Sure enough, something was different. Several pairs of eyes turned towards Midoriya, who tensed under the scrutiny. Thanks for my bag, Kaken, Midoriya said, seemingly trying to ignore the class as he sat down. We stopped by your room this morning, but you were already gone. Why did you throw it at Shouto though, instead of me? I didn't like that. Like I give a sheet. I'm not going to hit a sick person in the face. I told you not to ask me stupid questions, Katsuki replied, not even bothering to look at Midoriya as he responded. And stay away from my room. Kirishima grinned. Katsuki was a bit of a sweetheart, once you knew how to read him. Oh! Yaoyorozu exclaimed, dropping a fist into her open palm. It's the tie. His tie? Oh, it is different, huh? I don't think I would have noticed. At that moment, Uraraka and Tsuyu entered the room. Why is everyone staring at Deku-kun? They're remarking on Midoriya-kun's tie being fashioned correctly. But I can assure you all, it was that way yesterday as well. Ida said. Correctly? Midoriya muttered, looking down at his tie. Shouto ties it differently, but I think both ways are correct. I think Ida-san meant it was fashioned correctly because it was done with affection. We can all see the care Todoroki-san put into tying it, right? Yaoyorozu said, coming to the rescue. Yeah, definitely, Kirishima spoke up, deciding to back her up. Everything about that tie screams, I have a man and he cares about me. Katsuki gave him a withering look and Kirishima shot him a sheet-eating grin back. Midoriya was beaming, while behind him, Todoroki looked like he was trying to will himself out of existence. Oh, I see. Midoriya said. Thanks for noticing then, everyone. Shouto is really caring. I'm so glad you all can see it too. He turned around to face Todoroki. See, I told you. Before Todoroki could respond, the bell rang, just as the last few stragglers were piling into the room. Kirishima was about to slide off of Katsuki's desk when the latter grabbed his wrist. He looked down, curious, but Katsuki's wasn't looking at him. He was looking off to the side, chin resting on his other hand. He squeezed his wrist lightly, then released him. If their quirks were reversed, Kirishima thought he might have exploded. Katsuki was just so. He didn't really have the words for it. He was so much. Kirishima knew him well enough to know he'd embarrass him if he did anything to acknowledge the gesture, so he didn't, beyond giving a small smile, which he couldn't help. He slid off the desk and went to his own. Classes went more smoothly than the day before. Japanese and Japanese history went by without incident. Kirishima glanced at Midoriya now and then, just to see how he was holding up. If he hadn't known something was wrong, he might not have even noticed anything amiss. Midoriya took notes as diligently as usual, quietly muttering to himself on occasion. Once, Kirishima caught him wiping sweat from his brow, but Todoroki noticed too, reaching forward to rest his hand against the side of his neck. Midoriya placed his hand over top of Todoroki's, smiling to himself as he continued to write. Health also passed without event. By that point, Kirishima had stopped looking over. Todoroki seemed to have a better handle on things now. He couldn't put his finger on it, but something about his demeanor seemed different. Less tense, maybe, and Midoriya didn't look like he was about to burst into tears, pass out in fatigue, or beat someone up. So that was good. Foundational hero studies with All Might was next. There was a slight tension in the air when class began, due to the way things had gone the day before, but All Might seemed to take things in stride, beginning class as if nothing had happened. We're going to ground beta today, All Might said, grabbing the attention of the entire class. Once we're there, head to the lockers and quickly change into your hero costumes. We're running some rescue drills today, but we'll also be testing a new device the support course has been working on, so it's imperative that we begin right away, so we can do sufficient testing for them. The class immediately started filing out of the room, most people walking in pairs. Midoriya and Todoroki approached All Might. All Might, Midoriya said, balling his hands into fists at his sides. Please. You will be allowed to participate, Midoriya. Fear not. Tears welled up in Midoriya's eyes immediately. Thank you. Thank you so much, he said, bowing once and then a second time. Come on, Katsuki said, nudging his shoulder as he started walking towards the door. With a grin and a nudge back, Kirishima followed. It didn't take long for Kirishima to put on his costume. Thanks to his internship, he'd gotten a lot of practice putting it on quickly and could now suit up in about a minute. It also helped that his costume had less pieces than some of his classmates. He and Katsuki were two of the first to arrive on the grounds, standing together as they waited for the rest of their classmates to arrive. Katsuki was talking about the movie they'd watched last night, after leaving Midoriya and the others. Usually they talked about the movies they watched as soon as the film was done, but last night Katsuki had talked about other things instead. Not that Kirishima was complaining. But apparently he did have things to share about the film. If Kirishima was being honest, he had a lot of trouble paying attention, since Katsuki wasn't acknowledging the elephant in the room after Midoriya's outburst. Kirishima would never ever admit this to him, but sometimes he could really see why Katsuki and Midoriya had been friends, back when they were little. Sometimes he got kind of, well, nerdy was probably the word for it. He just wasn't as animated about it as Midoriya. It was cute. I actually had my doubts, he was saying, because the first one is so old. Quirks weren't even allowed to be used in films back then, 'cause of those Actors Guild rules or whatever. Then the second one, only the kids had quirks. I read an interview once, from Spielberg. He said he didn't want to give the characters from the first film quirks, because it was pretty much already established that they didn't have any. They would have used them in the first film, to help them survive. And he didn't want to give the new adult characters quirks, because he thought that would make escaping the dinosaurs too easy. But he said kids are always FING up, so by letting them have quirks, he could jump on the quirk craze, since the rules had just been lifted, and actually make their inclusion a hindrance to the other characters. That's the kind of sheet I like him for. A bunch of other directors were being lazy assholes and focusing on how quirks could make filmmaking easier, but he didn't do that. Kirishima grinned. Who on earth knew this kind of stuff? Reading interviews with Spielberg? It was adorable. It really did work out well, Kirishima said. He wasn't half as knowledgeable as Katsuki, but he could still contribute. He'd seen all the films. And it didn't even get stale in the third one. Like when that kid and his stepdad were falling onto the island and he tried to save them and he killed his dad. Bro, I cried. Katsuki laughed and Kirishima's grin widened. Hearing Katsuki laugh was energizing. You effing sissy. He was smirking as he said it, and there was no heat behind the words. You didn't cry? Of course I didn't, you sap. But anyway, with all the quirks in the new movie and Spielberg not being a part of it, I assumed it'd be gimmicky shit. I liked it, Kirishima said, because even though he had trouble paying attention, it was still a movie about dinosaurs attacking people. He couldn't help but soak in some of it. Me too. The romance sheet was stupid and forced, but when isn't it? Everything else was solid. I think. He stopped, his lip curling up in annoyance. The F you want? Kirishima looked behind him to find Midoriya walking towards them. He leaned back a little, so he could look behind Midoriya, searching for Todoroki. He was surprised to find him at a distance, though he was watching them intently. Midoriya cleared his throat as he approached them. I was hoping I could talk to you, Kirishima-kun. Just for a second. Yeah man, he said with a toothy grin. What's up? Midoriya shifted in place awkwardly. Alone, I meant. Kirishima, without thinking, turned back to look at Katsuki, who looked away with a scoff. Don't look at me. I'm not your goddamn keeper. As if I could be kept. Kirishima said, striking a manly pose. He thought about what he'd just said. He had meant it like, kept restrained, or kept under someone's thumb, but he supposed being kept also meant being in a relationship too, right? He dropped his pose. Or I guess maybe I can be kept? Kept loyal? There's really no question there. Whatever, you know what I mean, right, Blasty McBabe? Katsuki whipped around to face him, teeth bared and eyes dilated. The F, did you just call me? He yelled, throwing his hands back as he created dual explosions behind him. Kirishima grabbed Midoriya and dragged him away. We'll just be a second. Katsuki yelled something unintelligible, but didn't make any more explosions. Kirishima grinned to himself as he pushed Midoriya along. Only 2 explosions was pretty good, considering Midoriya had been around. He really couldn't have asked for a better reaction to his new pet name. Once they were far enough away for a private conversation, Kirishima let go of Midoriya, reaching out a hand to help steady him when he stumbled at the sudden lack of force propelling his body along. So what's up, bro? Midoriya cast his eyes to the ground, rubbing nervously at his arm. I wanted to apologize to you, Kirishima-kun. For yesterday. Kirishima grinned. Midoriya was so polite. What a guy. Apology accepted. Thanks. Midoriya looked up quickly, eyes wide. What how can you accept so quickly? I haven't actually said sorry yet. Oh. Well, go ahead, then. Midoriya blinked, looking flustered. Right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said what I did, about Kakin and, what you said about him. I honestly don't know what came over me. Ochako said it's because of that quirk, making my sickness worse, but I know that isn't an excuse. I was a bad friend to you, Kirishima-kun. Don't worry about it. I forgive you. Besides, I think Uraraka is right. You've got some fever brain going on for sure. As if to prove his point, he swiped a finger across his forehead, then held it out so Midoriya could see the slight sheen. You're sweating like fat gum in a sauna. Being that sick is bound to put you out of sorts. I wouldn't be much of a friend if I didn't grant you some slack when you're hurting, so we're cool. He wasn't surprised when Midoriya started crying, used to it by now, but the speed at which his tears flowed never failed to startle him. He smiled in exasperation as he gripped Midoriya's shoulder. Hey man, don't cry. Between that and the sweat, you're going to dehydrate before our training starts. Besides, you actually don't even have anything to feel guilty about. What you said actually worked out really well for me. At that, Midoriya's tears started to slow. What do you mean? Are you saying you and Kakin? Yeah. Kirishima said enthusiastically, smiling widely. Best bros and best boyfriends. He was a little mad that I had no idea he liked me, yelling, how could you not know, and all that, but once he was done he asked me out. Or told me I should go out with him. Same difference. We kissed. He's a very forceful kisser, by the way. It was magical, he said matter-of-factly, hand on his chin as he nodded. Kirishima-kun, I'm so happy for you. Congratulations. Kirishima laughed a bit as he rubbed the back of his neck. Thanks. Things really turned out for the best. And for both of us. You and Todoroki, right? Midoriya blushed and looked away, idly tapping his fingers together. That's not exactly. Kirishima tilted his head to the side, perplexed. What do you mean? I mean, things are going well, I think. But he hasn't asked me to be his boyfriend. And he isn't comfortable with kissing. On the, lips, I mean. But I can kiss his cheek and stuff, so that's something, he said, looking back at Kirishima. And he asked me out on a date for tomorrow, so that's good too. I think I have a chance. Midoriya, bro, I'm being 10,000% sincere when I say you have more than just a chance. Look at the guy, he said, looking over at Todoroki. Midoriya followed his gaze. Todoroki was talking to Yaoyorozu, but after just a few seconds he glanced their way. He glanced back at Yaoyorozu, but then did a double take when he realized Midoriya was looking at him. He stared for a short moment, then slowly lifted his hand in an awkward wave. Midoriya bit his bottom lip and shyly waved back. Yaoyorozu said something then, and Todoroki turned back to her with a scowl, looking flustered. He's smitten, Kirishima concluded. I don't know, Midoriya said, though he was still smiling gently Todoroki's way. Kirishima watched Midoriya thoughtfully. This whole thing was honestly an interesting situation. If it had happened to Midoriya and anyone else, it probably would have been a funny event that everyone would put behind them one day. But given Midoriya's feelings for Todoroki, the situation was a little different. Before Midoriya had been attacked, Kirishima honestly didn't have a clue if Todoroki was interested in Midoriya or not. He tried his best to cheer Midoriya on and encourage him, just as Midoriya did for him concerning Katsuki, but at the end of the day, he was never confident if Todoroki would accept his feelings, were he to confess. Todoroki was just a hard dude to read. But now, he felt pretty certain that the guy was actually head over heels for his buddy. Maybe this incident was exactly what the two of them needed. Just a little push, to help them realize each other's feelings. A second push probably wouldn't hurt though. Hey Midoriya. Midoriya had been staring intently at Todoroki while Kirishima thought, sighing occasionally. He was still gazing at him as he responded, yeah? Todoroki will probably ask you to be his boyfriend during your date, but it definitely wouldn't hurt to tilt the odds in your favor more, you know. Midoriya turned to look at him. Tilt the odds? What do you mean? Kirishima leaned forward and whispered, I mean Stockton. Midoriya went scarlet so fast, it was a wonder he didn't pass out. Say, was all he managed to stutter out. Stockton? What a magnifique idea. Midoriya and Kirishima both yelled, jumping back in tandem. Aoyama stood in front of them, smiling brightly. The air around him twinkled gently. Yuga-kun. I didn't see you. Yeah man, where the hell did you come from? That was grade A sneaking. Aoyama flipped his bangs away from his face. Ah, yes, I suppose I am light of foot. Strength is important for a hero, but so is grace. Float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. He said the last part in thick English. I believe that is what the Americans say. Midoriya nodded. Thus, All Might mentions that same quote in his interview with Tours Around the World. He was talking about living in America. When he was talking about a restaurant he visited in Kentucky, he mentioned that a boxer used to live. Isaac-kun, you're getting off topic. I believe we were discussing Stockton. Midoriya flushed. Oh, yes we were. I guess. Kirishima nodded. Yeah, just a bit of Stockton. We just want to make sure Todoroki knows all Midoriya has to offer. I think he has the personality thing down, but there's no harm in showing him his other assets. My other assets? Midoriya asked, looking cautious. Yeah man. I've seen you in the locker room, and the gym uniforms don't leave a lot to the imagination. You have assets. You never show them off though. Your clothes are always so baggy. Even your costume doesn't show off your form. Like, where is your butt, man? The fact that you can even hide that thing is impressive. Midoriya didn't answer the question, but he looked like he was going to die. I have to agree. Remember we were discussing your clothes the other day? We were interrupted by that horrible girl. Midoriya looked confused. Weren't we talking about colors? Yes, but I was planning on discussing form next. You most certainly need more form-fitted slacks. Hiding your physique as you do is like putting a potato sack over David. Midoriya blinked. David, shield? Aoyama's twinkling stopped. No, Isaac-kun. David the statue. Yuga-kun. That statue is naked. That's way too far. Look, no one is telling you to get naked, Kirishima said, as he slung an arm around Midoriya's shoulders. If anything, we want something more subtle. But also not too subtle, you know? Tell you what, just let me handle it. Next to him, Aoyama coughed. Me and Aoyama. Let us handle it. We'll think of something we can do to help you catch old to-do-sai. The date is tomorrow, Midoriya said quietly. I really don't think there's time to, do something like that. And I don't know if I could really pull off. Aoyama and I will brainstorm ideas during training, and we'll do something today after school. We probably won't have time to talk though without Todoroki around, so from here on out, whatever we say, just roll with it. Kirishima-kun, I appreciate that you want to help, but I really don't know how to be, he said, as he vaguely waved his hands in front of him. See? Aoyama offered. Midoriya made a choking sound, but nodded. Fear not, Monami. Just do what I tell you and you'll be fine. He's right. We have your back. Would I really steer you wrong? Kirishima asked. Midoriya still looked a bit like he was going to die, but he lightly shook his head. No, you wouldn't. I trust you, both of you. Good. Consider Operation Midoroki a go. Midoroki? Yeah, that's your couple name. You know how when actors date, people sometimes smash their names together. So that once we're married and we've both gone pro and are well known, people will call us Midoroki? Definitely. I'd bet money on it. You probably don't have to get married though. Gay marriage isn't even legal, anyway. Just dating is fine. Midoriya made a thoughtful noise. We can get married abroad. But wouldn't they want to combine our hero names though, rather than our real names? Our hero names are what the public will think of when they see us. Huh, good point. Okay, so Shouto and Deku. Dekudo? Shuku. Shuku sounds kind of nice. At that moment, All Might made his appearance, holding a cardboard box in his arms. Kirishima clapped Midoriya on the back. Remember what I said. Just do what we tell you, okay? No questions. Midoriya nodded and then they parted ways, Kirishima returning to Katsuki while Midoriya went back to Todoroki's side and Aoyama approached Yaoyorozu, pulling her gently away from Todoroki and Midoriya. He was saying something to her, but Kirishima was too far away to hear. All right heroes, listen up. All Might said as he set the box on the ground. We're going to be working in teams for this exercise. Each team will consist of a rescue hero and a teammate, a civilian, and a villain. The rescuer will be charged with getting their assigned civilian to safety, which in this case means getting them from where you find them to a hospital. There are multiple hospital buildings in ground beta, so finding one shouldn't be any more difficult than finding one in a real-life situation. Ida raised his hand. Sensei, if we're taking our charges to a hospital, does that mean we are to treat them as injured? That's exactly right, my boy. And that's where these gadgets come into play, he said, as he bent down and pulled a medium-sized black ring out of the box. These are the prototypes from the support department I mentioned. Each team will take turns, so everyone gets a chance in each role. We probably won't finish the entire exercise today. But when it's your turn to be the civilian, you'll clip one of these around your neck and press this button in the center. To demonstrate, All Might put the ring around his own neck and snapped it closed. He hit the button in the center and the ring immediately retracted, shrinking to fit. This device is meant to monitor your vitals. Eventually, the support department is hoping they'll be able to diagnose any injuries a person may have just with the click of a button. But for now, we're just testing to see how well they sync up to our bodies. That's why each of these devices has been pre-programmed with an injury. You'll each receive a card stating your team's injuries, numbered 1 through 4. The injury is aggravated during the rescue. These devices should be able to tell. Allow me to demonstrate. This particular collar has been programmed for a simple sprained ankle. So, if I walk, All Might took a step forward, and a red ring around the button of his device lit up while making a light beeping noise. All Might also flinched. Yes, I almost forgot to mention, he said with an embarrassed laugh. For this exercise, the devices have also been programmed to give the wearers a very light shock when their injury is aggravated. This should ensure everyone cooperates and doesn't aggravate their injuries unnecessarily. Kirishima wasn't sure, but he felt like All Might was purposely not looking towards Katsuki when he said that. Now, for your teams. I'll call up those who are scheduled to be our first civilians, and you can collect your device and card for your whole team. Midoriya, my boy, you're up first. You'll be with Todoroki, Satu, and Azui. Midoriya approached the box and got his device and card. When he looked at it, his face fell. All Might, did you hand-pick the injuries? I did not. Midoriya looked at him. All Might looked away, suspiciously. He cleared his throat. Aoyama, you're next. You'll be paired with Kirishima, Yaoyorozu, and Jairu. Beside him, Katsuki snorted. Good luck with that. Bakugu. You're with Uraraka, Tokoyami, and Kuda. Katsuki made a scoffing noise, but didn't complain. They walked together up front to collect Bakugu's device. Sounds like we both have it pretty easy. Uraraka and Tokoyami are pretty small. They'll be easy to carry, I think, even minding injuries. Kuda looks heavy, but if you get lucky, Uraraka will be your partner and she can just float him. I doubt I'll have trouble with my group either. The Twinkle Extra's costume is bulky, Katsuki pointed out. Yeah, but it's still nothing these guns can't take care of, he said as he flexed. Katsuki stared at him for a moment before looking away. Yeah, I know. Kirishima beamed. Eventually the entire class was paired up. Listen up, All Might said, rescuers, you're going to be graded on a few things. First and foremost, you must get your charge to a hospital in a timely fashion. Failure to do so before the timer runs out will result in a failure. How much you aggravate their injury will also affect your score. On my end, I'll be able to tune into your particular device and keep track of how many times it senses your injury. He held up a small black box, with a digital screen on the front which showed a red 3. All Might looked at it with a frown. As he was looking at it, it changed to a 4. That's odd. I just reset it a minute ago. Midoriya, you're set to go first. Have you been? He didn't need to finish his question. The class turned to look at Midoriya, so was holding both of his arms out in front of him, head turned to talk to Todoroki, who looked a little exasperated. Upon hearing his name, he turned towards All Might and quickly slapped his arms down to his sides. The counter beeped and the display ticked up to 5. Sorry, I was just checking it out. It seems to work really well. I'm impressed by how sensitive it is. I've been moving my arms in a variety of ways, and it seems to pick up on the slightest of movements. It's really cool that it's able to tell what my muscles are doing just from my neck. If they've come this far, I'm sure it's only a matter of time before they're able to diagnose injuries with it, like you said. He brought his hand up to his chin, wincing a bit as he did so. The counter changed to a 6. But then that might be difficult to test. I imagine it would have to be pretty extensive. I wonder how long it would take before they were ready to use in a real situation? This would help a lot with victims who are in shock or unconscious. Knowing if they have something like a punctured lung would be so helpful. I think. Midoriya. Midoriya looked up at All Might, flushing slightly. Sorry, he said as he lowered his arm. The counter moved to 7. Isn't it shocking you? Hagakure asked. Her device and gloves tilted to the right, as if she were bending at the waist, and then jerked and returned to their original position. If I bother mine, I get zapped. It does, but it's not that bad. I'm curious as to why the two of you put them on right away, Tokoyami said. We were told they would shock us, so it makes sense to wait. Kirishima glanced around and, sure enough, the rest of the victims were holding their devices in their hands. Midoriya and Hagakure appeared to share a glance, at least as best they could, but didn't defend themselves. Vinji morons, Katsuki muttered quietly. In any case, please stop shocking yourself, All Might said, pinching the bridge of his nose. Pain aside, you're going to give Todoroki a bad score. Oh yes, of course. Beside him, Katsuki elbowed him lightly. Hey, All Might gave Deku a device programmed for 2 busted arms. That's pretty rich. Kirishima's laugh was much less subtle once he realized the humor in the situation. Who knew All Might was such a jokester? They all gathered in the monitoring room with All Might to watch. While Todoroki and Midoriya were on rescue and victim duty, respectively, Sato was serving as Todoroki's backup and Tsuyu was the villain. Tsuyu was allowed to enter the cityscape first, with Midoriya. There was an assigned building for the villains to set up their base of operations, but once in the building, it was up to them where they placed their hostage. Sensei, Ida said, I mean no disrespect, but is it okay to separate Todoroki-kun and Midoriya-kun like this? Midoriya-kun falls ill rather quickly upon their separation. Fear not, Ida Shounen. I wanted to give Midoriya the chance to practice with us, but if Todoroki does not get to him promptly, I'm prepared to stop their team. Trust me, Midoriya's health and safety is my top priority. Yes, Sensei. Ida said, bowing at the waist. My apologies for doubting you. I think this actually makes the situation more realistic. Todoroki-san is going to be rather desperate to rescue Midoriya-san, I think, to ensure he doesn't succumb to his fever, Yaoyorozu mused. Shoo. Todoroki and Sato are going in, Kaminari said, eyes glued to the screen. He snickered. Man, look at Todoroki. He looks so grumpy. I bet he finds Deku-kun super fast. Jiraiya laughed. Yeah, it's probably going to be a romantic rescue. It'll be like watching a drama. Jiraiya wasn't wrong. Tsuyu's plan involved taking Midoriya to one of the top floors, where she tried to break some of the windows using furniture that was in the room. When the furniture proved useless against the tempered glass, she said something to Midoriya. He appeared to argue with whatever she said, keeping his arms carefully limp at his sides. She spoke again and he shook his head. With a sigh, she used her tongue and looped it several times around his body, pinning his arms against his sides. Miraculously, the counter didn't budge. Wow, that's kind of impressive, Siro pointed out. I agree, Ida said. I'm eager to see Azui-kun in the role of rescuer. I'm sure she'll excel. Tsuyu lifted Midoriya into the air, ignoring his obvious protests, and maneuvered him so he was in front of a window. With a look of annoyed defeat, Midoriya activated his quirk, kicking at the window. It shattered into thousands of tiny shards and Tsuyu continued down the line, not stopping until all the windows were broken. Uraraka was standing a few feet in front of Kirishima and Katsuki, and Kirishima could have sworn, once Midoriya activated his quirk, that he heard her muttering something about not being able to see his butt. That seemed odd though, so he figured he must have misheard her. On the monitor, Todoroki and Sato had rushed to the area where Midoriya was being held, having been alerted by the noise of the breaking glass. Why did Tsuchan make Midoriya-kun break the glass? Hagakure asked, tapping a finger against her cheek in thought. Hey, Kaminari spoke up, is that even allowed, using him like that? He's not on her team, he's a victim. Victims will probably do all sorts of things they don't want to do, if they're scared enough, Katsuki responded. They're just weak civilians after all. Kirishima grimaced. Katsuki was right of course, but it wasn't a pleasant thing to think about. Indeed, Bakugo is correct. Many people will do regrettable acts when placed under stress. It's important to always treat victims with gentleness and respect though, even if they were causing trouble for you moments before, All Might added. Kirishima took stock of the situation. Sato and Todoroki rushed into the room just as Tsuyu was placing Midoriya back on the ground, though she kept her tongue wrapped around him. It'll be hard for either of them to do anything with the windows gone. One wrong move and Midoriya will be pushed out. Maybe the fall would knock his sense back into him, Katsuki quipped. Look at his stupid face. Oh my god, Bakugo's right, Aishido said with a laugh. A face like that, you'd think 20 puppies just charged into the room instead of Todoroki. Man, it's sort of cute though, you know? Kaminari said. He just likes him so much. They'd be a good couple, actually, if you think about it, Jiraiya pointed out. Beside her, Yaoyorozu gave her a thoughtful look, but didn't say anything. Bakugan, I'm telling Deku-kun you said he normally has sense. Judging from the look on his face, whatever reply Bakugo had planned probably would have gotten him in trouble with All Might, but thankfully Siro interrupted him before he could start shouting. Sato's making a move. Everyone's attention was pulled back to the screen, where Satu was rushing forward and to the left. Tsuyu seemed startled, unsure of who to focus on as Satu separated from Todoroki, but she acted quickly, swinging her tongue behind her so Midoriya was hanging over the edge. Mere seconds after she did, Todoroki activated his quirk, creating a sheet of ice that extended out the windows, creating a sort of floor beneath Midoriya and encasing Tsuyu's feet. Will that be strong enough to hold him if she drops him? Maybe? I can't tell how thick it is from here. The class continued to mumble amongst themselves as Tsuyu swung Midoriya back around, so he was in front of her, acting as a sort of human shield between herself and the heroes. Her hold on Midoriya tightened and he winced. The counter clicked to 1. Demon man, Tsuyu ain't playing, Kirishima muttered. Beside him, Katsuki gave a snort that was probably in agreement. Oh, Todoroki looks mad. How can he even be mad? Midoriya shocked himself on purpose like 10 times before we even started. He's probably used to it by now. Before anyone could comment, Todoroki raised a hand, activating his fire quirk. He said something, and Tsuyu shook her head in response, just as Satu collided into her from the side. The force was enough to break the ice around her feet, and he grabbed her in a sort of bear hug, pinning her arms to her sides. She yelled in surprise, releasing her hold on Midoriya as she did. Todoroki was ready though. The activation of his fire side had just been for show, to draw his attention while Satu moved in. He extinguished the flames in an instant and rushed forward, using the ice floor to slide towards Midoriya, grabbing him by the waist and pulling him forward, so he was flush against him. They continued sliding like that, until they were standing on the ice floor that was dangling outside the window. I guess it could hold their weight after all, Ojiro mused. No look, it's cracking. I knew it would. Mineta shouted. Sure enough, a large crack was splitting the center of the faux floor, with thinner cracks feathering out rapidly from it. Before it could shatter though, Todoroki swung Midoriya into his arms and stomped his foot down, simultaneously creating a slide off the ice floor and shattering some of the floor. He held Midoriya carefully, obviously being mindful of his arms, as he started sliding down the structure. With the crumbling of the floor, which was the slide's supporting structure, the slide itself started to crack apart behind him, despite the fact that it was significantly thicker than the floor had been. Kirishima found himself holding his breath as they descended, waiting to see if the cracks would catch up to them. He released a sigh once they successfully hit the ground. Todoroki didn't stop there though. Once they hit the street, he slammed his foot down again, coating the entire street in a delicate sheen of ice. Once the street was coated, he took off again, gliding forward on his ice. He looks like he's skating, Ashido said, grinning widely. That's so cool. It's kind of risky, isn't it? Shuji observed. His quirk doesn't make him immune to slipping, right? One wrong move and he'll drop Midoriya. Yeah, Kirishima agreed. But if he doesn't drop him, then he doesn't have to worry about jostling him too much and hurting his arms. It'll be smooth sailing. Plus he'll get to the hospital faster. Is it okay that he just ditched Satu? Kaminari asked, bringing their attention to the monitor showing the inside of the building. They'd missed how she'd done it, but Tsuyu had gotten free and was squaring off with Satu, trying to edge towards the stairs. He has to fight Tsuchan alone now. That's his job, Katsuki said. If he can't handle a villain alone while his partner gets the civilian to safety, then he shouldn't be a hero. Ugh, you're so blunt, Ashido complained. Bakugu's always on standby with a negative comment, Siro added, laughing. He's right though, Kirishima pointed out. No one acknowledged him, which was a little frustrating. There was no sense in arguing the point though, so he turned his attention back to the screen. Satu and Tsuyu were gone, so he had to assume Tsuyu had gotten to the door and they were both in one of the stairwells now, since they weren't appearing on any of the other rooms' cameras. Meanwhile, Todoroki was skidding to a stop in front of a hospital building. Once he approached the door, the timer at the top of all the screens stopped, showing that he'd finished with 1.5 minutes to spare. Congratulations, heroes. All Might called into the intercom. You successfully rescued your victim. All 4 of you, please come up to the observation room so we can discuss your performance. Won't they be going again with different roles? Ida asked. All Might nodded. They will, but we'll rotate the teams. Don't want you all getting restless up here, just watching after all. Jairu started laughing. Oh my god. I wouldn't even mind watching them go again. Look, Todoroki is going to carry him all the way up here. That's hilarious. Sure enough, Todoroki had yet to put Midoriya down, but he was walking towards the exit. Midoriya appeared to be content where he was, as he was talking animatedly. He started to raise a hand, to gesture, but Todoroki said something and he lowered it. Ah, he's carrying him to make sure Midoriya doesn't get shocked. Hagakure cooed. Is the shock that bad? Tokoyami asked. Midoriya said it wasn't, but the rest didn't need to be said. They'd all learned that Midoriya wasn't to be trusted when it came to pain scale ratings. It doesn't, Hagakure admitted, but that's what makes it so cute. More like so extra, Siro said, rolling his eyes. I don't know, it seems kind of sweet to me, Ojiro countered. Midoriya looks happy in any case. Couldn't he just take the device off? Shuji asked. The room fell silent. Eventually, the silence was broken by a single click and then a soft cheer from Hagakure, who was holding her device in her hands. Katsuki put a hand to his temples. Morons. Bunch of goddamn morons. Just as a heads up, Aoyama's group will be going next, once we've discussed Midoriya's group's performance. Aoyama, you already know you'll be the victim. Yaoyorozu, you'll be on rescue duty and Jairu will be your support. Kirishima, that leaves you to be our villain. Kirishima glanced over to Aoyama. Villain? This was actually ideal. He'd get to head into the building with Aoyama first, so they'd get some time to discuss what course of action they wanted to take, with Midoriya. Aoyama winked at him and Kirishima shot him a cheeky grin in return. It was time to stuck Todoroki Shouto. Todoroki had been fully prepared to carry Midoriya up the stairs, to the observation room. It would have SCKD, and he would have been embarrassed if he showed signs of struggling in front of Midoriya, but he still would have done it. Thankfully, he didn't have to. Slowed as he was by carrying Midoriya, Tsu and Sata managed to catch up with them before they'd quite reached the stairs. Todoroki raised an eyebrow when he saw them. Satu had a black eye and Tsu was holding her goggles, which were snapped in half. Wow. Who won? Midoriya asked. The two exchanged a glance. I think it was a tie? Sata said hesitantly. Tsu shrugged. Either it was a tie, or the stairs beat us both, Karo. Midoriya laughed at that, and Todoroki found himself smiling just a bit, even though he didn't think the joke was funny. Why are you still carrying Midoriya-chan? The test is over. I don't want him to get shocked. I don't mind getting shocked. Midoriya playfully kicked his legs back and forth. Being carried is nice though. Shudo is half hot and half cold, so being pressed against him is fun. Todoroki blanched. Fun? That was good? Maybe? Tsuyu nodded, as if what Midoriya said made sense. I see. But Midoriya-chan, why don't you just take the device off? Carrying you all the way up the stairs will probably be tough, Karo. Todoroki and Midoriya exchanged a look. Can you take it off? Midoriya shrugged, wincing immediately after as he was shocked. I don't know. I've been so focused on not moving my arms, I didn't think to try. Carefully, Todoroki set him down on his feet, then leaned forward to inspect the device. Midoriya raised his chin, so he could see better. It wasn't at all necessary, but it was cute. They'd probably have to be easy to remove, right? Hospital staff would be the ones taking them off in a real event, I'd think. Sata pointed out. Todoroki tried his best not to feel like a complete and utter idiot as he clicked the button on the front of the device and slid it off Midoriya's neck. Midoriya stretched his arms up with a wide grin, then lowered them in a simple flex. Todoroki looked away, lest he be caught staring, but Tsuyu and Satu were both looking at him. Maybe immediately looking away the second Midoriya flexed had been a bit too obvious. He looked at the ground to avoid their stares. In hindsight, that might have dug his grave even worse, but after his failure to consider that the device could simply be removed, he had to wonder if maybe he was just dumb. I'll carry you up the stairs, Shudo, Midoriya said, putting his arms down, but still swinging them a bit. That's... He avoided looking at Tsuyu and Satu. It's not necessary. No, but it's fair. You carried me all the way here. You could use a rest. I don't, but then Midoriya was scooping him up in a bridal hold, just as he'd been holding him moments before. He could feel Tsuyu and Sata's eyes on him, but he still avoided their gazes, choosing to look at Midoriya instead. Midoriya grinned down at him, and he just looked so pleased to be helping. With a resigned sigh, Todoroki wrapped his arms around Midoriya's neck. Fine. Let's go. Maybe he was just dumb for Midoriya. When they arrived back at the observation room, Yaoyorozu was the first to rush forward and ask him if he was hurt. When he said no, she was also the first to snicker at him, because she was a traitor. Thankfully, Midoriya put him down without any fuss and they were able to review the footage and discuss the pros and cons of their decisions. Most of the class seemed to agree that Todoroki had acted a bit recklessly, even though he'd been successful. When it came to Tsuyu and Satu, they'd had to try to verbally explain the latter half of their fight, in the stairwell, as there wasn't a surveillance camera there. Todoroki usually didn't care too much about watching his classmates' performances, but the description of their brawl was so remarkable, even he was a little disappointed he'd missed it. Midoriya was downright distraught. Hell, even Bakugo looked bent out of shape about it. It was time for the next round though, and Kirishima, Aoyama, Yaoyorozu, and Jairu all left to go take their places. Before Kirishima left, Bakugo held up his hand and Kirishima clasped it tightly. Murder them, Bakugo said, grinning at Kirishima with a familiar maniacal glint to his eye. You bet, Kirishima answered back with a sharp grin of his own. Todoroki watched as Aoyama intercepted Kirishima on his way to the door and they walked out together. He didn't really feel like he knew the redhead all that well, but he felt like maybe Bakugo was a bad influence on him. But then, Kirishima was probably a good influence on Bakugo, so it probably evened out. Beside him, Midoriya sighed deeply. He was staring at the door that Kirishima had just disappeared through. What's wrong? Midoriya made a little humming sound, indicating he heard, but didn't answer. He turned away from the door, his gaze falling on Bakugo. Bakugo noticed him staring almost immediately and flipped him off, face impassive. Midoriya sighed again and turned away from him too, facing the screens instead, even though their classmates hadn't even gotten down the stairs yet. Hey, Todoroki put a hand on Midoriya's back. Is everything okay? I'm fine, Midoriya muttered, clearly lost in thought. He trailed off, not finishing his thought. Todoroki went over the last minute or so in his head. Midoriya was happy, and now he was sad. What had happened? Yaoyorozu and Jiraiya had left the room first. They had been chatting, but too quietly for him, and thus also Midoriya, to hear. Bakugo and Kirishima clasped hands in that manly way they sometimes did, and exchanged a vow of homicide. Kirishima silently left the room with Aoyama. None of that seemed terribly out of the ordinary. He'd never figure out what was wrong unless Midoriya told him himself. You can tell me if something's bothering you, he tried, and Midoriya nodded absently. Todoroki racked his brain. He couldn't make Midoriya share what was bothering him, but maybe he didn't have to? Forcing him to share his feelings when he wasn't ready wasn't right, quirk accident or no. He tried to think of what a good boyfriend might do in a situation like this. Maybe just try to make him happy? He didn't have a lot to work with though, stuck inside the observation room with the rest of their classmates. On the screens, Kirishima and Aoyama were entering the maze of buildings, heading towards their designated building. The rest of the class was distracted watching them. He went through his mental catalog of things Uraraka had told him about being a good boyfriend to Midoriya. Cuddling and kisses on the cheek weren't really things he wanted to do in front of his classmates. Especially not after Midoriya had already waltzed into the room after their own practical, like a white knight carrying his prince across the threshold. He supposed there was one thing he could try. Izuku. The second the name was out of his mouth, he knew he'd made a mistake. He'd said his name. Izuku. How was he ever supposed to go back to calling him by his surname, when his given name sounded so perfect and natural? Izuku. He'd never ever realized. It was a beautiful name. It suited him. Aizuno. He couldn't think of him as Izuku. He'd never be able to go back. Midoriya. He was Midoriya. Midoriya was turning away from the screens, eyes wide and disbelieving. What? His voice was soft and heartbreakingly hopeful. Todoroki immediately felt guilty. He'd have used his given name sooner, if he'd known it would mean that much to him. Maybe transitioning back to using his surname would be painful, but it'd be worth it, to make Midoriya even temporarily happy. Urged on by a sudden desire to touch him, Todoroki reached forward and tucked one of Midoriya's curls behind his ear. It bounced right back, but Todoroki didn't think it mattered. The contact was good for him, he rationalized. I was asking if you were okay, Izuku. You seem dazed. Tears sprung to the corners of his eyes and honestly, he should have expected that because this was Midoriya, but they never fell, and he was smiling. It was a soft smile that made his eyes seem brighter. Todoroki felt his heart ache. He was too gorgeous for words. He'd always thought the idea of a person being breathtaking was an exaggeration. But with Midoriya? I'm fine, Midoriya answered with a small, wet laugh. I'm great, actually. Shouto. Good, Todoroki said, and he wrapped an arm around Midoriya's shoulders and pulled him close. Midoriya turned into the half-embrace, taking the opportunity to bury his face in the crook of Todoroki's neck. You being happy is the thing most important to me. Midoriya wrapped his arms around his midsection. Their position was a little too affectionate for the classroom, he thought, but he was surprised to find that he didn't really care all that much after all. The class was occupied anyway, watching the battle taking place on the screens. Yaoyorozu and Jiraiya had wasted no time rushing in, and Yaoyorozu and Kirishima appeared to be fencing, stone arm to sword. I like you so much, Shouto, Midoriya said. It wasn't the first time he'd said it, since falling victim to the quirk. He'd said it several times, in fact. It was the first time though that Shouto answered him without skirting around the truth. I like you too, Izuku. Todoroki and Midoriya missed most of Yaoyorozu's group's rescue, too absorbed with each other, but apparently she did manage to rescue Aoyama. Based on their classmates' commentary, it sounded like an impressive rescue, and the counter on his device didn't go off a single time. Todoroki felt happy for her. Once the class was finished discussing the rescue, All Might didn't seem to mind that Midoriya and he had nothing to say. Aoyama made a beeline to Ashido and pulled her aside, discussing something with her in hushed whispers. Kirishima did the same with Bakugo, which was less unusual, but after a few moments of talking Bakugo turned back to look at him. Todoroki blinked. Bakugo sneered at him. Bakugo just sneered at me, he said. Midoriya looked over, not letting go of Todoroki's midsection as he did so. Once Bakugo saw Midoriya looking, he made an angry huffing noise and turned away. I think he respects you, Midoriya said. I see. He didn't, not really, but Midoriya was usually correct when it came to Bakugo. He supposed he respected Bakugo too. Maybe Yaoyorozu was right and they really were friends. Friend-making was so strange. He hoped he'd keep his current friends for the rest of his life, so he didn't have to worry about making any more. Alright team, go ahead and take your places. If our timing is good, we'll be able to get through each team at least once before we break for lunch. Todoroki had missed All Might announcing who the next team was, but Bakugo, Uraraka, Kuda, and Tokoyami filed out of the room. Once they made it to the ground, Bakugo and Tokoyami headed straight into the makeshift city while Uraraka and Kuda waited behind. Todoroki was actually planning on paying attention this time. If Bakugo was his friend, then it stood to reason that he should watch his performance, and Uraraka was definitely his friend, so he should watch her too, but Kirishima and Aoyama approached him and Midoriya, drawing their attention away from the screens. Aizuku-an, Aoyama started, and Todoroki found himself pulling Midoriya slightly closer to himself. It wasn't something he'd thought about as he did it, but it made Kirishima raise an eyebrow, and suddenly he was embarrassed. He didn't have anything to be upset about. He was calling Midoriya by his given name too. Of course, Midoriya and Aoyama had apparently reached a given name basis before the quirk incident, so he supposed their situation was a little more authentic. The idea made something in his stomach twist, and left a sour taste in his mouth. Maybe he was envious of Aoyama after all. How pathetic he was, getting jealous when Midoriya wasn't even really his to get jealous over. Kirishima-kun and I were talking and he happened to mention that you two haven't been able to run together lately. Midoriya pouted. All Might won't let me. Aoyama clasped his hands together, mirroring Midoriya's pout. Oh no. But fitness is so important to you, mon chéri. Midoriya looked down at the ground, dejected. Yeah. I'm going to end up falling behind. Todoroki felt his irritation rising. He'd just gotten Midoriya back into a good mood, and now Aoyama had shown up to what? Just randomly make him sad again? You know, Kirishima said, before Todoroki could tell them both to take a hike, I just had an idea. What if we did a lighter activity together? Like aerobics or something? Or dance, Aoyama suggested. Or dance? Kirishima echoed. Todoroki glanced between the two of them. They were both naturally odd characters, but something about this was off. They were acting suspiciously. Dance. Midoriya repeated. He mindlessly pulled at the front of Todoroki's costume as he thought. Maybe? I guess when we danced for the school festival it was good exercise. It was. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. Aoyama hadn't even been part of the dance team. He'd been a disco ball. How would he know? I bet Mina knows some dances that would let you and Todoroki here dance together, Kirishima mused aloud. That way he could keep you cool the whole time. Oh wait, Aoyama did dance before he was a disco ball. Didn't he? Or did Midoriya just throw him? He'd mostly been watching Midoriya during that part of the performance. What do you think, Midoriya? You like our idea, right? Kirishima asked. Midoriya stopped fidgeting with his costume and instead pulled the fabric into his fist. Oh, yes, right. I definitely want to. Shouto. Hearing his name jostled him from his thoughts and he looked down and oh no. Midoriya was looking up at him and, oh no. This was definitely some kind of trap or game or prank or something, but with Midoriya looking at him like that. Sounds like a great idea, he grinned out, leveling Kirishima with a glare. He didn't bother giving Aoyama the same treatment. The entire class knew by now that glaring at Aoyama didn't work. Wonderful. Aoyama cheered, twinkling as he did. The two of us will figure out the details. For now, how about we plan to meet in my room after class? We'll figure out a spot to practice and we can go together. Sure, sounds good. Midoriya said, smiling at them both. Awesome, see you both then. Kirishima said, holding out his fist. Midoriya bumped fists with him and then he was off, walking back to Bakugo. Aoyama settled for a small wave as he turned as well. Todoroki expected him to go to Ishido, since he said he'd talk to her, but he walked over to where Yaoyorozu and Jairu were standing and began talking to them instead. Something was definitely suspicious. Todoroki didn't get to dwell long on his suspicions. Uraraka, apparently on rescue duty, had rescued Bakugo by looping his belt around his ankle and floating him through the streets like a balloon. Bakugo, as it turned out, was given a device programmed for a punctured lung, so he couldn't even shout his protests at the situation without getting shocked. The class positively lost it as they watched him, tiny explosions popping over his palms as he was floated to the hospital. Todoroki had to wonder if maybe All Might really did program the devices for specific students. They just barely managed to get in the last two groups before lunch. Ishido managed a rather risky save of Shuji, using her acid to break off the lid of a copier and turn it into a makeshift sled. Going down the stairs wasn't the most graceful thing Todoroki had ever seen, but they did make it out of the building. She kept with the sled idea all the way to the hospital, tethering herself to the copier lid using an electrical wire from a pole she downed and then using her acid to increase her momentum and speed as she played the role of sled dog. She had to stop periodically though, to make new sleds out of whatever materials happened to be around, as remnants of the acid she was sliding on grazed each sled and corroded them. In the end, she did pass, but Shuji's device was triggered the most of all the day's victims, and she barely managed to get to the hospital in the required time limit. All Might also hadn't been impressed with the massive amount of damage she'd done to the city. Still, her narrow victory was a roaring success compared to Mineta's attempt. He'd been charged with rescuing Ojiro, whose device was programmed for a head injury. Mineta had first tried to stick them together, back to back, and sort of drag Ojiro to safety. That quickly proved to be impossible. To be honest, Todoroki was surprised he'd even tried. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that Mineta wasn't strong enough to support someone of Ojiro's size. When that failed, he found an office chair with wheels. How did I miss those? Ashido had screamed as they watched, and once Ojiro was situated, pushed him down the street. It was slow going, painfully slow going. And then one of the wheels broke, and it became even more painful. Todoroki almost felt a little bad, but he was still angry at Mineta, so he stomped his heel into that little bug of sympathy and killed it. Midoriya felt bad though, which was why Todoroki found himself walking with Midoriya and Mineta to lunch. I think maybe a stretcher sort of thing might have worked better, Midoriya was saying. His arm was linked with Todoroki's, but he was focusing on Mineta as he spoke. There were a lot of materials you could have used. Your quirk is really versatile. I feel like you could craft lots of useful things, so long as you're fast enough to think of them. Maybe that's something you could practice? Think of things you might find in various settings and come up with a list of things you could craft using your quirk? For this situation, if you grab 2 chairs, to make a stretcher, like I said earlier, then you would have had 8 wheels, so even if one broke, you probably wouldn't have lost too much speed. And Ojiro-kun could have reclined, which probably would have been good for his head. I think? Of course, with a head injury, you want to make sure the person doesn't fall asleep, so maybe you were right to have him sit up. But then, if he fell asleep anyway, he might fall forward and get hurt even worse. Maybe you could have. Midoriya, you want to know what I think? Mineta asked flatly. Yes, of course. Todoroki leaned forward a bit, so he could make eye contact with Mineta. Once Mineta met his eye, he wrapped his hand around his throat. Mineta narrowed his eyes, which felt an awful lot like he wasn't taking Todoroki's threats seriously. He lit his fingertips on fire and dragged them across his throat. Mineta's face fell. I think that you made some great points. He laughed, and it was forced and awkward. You're so smart, Midoriya. Smartest guy in class, I think. And handsome. Totally handsome and smart and good. That's you. Todoroki extinguished his fire at the same time that Midoriya frowned, sidling a little closer to his side. I'm not interested, Mineta-kun, but thank you. Alright, well, I'm going to get in line. That line. Over there. Bye. And then Mineta was gone, rushing off to the opposite end of the cafeteria. The rest of the school day went surprisingly well. During lunch, Midoriya was insistent on sharing his food, holding his chopsticks up to Todoroki expectantly, until he took a bite. Eating so much of Midoriya's food seemed unfair though, so Todoroki fed him some of his own lunch in return. Objectively, he could see how feeding each other was a little over the top. Ida couldn't even look at them the entire PRD, and Uraraka was giggling uncontrollably, whether from amusement or secondhand embarrassment he wasn't sure. Hira lessons continued after lunch, but they ran out of time before they got to their group again. Todoroki assumed All Might purposefully scheduled their second run-through last, to try to avoid sending Midoriya out on the field twice. Acting as the victim was fine, but all the other roles required a bit more physical exertion. He also had a vague suspicion that, were he himself in the role of victim, Midoriya, whether he was playing the role of hero or villain, would probably go overboard with beating the sheet out of anyone who tried to separate them. English 1 was next and it was awful, but then it usually was. Midoriya was startlingly good at English. He claimed he learned from watching so many of All Might's young age interviews, which was as impressive as it was ridiculous and endearing. In terms of fluency, only Yaoyorozu had him beat, and only Ida seemed to be on par, or close to. But oh, was his English accent torture. Saying it was the cutest thing in the world would probably be an understatement. English was one of those subjects where Todoroki had to give a little extra effort in order to score well, so normally he avoided partnering with Midoriya for any kind of practice activities in that class. Listening to Midoriya's careful pronunciations of each word made him feel like he'd dumped his brain into a blender, which wasn't great for his learning comprehension. And with his brain out of commission, he supposed that left his heart in charge of his actions, which was a dangerous affair. Today he'd had no choice though. After Present Mix's lecture, they'd been paired up to practice together. They had to discuss, in English of course, the pros and cons of vacationing in various cities around the world, and come to a conclusion about where the best place to go would be if they were vacationing together. Once they'd finished conversing about it, they had to do a short writing assignment where they explained their choice, again in English. It was a wonderful kind of torture. He'd blushed and stammered his way through the entire conversation, so much so that he could feel some of their other classmates shooting him curious looks. English may not have been his best subject, but he certainly never stammered or tripped over his words. By the end of the lesson, Todoroki was pretty sure over half the class had caught on to the fact that he liked Midoriya. But he had gained the knowledge that he and Midoriya would probably have a great time visiting Venice, Italy together, as well as Los Angeles or New York in America. Maybe he'd be able to do something with that knowledge one day. Could friends take extravagant vacations together to other countries? Just the two of them, maybe sharing a hotel room to save money? He didn't know a lot about friendship, but he thought maybe that would be okay. They ended up writing about Venice, mostly because Los Angeles and New York both had separate all-might museums, and Midoriya had gotten panicky over choosing one over the other. He'd panicked in English though, because he was a good student. Todoroki thought his heart was going to give out. They'd have to plan their friendship vacation to Venice when they were older, and Todoroki's heart had grown more resilient. Also when they had more money, but that was a separate problem. The last class of the day was PE, which they were supposed to be excused from, but Midoriya had kicked up a fuss. A very mild-mannered, polite, yet persuasive fuss, but a fuss nonetheless. In the end, he failed in gaining permission to play soccer with the others, but managed to convince their teacher that swimming was a low-impact exercise that would be safe for him, and the cool water would be beneficial to his fever. Even if his fever were natural, Todoroki had some doubts about the logic behind that, but apparently his opinions didn't matter, evidenced by the fact that Midoriya was dragging him by the hand back to the locker room so they could get changed into their swim trunks. "You know it's October," he pointed out as he was changing. He was carefully keeping his back to Midoriya so he wouldn't see him change. "We'll be fine," Midoriya said. "If a villain attacks on the water on a cold day, we'll have to deal with it, so we might as well get used to it. Although, UA has a lot of money, do you think maybe the pool is heated?" Todoroki paused to consider. That actually made sense. Of course the pool would be heated. Getting out of the water wouldn't be fun, but a few minutes of being cold was better than swimming in frigid water for an hour. Even with his temperature regulation, he wouldn't be able to stave off the cold for that long when consistently submerged. "You're probably right," he answered. Feeling better about the situation, he left the locker room with Midoriya and walked the short distance to the pool. The pool was not heated. "Oh well," was all Midoriya had to say about it. He dunked his foot into the water and immediately pulled it back out with a shriek, hopping on one foot as he shook the water off his foot. He turned back to Todoroki and gave him a shaky smile. "It's perfect." Todoroki rolled his eyes and he approached the side of the pool. Better to get it over with all at once. Midoriya lowered his foot and came to stand next to him. They stared at the water. "So, does that mean you're going to jump?" Midoriya asked after a few more moments. "Give me a minute." Midoriya laughed and took his hand. "Let's do it together on the count of 3. 1. We could also not do that. 2. It's nice up here." Midoriya smiled. 3. Todoroki sighed. "Yeah, fine. 3. And then they jumped. The second they hit the water, Todoroki's body reacted on its own, flames trying to ignite against the cold. He was grateful Midoriya had grabbed onto right hand. If he'd had his left, he would have had to let go to avoid burning him. As it was, they were still holding hands and Midoriya was tugging him upwards. As soon as they broke the surface, Midoriya was yelling. "It's cold," he whined. Todoroki could see him kicking his legs more quickly in the water, as if that would help warm him up. He let go of Todoroki's hand, but only so he could swim closer to him. Once he realized the water surrounding Todoroki was warmer, he wrapped his arms around him, sinking down into the water so that he mostly submerged, with just his head sticking out. He pressed his cheek against Todoroki's chest. "You're like a hot tub," he mumbled against him. "It won't last," he replied. "Not in a pool this large." Midoriya looked up at him. "What about a little pool?" Todoroki did his best to shrug while treading water. "I don't see why not. We should try it one day. We'll buy a cheap kiddie pool. You'd have to be careful not to melt it though. Would that be too difficult? It wouldn't really be relaxing if you had to hyper-focus on temperature regulation the whole time, I guess." Todoroki breathed out a gentle laugh. "I think I'll be okay. We should do it. Let's get a pool that will only fit us two. The others will get jealous." "How uncharacteristically devious of you." Midoriya grinned up at him, eyes sparkling with mischief, before pushing away into a backstroke. "I have my moments." They ended up actually practicing, doing several of the training exercises Ida had run them through when they swam together over the summer. The water grew more and more bearable as time went on. It still had a bite to it, but it wasn't completely unpleasant. After they'd run through several exercises, Midoriya paddled over to him. I was thinking, last time we swam together, we never got to finish our race. What do you say? What about Bakugo? We can just say he lost? Shouto grinned. He'll be angry. I can guarantee that whatever he's doing right now, he's already angry. Fair point. All right, you're on. Todoroki expected them to get out of the pool then, but Midoriya swam closer, until he was right up against Todoroki. He placed a hand on his chest and leaned in, until their faces were just a hair's breadth apart. When he spoke, his voice was low and breathy. What do I get if I win? Todoroki almost sank as he froze up, momentarily forgetting that he actually needed to move to tread water. He swallowed. What do you want? Midoriya moved his hands to his shoulders. Their chests were touching, and Todoroki was fully supporting both of their weight. He reminded himself to breathe. Midoriya was staring at his mouth as he spoke. A kiss would be nice. Uraraka had told him Midoriya wouldn't mind being kissed on the lips, but Todoroki still wasn't completely on board with the idea. The more he thought about it, and oh, had he thought about it, the more he reasoned she was right. Midoriya probably wouldn't mind. He'd understand that Todoroki was just trying to placate him while he was under the influence of the quirk. But for Todoroki, it was stupid, but there was a tiny part of him that wanted their first kiss to be special. Meaningful. That was stupid for 2 reasons. 1, Midoriya had already kissed him 3 times when all of this first started. So that ship had really already sailed. And 2, even if he convinced himself that those kisses didn't count, because Midoriya had essentially ambushed him and he hadn't really been mentally present for the experience, it was still a stupid, foolish, naive thing, thinking they would ever have a real first kiss. Since when did he become such a hopeless romantic anyway? Okay, he said, hating how his heart was hammering in his chest. He'd kiss him, and Midoriya wouldn't even remember it. If he won, he'd press their lips together and it'd be as meaningful as giving him a high five. Todoroki blinked. If he won. He let an easy smirk pull at his lips as he gently pushed Midoriya away. You might want to prepare to be disappointed though, he said as he started swimming towards the ledge. Midoriya was laughing as he followed him. We'll see about that. They climbed out of the pool and walked towards the edge, taking the same positions they had just a few months prior, except this time Aizawa wasn't there to stop them. Todoroki fully expected them both to utilize the same strategies they had then, and he was right. They counted off to 3, and then Midoriya dove into the water, a ball of crackling green energy. At the same time, he raced forward, freezing the water below him as he barreled on. They were practically flying, and the race was over almost as soon as it had begun. As Todoroki's foot made contact with the opposite ledge of the pool, he glanced over just in time to see Midoriya's hands slam down on the concrete. He'd won. He walked over to Midoriya and sat down on the ledge, letting his legs dip into the water. Putting his feet in the water almost felt warm this time, compared to standing on ice. Midoriya pulled himself up and sat down next to him, pushing his wet bangs out of his face. Once he let go, they flopped back down, still dripping wet. That was hardly a fair race, he said. Todoroki snorted. How so? Because I'm sick. It was your idea. Kaken wasn't here either. I think that was also your idea. Midoriya looked away, trying to maintain a straight face but failing. We'll have to have a rematch, he said. This was just a practice race. If there's going to be a rematch, we'll have to change the stakes. I'm not saying I'll lose, but if I do, I'm not kissing Bakugo. Midoriya barked out a laugh, covering his mouth immediately afterwards, to stifle his giggles. He leaned against Todoroki as he laughed, their upper arms pressed together as he held his hands out in front of him. He'd kill you. He spread his hands out, mimicking an explosion. Todoroki laughed lightly, finding Midoriya's laughter contagious. Eventually though, they settled down into quiet, just enjoying each other's presence and the gentle lapping of the water. Todoroki looked around for a clock, but didn't see one. We should probably head back to the locker room. Class has to be over soon, if it's not already. Yeah, Midoriya agreed quietly. Shouto. He started to turn, to face him, but stopped when Midoriya lifted his hand and rested it against his cheek. He leaned forward and pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek. He'd kissed him on the cheek before. On the shoulder. On the hand. But something about this time seemed so much more gentle and tender. Todoroki looked over, feeling overcome with something, but Midoriya was already standing. Your prize, he explained, holding out a hand, for your win. Todoroki smiled as he accepted Izuku's hand. Coming back from the pool, their timing ended up being nearly perfect. The rest of the class had gotten to the locker rooms just moments before they had. Ida had planned to go get them, but saw them coming almost the second he stepped through the doorway. As such, they were able to get changed and head back to the dorms with the rest of their classmates. And so now we're banned from soccer, Yaoyorozu was explaining as she walked beside them. Sensei didn't say for how long. I told Bakugo-kun it was a bad idea. Ida huffed, chopping pointedly into the air. He was probably their best soccer player. Todoroki imagined he must be disappointed. Shut the f up for eyes. It was a great idea. It's a shame you guys couldn't join us, especially since it was the last game, Uraraka said. We had fun at the pool. We did some of the exercises you showed us, Ida-kun, Midoriya said. He was walking hand in hand with Todoroki, as was pretty much the norm by now. They were really helpful. I'm glad to hear that, Ida said, his sour mood seemingly lifting a bit. Kaminari was looking at his phone as he spoke. You know, I never really cared much for soccer, but now that it's forbidden, it seems so much cooler. Look at this, he said, holding up his phone to show a video. They all stopped momentarily to watch, some of them wincing as the video played. Right in the face. She didn't even flinch though. Is that blood? Oh my god, she scored. A few classmates stayed huddled around Kaminari, watching more videos. Todoroki expected one of them to trip or walk into something at some point, as distracted as they were, but that wasn't really his problem. His problem was currently walking towards him. Midoriya, Todoroki. Kirishima called as he walked over to them. You guys have a good swim? He asked as he brought his hand down onto Todoroki's head and ruffled his wet hair. Todoroki batted him away. Yeah, it was nice, Midoriya said as he reached up to help Todoroki fix his mussed hair. Kind of cold, but not unbearable. I hope you didn't wear yourself out. You guys are still down for some dancing, right? Midoriya perked up. Definitely. I'm excited to see what you guys have planned. Well, Kirishima crossed over to Midoriya and slung an arm around his shoulders. I was talking to Aoyama, and we think it's important you're dressed properly. You need something breathable, right? Midoriya nodded. I'm sure I have. So, Kirishima cut him off. Aoyama actually talked to Yamamo, and she thought she could make a special workout outfit for you. Something to help you from getting too overheated and stuff. Todoroki looked to Yaoyorozu, trying to read her expression. She smiled back, looking just the tiniest bit guilty. Thanks both of you, but I'm not sure I need. Todoroki looked back at Midoriya, curious as to why he'd stopped talking. He must have missed whatever had made him pause though, because he started talking again, eyes wide as he nodded at Kirishima. Yes. Thank you. I'm sure that would be great. Whatever you say. Great. When we get back to the dorms, how about you come with us back to Aoyama's room and we'll get you ready. Todoroki can go get changed into something more comfortable and then we'll head to TDL. Together. Aoyama already asked Aizawa-sensei and he said we could use it. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. Somehow he had the feeling Aoyama didn't mention to Aizawa that Midoriya was involved when he asked for permission. Izuku is supposed to stay with me, he said. Don't worry Todoroki-san, Yaoyorozu said. I won't take long, and we'll keep a close eye on him. If he starts getting feverish, I'll come get you immediately. He opened his mouth to protest, but Izuku beat him to the punch. I'll be fine, Shouto. I promise I'll say something if I start feeling sick. We'll call the whole thing off in that case. You don't need to worry about me. They were all smiling at him, waiting for him to cave. Even Uraraka, he realized, seemed to be in on whatever this scheme was. And he was certain this was, in fact, some kind of scheme. Fine. He reluctantly relented. I can keep you company while you wait, Todoroki-kun, Uraraka offered, shooting him a wink. He'd asked her to pick up some things for him, last night. Maybe she wasn't in on the scheme after all, but had just seen a good opportunity in front of her. Midoriya wouldn't be distracted for long, but he'd at least be able to get a head start on what he had planned, and he'd have Uraraka to help. This might actually work out in his favor. Harmless. They have one in Tokyo every year, and I hear the Americans and Europeans have them several times a year, so I don't really think it's a big deal. I've always been a bit of a traditionalist, but he's always been a very traditional hero himself, so I trust his judgment. Hey Todoroki, the mayor is talking about your dad, Kaminari said, still glued to his phone. Todoroki raised an eyebrow. How did he get from soccer videos to news about Endeavor? That's to be expected, Todoroki answered shortly. His dad was the current #1 hero of Japan. Of course the mayor would mention him from time to time. Yeah, but you might want to. Todoroki cut him off. Not now. I'll look into it later if it's important. Since last night things had been good. The best they'd been since the attack in any case. Todoroki didn't need whatever nonsense his father was up to ruining his day. It was probably something stupid anyway, like he was trying to shut down Twitter or sue Starbucks. It would all blow over, eventually. Especially once he got the chance to sort of explain to his dad what had happened. He struggled to keep his face blank as he thought about it. It wasn't a conversation he was looking forward to having. He'd have to downplay things, for sure. Thankfully, Kaminari didn't press the issue, though he felt a few stares being sent his way. He really hoped his dad didn't destroy Starbucks. He thought his classmates could handle Twitter disappearing, but he might receive some blowback if he became the son of the guy who killed Starbucks. They arrived at the dorms in no time and their classmates dispersed, each going their separate way. Todoroki found himself standing in front of Aoyama's room. We'll take care of him, Yaoyorozu said, holding on to Midoriya's right arm. Yeah, he's in good hands. Jairu agreed, because apparently she was a part of this too. She was holding on to Midoriya's left arm. I'll see you soon, and then the door was closed in his face, leaving him, Uraraka, and Bakugo on the other side. Todoroki and Uraraka both looked at Bakugo. What are you doing here? Todoroki asked. Waiting for Aijuru, not that it's any of your business, Bakugo huffed as he sat down on the floor, back leaning against the wall. Oh, Aijuru, Uraraka said, clapping her hands together. Congratulations, Bakugo-kun. He made a sort of soft clicking noise with his tongue, which was probably the friendliest acknowledgement anyone could have asked for. I'm sure you're allowed inside, Todoroki pointed out. What, so I can help Deku play dress up? He scoffed. Piss us off. Do you want to help Todoroki-kun and I? No. Alright, well we'll be in Todoroki-kun's room if you get lonely, Uraraka said, ignoring the way he ground his teeth as she waved goodbye and headed to the elevator with Todoroki. Once they were inside she said, sometimes I worry about Bakugo-kun. He's always, and she bared her teeth, growling comically as she slid her top teeth against her bottom ones. He's going to have dental problems. You're right. I never thought of that. Maybe I'll mention it to him sometime, she said as she reached into her bag. She pulled out a large pack of markers. I got everything you said, by the way. Plus a few things that caught my eye, that I thought might be useful. Todoroki took the markers, looking them over. The packaging said they were scented like fruit. He hadn't asked for that, but then he didn't know they existed at the time. Scented markers were probably nicer than regular ones. Thank you. I'm surprised you were able to get everything already. I had planned to give you my dad's credit card today, after class. She had to have gone to the store either last night or early this morning. Uraraka naturally had large eyes, but they grew comically wide at his statement. Endeavors, oh no, I get thrown in jail. Todoroki opened the pack and pulled out a green marker, examining it. I use it all the time. I'm not supposed to have it. He's your dad though. It's not like I have an ID that says Todoroki on it. I guess I didn't think of that, he said as he twisted the cap off and sniffed it. He wrinkled his nose. It was obviously supposed to smell like kiwi, but there was an artificiality to it. Uraraka tugged on his sleeve and he held it out so she could smell it too. I'll withdraw some money and pay you back then, if that's okay. Uraraka didn't seem as bothered by the scent. You don't have to pay me back. It's not a big deal. Todoroki would just have to guess how much money he owed her if she wouldn't tell. How much did a pack of markers cost? Scented ones were probably more expensive than regular, and there were 12 colors in the pack, which seemed like a decent variety. 2,500 yen, maybe? He'd asked for colored pencils too, and she said she'd gotten extra things to help. He'd have to calculate the costs once he saw everything. They stepped out of the elevator and headed to his room. He had Midoriya's notebook carefully tucked away in one of his dressers and he got it out and handed it to her. Do you mind if I, he cleared his throat, feeling awkward, change while we talk? Kirishima said I should. Oh sure, she said as she flipped open the notebook. You don't want to dance in your school uniform, especially not knowing what kind of dance. I bet it'll be something romantic. Ballroom or something. A waltz. That actually made Todoroki feel a little better. He knew how to waltz. His dad said he'd need to know how for Yue's graduation party. The school was supposed to teach them their senior year, but Endeavor said he wanted him to have prior experience, so he didn't embarrass the family if he wasn't naturally graceful. Todoroki always felt like he was speaking from personal experience, but never dared to give voice to that particular hypothesis. Uraraka didn't turn away while he changed, which was a little irksome, but she seemed absorbed in the notebook, so he supposed it didn't matter. He changed into a t-shirt and a pair of slim joggers. Poor Deku-kun, Uraraka said, running a hand down the first page. Should we rip this page out? I think so, Todoroki said as he came to stand beside her. She set the notebook down on his desk and, pinky held out, began carefully tearing out the first page, filled with Midoriya's list. Once she was done she crumbled it up and set it aside, then reached for her bag. She pulled out a set of colored pencils, a pack of 24, but they didn't look fancy, maybe 3,000 yen. Some colorful printed tape in a package that said, washi. He had no clue there. He didn't even know what washi tape was. 1,500 yen? 16? A tiny art knife, another 3,000? And a sheet of stickers. There were only 2 sheets, and he felt like stickers were probably cheap. 1,000 yen was probably a safe guess. I went to his room last night, she said, pulling out another notebook. I figured it might help to have one of his notebooks, as a sort of reference to how he does it. Just, less serious and more sweet. I think it can be both, Todoroki said as he took the notebook and began flipping through it. The notes were so detailed, and for heroes Todoroki was fairly certain Izuku had never even met. He never failed to impress him. Yamamoto-chan came with me, to look at his shoes. She said she needed his size, so she could make him ice skates. Todoroki nodded as he sat down at the desk, placing the two notebooks side by side. Hero analysis for the future number 10 on the left, Midoriya Izuku analysis on the right. Also, I was talking to Kuda-kun during our practical today. He said there's a festival happening not too far from Kesuru Park. I think it'd be just a quick 10-minute ride by train. He was interested in it because he said they're having a costume contest, since Halloween is coming up. But instead of people, the contest is for pets. He said he might enter his bunny, but he wasn't sure he could get a costume together in time. Todoroki looked up. Izuku would enjoy that. Right? Imagine Deku-kun seeing a dog dressed up like All Might. He'll die. He'll die. Of happiness. Oh, I see. You're speaking hyperbolically. Sure? Anyway, I'll look into it more while you're off dancing. I'm sure there's something about it online. I'll text you what I find. And it's a whole festival, so I'm sure there'll be plenty of cool things to eat and drink. It'll be the perfect thing to do after ice skating. Todoroki nodded as he grabbed a black marker and popped the top off. He thought it might have been plum-scented. Thank you for helping me. You, Ida, Yaoyorozu, even Aizawa, and maybe Kirishima and Aoyama, but I don't really know what they're planning. You've all helped me so much. Midoriya would probably be really miserable right now, if it weren't for all of you. She touched his shoulder. That's only because you were second-guessing yourself, Todoroki-kun. I'm happy that you're relying on us more, but make sure you give yourself credit too. Ida-kun and I were serious yesterday. If this had to happen to Deku-kun, we couldn't have asked for someone better than you for him to get attached to. I'm not sure if even Ida-kun or I could have made him as happy as you are. You're very caring and thoughtful. And for what it's worth, if you were Deku-kun's boyfriend for real, you'd definitely get the BFF stamp of approval from me. Todoroki fiddled with the marker. Thank you. I appreciate that. Uraraka smiled gently. Come on, we don't have much time. Let's get started. Right. He opened both notebooks. On the inside cover of Hero Analysis for the future number 10 there was just a single line, by Midoriya Izuku. Todoroki pulled the empty notebook towards himself, holding the cover down as he carefully began to write. Todoroki assumed when Midoriya was finished changing clothes, one of his classmates would text him or Uraraka and let them know. Instead, Aoyama and Kirishima kicked his door in, so it was mostly Kirishima doing the kicking, screaming his name. The screaming was definitely both of them. Thank goodness for Uraraka, who immediately pressed back against his desk, shielding the notebooks from view as he hastily shoveled the art supplies into his desk drawer. He looked back at the door, but thankfully didn't see Midoriya. Kirishima raised an eyebrow at him, but didn't question as he carefully placed the notebooks in the drawer as well, positioning them so they wouldn't get bent or damaged. Where's Izuku? Fret not, mon chéri, Izuku is. I'm here. Midoriya yelled as he came charging into the room, pushing through Aoyama and Kirishima as he made a beeline for Todoroki. It was only thanks to his trained reflexes that he was able to stand in time for the smaller boy to crash against him in a tight hug. Bro, we talked about this. Kirishima whined. I was going to drumroll you in. You ruined the reveal. Midoriya kept his arms locked around Todoroki, but twisted his head around to look at Kirishima. But I missed him so much. He pressed his cheek against Todoroki's chest and sighed, closing his eyes. Your chest feels like home. He squeezed a little tighter. An air-conditioned home. Todoroki colored, completely unsure how to respond to a comment like that, especially in front of his peers. Uraraka was openly laughing at him. He placed a hand on the small of Midoriya's back and hoped the gesture was enough. Aoyama clasped his hands to his face as glitter sparkled around him. Ah, what a beautiful display of romance. Would have been more beautiful with a drumroll, Kirishima muttered. Todoroki blinked at them. What are you two wearing? Kirishima brightened up at that and posed, showing off his outfit, which was a perfect match for Aoyama's. They both were wearing flared black pants and sheer white shirts with V-necks that extended nearly to their belly buttons. Our dance clothes. We asked Yamamo to make them for us. Aren't they just magnifique? Yeah, you both look super cool, Uraraka exclaimed, clapping her hands together. Fueled by the attention, the two struck a few more poses. Are you wearing the same? Todoroki asked, as he gently pried Midoriya off him. After all, he was the one who was supposed to be getting special clothes, not Kirishima and Aoyama. Making matching outfits for all three of them would probably be easy though. He got him to arm's length and then his voice got lodged in his throat. No, his outfit is different. Get out of the way you two, Yaoyorozu said as she pushed in through the door. What do you think, Todoroki-san? Kyuka-san designed it for him. Isn't it cool looking? It's not a big deal, Jairu said, blushing slightly as she also shoved past Aoyama and Kirishima. Yaoyorozu had always called Jairu Jersen before, but Todoroki didn't even notice the name change. A bomb could have gone off and he might not have noticed. He opened his mouth to agree with Yaoyorozu about the outfit being cool, because that seemed like the appropriate thing to do, but no sound came out. He tried one more time, then gave up. He's speechless. He heard Uraraka coo, though he didn't fully process the call out. He dumbly let his eyes travel down, taking in the whole of the outfit. Izuku generously took a step back, so Todoroki could see the whole outfit more easily. Do you like it? He asked, tapping his fingers together nervously. Even with his hands up in front of him, Todoroki could still read the text, bed outfit, blazoned across the front, in English. The words were written in black, to contrast with the white fabric they stood against, and were positioned over what Todoroki could only describe as a slit in the front of the shirt. I couldn't remember the English word for pajamas. It's pajamas, Izuku chirped in his adorable English accent, but I figured bed outfit was close enough. Clothes you would wear when you're lying in a bed. Bed outfit. Same thing. The things his shirts say usually aren't accurate, so I figured it suits him, right? Jairu said, innocently inspecting her nails. Todoroki had already been blushing a bit, but he could feel more warmth pooling in his face. He did his best to keep a straight face though and nodded. The top could only be described as a crop top. Yaoyorozu wore crop tops once in Blue Moon, but they were always rather loose and flowy, and usually only showed an inch or less of her stomach. Midoriya's was not loose, nor was it flowy. The top was a sleeveless scoop neck divided into two sections, white fabric above the hole across his chest and red fabric below, and it clung to him like a second skin. It ended just an inch or so below his pectorals, leaving nearly his entire abdomen on display. Sitting just low enough on his hips to emphasize the V-cut of his abs were a pair of tight, dark blue pants. Leggings were the only thing he could think of to describe them. Fuyumi had leggings, but if he was remembering correctly, hers ended around her ankle, like normal pants. These kept going, transitioning to a sort of strap that went under the foot. Midoriya noticed him looking and turned to the side, popping a foot up to show how the strap went across the bottom. Niha? Jairu-san said they're called, stirrup leggings, Jairu supplied. Todoroki didn't even notice the smugness in her voice. Yeah. And look at the sides, he said, placing a hand on his lower thigh and dragging it up. As if Todoroki needed to be told to look at the sides. They were mesh. Izuku stopped when his hand reached his hip, inadvertently calling attention to his fire was dancing just below the surface of his skin, so Todoroki averted his eyes. She thought this would help me keep cool. That's what the hole in the shirt is for too. I thought it was kind of odd at first, but everyone else said it's actually pretty common. Very common, Yaoyorozu agreed. It's all really smart, right? Izuku continued. The whole outfit will be good for dancing, I think, but I think I'm going to wear the pants when I work out outside too. The shirt is kind of showy, but the colors remind me of you, so I might wear it too. The pants will be really useful in spring and fall though, when it's just a little cold. They'll keep me warm when I start, but vent once I'm all hot and sweaty. It's kind of a bother, you know? I usually wear shorts, but I don't like being cold, so sometimes I wear long pants, but then by the time I'm done I'm so hot I feel like I could just rip all my clothes off. Flames erupted from his shoulder. Kirishima and Jairu were positively howling while he hastily patted the flames down, while Yaoyorozu made a sort of yelping sound as she pulled a fan out of her arm and tried to blow the smoke his smoldering shirt was creating away from the smoke detector. His complete and utter mortification was doing wonders in helping him rein in his quirk, but, nonetheless, a sleeve and part of the back of his shirt were gone now, scorched beyond repair. I agree, Todoroki-kun, Deku-kun's but looks amazing in those pants, Uraraka said cheekily. She was giggling so hard she barely got the whole sentence out. Deku-kun, that mesh goes pretty high up, how come I can't see your boxers? Midoriya made a small squeaking sound as he flushed and put his foot down. He seemed to realize that his stance was emphasizing certain aspects of his physique, as he quickly twisted back around so he was facing forward. No reason, he said in answer to Uraraka. I never said anything, Todoroki said, also in response to Uraraka. He glared weakly at her as he went to his dresser and fished out a new t-shirt. Wow, I didn't know you could combust like that, Todoroki-sen. Unintentionally, Yaoyorozu said, still fanning the alarm. It's a new revelation, he grit out as he pulled what remained of his shirt off and threw it in the trash. Well, someone's enjoying the show, Jairu said, snickering. Todoroki looked up, confused about her meaning. Midoriya was watching him while biting his bottom lip, his hands clasped in front of his chest, and blushing profusely. Todoroki looked down at his bare torso, half expecting to find something different about himself. He wasn't exactly sure what that would be, but there had to be something for Midoriya to look at him. Like that, but there wasn't. He looked the same as always, barring the slight smear of ash around his shoulder. Izuku, you just saw me shirtless in the pool a little while ago, he said, torn between embarrassment and exasperation. Midoriya clasped his hands together tighter, eyes practically gleaming. But this time you burned your shirt off. And so much more compared to last time. That's so hot. Last time? Aoyama asked in a mischievous tone of voice that Todoroki didn't appreciate. He ignored him and plastered his right hand over his face, cooling it down before he caught fire again. We need to get out of here. Let's just go dance, he said, feeling somewhat desperate. This kind of embarrassment in front of just Midoriya was one thing. Even Yaoyorozu he could handle, and maybe Uraraka. Maybe. But the rest of his peers? How was he supposed to look Kirishima, Aoyama, and Jairu in the eye after this? And Bakugo? Was he even here? He quickly pulled on his new shirt, ignoring the way Midoriya pouted. Come on, let's go to the gym, he said, crossing to Midoriya and grabbing his hand. Midoriya easily let him lead him towards the door. You know, it's a shame I didn't like you back during the sports festival. You really burned your shirt up then. I wasn't even paying attention to how you looked. But then, I got knocked unconscious pretty quickly after that. Now that I think about it though, there should be footage. Todoroki didn't respond, following along as Kirishima and Aoyama led them all out of his room and towards the elevator. He thought about Midoriya's words though. Up until now, he was pretty sure Midoriya always spoke of past events as if he liked him the whole time. But this time he'd said he didn't like him. Was the quirk only able to alter his memories to a certain extent? Was the sports festival too long ago? Or maybe it was possible that Midoriya actually did. You're giving me whiplash, Midoriya. You're all over him one second, then you're embarrassed the next, then practically drooling, Jir commented as they walked, breaking his train of thought. That's some impressive range. Midoriya looked at her curiously. Is that odd? I don't think I'm acting differently than usual. Nope, you're not. You've been totally normal. By the way, where's Bakugo-kun? Uraraka interjected quickly. He said he was waiting for Yajiru. Kirishima blushed and scratched bashfully at his cheek. He did. He said he'd throw up if Todoroki got all he coughed. Well, in any case, he didn't want to come get Todoroki with us, so he agreed to go get Mina and go to TDL with her. Todoroki raised an eyebrow. Kaken said something kind of inappropriate about you, Midoriya whispered to him. Kind of. I mean, it wasn't anything that bothers me to think about, the opposite actually, but it's not the sort of thing you should talk about in front of a crowd. Todoroki cringed. I still can't wrap my head around the fact that he's sticking around, Jairu said. I figured he'd eat his own hands before agreeing to watching Midoriya dance with Todoroki. My mom has a video at home of Kaken and I dancing for a school event. Not together, but in a group. It was a Mother's Day thing. We were 6 and dressed like flowers. Midoriya, bro, can I just say, you've been a little random lately and I love it. We're going to come back to that later, okay? Kirishima said. Okay? Thanks. No, thank you. Honestly, maybe we can all go visit your mom sometime. Okay, but I'd like her to meet Shouto first. Like one-on-one. Or two-on-one. 'Cause I'll be there too. It's important to me that they get acquainted. But afterward, you can all come over for sure. I think she'd like that. Speaking of, what are Katsuki's parents like? You've met them, right? Kirishima asked. I asked him once before, but he just said they were annoying. Midoriya's explanation took up the entire rest of the walk to TDL, as he proceeded to give a full account of both of their personalities and then followed that up with a very, very full explanation of each of their quirks. When they arrived, Ashido, who had changed out of her school uniform, was standing in front of Bakugo, who was standing across from her, arms crossed and scowling. She had one hand held out straight to the side, and gracefully lifted one leg up, then bent it, so it was sort of hooked in front of her. He snapped at her, though it was surprisingly too quiet to hear. She shrugged in response, lowering her leg. Katsuki! Mina! Kirishima yelled, jogging over to them. The stars have arrived. Aoyama sang, following after Kirishima at a slower, but more graceful pace. Let us begin. Wow. You guys look great. Ashido said, shooting them all a thumbs up. Aoyama preened at the compliment, twirling to show off his outfit. And Midoriya. Looking good. Very CC. Lose the shoes though. Oh, thank you, Ashido-san. And thank you for agreeing to teach us. I'm really looking forward to it. I think it'll be fun, he said, as he pulled off his signature red sneakers. He'd slipped them on before they left the dorms, and somehow they managed to make his outfit look even sexier. Or at least Todoroki thought so. It made the whole ensemble just seem more him. No problem. You wanted to practice dance more anyway, right? To help with fighting? Yes. Well then, let's get to it. They all gathered around her except for Uraraka, who sat down behind her, against the wall. I'm going to sit out, sorry. I don't have a partner anyway, so I'll just watch. Todoroki glanced around at the group. Are you all dancing too? We thought it'd be fun. Yaoyorozu said, looping her arm around Jairu's. Todoroki nodded. He wasn't the best at social cues, but he thought he understood what was happening here. He hoped Yaoyorozu was more successful with her romantic aspirations than he was. I'm going to be helping to demonstrate. Aoyama said, going to stand beside Ashido. Oh, have you been practicing dancing since the festival, Awa, Yuga-kun? Midoriya asked. "Nan," he replied cheerily. "Are you dancing with us as well, Bakugu-san?" Yaoyorozu asked. "I'm dancing with EI. You extras just happen to be in the same room," he said, pointedly avoiding looking at any of his classmates. Kirishima put a hand around his waist and Todoroki was honestly a little surprised to see Bakugu allow it. Were they dating? Was that why Uraraka kept making comments about Kirishima's given name? "Congratulations, both of you," he said, voice monotone. "I hope you're happy together." It meant it. Bakugu was his friend, after all. Shut the F up half and half. "I'm happy for you too, Kaken." "You shut up too, shitty Deku. I don't want your FA well wishes." "Well, if we're all partnered up, we might as well get started," Ashido said, pulling out her phone. She tapped at the screen a few times, and then music began playing. Todoroki frowned. This definitely wasn't music you could waltz to, the beats weren't right for it. It didn't really sound suitable for any kind of ballroom dancing. If anything, it sort of sounded. "Are we doing a Latin dance?" Yaoyorozu asked, glancing back at Kirishima. "Is that why you wanted those outfits?" "We are," Ashido answered, before Kirishima could respond. "I hope you guys are ready, cause I'm going to be teaching you a super duper fun dance." She grabbed Aoyama by the waist and pulled him towards her, then laced their fingers together and held their arms out in front of them. "It's called a tango." Dancing was really just a form of quirk training. At least that's what Todoroki told himself, as he focused on keeping his flames reined in while he stood ramrod straight, one hand entangled with Midoriya's and the other holding his waist. Midoriya was working on his balance, trying to seamlessly transition from lifting a leg and wrapping it around Todoroki's waist, their torsos pressed flush together, to swinging back into a sort of reverse lunge. When he lunged backwards, Todoroki had to lunge forward, keeping their bodies pressed together. He tried to think of it as just a normal exercise. He was familiar with lunges. This was just a lunge with 100% more Midoriya in it than usual. He could do this. So what if their pelvises were almost touching? Bakugu, lighten up. You're going to snap Kirishima in half. Ashido called, ignoring him when he screamed back that she had told him it was a dance about passion. Yamamo, you and Jiraiya need to switch places. You're too tall. Todoroki, don't be so stiff. Midoriya's almost got his part down, so you need to be prepared to twirl and dip him. You won't get the range of motion you need if you don't loosen up. Midoriya repeated the move, this time doing so fluidly. Are you nervous? He asked quietly as he came back to a standing position. I guess I am, he admitted, trying to relax as he moved with Midoriya as the other boy repeated the move again, doing it perfectly once more. I kind of am too, Midoriya said, as he came back to a standing position. He pressed close to Todoroki, but didn't repeat the move again. I really like being close to you like this, but you make my heart race and I get flustered. Will you mind if I mess up a lot? I'm not convinced you're the one we need to worry about messing up of the two of us, he said. He squeezed his hand lightly. But no, I won't mind if you mess up. Izuku smiled and he felt himself relax just a little. Okay, time to spin and dip, then spin again. Ashido called as she went back to the front and grabbed Aoyama. He clumsily completed the move they'd all been practicing and then she pulled his arm up over his head and spun him around, all but dropping him in a dramatic dip, he screamed, when he was finished spinning. When she pulled him back up, she spun him in the opposite direction as before, letting go of him momentarily, and then grasping his hand to stop him. Let's try that again. Everyone, pay attention. Aoyama, when I dip you, grab my waist tightly. That will make you feel more secure, and make holding your weight a little easier for me. Put your other arm out behind you like this, she said, gesturing. It'll look essential. And when I grab your hand, put your other hand on your waist. It'll help with your balance. Yes, ma'am. They completed the move again, this time Aoyama demonstrating with a bit more grace. He also didn't scream when he got dipped. That was great, Aoyama-kun. Uraraka cheered. She was focused on her phone mostly, no doubt looking into the festival as she'd promised, but she would look up occasionally to watch them dance and offer encouragement. You looked really dashing just now. Aoyama gasped in delight. Thank you, Monange. You're a darling for saying so. Okay, from the top. Ashido said, clapping her hands. They began again, and Todoroki did his best to stay relaxed. Everywhere his skin was meeting Midoriya's felt like it was on fire. It wasn't. He was checking periodically, but he desperately didn't want to make Midoriya stumble or worse, fall, because his movements were too rigid. He concentrated on his motions as he raised Midoriya's arm and spun him, then lowered him into a dip. And then his concentration broke. He was supposed to lift him back up and spin him again. Distantly, he did know that. But how was he supposed to keep going when Izuku was looking at him like that? Wow, Midoriya breathed out, face tinged pink. This is kind of romantic, huh? I've never been held like this before. He laughed, and it was such a shy and awkward and just Midoriya sort of sound. He wanted to kiss him. Shuto? Are you okay? You're staring. I am, he admitted. Is that okay? And just like that, Midoriya's entire face was bright red. Okay. Yes, okay. Todoroki lifted him out of the dip. I broke our rhythm, sorry. Let's try again. Midoriya nodded wordlessly. They did it again, and this time Todoroki worked through his distraction, dipping Midoriya and then pulling him back up and twirling him away. When Midoriya spun back towards him, he grabbed his hand and pulled him close. Wow, that was great, guys. Shouto cheered, before turning to regard the others. Midoriya was looking at him with a somewhat dazed expression. That was great. You're good. I took ballroom lessons. Sometimes there are twirls and dips, so I'm familiar. Don't expect me to be good at any other parts, he said, smiling wryly. You took ballroom? Yeah. My dad thought 10 years old was the perfect time to start preparing for UA's graduation. Midoriya chuckled softly. Sounds like him. But do we have to dance for graduation? There's a sort of after-party. A waltz is tradition, or so my father says. Oh, will you, he looked down in a way, then shyly back up at him. Will you save a dance for me then? At graduation? Todoroki smiled fondly. Izuku, I'll save every dance for you. Okay everyone, this next part is actually pretty easy, I think. Just do as I do. She wasn't lying, not really. As far as difficulty level was concerned, Todoroki had to agree that the next steps were fairly basic. The first part pretty much just consisted of taking large strides in time with each other, although he imagined it might have been a little harder for Midoriya, who had to walk backwards as he went forward. They spun and repeated, and then he twirled Midoriya away from him again. After that, things got a little trickier, not because the steps became more complicated, but because he had to hold on to Midoriya's thighs so much. Uraraka honestly wasn't kidding when she said he'd been going hard on leg day. His thighs were thick and muscular and he could probably kill someone by crushing their head between them if he wanted to. Shouto, you're sweating. Are you okay? Izuku whispered. Todoroki was supporting his right thigh, while Midoriya had his left leg extended behind him, so it dragged along the floor while Todoroki walked them backwards. I'm fine, he said, a little too quickly. Just warm. Let's try the lift and kicks again, Shouto said, walking between them. Kyuka, you did fantastic. Midoriya, try to use a little more force. Imagine someone is creeping up behind Todoroki and you need to kick him in the head. Right, I can do that. But Kogu, you need to loosen up a little more. Kiri isn't going to drop you. You think I don't know that? He's reliable. While they were arguing, Todoroki spun Midoriya away from him and then back towards him, sort of like a yo-yo. As soon as he was close enough, Todoroki picked him up by the waist, holding him against his side as Midoriya swung forward a little, kicking each leg into the air. Each kick was punctuated with a whispered, bam, which Todoroki thought was entirely too adorable. After the kicks he put him down, but held onto his thigh, so he could transition into the move where he pulled him along the floor. Kaken, try focusing on your hips. If you can stay loose there, I feel like everything else falls into place. No one if I asked you. What, you think you're actually better than me cause Raccoon Eyes gave you a few compliments? You dance like sheet. Chill out man, Jiru said. Yaoyorozu was holding her thigh in the same manner Todoroki was holding Midoriya's. She was also bright red and noticeably trembling, so at least he knew he had company in his gay meltdown. Jiru continued, he's just trying to help. Why would I need his help? You think you're a better dancer than me, shitty Deku? I didn't. You're on then. Tai and I are gonna do the sexiest FNG dance anyone's ever seen. You and the candy cane are gonna look like baby nerds at a junior high dance next to us. Todoroki caught Kirishima's eye. His face was a light shade of pink and he looked a bit flustered. Maybe there was more gay panicking happening in this room than he initially realized. Midoriya looked angry now. So we'll look like you then? Bakugu screamed. Shut up and die. You're as CC as a paper bag. I'll shut up and beat you. You're as CC as a toenail clipping. Shouto and I can dance way sexier than you. Shouto-san, please show us the rest of the dance. Midoriya yelled, turning back to face Todoroki. There was a fire raging in his eyes and his teeth were grit together. He recalled what he'd told him the other day in his room. I like it when you're angry and your eyes get dark and wild. You grit your teeth like you want to bite someone. He looked like he wanted to bite someone right now and Todoroki's heart was pounding so loudly in his ears, it was a wonder he could still hear the music playing in the background. He wanted Izuku to bite him. No, he did not want that. That was entirely inappropriate. His knees felt weak. Okawe. Next step then, Shouto said as she nervously stepped back up to the front. Get it, Deku-kun. Uraraka cheered from her spot on the floor. See it up. So, Shouto said as she put a hand on Aoyama's shoulder and lifted her leg. Dutifully, Aoyama grabbed her thigh. They switched positions frequently as they demonstrated, so Shouto could demonstrate the more difficult parts. I'm going to sort of spring away like this, she said as she pushed at his other shoulder and distanced herself, and then he's going to pull me back. Sort of like, no, our love is forbidden, and then, come back, we must be together. Aoyama grabbed her hand and did as she instructed, pulling their bodies flush together. Ashido continued. And then you're going to do the walking thing again, except this time, those of you in the same position as me will need to sort of twist your hips as you walk. Like this. She demonstrated and Todoroki thought he might die right there, because her hips were moving so fast, and they were bumping against Aoyama's hips, and if Midoriya moved like that against him. Got it, Midoriya said, pushing roughly against him. The movement was so sudden that Todoroki scrambled to react, reaching forward to grab Midoriya's hand and pull him back towards him. And then he was stalking towards him, twisting his hips and pressing against him and murdering his poor heart with every fiery, angry step he took. With the little brain power he had available to him, he found himself hoping Kirishima was suffering as much as he was. This was his fault. And Aoyama's, but Aoyama certainly wasn't suffering. Todoroki had no clue what the sparkling teen's preferences were, but he definitely didn't seem flustered by Ashido in any way. Kirishima and Bakugo were dating now though, so maybe Kirishima wasn't suffering either. He glanced over at them, to try to gauge how he was responding. His face was about as red as his hair. He was probably going to pop a blood vessel. He didn't have time to dwell on his feeling of victory though, as there was suddenly a hand on his face, forcing him to look forward. Only look at me, Izuku said, voice low and husky. His mouth went dry. Okay, he choked out, nodding hastily. Yamamo, for now, try putting your hands on Kyuka's hips and guiding her. That might help her get a better feel for the range. You should be able to guide her better, since you can see what her hips are doing better than she can. You can let go once she gets the feel for it. Okay, he heard Yaoyorozu stutter. He didn't know whether he should feel happy for her or sympathetic. He didn't really know if he should be happy or sympathetic for himself either, if he was being honest. The rest of the dance was sort of easy, in a way. He wasn't sure how much he actually retained, but Midoriya was so fired up he was basically manhandling him through the rest of the moves. On the one hand it was nice because he could focus less on dancing and spend a little more of his brain power on things like regulating his temperature and not having a heart attack. On the other hand, he probably wouldn't be feeling like he was about to have a heart attack if Midoriya wasn't gripping him so tightly and touching him so much. He improvised a few times, doing things like grabbing the front of Todoroki's shirt to drag him forward, instead of taking his hand like he was supposed to. Once he was supposed to put his hand on his shoulder and instead he grabbed the back of his head, burying his fingers in his hair and pulling. Near the end, they had to clasp their hands together in front of them, standing sideways with their chests pressed together as they stepped forward. After so many steps, they spun and each pushed a leg behind themselves, so that, together, their bodies formed a sort of a shape. While they sank down into their positions, Midoriya looked to the side, to see how Bakugo and Kirishima were doing. In a moment of bravery, Todoroki mimicked Midoriya's earlier action, grasping his chin and turning his head back towards him. You too, he said. It's just us, so look at me. Just us, he parrot, looking surprised. But then his mouth twisted up into a familiar grin. It was the look he got on his face during hero practice. It was confident, determined and competitive, but also warm. Right? He said, nodding. Just us. They finished the rest of the dance that way, focusing solely on each other. Izuku was still full of competitive energy, but he channeled it into something that seemed a little more passionate and a little less rageful. He still looked like he wanted to bite someone, so Todoroki was a little too flustered to completely match his energy, but he did his best. Finally, it came time to run through the dance in its entirety. Alright guys, I don't know about you, but I'm beat, Ashido said. Beside her, Aoyama was leaning forward with his hands on his knees, huffing for breath. Just one full run through and then we're done. For your little contest, I guess me, Aoyama, and Uraraka can be the judges. Excellent, Aoyama said, flipping his bangs away from his face as he stood up straight. I'm great at judging people. Good luck everyone. Uraraka cheered as she stood, coming to stand beside Ashido and Aoyama. Ashido grabbed her phone and restarted the music from the beginning and they all got into position. Todoroki had to admit that both of them were a little clumsy, but Midoriya moved quickly and confidently, even through his mistakes. He also rotated his hips in ways Todoroki was sure would haunt him for the rest of his days. If the contest was for most accurate dancing, he wasn't sure they would win, but Bakugo and Midoriya had definitely agreed on sexiest dancing, so he felt pretty confident about their chances. If they lost, it'd be his fault, no question. He'd do his best though for Izuku. It was hard, but he managed to get through the entire dance. There were a few occasions where he had to grab onto Izuku's bare waist, and the feel of his skin burned beneath his hands. It was a feeling that was vaguely reminiscent of how he felt when he touched his flames with his right side. He could feel the burn, but it didn't hurt. When he was little, he used to find it comforting. He remembered trying to draw pictures on his right arm, using his flames. He had a hazy memory of holding a ball of fire to his chest while he watched it snow outside his window. Those memories of finding comfort in his fire were so short-lived he sometimes wondered if they were real or if he'd made them up. Maybe his subconscious was trying to inject a little happiness into his childhood memories for his mental well-being. He used to hope that was the case, that they were false memories, but since meeting Izuku he'd changed his mind. Maybe if the coming winter was bitter, Izuku would seek out his flames, looking for comfort from the cold. He could imagine him, snow dusting his hair, laughing as he held his hands over Todoroki's, warming them. He could probably do something dumb, like roast a marshmallow, and Izuku would respond with delight, as if he'd done something cool. Maybe he'd find some comfort himself too, in a moment like that. Shouto, Izuku whispered, breaking his train of thought. It was probably a good thing he'd gotten his attention. They seemed to still be doing well, but he needed to focus if they wanted to win. Nothing, you were looking at me like, he trailed off, eyes brimming with an emotion Todoroki couldn't name. I don't know. He thought back to his conversation with his sister. Like you're everything? They dipped down into the A pose, which brought their faces close together. Todoroki took advantage of their close proximity and rested his forehead against Izuku's. Yeah, Izuku breathed out, eyes growing misty. They brought their legs back towards their bodies in tandem and Todoroki let himself brush the back of his knuckles against Izuku's cheek. Sometimes I wish I was selfish enough to tell you how I feel, he admitted as he grabbed his hand, interlacing their fingers as they pressed their bodies together and stepped forward, pausing occasionally to spin in a quick circle together. He didn't feel too nervous about admitting this wish. Midoriya wouldn't remember anyway. Midoriya's eyebrows dipped together. I don't understand. That's okay, he replied, grabbing hold of Midoriya's thigh when he swung his leg up and behind him, hooking it around his waist like they did at the start of the dance. He put his other hand on his waist, keeping him steady while Midoriya leaned into him, trusting him to support most of his weight. It's not, he said quietly. Their lips were only a couple of inches apart. I'm supposed to know you best, remember? That kind of involves understanding. Right, he said just as quietly. Will a promise to explain one day suffice, then? Midoriya leaned a little closer. No, but I can probably be persuaded. Todoroki smiled, laughing quietly. Is that so? Should I burn my shirt off then? Izuku laughed back. Just one? How about we pick you up a cheap 5-pack tomorrow, on the way home? I demand all 5 be burned, but you can choose when and where. I like surprises. He pursed his lips and looked up for a second. None deadly ones at least. Stop flirting, you two. Ashido yelled, waving her arms up and down, as if a visual would help get their attention. All attention should be on. You're 3 beautiful judges. Aoyama said, striking a pose. All 3 of them began sparkling. Todoroki slowly lowered Izuku's leg, though he kept his hand on his waist and Izuku kept leaning on him, resting both his hands on his shoulders. They were both staring at Aoyama. I didn't know he could share his twinkle, Izuku muttered. Me neither, Todoroki agreed, blinking in surprise. He felt Izuku clench at the fabric of his shirt. He started quietly muttering. I wonder how far he can spread it? Can he make someone sparkle from a distance? He's standing in the middle, but if Ashido-san were in the middle instead, would that mean Ochako wouldn't get sparkles? Or could he make her sparkle, but skip over Ashido-san? I wonder if there's any practical uses for this? Visual impairment, perhaps? I really never considered it. I'd like to ask him, but he'd probably make you sparkle. Yeah. I don't really want that. You might look nice with sparkles. I don't want sparkles though. What if they stick? Like glitter? I guess you'll find out from Uraraka, soon. Izuku made a noise of acknowledgement at the same time that Kirishima yelled that he wanted some sparkles. Sparkles are for judges and winners only. Aoyama replied. You saying we lost? Bakugo yelled, raising a fist. We earned those FNG sparkles, so cough 'em up. No one has lost yet. Ashido said. We have to vote first. I'll start us off. I think the sexiest dancers were Yamamo and Kyuka. Bakugo screamed, they weren't competing. At the same time Izuku uttered a surprised, oh. Says you. Jiraiya yelled back. Don't be salty just cause we're in the lead. My turn. Uraraka yelled, moving her hand up in the air. I'm really sorry, Deku-kun, but I promised I'd be impartial, and you guys got really sweet at the end there. It was less, we're so CC, and more, let's go get married. Izuku's eyes lit up. That's good too. Will you be my maid of honor? Oh, yes, of course. But, back to voting, I also thought Yamamo-chan and Kyuka-chan were the sexiest. That's bullshit. Bakugo yelled, palms crackling. If we got any sexier, we'd have actually been having FNC. Those two aren't even dressed CC. Ichiru's wearing a deep goddamn V. Todoroki glanced at Kirishima. His face was an even darker red than his hair now, and his entire right arm had turned to stone. Maybe he wasn't the only one with a quirk that responded to embarrassment. That was comforting. We won. Yaoyorozu asked, looking a little stunned. Jiraiya clasped her hands. We won. Yaoyorozu clasped her hands back and they jumped up and down together a couple of times. Oh yay. I'm so pleased. This is so unexpected. Unexpected nothing. You were amazing. No, it was really all you, Kyuka-san. While they were gushing over each other, Aoyama grabbed Uraraka by the shoulders, placing his face side by side with hers as he yelled over to Izuku. Izuku-kun, I want to be in the wedding as well. Look at how nice we look standing together. Of course, Yuga-kun, you can be a groomsman. Ida-kun will probably be between you two though. I'll look good next to him too. I said they weren't part of the competition. It was just me and I versus Deku and half. We were absolutely a part of the competition, but Koga-san. You're just being a sore loser. Jiraiya yelled. Todoroki blinked, feeling a tiny bit overwhelmed. He didn't know which conversation to follow. Kirishima seemed to find his voice as he waved a hand in the air in an attempt to get everyone's attention. Who got second place? That's right. Bakugo said, grinning wildly. Twinkle Toes over there hasn't voted yet. Spit it out, you extra. Aoyama cleared his throat. As usual, the people are clamoring to hear my opinions. Let me start off by saying that you two, as well as Izuku and his beau, did a fantastic job at displaying your passions. I could really feel exactly how each of you felt for your partners. Get on with it. Bakugo yelled. Todoroki glanced at him and was surprised to see he looked a little pink in the face. A friendly reassurance was probably appropriate here, since they were friends and all. You don't have to feel embarrassed about your feelings, Bakugo. You're already dating, he said, voice completely level. He didn't know what else to say beyond that, so he stopped talking. Shut the F up. Bakugo raged, pointing at him. He thought he might have looked a little reassured. Mission accomplished. Maybe he was better at the whole friendship thing than he realized. As I was saying, Aoyama said, both of your teams were very passionate, but Izuku-kun, I have to agree that the end of your performance was more tender than secretary. And you too, he said, looking to Bakugo and Kirishima, your performance was undoubtedly heated, but I think maybe you were a little too passionate, at times. Some of your moves were sloppy. Sloppy is not CC. Or not in a tango at least. Bakugo looked ready for murder. More so than usual, anyway. Don't even say it, he grit out. Uraraka leaned forward a bit, staring at him. Bakugo-kun, you're going to hurt your teeth, grinding them together like that. So my vote also goes to our lovely ladies. Aoyama said. Bakugo screamed. Bullshit. Let's get out of here. These losers wouldn't know what CC was if it dropkicked them in the face. He took Kirishima's hand and started stalking towards the exit. As they passed, Kirishima waved enthusiastically towards Izuku. Hey man, if you're still too sick to run Monday, wanna have a hula hoop contest after school? That sounds fun. Todoroki leveled him with a glare, which Kirishima met with a large grin as he allowed himself to be dragged away. Thanks for the lesson, Mina, he called before they walked out. Yeah girl, thanks. It was fun. Jiraiya said. No problem. I had fun too. We should do it again sometime. Yeah. Uraraka agreed. I want to dance too next time. I'd be down for more dance-offs. Competition-based or otherwise. I think I'm going to split now, if you guys don't mind. Jiraiya said, then turned to Yaoyorozu. Momo, wanna go grab some boba to celebrate our win? Oh yes, that would be lovely. Let's. There's a place not too far from here. As they walked past them, heading to the exit, Todoroki grabbed Yaoyorozu's arm. Hey, congratulations. He glanced at Jiraiya, then back to Yaoyorozu. On your win. She seemed to catch his double meaning as her cheeks flushed a delicate pink. Thank you, Todoroki-san. Come by my room tomorrow morning, before you leave for your date? I have what you asked for. I will. Thank you. Izuku looked at him curiously as they left, after he'd paused to slip his sneakers back on. What did you ask for? A surprise, he said, as he wrapped an arm around Izuku's shoulders. They were both a little sweaty, but it wasn't enough to bother him. He let himself run a little cold though, for Izuku. A surprise? You mean for me? Who else? He raised a hand toward the others. Thank you all of you. We're going to head out too. See you guys. Sorry you lost. You'll just have to keep dancing together though. Izuku waved goodbye, giving his thanks as well, and then they headed out, walking to the dorms. Ashido, Uraraka, and Aoyama held back, and he briefly wondered if that was purposeful, to let them walk alone. He was starting to feel like his classmates actually wanted him and Midoriya to get together. They'd be disappointed if that were the case. So Yaoyorozu-san and Jiraiya-san, huh? Maybe we'll get that double date after all, Midoriya mused as they walked. I think that would be nice, he said. I do too, Izuku said softly, a smile in his voice. When they got back to the dorms, they both quickly showered and changed, which was a huge relief for Todoroki. Izuku had bent over, wearing those sinfully tight pants, to untie his sneakers, and he nearly walked into a door jam. While Izuku was showering, Todoroki checked his messages. True to her word, Uraraka had texted him some links to information about the festival. He perused them, grateful that he could make a more solid plan for their date. Izuku came out of the shower, once again clad only in a towel, and started rifling through his things. He pulled out a pair of red boxer briefs. We still need to make dinner, he pointed out, yawning. They'd finished their leftovers yesterday. And we need to study for that test in math. Do you mind if I take a quick nap first though? I'm kind of beat. He started to remove his towel and Todoroki turned the other way so quickly he nearly fell out of his desk chair. That's fine, he said quickly, grasping his desk to steady himself. Naps are fine. Izuku's hands fell on his shoulders and then he felt lips pressing against the top of his head. Wake me if I'm not up in an hour? Sure. Midoriya strolled over to the futon and knelt down, stretching his arms over his head before flopping down into the mattress, on his stomach. Todoroki watched him, and it definitely wasn't because of his red boxer briefs and how snugly they fit his butt. He was watching him for other reasons. He was watching because of the boxer briefs. He was a terrible friend. He needed to just accept that at this point. A good friend would be able to stare at their friends but without coveting it. Uraraka had said something to that effect. He was getting sidetracked. It was risky, doing this while Izuku was in the room, but he didn't have a lot of time left. He waited a few minutes and once he was confident that Izuku's eyes were going to stay closed, he quietly retrieved his notebook from his desk drawer. He kept the drawer open, so he could grab just one piece of supplies at a time. That way, if Izuku woke up, he'd have less to try to hide away. He also kept Izuku's hero analysis for the future notebook in the drawer, bending over to flip through it inside the drawer as needed. He didn't want to have to explain to Izuku why it was in his possession, if he saw it. While Izuku slept, he went to work. Uraraka had helped him a lot with the layout of the pages and with the more artistic aspects, such as using the washi tape and figuring out where to place stickers. He still wasn't entirely sure of some of her choices, but she seemed certain and he trusted her. All that really left him to do was fill in the written parts he hadn't yet gotten to. That was still a lot, but it was much less daunting knowing he didn't have to worry about design or creativity anymore. Now, he just needed to be honest. He was good at that. He started to write. When Todoroki woke up, he felt more well-rested and content than he could remember ever feeling before. He was pleasantly warm and cocooned in a way that wasn't stifling, but still left him feeling snug and secure. He blinked a couple of times, blearily staring at the collarbone in front of his face. Collarbone. His brows furrowed a little as he struggled through sleepy confusion. He tilted his head up to inspect more of his surroundings and was met with the sight of a beautiful, lightly tanned jaw and a mop of green curls. His hand was touching something solid, but soft to the touch. He glanced down and saw his fingers sprawled out across Izuku's chest, which was practically bursting out of a tight wild pussycat's tank top. After his nap, Izuku had thrown on a pair of Todoroki's pants and they'd gone to his room to grab him more of his own clothes, since he'd run out. He distantly recalled watching him struggle to put the tank top on before they left to go make dinner. While he fought with the shirt, he'd explained that he'd wanted it really badly, but the store only had it in girls' sizes. Not women's sizes, but girls. So it was a little small. But the design was, according to Izuku, really dynamic and colorful in a way that doesn't clash with their costumes, and it has this cute little fish guy stitched near the bottom, and most importantly, it features all four of them equally, which is hard to find in men's shirts, because tiger is often left out and sometimes the girls are posed a little, So he'd bought it. Todoroki thought it was a solid choice. Izuku explained that he would be too embarrassed to wear it in public because of how form-fitting it was, but he liked wearing it to lounge or sleep in. They'd made dinner and eaten, and then studied with Ida. Ida did not appreciate Izuku's tank top, sputtering about it being too revealing, which sort of made Todoroki want to buy one for him, for kicks. He shared his idea with Izuku, who called him a troublemaker and said they 100% should do it. After studying, Izuku went to bed while Todoroki stayed up a little longer to work on a few more math problems. He'd actually stayed up to finish the notebook. It didn't take him more than an hour though, and then he joined Izuku on the futon. He didn't remember laying atop Izuku's chest, and he also didn't remember Izuku wrapping an arm around him, effectively holding him in place, yet here he was. Couldn't remember the last time he'd cried, but he felt like it might be appropriate to schedule some time for himself, once Izuku was better, to cry over the fact that he'll never get to wake up like this ever again. He let his head fall back down, his cheek pressing against a firm plane of muscle. It was so nice. He raised his head back up. He was being a creep. He needed to cut this sheet out fast. He couldn't even use the excuse of cozying up to make Izuku happy, because he was asleep. Show. Or he was. Had he called him Sho? Did he hear that correctly? Hey, he said, stupidly because he was stupid, and Izuku may or may not have called him Sho. He lifted himself up more so he was sitting. Izuku sat up as well, the duvet falling away with the movement. He yawned as he rubbed the sleep from his eye with his fist, looking entirely too cute. After a second he looked over at Todoroki, blinking at him. Awareness came into his eyes as he kept staring at him. He blinked again, looking somewhat bewildered. Todoroki's heart leapt into his throat. Was this it? Was he better? Why else would he look at him like that? He was probably freaking out, trying to figure out what he was doing in Todoroki's room, in his bed. Izuku? He asked softly, trying not to startle him. Are you okay? He started crying. He panicked for a few seconds, but then realized that these were Izuku's normal tears, fast and ridiculous and not all that serious. I'm sorry, Izuku said, scrubbing at his eyes. I'm fine, I'm sorry. It's just the sun is all. He waved a hand around in the air. You know. Behind you. Todoroki took a few moments to try to process that, but he couldn't make sense of it, try as he might. You're crying because the sun is behind me? He looked behind himself, to verify that his balcony door was still there. It was, and the sun was indeed shining in through the frosted glass panels at the top. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Izuku nodded. Yes, sorry. You just look so beautiful. It's overwhelming to wake up to. He could almost hear the sound of his brain powering down. Izuku must have interpreted his silence badly, because he started waving his arms around, tears forgotten, as he stumbled over his words in an attempt to explain himself. I'll get used to it. It's not like I'm going to be crying every morning for the rest of our lives. Maybe only on nice sunrise days? Oh no. No, I'll get used to it. But you're pretty, and sometimes my heart is just, well. But I promise I won't cry every day, even though you're beautiful every day. Just sometimes it's extra cause of, the sun, and stuff. Yeah. Sorry? Don't apologize, he muttered, burying his face in his hands. Izuku had made it perfectly clear that it was a-okay to hide one's face when they were feeling overwhelmed. I'm just not used to hearing things like that. What? That you're beautiful? Or pretty? Both, he choked. Izuku, please. One hand was gently pried off his face, which was not fair. He was about to say so when Izuku brought the appendage up to his lips and placed a tender, lingering kiss against his knuckles. When he was done, he pushed his hand back against his face, doing his best to put it back where it had previously been. It was a ridiculous action, but also cute. I'll help you get used to it, Izuku said. Compliments overwhelm me too, but sometimes that's because I don't really believe them. Do you believe me when I say you're beautiful? Todoroki lowered his hands, just enough that he could see. I believe that you believe it. Does that count? It's a start, Izuku said, giving him a small smile that felt NTMT and private. He leaned forward so he was on his hands and knees. I'd like it if you could believe it for yourself, one day. I'll do my best to help you realize it. But for now, I think it's okay if we both need moments sometimes. I'm gonna go brush my teeth, okay? He pressed a quick kiss to his shoulder and then stood and headed towards the bathroom. Just as Todoroki was getting his emotions under control, the door to his room slammed open. Alarmed, he grabbed the duvet and pulled it up, partially shielding himself. Uraraka blinked at him from the doorway. That was a very, illicit mistress kind of move there, Todoroki-kun. Are you naked or something? Izuku stuck his head out of the bathroom doorway, a toothbrush in his mouth. He glanced at Todoroki, then turned his attention to Uraraka. Chko, he isn't naked, leave him alone, he said through a mouthful of toothpaste. I'm not naked, Todoroki confirmed, dropping the duvet. I was just startled. You never knock. I do too. Izuku made a slight scoffing sound as he went back into the bathroom. I heard that, mister. Don't you sass me when I'm here to help you. Todoroki stood up, gently folding the duvet over so it looked a little neater and more presentable. Help with what? I said I'd help him dress for your date, remember? She said, grinning. Uraraka-kun, came a yell from the hallway. Did you knock before entering? Uraraka rocked back on her heels as Ida joined her in the doorway. I did. She didn't. Ignoring the angry, pouting glare she was shooting him, Todoroki turned his attention to Ida. Are you here to help Izuku too? No, I'm sure Uraraka-kun has that covered, Ida said, pushing his glasses up. I'm here to assist you, Todoroki-kun, as promised. That's right, but that was... You don't have to, Ida. I was joking. Nonsense. I said I would and I'm a man of my word. Todoroki made a reluctant noise of agreement. I guess having a second opinion can be helpful. I won't let you down. Izuku came out of the bathroom, running a hand through his hair. Oh my god, Deku, I love your shirt. I want one. Oh thanks. Shouto and I are going to see if the store is still selling them, sometime. Not today. But I'll let you know when and you can come with if you want and get one too. I'd love that. Why are you buying another one though? For Todoroki-kun? Todoroki stared at Ida when he answered. Yes. We'll be all matchy. I can't wait, she said, bouncing in place. Come on though, let's head to your room. We need to get you ready for your date. Right? I'm ready. Wait, Todoroki said, suddenly feeling a little panicky. Izuku was being taken from him so abruptly. He didn't even know how he was feeling today. They'd just woken up. Your fever. Oh right. I am a little warm, but no more than usual. I'm kind of getting used to it. He walked over to Todoroki and took his hand, placing it on his forehead. See? It doesn't feel bad, does it? About the same as usual, he agreed. He pulled him in for a hug. Call me if you need me? Promise. Izuku said, squeezing him tightly, then picking him up and spinning him around once. He let him go and then ran over to Uraraka. Let's go, Ochako. I want to look nice. We can do better than just nice, she said, taking his hand and dragging him down the hall. Todoroki stood there, feeling like he'd just been hit by a hurricane. Did he just pick me up and spin me around, like I weighed nothing? He did. Are you surprised? He carried you up a flight of stairs yesterday, if you recall. I recall, he said, sighing. I need to brush my teeth. Just rifle through my clothes, I guess, and see what you think looks good. I'll wait. I couldn't possibly go through your things without you. Why not? I trust you. Todoroki recognized the look that came across Ida's face. If it had been Izuku standing there, he'd be crying. Thankfully, Ida was less prone to crying than Izuku, so he just got a stiff nod instead of a river of tears. Thank you, Todoroki-kun. I trust you as well. If it really doesn't bother you, then I'll take a look. Go for it, he said as he headed towards the bathroom. Just real quick, where do you keep your sweater vests? Todoroki stopped, one foot in the bathroom. He glanced back at Ida. I don't own any sweater vests. Ida was quiet. Finally, he responded, but it was with a forlorn sigh. We might have our work cut out for us. Todoroki had been mildly nervous that Ida would try to put him in a tie or a suit or something ridiculous like that, but he knew they were going to a festival, and Uraraka had told him they were going ice skating, and in the end, the outfit he helped select was practical. The 3 outfits they selected before the final outfit were all practical too, but Ida said they were all no good. Todoroki didn't see what was wrong with any of them, but he supposed that just confirmed that it was a good thing Ida came to help him. After making him try on nearly all his jeans, Ida picked out a black pair, which he thought was the best choice for ice skating, as they wouldn't show any scuff marks if he fell. Todoroki wasn't insulted by the idea that he, an ice wielder, might slip on ice. It was pretty clear to him, and probably everyone else in their class, that he got stupider when he was around Izuku, so he honestly wouldn't be surprised if he fell flat on his but at some point. He agreed with the selection. Ida insisted he wear a light jacket, because it was starting to get colder out. He told him temperature wasn't really an issue for him, and he could honestly wear a tank top and shorts every day if he really wanted to, but Ida had responded by holding out his light brown jacket and his dark blue one. He picked the brown one. And finally, because Ida thought it would add contrast, they settled on a cream-colored cable knit turtleneck for his shirt. Ida observed him as he looked at himself in the mirror. Do I need more color? He asked, fidgeting with the collar. He didn't know anything about fashion. I don't think so. Your wardrobe is mostly neutrals anyway. Is that what you're most comfortable wearing? Sometimes I'm not sure how to match my hair. Some stuff looks good with one side but not the other, I think. So I just end up getting mostly neutrals. Ida placed a hand to his chin. I see. I hadn't considered that. If neutrals are your go-to though, then I think you should stick with them. It's very important to be yourself when on a date. The first one especially. And besides, I think you look very nice. The brown brings out the colors of your eyes. Todoroki leaned closer to the mirror, looking at his face. Do you think so? Is that a good thing? Absolutely. Midoriya-kun thinks you have very striking eyes, so it stands to reason you should try to emphasize them. He glanced at Ida through the mirror. He said that. He mentioned it in a passing comment, yes. While you were in the bathroom together, the other day I guess? Oh no, I meant before all of this happened. He mentioned it quite a while back. Todoroki took several seconds to let that sink in. I'm sure he just meant that it's interesting that the coloring is split, like my quirk. You know how he is with quirks. Todoroki-kun, would you mind if I ask why you're so opposed to the idea that Midoriya-kun could like you, romantically? The question caught him off guard. He took a moment to think about it. Izuku is my best friend. Being in a relationship with your best friend, that's a little too ideal, isn't it? Ida crossed his arms over his chest. Can something be too ideal? That seems a little like a paradox. Todoroki frowned. He wasn't explaining himself correctly. I mean, it'd be rather convenient. A perfect situation. Life doesn't really work like that. Ida was giving him a look he couldn't quite place. He looked away, feeling self-conscious. Todoroki-kun, you know you're allowed to be happy, right? Of course. But I think it's good to keep your expectations realistic. I can hope for good things in my life and work to make them happen, but hoping for the best possible thing that could ever happen to me is a bit much, isn't it? I don't think so, no. He looked at him then, surprised. Oh. Well, I'd be lying if I said I hadn't considered telling him how I feel. I feel pretty certain he doesn't feel the same way though, so what's the point? At first I was worried confessing would hurt our friendship, but I realize now that fear was unfounded. I also don't think he'd pity me, but I think he'd feel bad and maybe guilty. He's done a lot for me. More than I could ever repay. The last thing I want to do is burden him with those kinds of negative feelings. The odds don't outweigh the risk. With all due respect, I don't think Midoriya-kun would agree with that sentiment. Friends help each other, and while a friendship might have its highs and lows, true friends weather through together. Midoriya-kun taught me that himself. I hope you don't mind me saying this, but I think if he knew you were suffering in order to spare his feelings, he'd be rather upset. More upset that he'd be over turning down your affections, I'm sure. He paused, not quite sure what to say. What Ida was saying, it made sense. But there had to be more to it than that. Things can't be that easy though, can they? There are plenty of moments in our lives when we struggle, Todoroki-kun, but not every moment should be like that. Some things can be easy. He smiled and clapped a hand down on his shoulder. Just consider it, okay? I think getting closure on your feelings would be good for you. And that aside, I really don't believe the chances of Midoriya-kun returning your feelings are as close to zero as you seem to think. When he mentioned your eyes, I can assure you he wasn't talking about your quirk. Todoroki flushed. Thank you, Ida. I'll consider it. Please do. Now, you should probably get going, he said as he dropped his hand and walked out of the bathroom. Todoroki followed after him. You need to see Yaoyorozu-kun before Midoriya-kun is done, don't you? I do, he said, stopping to grab his gym duffel from his closet. He then crossed to his desk to grab the notebook and carefully tucked it into one of the bag's pockets, before heading to the door, where Ito was waiting for him. Thank you for helping me with my outfit. I appreciate it. Of course. What are friends for? He took a step closer and Todoroki felt an instant stab of anxiety. Was he going in for a hug? Was this one of those friendship moments the rest of his classmates seemed to constantly have? Izuku would probably be proud of him, having a friendship moment with someone besides him. He made a note to remember to tell him about it as he stepped forward, opening up his arms. Ida had his hand out. Oh, he said, lowering his arms. A handshake. Oh. Ida also said, floundering. That's fine. I didn't, he stammered, as he opened his arms up for a hug, just as Todoroki put his hand forward for a handshake. They both lowered their hands. This is my fault. I'm sorry, Todoroki said. I'm not great with these kinds of things. To be honest, I can be awkward with these sorts of things as well. Shall we try again? Which one? I was thinking the hug? Todoroki nodded in agreement, and then they stepped towards each other and hugged. It was stiff and awkward, but Todoroki was pretty familiar with stiff and awkward, so it was almost comforting. Maybe he and Ida had more in common than he realized. Good luck on your date. I hope Midoriya-kun remembers it. I doubt he will. He wasn't even sure how he felt about it anymore. There were plenty of embarrassing moments he could do with Izuku forgetting, for sure. There were other moments, though, where the idea of remembering them alone seemed rather. There was no point in thinking about it. I'll see you later, Ida. Thanks again. They parted ways, Ida going towards the stairs while Todoroki headed down the hallway to Yaoyorozu's room. At his knock, she opened the door. Todoroki stood for a moment, just staring at her. He looked down her person and then back up to her face. He raised an eyebrow in silent question. Aoyama-san got Kyuka-san and I, when we got back from the boba parlor. He said sparkles were for judges and winners and well, we won, she explained, bright sparkles twinkling around her as she spoke. So they do stick around. Izuku will want to know. He tried to remember if Uraraka had been sparkling when she'd stopped by. He didn't think so, but then, she'd kind of come and gone like a whirlwind, and he'd been a little drowsy still. He might have missed her sparkles. I'm sure he will, she said, shaking her head as she stepped back into her room, motioning for him to follow her. I'll let you know how many hours it lasts. Uraraka texted me and said hers disappeared this morning while she was brushing her hair. Right before her eyes, they just faded away. Izuku would want to know that too, he thought. So I'm hopeful mine will be gone soon too. While she spoke, she squeezed herself into the space between her desk and her bed, having to move sideways in order to fit. From the corner next to her desk she picked up a pair of white ice skates and set them on her bed, and then picked up a second red pair and set them beside the first. She squeezed herself back around the bed. Well, here they are. Uraraka-chan went on a bit of reconnaissance mission with me, she said, giggling lightly. So I had one of Midoriya-san's shoes as a model. She held up one of the red skates. It looked exactly like his sneakers, really, just taller and with a blade protruding from the base. The bottoms were shaped a little differently as well, to accommodate the blade of course, but she'd put a white trim around it, to emulate the sole of his sneakers. They were probably the brightest, bulkiest ice skates Todoroki had ever seen in his life. "They're perfect," he said, gingerly taking the skate. He felt confident Izuku would love them. "I wasn't quite sure what you'd want for yours, so I tried to make them similar to the boots of your costume," she explained. "I was working off memory though. I hope they're comfortable for you. I looked the measurements up online, based on the shoe size you texted me. I'm sure they'll fit well enough," he said, placing his duffel bag on the floor and unzipping it, then carefully tucking Izuku's skates inside. Yaoyorozu handed him his pair and he put them in as well, being mindful of how he positioned the blades. "I can't thank you enough for this. I wouldn't even know where to look for ice skates, around this area. And getting a pair in Izuku's size without him knowing about it would have been difficult. I couldn't have pulled this off without your help. So, I actually had a question about that. Why aren't you two just renting skates at the rink, if you don't mind me asking? Wouldn't that be easier than hauling a duffel bag around the entire day?" Todoroki zipped the bag closed and stood, slipping the strap over his head so he could carry it on his back and keep his hands free. "We're not going to a rink." She looked perplexed. "Oh, but then where? It's only October. You certainly won't find any frozen uhu." "I see. Todoroki-san, you're such a romantic. Midoriya-san will be positively enchanted, I'm sure." "I don't know if I'd say I'm romantic. Skating was my sister's idea. All I did was decide where to go. And you made our skates. I really didn't do much, so I can't take credit. You're much too hard on yourself. Just because you didn't plan the date completely by yourself doesn't mean you aren't romantic. If anything, that might make you more romantic. You used all of your resources to ensure Midoriya-san got the best date possible. That's very thoughtful and very romantic." His cheeks took on the very slightest shade of pink. "Maybe," he relented. "I don't think I'm a romantic person, naturally, but Izuku deserves someone who's willing to try, at least." "Yes, I agree. Midoriya-san definitely deserves someone just like you. And do you know who happens to be exactly like you?" "Yaoyorozu, please." "You," she said, jabbing her finger into his chest. "I just had this conversation with Ida." "Good. I'll think about it, okay? But if I do, you know," he paused for a moment, dropping his gaze to the floor, "tell him. And it doesn't go well. Do you think maybe we could?" He stopped, trying to find the right words. He didn't know how to phrase what he wanted to ask. Thankfully, Yaoyorozu seemed to understand him without words. "Of course. I'll buy all your favorite foods and I'll get us face masks and all the right movies. I'll even paint your nails if you want." He scrunched his nose up a little. "I don't think so. Is that supposed to help when you're—" This time he knew the exact word he was looking for, he just didn't particularly want to say it. "Heartbroken." Thankfully, Yaoyorozu once again knew what he meant. She was good at navigating his social constipation. "I think it is. I don't know myself, because I don't really have any experience, but I've heard it helps. If you choose a color or colors that make you happy, well, I suppose it stands to reason that it would help, right? Because you'd be seeing them all the time." Todoroki considered that for a second. "Maybe," he said. "We'll see. Hopefully we won't. Who knows, if you do a good enough job of sweeping Midoriya-san off his feet, and he remembers at least some things, maybe he'll come out of this already smitten with you? We have no idea how long he'll be under these effects. Recovery Girl said it could be an entire month. I'll be lucky if he doesn't come out of this sick of seeing my face." "Nonsense. You have a very handsome face and I'm sure he loves seeing it, quirk or no. Has anyone ever told you you're kind of what's the term? Mom friend?" "Todoroki-san, please just go on your date," she said, grabbing his arm and dragging him towards her door and then shoving him over the threshold. "Good luck. Have fun. Relax, and don't let yourself get stuck in your own head, okay? Do what your heart tells you and don't overthink. This isn't a real date. I think that's up to Midoriya-san to decide, once he's better, don't you?" Todoroki opened his mouth to respond, but she beat him to the punch. "Don't overthink. Now go. You've got a man waiting to be wooed, so go woo him." "But woo him?" He cringed a bit. He probably couldn't even woo a character in one of those dating games Natsuo always used to swear he bought by accident. He was all pep-talked out though, so he didn't say anything concerning those thoughts. "I'll do my best. Thanks again for everything." Her features softened, her frustration with him melting away. "Always." And he knew she meant it. "Oh, and Todoroki-san?" She was leaning against her doorframe, arms crossed over her chest as she watched him leave. "I know you're feeling uncertain about it, but I want you to know that I, for one, am hoping Midoriya-san remembers everything." He didn't know how to respond. "Thank you? Please don't wish that." "Me too." In the end, he just nodded in acknowledgement and then left. He was nervous, though he wasn't entirely sure why. It wasn't a real date as he'd told Yaoyorozu. It didn't matter if Izuku remembered or not. This wasn't a real date. Still, he found himself taking the extra time to take the stairs down to the second floor, rather than taking the elevator, even despite the extra weight he was carrying with the skates. It didn't really seem to matter in the long term though. It seemed like only seconds and he was standing in front of Izuku's door. His heart rate was elevated, as if he was actually going to get Izuku for their first date, which was irritating. Stupid, illogical body. He knocked. "Don't come in," came Uraraka's voice from beyond the door. "Give us one more Deku-kun. Sit down, we're not letting him in yet, one more minute." "Less than." "Okay." "Oh my god, Deku-kun, sit down. I can't tie this if you keep moving," he heard her say, voice quiet behind the door. She raised her volume as she called, "Todoroki-kun, please don't talk until we open the door. The sound of your voice is sending him into a frenzy." "Is not." "Prove it by sitting down." He heard Izuku make a huffing sound, but he didn't seem to offer any more protest. They both grew quiet, so he assumed he was doing as Uraraka asked. Todoroki tapped a finger against the strap of his bag, feeling out of place. "Okay, turn in a circle so I can see everything." There was a pause, then, "Perfect. Okay, now stand here. When I open the door, don't just charge poor Todoroki-kun and fling yourself at him. Don't even try to defend yourself, mister. You've already done it before." The door squeaked open and Uraraka poked her head out. "Oh, Todoroki-kun, I suppose you're here to take my precious son out on a date, huh? Do you promise to have him home before curfew?" He furrowed his eyebrows a bit. "Of course, we'd get in trouble if we stayed out after curfew." She laughed. "Todoroki-kun, you're a doll." "Deku-kun," she called, looking back into the room. She opened the door the rest of the way. "Your date is here." He had time to take in Izuku's face, and how it lit up upon seeing him, like a man trapped in darkness seeing the sky for the first time in years. And then he was running. "I literally just told you." Uraraka yelled, as Izuku barreled into him, leaping up so that Todoroki was forced to catch him by his thighs, while Izuku flung his arms around him and buried his face in the crook of his neck. There was a quiet click from behind them. Todoroki looked over Izuku's shoulder to see Uraraka holding her phone up. "Well, at least I got a cute pic for you," she said, peering at the screen. "It'll be something to remember your first date by. Maybe we could do some kind of photo display at your wedding." Izuku lifted his head up. "That might be nice." Todoroki had to fight himself to keep from sighing in exasperation. Uraraka had brought up marriage while they were dancing, and now she was bringing it up again. He was pretty sure the idea of a wedding hadn't crossed Izuku's mind since he first got hit with the quirk, and the last thing he needed was her replanting the idea. He was nervous enough about a fake date and asking Izuku to be his fake boyfriend. He didn't think his heart could handle faking a proposal. "How about we focus on our first date and worry about the wedding later?" he asked, hoping that response was neutral enough not to upset Izuku, nor get his hopes up. Apparently it was, because Izuku laughed lightly. "Right, sorry," he said, leaning forward to gently bump his forehead against Todoroki's before hopping down. He took a step back and looked Todoroki up and down, then cast his gaze to the floor, pink staining his cheeks. "You look really handsome," he said, quickly glancing up at him and then away. "Thanks," he said, taking a moment to take in Izuku's outfit. He was wearing light blue jeans, a fitted burnt orange shirt, and a thin, green, military-style jacket with a hood lined with a light brown faux fur trim. Around his neck he had a black string choker, wrapped twice around and then tied in the front. "Ochako lent me the necklace," he said, noticing Todoroki looking at it. "Is it too much?" "Not at all," he said, and goddamn steam came out of his mouth. Izuku looked at him with wide eyes as he coughed into elbow, trying to get himself under control. "You look really cute," he said, lowering his arm as the steam dissipated. "You also kind of look like you could kick someone's butt." "Which you can. But this is kind of like," he gestured to the outfit, face burning because what the hell was he even saying? "Kicking but in a cute way." Izuku shuffled in place. "Is that, a good thing?" "Very much," he said, and goddamn if he's steam. He tried to wave it away. "Sorry. It's a good thing. I think, lately I've been realizing I think cute boy who can kick my butt might be my type. Very specifically. So it's good." He wasn't entirely sure why he'd said that, but now both of them were blushing furiously and, just a few feet away, Uraraka was doubled over, making a sort of laughing wheezing sound. "Calm down there, Romeo," she said, once she calmed herself down. "Buy the boy dinner first." "I plan to," Todoroki said, because he did, but he wasn't really sure how that figured in here. "Not first though. Dinner will be later in the day." "I would have thought that was obvious." She started laughing again. "Let's just go," Izuku huffed, grabbing his arm and pulling him away from the room. "Goodbye, Ochako," he said, saying her name like it was an insult. She only laughed harder, though she did wave. Todoroki lifted a hand in return, but he wasn't sure if she saw. She appeared to be wiping tears from her eyes. Sorry, Izuku said once they were down the hall. She's insufferable. She's a good friend. His petulant pout softened to a smile. She is. They took the single flight of stairs down to the common area, where they put on their shoes. Todoroki slipped on a simple pair of white trainers while Izuku put on his usual red sneakers. So what's with the bag? Izuku asked as they left. Todoroki took his hand, lacing their fingers together. You'll see when we get there, he said, squeezing his hand. Izuku looked at him curiously. Is this the surprise you mentioned? Part of it. The rest will come later. I'm curious. I guess I can be patient though. Lead the way. The train ride didn't take long. The train was filled with other teens and college-aged adults, all likely taking advantage of the beautiful weather on their day off. The sky was clear and while the air had a bit of a chilly bite to it, the sun was shining brightly enough to keep it from being too cold. All the seats were taken, so they stood, pressed close together in the crowd. Todoroki had one hand on a handrail and his free arm wrapped around Izuku's waist, keeping him pressed against him and secure. Izuku had his hands pressed against his chest, looking up at him while he spoke. He was telling Izuku about Yaoyorozu's sparkles, and her promise to tell him how many hours passed before they faded. His heart was racing, partly because Izuku was so close and partly because of the realization that having Izuku pressed so closely against him was starting to feel familiar. That's so fascinating. Izuku was gushing. I wonder if he can target specific body parts? If he can make someone sparkle in just, say, their face, and at a higher concentration, I'm sure he'd be able to impede their vision. If he can control the density, maybe he could also make a sort of smokescreen effect. I'll have to talk to him about it. I'm really glad though, that we didn't win. Nothing against Oya, Yugakuen and his sparkles, but I'm glad we don't have to spend the day like that. People would probably stare, which would make me feel self-conscious all day. One of my classmates during my provisional training made some kind of illusion of me with sparkles. It was when we were working with those kids I told you about. Some of them seemed to like it, but I guess that makes sense. Kids like sparkles, I think. There was a light chime, indicating they were approaching a station. This is us. They pushed their way to the doors, Todoroki keeping a hand on Izuku's arm to ensure they didn't get separated, and exited the train. Once on the platform, he let go of his arm and took his hand, leading the way. Izuku looked around. The area was quiet, on the outskirts of a city suburb. There were still a few houses lining one side of the street, but the other side was all trees. We aren't going into town? No, we're going to a park. We'll have to walk a little, but only about 10 minutes. Izuku smiled. A park sounds nice. My mother used to take me and my siblings here when I was little. He led him through the park entrance and up a path. Is this a special place to you then? I guess. I don't have a lot of happy childhood memories. And honestly, I don't remember this place very well. But there are scenes in my mind. Snippets. It's enough to make it a special place, I suppose. Izuku squeezed his hand. Thanks for taking me. Don't thank me yet, he said, smiling a bit. We aren't there yet. Izuku blinked, confusion evident in his expression. The park. We're going to a particular spot, he explained as he led Izuku off the path and into a thicket of trees. They chatted idly as they walked, and after the 10 or so minutes Todoroki promised, they arrived at a small lake. Oh, Izuku said, staring out at the water. It's pretty. It's so secluded here. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people stray off the path, he said while he placed the duffel bag on the ground. I don't know why they don't make a new path leading here, but I'm grateful they never did. It's nice having the place to ourselves. He crouched down at the water's edge and placed his right hand on the water's surface. This will take a little while. Sorry. Izuku crouched down next to him, watching entranced as the water slowly began to freeze, extending from his hand out towards the lake center. Why not freeze it all at once? I've seen you create huge glaciers before. I'm sure you could freeze this whole area in a second. If I did that, I'd hurt the fish and other wildlife in the water. Izuku was silent for long enough that Todoroki glanced over, curious as to what had his attention. The answer was apparently himself, as Izuku was staring at him with large, shimmering eyes. You okay? Izuku nodded. Yeah, he said, voice pitched a little high. You're so kind and thoughtful. I just like you so much. Todoroki blinked, feeling a bit astonished. Because of the fish? Izuku nodded, tears glimmering at the corners of his eyes. He laughed. It was a full laugh that he felt in his stomach, and he had to struggle to keep his hand flat on the surface of the water. Is that all it took to impress you? Being nice to some fish? I might have overplanned this date. Izuku smacked his shoulder. Don't tease me. Not many people would think about the fish, you know. I didn't. I know you were ready to murder them. You're a regular villain. Izuku smacked his shoulder again, which just made him laugh more. Izuku smiled and shuffled closer to him, so their arms were touching. I've never heard you laugh like that before. You usually laugh so quietly. Sorry, I didn't mean to be too loud. No, no, he said, waving his hands in front of him. I liked it. You have a nice laugh. And your face looked so. He trailed off, biting his bottom lip, the tips of his ears turning red. Well, I just really liked it is all. Thanks, was all he could think to say as he felt his blood rush to his face. I like your laugh too, by the way. And the way your face looks. I mean, he scrunched up his nose, I always like the way your face looks. But it's especially nice when you're laughing. Izuku buried his face against Todoroki's arm, making a small whining sound. They stayed like that for a few minutes, in comfortable silence while Todoroki's ice crept across the surface of the water. Eventually, Izuku turned his face so he could watch, though he kept his head pressed to his arm. It's really pretty. Why are you freezing it though? My mom used to do this. She could do it faster though, since she could use both her hands. I remember Nei-san and Nii-san helped once. Okei-san and Nei-san showed me how, but I wasn't good at it. I was pretty small. I remember one time Nii-san was freezing part of the ice, and he paused, and my other brother, he would try to sneak around him and melt what he'd done. Nii-san walked out on the ice, thinking he could freeze it faster that way, and he melted all the ice behind him, so he was stuck out on the water, on a little platform of ice. I remember Okei-san tried to scold him, but she was laughing. It wasn't a big deal, he just froze a new path, but I remember the look on his face when he turned around. It was funny. Izuku smiled. I didn't know you had another brother. You've never mentioned him. He's no longer with us. Oh, I see. He leaned away, removing his head from his arm. Shouto, I'm sorry. Don't be, he said, turning to face him. He tried to give him a reassuring smile. I don't remember him very well, but the memories I do have, like that one, are good. I think we probably loved each other. It's what I like to believe. That's enough for me. I don't need to feel sad about him. A hush fell over them, but it was nice. Izuku eventually returned to leaning against his arm, and his presence was warm and pleasant. We were freezing the lake, he continued once he remembered that he hadn't finished explaining himself, so we could go ice skating. He turned to look down at Izuku. Have you gone skating before? Izuku nodded, cheek rubbing against his arm. Yeah. When I was little, Okei-san would take Kachin and I sometimes. Kachin was better at it than I was, but he'd hold my hand. One day though, he stopped doing that. And then he stopped coming altogether. He was quiet for a moment, looking out at the glittering ice, but then he smiled. Okei-san and I would still go sometimes though. I got better at it. We don't go frequently anymore, like back then, but we always go on New Year's Eve. It's a tradition we made. He placed a hand on his arm and looked up at him, shooting him a brilliant smile. You should come with us this year. Okei-san wouldn't mind. I bet she'd love having you there. Oh, and your brother and sister can come too, if they want. The new year should be celebrated with family after all. Todoroki lifted his hand. The lake was completely frozen over. I'd like that a lot. I'll talk to them about it. He reached over and grabbed his duffel bag, then unzipped the top. He held up one of his skates. I thought for today though, maybe we could skate together? Just us. Izuku was leaning off of him and nodding frantically before he'd finished speaking. Yes. I'd love that. You froze the lake for us. He balled his hands into fists and pressed them into the tops of his thighs. His face was turning pink, his freckles standing out in contrast. This is so romantic. I don't know what to say. Izuku's blush must have been catching, because Todoroki felt his own face warming, watching him. He set down the skate and reached into the bag with both hands, pulling out Izuku's red pair. Yaoyorosa made these for us. I asked her to make yours red, because your favorite shoes are red. I hope that wasn't dumb. You don't have to use them ever again after today, if you don't like them. He looked up and he could tell immediately that he'd made the right decision, asking for red. Izuku was looking at the bulky red skates in his hands like he was holding a limited edition All Might figurine. His hands were shaking. I love them, he said quietly, reaching out to take them. He held them in front of his face, examining them from different angles. They're perfect. I'll never use a different skate again, I promise. This is so thoughtful, Shouto. You didn't have to do all this. I did though, because I like you, he said, trying to keep his voice casual as he untied his trainers. Shouto. He glanced over at him while he pulled on his skates. He smiled in exasperation. Please don't cry. I'm not. You just finished crying over the fish. I didn't cry over the fish, he protested with a huff, scrubbing at his eyes with his arm quickly, then working on removing his sneakers. He chuckled, turning away so he could focus on lacing up his skates. Okay, sure. I didn't. I know. I'm agreeing with you. He snuck a glance at him and immediately started laughing again at the petulant look Izuku was giving him. Once they both got their skates on, Todoroki stood then offered his hands to Izuku to help him up. The shorter boy stumbled a bit as he found his balance on the blades, but Todoroki steadied him, taking a step closer. You okay? Izuku looked up at him, face red. Why yeah. That's good. Skate with me then? Izuku's smile was shaky and shy and utterly adorable. He nodded. The thing Todoroki remembered most clearly about skating with his family was the associated feelings. There was love and fondness for his mother and siblings. There was a sense of awe because his siblings had all seemed so much older and cooler back then, and everything they did impressed him. There was a feeling of wonder for his mother and her quirk, and how the ice she created seemed more magical and beautiful than natural ice. There was safety and security. The feeling that maybe he was never really alone, even when his dad locked him away in the training room. Those feelings faded as he got older, until they seemed like less than a distant dream. He worked on crushing any spare feelings into dust, ensuring all he left behind was his anger and resentment. Skating with Izuku was different from skating with his family, but it still brought all those old feelings to the surface, along with some new ones. He'd been so foolish to try to stifle it all. The blush on Izuku's cheeks and ears as they started skating, side by side and holding hands. The look of surprised delight on his face, when Todoroki took both of his hands and slid in front of him, and he realized he knew how to skate backwards. The sound of his laughter, when they spun in a circle. Each moment created a new feeling, which thrummed through him like new life in his veins. Shouto, let me try to pick you up? You know, like on TV. He tilted his head to the side slightly, thinking. You mean over your head? Yes. He trusted that Izuku could handle his weight, but what do I do? The person being lifted poses, right? Pose like a mermaid. He blinked. Or, merman. Merperson. How exactly would a merperson pose? You know, like I'll hold you waist and you'll puff your chest out, like Ariel on the rock. Have you seen The Little Mermaid before? I have. It was Natsuo's favorite movie, when they were little. He personally always liked the beginning, when Ariel was a mermaid and got into fights with her dad. Once she got legs though, the movie kind of went downhill for him. Once he told Natsuo that he thought Ariel should have just stolen the magic trident and turned her dad into a little fish, instead of dealing with the sea witch. Natsuo did not agree. I think I know what you mean. Okay, so then with your legs, kind of bring them up, like a mermaid tail. And my arms? Like this, he said, letting go of his hand so he could throw his arms behind him, chest puffed out. That seems less like a mermaid and more like the letter C on its side. Oh. Well then, maybe do this instead, so you look like you're singing. Mermaids sing, he explained, as he pressed his fingers against his chest, elbow bent and flared to the side, then extended his other arm out in front of him. He raised an eyebrow. It'll be good, just wait. I trust you. So what do we do? Just skate towards each other and then I jump once I'm close enough. I think so. The first time they did it, he timed the jump wrong and they ended up smacking straight into each other, the force sending them both sprawling back down onto the ice. So it turned out Ida had been right to choose pants that wouldn't get scuffed up easily. Izuku stood, dusting off his knees. Let's try again. Maybe I'll try counting off this time? Jump when I say 3. He got up as well, nodding. On 3 then. They separated, so they could gain momentum, and then started skating towards each other once again. 1, Izuku said, raising his hands. 2, 3. He jumped. This time Izuku caught him around the waist, grunting slightly as he hoisted him up over his head. And there was another new feeling. A new exhilaration. He felt a little like he was flying, which certainly wasn't a new sensation. He'd been blown off buildings before, after all. But all of those other times he'd been fighting. He'd felt focused, sometimes angry, sometimes determined. He didn't really feel any of that now. He felt light and a little silly. He felt secure. He posed as best he could. He could hear Izuku laughing and he looked down. Izuku was looking up and their eyes met. I told you it'd be good. You look great. He couldn't help but smile fondly. Yeah, you were right. It's good. Izuku looked ahead, so he could focus on where he was going. Do you feel like a merman? No, he thought about it. How did he feel? I feel like I wish my dad was chasing us, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up. I feel like we're elegant, but also dumb, and anyone who saw us would feel like they were getting flipped off. Izuku was howling. He could feel the vibrations of his laughter from where he was holding his waist, but he wasn't nervous. He wouldn't drop him. Not without a warning, at least. Once he got his laughter relatively under control, Izuku slowly lowered him to the ground, keeping his hands on his waist even once his skates were touching the ice and he was gliding along backwards, propelled by Izuku's momentum. He placed a hand on Izuku's back and gently removed one of his hands from his waist, so he could lace their fingers together. He leaned his weight to the side a little, setting them into a simple twirl. Izuku smiled, and it was small and tender. It's like dancing. Yeah, he breathed, trying not to feel overwhelmed. Each of Izuku's smiles were a new feeling too. his small smiles, which were soft and intimate, his beaming grins, which could outshine the sun, his shaky, wobbly smiles, when he was overwrought with emotion, making his bottom lip tremble just slightly, his lazy smiles, when he was tired and could barely keep his eyes open. Each one was its own feeling, and he wouldn't forget them, even if he were locked in a training room 1,000 years. They slowly spun to a stop, close to the center of the lake. You know, Izuku said, averting his eyes and ducking his head down. The other day, when we made our promise, to become the person who knows each other best, you had your hand on my face, and you touched my lip. As he spoke, his face was quickly blossoming with color. I kind of thought at the moment that you were going to kiss me. I wanted to, he admitted. Izuku peered up at him. Why didn't you then? We hadn't gone on our first date yet. It didn't seem proper. Oh, well, he bit his bottom lip. We're on our first date now. We are, he agreed quietly. He lifted his hand from Izuku's back, so he could cup his cheek, gently maneuvering his face so he was looking up at him. He'd wanted their first kiss to be special, if they had one. He'd wanted to wait until the quirk wore off. He could confess, like all of his friends kept imploring him, and if Izuku accepted then they'd go on a real first date and have a real first kiss. Except, in that moment, it sort of felt like this was a real first date. And Izuku felt like Izuku. The same boy who'd shattered his hand for him. The same boy who lost to him, then proceeded to call his name and cheer for him in his next match. The same boy he'd almost died side by side with, in that alley in Hosu. The same boy who would pause during his run, so he could text him a selfie with a baby rabbit, or who would patiently explain jokes to him that he was too socially unaware to understand, or who would always invite him when there were group outings, or who would share his food with him, or who would look at him with that brilliant, radiant smile, just because he'd walked into the room. The same Izuku who was watching him now, eyes filled with something that made his heart ache, and lips parted ever so slightly. Good luck on your date. I hope Midoriya-kun remembers it. He hoped he remembered it. I, for one, am hoping Midoriya-san remembers everything. He wanted him to remember it. Well, at least I got a cute pic for you. It'll be something to remember your first date by. Even if this wasn't a real first date, he wanted him to remember it. He wanted him to remember and say it was perfect, and he also wanted him to complain that it didn't count and demand a redo. He wanted Uraraka to print out the picture she'd taken, and he wanted to take new pictures. He wanted Izuku to keep the skates Yaoyorozu had made. He'd give him the notebook and he'd make sure he knew that everything inside it was true, and he hoped Izuku would remember that. He hoped he'd keep it. Please remember this. He leaned in and he hoped. Please remember all of this. He kissed him. The ride to the fall festival was more peaceful than the ride to the park. The morning rush was gone, so they were actually able to get seats, and Todoroki could tuck his duffel bag underneath, instead of carrying it. Izuku was sitting close, pressed snug against his left side even though they had plenty of room. He didn't mind, it made it easier for him to put his arm around his shoulders, which was nice. He usually was pretty indifferent about riding trains. They were a mode of transportation and that was all. Sometimes they were unpleasant. When they weren't unpleasant, they weren't pleasant either. They just were. Riding with Izuku was pleasant though. He was leaning into him, holding up his phone so they both could see the screen. I can't believe I missed this, he said, as they watched MD Lady capture a villain. This was 2 whole days ago. I usually check hero news every day, usually after class or right before bed, though doing that sometimes makes it hard to fall asleep, cause I get caught up in my own thoughts about whatever I read or watched. I can't believe I've been forgetting to check it. I usually only forget when I'm unconscious, you know, in the hospital or whatever. But I guess that's not really forgetting, is it? Anyway, MD Lady has improved so much since the last video I watched. Did you see that new move she did near the end? I don't really know enough about her to differentiate her new moves from her old ones. But I think it's understandable that you haven't caught up with the news in a couple of days. I haven't either. We've been pretty busy. Yeah. These past few days have been busy, and I guess I've been sick too. Things have been kind of different since. The video continued, showing MT Lady handing the villain over to police before she began addressing her fans in the crowd. Izuku was looking at the screen, but his eyes gained a faraway look. With his free hand, he pinched his lip between his finger and his thumb and thoughtlessly tugged at it. Izuku! He looked up, releasing his lip, but didn't answer. He stared at him thoughtfully, eyebrows furrowing a bit. You okay? He asked, lifting the hand that was hanging over Izuku's shoulder and burying it in his hair, idly playing with his curls. Izuku started, tension leaving his face as he blushed and smiled. Why, I'm fine. I just got lost in my thoughts, I guess. He turned his phone upright and exited out of the video. Speaking of not checking the news, it says here your dad is trending? He wasn't on the page about recent rescues and captures though. Should we check it out? He said, pointing at a video thumbnail with Endeavor's face on it. Todoroki frowned at it. No, don't. Not today, anyway. I'm sure whatever it is will be bothersome. I don't want to think about him while we're on a date. Last time he'd looked at his phone he had 37 unread texts from his dad, which was more than usual. He'd browse through them eventually. Maybe tonight. Or tomorrow. Tomorrow night. Izuku was putting his phone away. That's probably a good idea. Your dad can be a bit of a mood spoiler. It'd be best not to think of him now. But, later, if whatever he's doing is troublesome to you, you can talk to me about it. If you want. You don't have to. But sometimes talking helps. But sometimes it doesn't. I'll listen either way though. So please, confide in me. If you want to, I mean. He chuckled. Izuku was getting flustered. It was cute. Thanks. I'll take you up on that. I'll continue to ignore him for now, but I'll let you know when I'm ready to bite the bullet and see what kind of trouble he's been causing. Hopefully it's just something dumb. Izuku laughed. I hope it's something really dumb. Like, what if he agreed to do one of those heroes read mean tweets about themselves things? Todoroki was aware of those segments. Jiraiya had shown him and Yaoyorozu. In hindsight, she might have just been showing Yaoyorozu and he just happened to be there. A clip of Iwabumi reading mean tweets about herself on some show. I honestly can't describe how happy that would make me, he said. His voice and expression were deadpan, but he meant it. I wonder if they'll ever ask All Might to do one? I hope not. I'd hate seeing that. There probably aren't enough mean tweets out there about him to warrant a segment. Izuku beamed at him. You're right. Everyone loves All Might. It might be funny if they did the segment, saying they had all the mean tweets about him printed out, but then they just handed him a blank page. They continued chatting for the remainder of the short ride. Once they arrived at their stop, the festival was just a short walk away. They were both hungry, as it was around the time they usually ate lunch and they'd skip breakfast, so they checked out a few food stalls first. What's your favorite festival food? Izuku asked as they passed a stand selling yakisoba. I don't think I have a favorite. I haven't been to a festival like this since I was really little, unless you count the school festival. I had a matcha taiyaki there that was enjoyable. I remember having takoyaki as a kid. I think I liked it. I mostly remember liking shaved ice. Izuku laughed. Was this before you got your quirk? He shook his head. No, it was after. But my mom told me I wasn't allowed to eat my own ice, because she figured it probably had my sweat in it and she said it wasn't sanitary. I spent a lot of time as a kid agonizing over not being able to eat it. I think it was kind of what Kaminari was saying about soccer. He wasn't interested in it until he wasn't allowed to play anymore. I wanted to eat ice because I wasn't supposed to. So shaved ice was very appealing to me. Shouto, that's super cute. Eating ice isn't cute. Well, maybe not usually, but this is different. You were little and you wanted to eat your own ice. I don't know, it's just cute. But do you still not know if your ice is safe to eat? He shrugged. I've always just assumed it wasn't sanitary. We should ask to test it next time we have science. Or we could probably figure out how to do it ourselves, I guess. If it's safe, we could make our own shaved ice, using your quirk. That'd be cool. He didn't know if he should be flattered or worried that Izuku didn't find the idea of eating his ice gross. Testing it is probably a good idea. I suppose I should know if it's safe to drink, when melted. If there's ever an emergency where we don't have access to water, it would be useful knowledge to have. And making shaved ice would be nice too. Izuku squeezed his hand. We probably won't find shaved ice here, during this time of year. I'm looking forward to having it together, though. Even if your ice isn't safe to eat, we can always go get some, once it's warm out. He squeezed his hand back. It's our first date and you're already planning another date for us months in advance. Is that a good sign? Izuku laughed and gently bumped their shoulders together. It's not a bad one, that's for sure. Come on, let's get some food. If you don't remember festivals well, we should get small amounts of a bunch of things. That way you can try a lot of new stuff and find out what you like. That sounds like a good idea. Then I'll know ahead of time what I like, next time we go to a festival. Now who's planning ahead? He said, grinning cheekily. Maybe there's a stall selling pocket calendars here. If we keep this up, we'll need to start making a schedule. I'd want to plan a date for every day of the year if we did that, he said distractedly, stopping to look at a yakitori stand. Are these good? They're, I think you mean, every day? Todoroki looked over curiously. Izuku was red in the face, staring back at him. Are you okay? Is your fever spiking? He asked, letting go of his hand so he could place his own against his forehead. You do feel a little warmer than this morning, I think. Izuku grabbed his arm and pulled his hand away, shaking his head rapidly as he did. No, that's not I mean I'm fine. Let's just get some food. Yakitori is good. We should definitely get some. And they have okonomiyaki over there, we can share one. Ajimochi is also good. He felt like he'd missed something. Izuku seemed pretty excited about the food though, so he decided not to worry about it. Sure. What are your favorites? We won't be able to try everything obviously, but I definitely want to try the things you like best. Izuku was still holding onto his arm, though he relaxed his grip some, so he was kind of lightly hugging it. It was a simple thing and he'd certainly done it before, but it still made his chest feel tight. Oh, he said quietly, smiling to himself. I'm eager to learn what you end up liking best too. Being on a date with Izuku was wonderful so far. So wonderful that he didn't even notice the stares they were getting. After loading up on as much food as they thought they could handle, plus 2 mystery-flavored ramen sodas, they weren't 100% sure of the flavors, but they thought Izuku's was dragon fruit and Todoroki's was teriyaki, which he hadn't believed was an actual soda flavor until Izuku had looked it up on his phone and shown him a picture of a bottle of teriyaki ramen. They found an empty spot on a hill, where some other couples and families were eating as well. It was peaceful. Just like at school, Izuku would occasionally feed him, not seeming to be able to contain himself when he was excited for Todoroki to try something new. He was less self-conscious about it without their peers, or rather, their friends, sitting right next to them. Here, at a relative distance from others and all of those others being strangers, he could feel a little more at ease. It was nice, feeling like they were in their own little world, sharing their food and drinks with each other. Once they were finished eating, they spent some time roaming around the festival. At one point they'd stumbled upon a stall selling body pillows with artistic renditions of heroes on them. Technically speaking, there wasn't anything inappropriate about them, but all of the heroes had a sort of come-hither look about them. The second they saw the stall, Izuku yelled and covered his eyes with his hands, while Todoroki turned his head in the opposite direction. Realistically, they both knew there were probably pillows of All Might and likely some of their other teachers as well. Not to mention Endeavor. Todoroki wrapped an arm around Izuku's waist and guided them both away, not turning his head back until they were a safe distance away. Festivals used to be family-friendly. Izuku cried as he dragged his hands down his face. Things like that should only be sold online. Or not sold at all, Todoroki said. What happens when we go pro? No more festivals unless we want to see our classmates giving us bedroom eyes. Izuku went pale. Shouto, if I see Kakin on a CC body pillow, I think I'll actually die. At best, I'll go blind. What about Mineta? Would he just be on a throw pillow instead? Izuku laughed. Oh my god, don't be mean. I'm being nice. I'd rather be on a throw pillow than a body pillow. I'm wishing good things for Mineta. Izuku grabbed his arm, like he'd been holding him before, and Shouto couldn't help but smile. It felt good, having Izuku on his arm. You are nice, Izuku said, but you're also a troublemaker. I won't deny it, he said, glancing at the stalls they were passing. Are these games? Izuku perked up, following his gaze. Oh yeah, want to play some? Sure, let's take a look. The first stall they went to was a shooting game. You know, there's a rumor that these games used to be rigged, but Snipe's grandmother, who also had a quirk related to great aim, exposed a bunch of them and caused a scandal, Izuku said, as he picked up one of the toy rifles. Todoroki paid the vendor and picked up a rifle of his own. You always know such interesting things. He aimed the gun and pulled the trigger, but missed the mark by a couple of inches. He frowned and aimed again. I wouldn't say that. I just know a bunch of random junk. It isn't anything important, Izuku stuttered, as he lined up his own shot. He took a deep breath, calming his nerves, and pulled the trigger. A bell chimed. Oh, I did it. Shouto. You both still have 2 shots left. The vendor said, smiling politely. They both missed their second shots, and then on the third, they both hit the bullseye. You came close to a perfect score, Todoroki pointed out, putting his rifle down and placing his hand on Izuku's back. I'm surprised. I was never good at this kind of stuff when I was a kid. But then, I guess training has improved my hand-eye coordination a lot. Congratulations. Would either of you like to play another round to try to increase your score? They shared a glance. I don't think so, Izuku said. I don't really see anything I want badly. Me neither. We're good, thank you. Of course. Here are your prizes then, she said. She handed them each a small phone charm. For 1 bullseye, you get a sun charm, and for 2, you get a moon. Have a pleasant day and please enjoy the festival. They chorused their thanks as they walked away, inspecting their respective charms. Izuku held his up, letting the light catch it. It was a simple crescent moon, but it had a slight iridescent shimmer to it. It's pretty. You should take this one. The moon is really beautiful and bright, but it's also quiet and peaceful, which is like you. When you're not fighting, I mean. You're still beautiful when you fight, but not in a quiet and peaceful kind of way cause, you know, that's not how fighting is. He glanced over to find Todoroki staring at the ground, one hand covering the lower half of his face. Even with most of his face covered though, his ears and neck were still noticeably red. Oh, I'm sorry. You said you wanted a warning before I said that kind of stuff. I forgot. It reminded me of you, and I wasn't thinking. I'm sorry. Todoroki dropped his hand away from his face and tried his best to stand tall as he shoved his own charm in Izuku's face. Then you take mine because the sun is warm and radiant, and everyone loves it when the sun is out, and our entire planet gravitates to it, and the sun is really the only reason any of us are alive, and you're. If you finish that sentence, Shouto, I'll pass out. Please, Izuku wheezed, clutching his hand over his heart. Todoroki couldn't help but smirk as he took the moon charm out of Izuku's hand and replaced it with his sun charm. Izuku glared weakly at him, face fire hydrant red. Troublemaker, he accused. I meant it when I said you bring out the best in me, he said, dodging the playful smack Izuku aimed at him. They played a few more games. Todoroki found he was much better at the ring toss than he was at shooting and managed to win a very, very small plush doll of Hello Kitty, dressed in All Might's Golden Age costume. He gave it to Izuku, who took it with shaking hands. I love it. Thank you so much, Shouto. Here, he said, holding his phone out. He'd already attached the sun charm and it swung lightly as he moved the phone forward. Can you take a picture of me with it? I want to show All Might. Todoroki took his phone, still feeling a little flabbergasted that Izuku and All Might texted each other. The shorter boy held the doll up by its arms, letting it hover in front of him as he smiled. It was a cute picture. He tapped at the screen a few times, then handed it back. Izuku looked at his phone, brows dipping. Why'd you open my messenger app? Did you send it to All Might for you sent it to yourself. I did, he said, taking Izuku's hand and leading him past the ring toss stall. It's not even a good picture though, Izuku pouted, tapping at his phone with his free hand, presumably sending the picture to All Might. I think it's cute, he said, ignoring the sputtering sounds Izuku made in protest. There's a special event going on over here. We're just in time for it to start. Izuku stopped his protests over the picture. A special event? Like what? You'll see. They arrived at a large canopy tent, lined around the perimeter with long tables, some of which had cages on top of them. There was a poster board out front, advertising the pet costume contest. Izuku gripped his hand tighter, once he realized what he was walking towards, then ran forward, dragging Todoroki along behind him. He stopped once they were inside the canopy, looking around excitedly. This is so great. Did you know they were doing this? Look at that dog, he said, pulling him towards one of the tables. Shouto, it says his name is Kamui Woofs. That's so clever. He looked over to the owner, who was standing behind the dog. I love your dog. He's so cute, and his costume is really accurate for being so small. The dog, naturally, was dressed as Kamui Woods. Thank you. Please feel free to pet him. He's very friendly. Thank you so much. Todoroki couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm, watching as Izuku gently pet Kamui Woofs, being careful not to disturb the yellow band running along the top of his head as part of his costume. I did know about it, he said, answering his earlier question. Uraraka actually found out from Kuda. She said he was thinking of entering. Kuda-kun? Is he here? He asked, scanning the area. He is. Kuda-kun. They passed a few tables. Oh my god, I'm coming back to meet you, Izuku had quickly muttered to a kitten that was dressed in a classic witch costume, until they found themselves in front of Kuda. Hey, Kuda-kun, Izuku said, once they were in front of him. Todoroki nodded a greeting and Kuda waved at them in return. Yuai-chan looks so cute. Did you make this costume yourself? Kuda nodded, rubbing the back of his head bashfully. Izuku bent down so he could get a closer look. He looked a little like he might cry, but he didn't. Look at how tiny these goggles are. And her little belt. Shouto, look at her scarf, he said, pointing a shaking finger at the little bunny as he turned to face him. She looks just like Aizawa-sensei, except tiny and cute. Todoroki leaned forward so he could get a closer look himself. You did a great job, Kuda, he said, sincerely. Kuda blushed as he put his hands up in front of him, waving away the praise. Would she mind if I held her? I'll be careful of her costume, but don't feel bad about saying no. I don't really know how rabbits generally feel about being held, especially by people they don't know well. Kuda nodded, reaching forward and gently scooping up his pet. He gestured for Izuku to step forward before carefully depositing her in his arms, helping him maneuver his hands so he was holding her properly. Shouto, she's so soft and small, Izuku said, sniffling. Do you want a picture with her too? Izuku's mouth wobbled as he nodded. He took out his phone, but before he could take the picture Kuda waved his hands, getting his attention. He mimed taking a photo and held out his hand. Oh, sure, he said, handing the phone over. Kuda took it and then moved his free hand, indicating for Todoroki to step closer to Izuku. Understanding dawned on him and he moved closer, wrapping an arm around Izuku's shoulders as the other raised Yuai-chan, so she was closer to their faces. They both smiled, Izuku's bright and beaming while Todoroki's was more subdued, though no less genuine, and then Kuda took their picture, handing Todoroki his phone back when he was done. Todoroki showed it to Izuku. Should I send it to you? Yes, please, he said, still smiling brightly as he gingerly set Yuai-chan back down in her little area of the table. Thank you, Kuda-kun. Yes, we appreciate it. This is a contest, right? Is it a panel of judges, or do people vote? Kuda pointed to a spot near the entrance. They must have missed it as they walked in. Some people were taking papers from an attendant while others were dropping folded papers into a large box. To vote? We'll vote for you and Yuai-chan for sure. Good luck. Kuda smiled and bowed a quick thanks. They waved him goodbye as they left his table and headed back to the start, so they could see all the pets they'd bypassed. They saw a lot of cute costumes, including a guinea pig dressed like a dinosaur, a salamander dressed like a bellhop, which seemed kind of random, but the salamander honestly pulled it off, and a snake wearing the tiniest garden party hat imaginable, with a ribbon tied around what Todoroki could only describe as its neck. Izuku's favorite though, by far, was a golden retriever dressed as All Might, in his Bronze Age costume. He'd taken another picture to send to All Might. Todoroki's favorite was a Pomeranian that was very vocal, though the owner kept ensuring them he was friendly. He was dressed as a pirate. Todoroki asked to hold him and was granted permission. Take a picture and send it to Kirishima. Tell him it's a picture of me and Bakugo. The dog was mid-bark when he took the picture. Somehow it didn't come out blurry, but the dog looked like his teeth were bared. Perfect, Todoroki said. Honestly, yeah, Izuku said, as he clicked on Kirishima's contact. It looks just like him. All Kaka needs is a pirate costume. I hope when he goes pro, lots of people dress their Pomeranians up like him. I hope pet stores will sell official costumes. Izuku laughed. I'm not even going to call you a troublemaker for that one. I would love that too. They spent a bit more time milling about the festival. They voted for Yuai-chan, as promised, before leaving the contest area, and then bought some hot cider from a stall. After some wandering, they came across a wide stall that was offering temporary hair dyeing as well as face painting, and stopped to watch, curious to see what kind of paintings people were getting. The current customer was a child, probably around 7 or 8. He'd clearly already gotten his hair dyed, as it was a bright yellow, contrasting with his pitch-black eyebrows. The face painter had just finished painting the entire bottom half of the kid's face blue, leaving 2 empty squares far back on his cheeks and 1 long rectangle over his nose and upper lip. He started filling those empty spaces in with black. Oh, he's best genist. Izuku exclaimed. That's so cool. The kid evidently heard him as he grinned widely, only to be reprimanded by the painter for moving. Todoroki was about to voice his agreement that the boy's painting was cool when his phone rang. He expected it to be his dad and nearly rejected the call before he realized that the name across his screen was not, in fact, Endeavors. Sorry, give me a second, he said to Izuku before answering the call. Ni-sen, what's wrong? Are you on a date? Came the reply, shouted loud enough that Todoroki had to hold the phone at a distance. Izuku blinked at him, eyes wide and startled. He brought the phone back. Please don't shout. And yes. Did Nei-sen tell you? Was calling really necessary? Natsuo listened to his request, speaking at a reasonable volume when he answered. You told Nei-chan and not me? I could have given you good advice. I actually could use your advice, since I have you on the phone. If your brother called you in the middle of your date, to talk about nothing, how quickly would you hang up on him? I didn't call about nothing. God, you're such a smartass. Nei-chan didn't tell me about your date. I saw you on Twitter. It's the same guy, right? Starbucks. Please don't call him Starbucks. But yes, it's him. I don't really care if we're on Twitter or not. It doesn't bother me. Izuku looked concerned, so he tugged at his hand, pulling him closer. He didn't know if the action was reassuring or not, but he hoped. I kind of figured it wouldn't, and I mean, that's not really why I'm calling. I'm happy you're on a date. He looks cute, by the way. None of the Twitter pics are great though. Could you send me a better one? I'm hanging up. No, wait. Sorry, I was just being nosy. You've never shown interest in someone before. It's kind of like baby brother is growing up and I just sorry. I'll stop. I'm actually calling about him. Todoroki knew immediately who he was referring to. Natsuo always had trouble referring to their father as anything besides vague pronouns, spitting the words like poison. Have you seen the news? No. I know he's doing something, but I don't really want to worry about him right now, if you don't mind. No, I agree. I'm glad. I was going to tell you not to check the news. It's not really bad though, I don't think. I don't know. I think he might be having a midlife crisis. He's the right age for it, I guess. But I don't think it's something you should worry about. I wanted to say that in case you were hearing things and were feeling stressed. It's nothing bad. It's just something unexpected. He's acting different, is all. But, obviously you're busy today, but maybe next Sunday we could have a family dinner or something. All of us. You want a family dinner? With Oyaji present. He was incredulous. Natsuo avoided their father at every opportunity when he lived at home, and he moved out the second he had the means. I know. But yes? I guess I do. I want to see what he has to say. You'll understand more once you see the news, but like I said, wait until tomorrow or something. It's not so important that it can't wait. Enjoy your date. Oh, and maybe you could bring Starbucks to the family dinner too? Just an idea? Todoroki bristled. I can consider a family dinner, but I'm not subjecting Izuku to that. Not with Oyaji there. Izuku was pouting, but he tried to ignore it. Ah, his name is Izuku. I gotta text Nei-chan. I'm hanging up. Fine. I'll talk to Nei-chan and see if we can wrangle him into having dinner. Or something. I'll text you later. Enjoy your date. I love you. Todoroki hung up. I don't mind going to dinner with your family, Izuku said pretty much the second he hung up. Maybe if it was just my siblings, he half-lied. He wouldn't mind Izuku meeting Fuyumi and Natsuo, regardless of their relationship status after all of this was over, but he'd like that meeting to happen while Izuku was free of the infatuation Quirk's hold. Dinner with my father though would be unpleasant. It's not necessary. Izuku hummed. Is everything okay with him? You dad, that's why your brother called, right? He's fine. Ni-sen thinks he's having a midlife crisis. He said it wasn't anything bad. Oh, well that's, good? I guess? I mean it's not good, but it doesn't sound like anything too troublesome. Yes, I'm relieved it doesn't seem to be serious. He wondered if the destruction of the entire Starbucks chain was something Natsuo would consider serious. Clearly Twitter was still around, since people were posting pictures of them. But then, Natsuo had said he was acting differently. Maybe he really did agree to read mean tweets about himself. Your brother, he said, were on Twitter. Again? Izuku asked, breaking him from his thoughts. Oh yeah, I don't really care about that. Unless it bothers you? Izuku shook his head, though he glanced around. Not really. It's kind of weird that people are taking pictures of us without asking. But I guess that will happen once we go pro, so maybe it's a good thing to get used to? Or, Todoroki said, eyeing the stall beside them as the best jeanist kid jumped up from his chair and happily ran over to his mother, if we want more privacy, we could always go incognito. They dyed their hair first. Or maybe dyed wasn't really the right term. Todoroki had been a little curious as to how the best jeanist kid had gotten such vibrantly yellow hair when his eyebrows were so dark. Usually something like that would require bleach, he assumed, though he admittedly didn't know much about hair coloring. But it turned out the girl running that part of the stall had a quirk that allowed her to change the pigment of someone's hair. She said it would last for 12 hours. Todoroki initially figured he'd get a single color, but she admitted that she did technically use the original color as a base. It wouldn't be impossible to match the two sides, but it would be time-consuming and difficult. He didn't want to bother her, and Izuku chimed in, stating that he loved how his hair was two-toned anyway, which may or may not have played a part in his decision. Two-toned hair wouldn't make him any more recognizable, he figured. Anyone who cared to spot him probably already knew he was with a boy with dark green hair, so he figured as long as they both changed their hair, and he covered his scar with face paint, they probably stood a good chance of being left alone. He didn't know what colors would look good together, and Izuku wasn't sure either, admitting that he'd relied on Uraraka to help him coordinate the colors of his outfit, so they decided to let the girl running the stall do as she pleased. She'd seem excited at the opportunity and quickly went to work. In the end, Todoroki emerged with a light coral pink in place of his red hair and pastel mint in place of his white, while Izuku ended up with hair a vibrant shade of teal. Once they were done with their hair, a second girl took the place of the first and began painting their faces. There was a board inside the canopy with pictures of suggested designs, and Izuku had zeroed in on a photo of a person with a sun painted over one side of their face and a moon on the other. They both liked the idea of matching their new charms, so they requested the design, albeit a split version of it. Instead of both of them getting a sun and moon, Todoroki got a silvery crescent moon and stars, set against a periwinkle backdrop, to cover his scar, while Izuku got a flowery-looking sun ringed around his right eye. They sat on plastic chairs while she worked, and when she was done, she giddily offered to take their picture, going as far as to crouch down so she could get a better angle. They accepted the offer, leaning in close to each other for the shot. Izuku made peace signs with his hands. Todoroki took his phone back, holding it carefully, as if it could break at any moment. He couldn't remember the last time he'd taken a picture, or wanted to take a picture, before today. Preserving memories had never been important to him. He had those 3 selfies Izuku had sent him, before all of this had happened, saved, and that was about it. But now he had 4 more pictures, later it would be 5, as Izuku would send him the picture of himself and the bakupom, that he considered precious. Taking pictures wasn't something he thought he'd ever be happy to do, but now he found himself wanting more. As he looked down at the screen, he couldn't help but notice how happy they both looked. Documenting happiness had an appeal to it. Izuku appeared at his side, peering down at the photo. Oh wow, we look sort of cute. I really like this. You both look super cute, the girl said, pressing her hands together. Are you two a couple? Todoroki let Izuku take his phone, so he could send the picture to himself while he got out his wallet. "We're on our first date," he said. "Well, I hope you have a ton more in your future. You seem really sweet together." "Thank you," he said, as he handed over his dad's credit card. "I hope for that too." "Enjoy the rest of your date," she said as she handed the card back. Todoroki tucked his wallet back into his pocket and then turned to Izuku to get his phone. Izuku handed it to him, face bright pink. "Ready to go?" Izuku leaned up, gripping Todoroki's forearms to steady himself as he pressed their lips together. Before Todoroki could even process what was happening, Izuku was leaning away, gracing him with a large, wobbly smile. "Yeah, I'm ready. Lead the way." They walked around the festival for a while longer, until they'd seen everything there was to see and done everything they wanted to do. The last thing they'd looked at had been a pumpkin carving contest, which Izuku enjoyed, as many of the entries were elaborate carvings of heroes. The winning entry had been a very large pumpkin with a rather dynamic picture of Miruko delivering a kick carved into it. By the time they were done, it had been over a few hours since they had lunch and they were both a little hungry. They'd eaten a lot, but greasy festival food never seemed to satisfy for long, or so Izuku said. Shouto had already picked out a restaurant for them for dinner, so all they had to do was walk there. It was only 10 minutes away, and the stroll was pleasant. It was quieter than the festival. The noise of the festival hadn't been bad, though. It was nice to hear the music and laughter and the light chiming sounds of the games, but the quiet peacefulness of the wind blowing through the trees as they walked was pleasant too, in a different way. The restaurant wasn't overly crowded and the hostess, who did an impressive job of not staring at the paint on their faces, gave them the option to eat indoors or out on the patio. Todoroki looked to Izuku. "I think outside would be nice. It might be our last chance before it starts getting too cold. It's nice out today." "Very well," the hostess replied as a man appeared and gathered 2 menus for them. "Please follow your waiter and he'll take you to your table." They were led back outside, to a small patio area. Todoroki thought it was quaint. There was plenty of greenery surrounding the area. The leaves hadn't started to change quite yet, and, while the plants weren't perhaps as robust as they would have been in the spring or summer, they were still healthy and pleasant to look at. There were posts at the far corners of the patio, allowing string lights to hang from the building around the perimeter of the patio. Their waiter took their drink order, then left while they perused the menu. The restaurant was very well reviewed. It was, perhaps, a little high scale for face paint, but Todoroki didn't really give a shit about that. But he had also chosen it because he saw there was katsudon on the menu. Izuku had never actually told him it was his favorite food, but he'd noticed he'd get it whenever Lunch Rush had it available. He wasn't sure if he'd want to get something he got at school frequently, but at the very least, he was relieved to know he'd brought him somewhere where he definitely liked at least one thing on the menu. They also had cold soba, which wasn't a deciding factor, but was certainly a plus. It was turning out to be a perfect day, he thought. It only made sense to eat his favorite food on what might be his favorite day. "Oh, they have katsudon. That's my favorite," Izuku said, grinning happily down at his menu. So he guessed right. He almost felt kind of proud of himself. The waiter came back shortly with their drinks and took their orders, then left them alone while their food was prepared. Once he left, Todoroki felt his heart rate start to elevate. "This place looks nice," Izuku said, as he looked around. "It's kind of dumb, but I like string lights. They're simple, but there's something sort of, I don't know, enchanting about them. I think they'd be nice for a wedding. Especially an outdoor one." His mouth felt dry. He tried to remind himself that this wasn't actually real, but it was hard. It felt real. The entire day had felt so wonderfully and painfully real. "I have something for you." Izuku turned his head towards him so quickly that he winced, placing a hand to his neck and rubbing it. "I'm fine," he said, when Todoroki started to get up. "Just please continue." "Right," he said quietly. When they'd sat down, he'd taken off his duffel bag and tucked it under his chair. He reached down now and unzipped one of the pockets, carefully pulling out the notebook. "I know this was technically yours to begin with, so maybe it's not a good gift, but..." He didn't finish his thought, unsure of what to say. He slid the book across the table. "Oh," Izuku said, looking a bit disappointed as he hesitantly picked up the little booklet. "My analysis book. I made some changes to it. I hope you don't mind." "Changes?" Izuku questioned, as he flipped it open. By Todoroki Shouto, he read aloud from the back of the front cover. He looked at the first page, reading through the material listed there. The first page was all basics: his hero name, his real name, his age and height, his hometown, his ethnicity, and his hair and eye color. All the same information that started each of Izuku's own entries. He glanced up at him. He looked nervous. "I hope you don't mind," he repeated. His heartbeat was pounding in his ears. "I did the best I could, but I can't analyze as well as you." Izuku didn't say anything, but he slowly let his eyes fall back down to the book. He couldn't tell for sure, but he thought his hand shook slightly when he turned the page. Immediately he let out a relieved, quiet laugh. "I don't draw well," he explained, feeling self-conscious. Art wasn't really high up on my father's list of priorities when it came to my education. No, it's good, Izuku said, and he was smiling now, running his hand down the side of the page. The second page contained a hand-drawn sketch of Izuku's hero costume. Izuku's sketches were usually in pencil or pen, but he'd opted for colored pencils, since he had them. He'd been thankful that Uraraka had 2 pictures on her phone of his costume for him to use as reference. They'd both been pictures of the 3 of them, Izuku, Uraraka, and Ida. In the first, Uraraka was sitting on Izuku's shoulders, and Izuku in turn was on Ida's shoulders. Uraraka's legs covered a lot of Izuku's costume, but the picture provided a good look at his shoes and his leg and arm braces. The second picture had Ida in the middle, his missing helmet revealing his flustered expression as Izuku and Uraraka gleefully invaded his personal space. Uraraka had her head against his chest, one cheek comically smushed against the hard surface of his costume, and Izuku similarly had his cheek pressed against Ida's, one hand gripping the side of his head to pull the taller teen down to his height. The 2 of them were grinning so widely their eyes were nearly closed. Ida himself had his arms up in the air, bent at the elbow like he'd been trying to fly away. Uraraka had explained that he'd had his arms around their shoulders, but they'd grabbed hold of him at the last minute and he'd thrown his arms off them in embarrassment. Izuku was pivoted slightly to the side, providing a decent view of the front of his costume. He could only see half, but he knew the design was symmetrical, so half had been all he needed. He thought they were both nice pictures, and had told Uraraka as much. She'd agreed with a tender smile. In the empty spaces around his sketch, he'd jotted down little notes about the costume. There was an arrow pointing to the neck, where he'd drawn just a rumple of fabric to show his hood. Uraraka didn't have any good photos showing his hood. Next to the arrow he'd written, "Hood looks a bit like rabbit ears. Usually not worn." Next to this statement, he placed a rabbit sticker at Uraraka's insistence. The rabbit was cartoony and cute and its fur was dark green. Izuku laughed quietly. "I always forget to put it up. I guess it does kind of look like rabbit ears." His eyes ran over the rest of the page. There were notes next to his belt, listing all the things he knew for certain were inside the pouches. Next to his shoes were notes about the reinforced soles. He looked to the next page and stared at it for a moment, looking mildly confused, and then he looked up and pouted at him. "Mean," he said, though there was no heat in his voice. This time it was Todoroki's turn to laugh. On the third page, he'd drawn a close-up of one of his arm braces. Next to it, he'd drawn a little sketch of a cartoon-style bone, broken in half. Izuku's analyses always included weaknesses and, even though he knew it would be a touchy subject, given what Izuku had originally written in the notebook, he felt it'd be patronizing not to include anything. So next to the picture he'd written, "Weakness, bones as fragile as crackers. Always breaking. Needs bracers to protect them." Under this, he'd sloppily drawn a little box of saltines. "My bones aren't fragile, I just get caught in unfortunate situations sometimes," he muttered, turning the page. The fourth and fifth pages didn't contain any pictures, but he'd outlined the edges of the paper in thin, twisting lines, using a green marker, trying his best to replicate the crackling energy that surrounded him when he used his quirk. In the center of the pages, he'd written everything he knew about Izuku's quirk, as well as questions he had and hypotheses, as that was what Izuku did in his notebooks. He'd been hesitant to do it, but Uraraka had worn him down. In the corner of the left page, he'd written, "Must clench but to activate, not confirmed, but highly probable." Next to this statement, she'd also insisted he put a sticker of a peach. Izuku's eyes fell on it and his whole face turned red. "Uraraka told me to put the peach. I don't really get why, but she said you'd get it." Yes." He didn't explain further, and Todoroki decided not to ask, since he seemed flustered. He'd question Yaoyorozu later, to see if she got the reference. Izuku turned the page. The sixth page was labeled Physical Characteristics at the top. Underneath, he'd drawn a few random curls, unattached to each other and curling in different directions. Spaced between them he'd written, "Curly hair, very cute, soft, and often smells like vanilla. My favorite shampoo is vanilla-scented," Izuku said softly, face still burning red. "I figured. Sometimes I can smell it when you stand close. Lately you've smelled like my shampoo though." Izuku looked pleased at that, though he didn't say anything. He moved to the next section, underneath the part about his hair. This part didn't have pictures, as he couldn't bring himself to try to illustrate anything. He probably wouldn't have been able to even get the words down, if Uraraka hadn't encouraged him so much. He'd written, "Physique, hidden by costume, but is jacked. Built like a tank. Solid." He'd underlined, "solid," with a red marker. The next blurb read, "Exceptional thighs." He'd almost hyperventilated writing those two little words, and Uraraka had to hold his hand for a few seconds after he'd finally done it. Under that he'd written, "Various scars on arms, because he's a hero. Various scars on hand, because Todoroki Shouto is dumb." Next to this he'd placed a frowny face sticker and in small scrawl under it wrote, "Weakness. Will hurt himself to help dumb, stubborn people. I hate when he's hurt, but I still selfishly think this is a good quality." Izuku's blush had been getting steadily darker as he read, but he laughed a little when he got to that part, his eyes watering. "You're not dumb or selfish. In fact, I think you could stand to be more selfish." "Don't tempt me, Izuku," he said quietly. Izuku looked up, holding his gaze for a second, before dropping his eyes back to the book. The 7th page was a continuation of his physical characteristics. This had actually been the hardest page to do, as he decided to make use of the washi tape and the artist's knife. With a black marker, he'd done his best to draw the outline of Izuku's eyes, including his iris and pupil. Inside the iris, he'd placed the washi tape and carefully cut it to shape, so that instead of flat green, his irises were composed of various shades of green that faded and blended into one another, in a watercolor effect. Layered on top of the green were tiny pinpricks of gold foil, like tiny stars reflected in his eyes. Below the eyes, in a curving motion meant to reflect the contours of his nose and cheeks, he'd used an orange marker to draw in a smattering of freckles. There was an arrow pointing to the eyes, with the note, "Warm, kind, beautiful beyond words. Trustworthy and reassuring. Getting caught in Izuku's gaze makes you feel like you're worth more than you ever imagined." A second arrow was pointing to the freckles. "Lots of freckles. Very cute. Not yet counted." Izuku was crying. He pushed the book away very carefully, then dropped his hands into his lap, shoulders hunching forward as he choked on a sob. "Izuku," Todoroki said, reaching a hand across the table. He couldn't reach him. "Hey. I'm fine," Izuku said, shaking his head. "I'm sorry. I just didn't want to get it wet. I just need a second." He lifted one hand away from his lap and set it in Todoroki's, holding him tightly. Once his tears began to slow, he let go of Todoroki's hand and hastily rubbed the tears from his eyes, smearing paint across his cheek, before pulling the book back towards him. He looked underneath the drawing of his eyes and laughed, his voice waterlogged and catching on the sound. Beneath the picture of his eyes, Todoroki had painstakingly tried to draw his eyes again, except narrower, with green eyebrows drawn in with a heavy slant. The note pointed to them read, "Angry eyes still beautiful. Side effects of looking directly in them, heart palpitations, weak knees." There was a second note, pointing to the other eye. This one simply read, "Hot." Under these eyes he'd drawn his freckles again and included the note, "Still here, still cute. Shoulder freckles also very cute." Stemming from this note was a second arrow, pointing to the corner of the page, where he'd drawn a curved line, to represent a neck and shoulder. The shoulder was dotted with orange specks. Izuku sniffed, still blinking back tears as he lifted the book closer to his face. "Did you use scented markers? I can smell fruit." "I did." He chuckled. "That's cute. Sweet, I like it." He turned the page. This page was titled across the top, "Best Feature." Under the title were drawn, in pencil, several smiles. He tried his best to draw Izuku's smiles, as they looked in Uraraka's 2 pictures. He also tried to recreate the 3 from the selfies he had. And finally he tried to do one from memory. Over this one he dotted more freckles and left a tiny note, "Really can't emphasize these enough." Under the pictures of the smiles, he'd written just 2 lines. "Seeing Izuku smile is knowing everything will be okay. It's knowing you can do anything he believes you can." Izuku was already crying again, but his tears were more subdued this time. He wiped them away on his sleeve, golden paint rubbing off onto the material. "Shouto. It's too much," he said quietly, hesitantly lifting his gaze. Todoroki smiled at him, hoping it was reassuring. "There's only 2 more pages." Izuku nodded and looked back down, focusing on the page on the left. This one had no pictures and was titled, "Personality." There was a bulleted list, somewhat reminiscent of the list that had originally been written in the book. This list wasn't numbered. "Brave, sometimes he seems fearless. This isn't the case. I've seen him afraid. He stands anyway. Leader, I think everyone in our class would follow him even if they won't admit it. I would. I do. Passionate, this rubs off on others. His passion is a magnet and anyone who gets caught in its field is lucky. Intelligent, sharp, quick-witted, analytical, and creative. He frequently talks through his thought process, which is often helpful to those who listen. Kind. Before Izuku, I thought hearts could be strong or gentle. He taught me they can be both. He'll help anyone without hesitation. He sees everyone for their best. Polite, one of us has to be." Izuku laughed when he got to this one, though the sound was wet. "Sincere, he's honest with his emotions in a way I've never seen. He cries freely, both when he's happy and he's sad. He says what he means and you can trust his words. Might actually be incapable of having ulterior motives. Loyal, he'll stick by your side, even if you call him names and try to blow him up. This is proven true. Meticulous, may or may not have the most complete and organized, all-might merchandise collection in the world. Great at taking notes. Beautiful, not just on the outside, though this is also true. There's something about him that can't be described. I'm writing beautiful, but I'm settling. Izuku was sobbing again, this time even louder than before. Todoroki stood, picking up his chair and moving it so he was sitting next to him. He gathered him into his arms and let him cry into his chest. There were a few other patrons on the patio and they were staring at them, but he paid them no mind. Shouto, this isn't it's not? It is, he assured him, running a hand through his hair. Every word. I can't, he sobbed, shaking his head as he pressed himself deeper into Todoroki's chest. I can't. I didn't mean to overwhelm you. I thought this might be easier than speaking. Izuku didn't respond to that, but he took a deep shuddering breath, twisting the fabric of Todoroki's shirt in his hands. After several minutes, in which they did not notice their waiter come out onto the patio, take one look at them and then promptly spin around on his heels and go back inside, Izuku stopped sobbing. His cheeks were red and splotchy and his eyes were bloodshot as he leaned away from Todoroki. The sun circling his eye was nothing but a wrecked smear of paint. He sniffed loudly as he reached for the book. There's just one page left. It has more rabbit stickers on it, if that helps, Todoroki. Izuku laughed, just a short little bark of humor, but he was grateful to hear it. He turned the page. The 10th and final page was titled Relationships and contained another list. It started with his parents. Mother, Midoriya Inko. Father, Yagi Tashinori. After Inko's name there was a green rabbit sticker, just like the one that had appeared earlier in the book, except in a different pose. After All Might's name, there was similarly a yellow rabbit. Izuku was laughing more in full after seeing that. I told you he's not. A father doesn't have to be blood. I'll cross it out if you want though. No. It's fine. If anyone gets a hold of this though and believes it, you're gonna get me in trouble. Well, you did say I was a troublemaker. Izuku smiled at him fondly, then turned back to read the rest of the page. The next line read, Best friends, Uraraka Ochako, Ida Tenya. At the end of the line, there were two rabbit stickers, one bright pink and the other dark blue. Under this was a line titled, Close Friends. It listed Kirishima and Aoyama, with a red and purple rabbit sticker, respectively. The line under that read, Childhood friend, sort of, it seems complicated, Bokugu Katsuki. This was followed by another yellow rabbit, similar to All Might's. Todoroki had taken a red-colored pencil and drawn little angry, popping veins around the sticker. Complicated is accurate, Izuku said, smiling. The tears had finally stopped completely, though their tracks were still lining his cheeks. There were only two lines left. The first read, Mentors, and listed Aizawa and All Might. The sticker this time was a joint one, with the two rabbits shaking hands. Or paws rather. One was black and the other yellow, though the black one's coloring was subdued. There wasn't a black rabbit, so I went over it with a marker, Todoroki explained, before Izuku could ask. You had a lot of rabbit stickers, Izuku said, chuckling lightly. I had a whole sheet. I still have probably 10 rabbits left. Sticker companies really make sure you get your money's worth. Izuku laughed again, louder this time. He was smiling and it was reaching his eyes. He read the final line, silently at first, and his smile dimmed a little. Significant other, he read aloud. It's blank. I didn't want to be presumptuous. But I brought a pen. He stood, to get to his duffel bag, and ended up tripping over his own feet, catching himself on the table. Red with embarrassment, he bent down and reached into the open pocket of the duffel and pulled out a pen and a sheet of paper. He stayed kneeling on the ground as he handed Izuku the pen. His skin burned hot as he realized his hand was shaking, but he didn't catch fire. When he opened his mouth, he was relieved to find no steam escaping. I know the rabbits were probably dumb and corny. But I brought the rest of the sheet just in case. He paused to clear his throat and goddammit, a little puff of steam came out of nose, just in case you wanted to fill in the blank. He slid the paper onto the table. There were several rabbits of various colors, in all types of poses. At the bottom of the page though, there were a pair of rabbits with their noses pressed together. One was green and the other was white, though Todoroki had taken a marker and filled in the far ear with red. Uraraka had said that particular sticker had been the reason she bought the sheet in the first place. He might have been having a heart attack. He could feel Izuku's eyes on him, but he was afraid to look up. He tried to tell himself it wasn't real. He didn't have to be nervous. But it could be real. He could remember and he might decide it's all real. Maybe it wasn't entirely selfish to hope. Just this once. Or maybe it was, but it was still okay. He wanted to hope. Izuku, he said. I'd like to fill that spot if you'll have me. Izuku's chair scraped loudly against the ground as it was hastily pushed back, and then suddenly he was on the ground too, kneeling in front of him and throwing his arms around his neck and falling into him. I'll have you, he said in a rush, voice tight with emotion. Of course I will. Since then what I've wanted, he leaned back, gripping Todoroki's shoulders. His eyes were glistening, but he was smiling. Will you have me too? Can we have each other? Todoroki smiled, leaning up so he could place his palm on Izuku's cheek. His heart was still pounding in his ears, but he felt relieved. It was dumb. Of course Izuku would say yes, while influenced by the quirk. There had never been any doubt. But still, hearing it said aloud in his voice, "We can have each other," he agreed, laughing a little when Izuku fell back into him, using more force this time as he hugged him nearly hard enough to leave bruises. When he pulled back he was smiling more broadly, and before Todoroki had time to process what he was doing, he leaned back in, crashing their lips together. Todoroki kissed him back. It was their third kiss on the lips of the day. Izuku's lips were warm, plump, but chapped. He tried to think about Uraraka, telling him Izuku wouldn't mind closed-mouth kisses, when all was said and done. She said he'd understand, if he remembered. He thought of the police report, and it's near guarantee that he'd forget. "I want you to remember this," he said, without even thinking about it. Izuku's eyes grew soft and fond. "As if I could ever forget. I'll remember this forever." His smile turned from gentle to bashful. "We should, probably get off the ground though." Todoroki glanced around, remembering they weren't alone. There weren't a ton of people around, maybe 6 or 7, but they were all looking at him. He made eye contact with a guy who proceeded to give him a thumbs up. "Right?" he said, flushing as he stood, then offered a hand to help Izuku up. He brushed the dirt off his knees, then picked up his chair and returned it to its original position across from Izuku's. He nudged his duffel bag back underneath it. While he did that, Izuku was hunched over the table, pen poised over his notebook. After he'd finished writing, he peeled a sticker off the sheet and carefully set it in place. Once he was done, he held up the book, beaming widely. "Finished." Todoroki looked at the page. "Significant Other," printed in his own handwriting, and then, in Izuku's Messier scrawl, Todoroki Shouto. Following his name were the 2 rabbits. "It's perfect," he said. Before leaving the restaurant, they went to the bathroom to wash the paint off. Their faces, as Izuku felt self-conscious about walking around with the design ruined as it was. It took a bit of time, but they each patiently dabbed the other's face with damp paper towels until they were both clean. When they got back to the dorms, Ashido screamed in delight when she saw them. "You're hey a year. You both look so cute, I can't stand it." "Thank you, Ashido-san. We're boyfriends now," Izuku blurted out, grinning widely at her. "Oh my god, that's so adorable. Congratulations. Did you guys take a picture yet? You know, a new boyfriend plus new hair picture? Do you want me to?" "We did, but thank us. Please." Izuku interrupted. He stood closer to Todoroki, pressing a hand against his chest, willing to hold the pose while Ashido giddily pulled out her phone. Todoroki sighed as he put his free hand around Izuku's waist. In his other hand he held a bag, which contained the 5-pack of t-shirts they'd picked up on the way home, at Izuku's insistence. This is such a get-yourself-a-man-like Todoroki Shouto moment," Kaminari said, twisting around on the couch to watch them while Ashido took their picture. "Man takes you on a first date and you both come back with dyed hair. That's an adventure right there." "I don't know how similar they are, I think not very, but he does have a brother," Izuku pointed out, while he accepted Ashido's phone from her, so he could enter his contact information. Kaminari raised an eyebrow. "I'm listening." "Stop listening. He's too old for you," Todoroki said. I'll be the judge of that. Don't think you can worm your way out of being brother-in-laws with me, mister." Todoroki rolled his eyes. He knew Kaminari wasn't being serious. He was being teased. "You have a sister too, don't you?" "No." Kaminari raised an eyebrow. "No you don't? Or no, like, stop talking about it." He took in Todoroki's expression and made his own conclusions, raising his hands in surrender. Okay. In all seriousness though, when are you ever serious?" Ashido drawled, taking her phone back from Izuku. Kaminari stuck his tongue out at her, then continued, "In all seriousness, did you guys have fun?" "We did," Izuku said, grabbing hold of Todoroki's arm. "Or, I think so? I know I had fun. It's been a really perfect day." Todoroki thought that would suffice, but apparently it didn't, as Ashido and Kaminari both looked at him expectantly. "I had fun as well. Today was really," he paused, thinking, "memorable. I didn't know going on a date would be so good." Ashido started laughing at him. "Look at you getting all flustered. That's so sweet. I'm glad you guys had a perfect date." "I'm glad too," Kaminari said, grinning. "You know, I'd never thought about it before, but you two actually make a really great couple. Once Midoriya shakes this love quirk thing, you should ask him out for real." Silence fell over them. Ashido started laughing, a little too loud to be believable. "Denki, you dummy, I don't even understand what you're saying. Did you use your quirk too much earlier?" "What?" he asked, raising an eyebrow at her. No, he stopped talking as he turned away, eyes landing on Izuku. His other eyebrow went up, joining the first, and his mouth dropped into a small O. Oh, you know what I think I did? I was trying to, earlier, I was trying to see how many electronics I could power at once. And for how long. So my brain is kind of like wire, you know? He laughed, just as loud and unnaturally as Ishido had. Izuku tilted his head to the side, looking at him pensively. We're gonna head back to our room, Todoroki said, tugging lightly on Izuku's hand. We wanted to look over the stuff for the math test tomorrow, before bed. Ishido and Kaminari paled. The math test? Phuck. The math test? Shit. Todoroki tugged on Izuku's hand again, prompting him to start walking with him as they left their classmates to their meltdown, heading to the elevator. Shouto, Izuku said, once they were in the elevator. What did Kaminari-kun mean? What he said was confusing. It was almost like there was, like I couldn't. He trailed off, bringing his free hand up to tug at his bottom lip. Todoroki was going to throttle Kaminari. He'd been charged with caring for him, while the rest of the class had been given just one simple task: don't talk about the quirk incident in front of Izuku. Was that so hard to do? He had to think quick. He had no clue what Izuku might have heard Kaminari say, in place of what he'd actually said. I wasn't actually paying attention to what Kaminari was saying, sorry. I was distracted. Izuku furrowed his eyebrows. Distracted? By what? His face was burning before he even opened his mouth. I was looking at you, and I didn't hear what he said because I was thinking about you. About how, he almost choked on his words. If he thought writing this kind of stuff down was hard, saying it was like swallowing lava. About how cute you are, and how you're my boyfriend now. He almost cringed, but he managed to hold it in. It was a lame excuse, and sounded even lamer when said out loud. Izuku was smart. He'd never believe he actually missed everything Kaminari said simply because Izuku was kissing him. He just managed to kiss back before Izuku was pulling away, cheeks stretched in a wide grin. You're the sweetest, Shouto. I've done that before too, you know. One time in class I was sparring with Ojiro-kun, and I happened to notice you behind him. You were stretching with your arms up, so your chest was kind of… Izuku made a motion with his hands, cupping them towards his chest and pushing them outwards, prominent. Anyway, I got distracted and Ojiro-kun hit me in the face with his tail. Todoroki blinked. I remember that, he said, feeling a bit dazed. He did remember the event. Ojiro had fussed over Izuku and he'd selfishly felt a little sour about it. I wanted to offer to ice your cheek, but I didn't want to be weird, so I didn't. Was Izuku telling the truth? Or was this the quirk? He'd done this a few times now. Could the quirk really alter his memory so much? He said he talked about him while running with Kirishima, and now he claimed he'd stared at him during class. He'd also… I would have died, Izuku was saying as they stepped out of the elevator. But in a good way. I would have thought about it for the rest of the day. Now I can have your hand on my face whenever I want. I can even do it myself, he said, taking Todoroki's hand and pressing it against his cheek as he closed his eyes. Sighing contently. Izuku, he asked. He opened his eyes, but kept his hand pressed to his cheek. They were at Todoroki's door. Earlier today when he flushed, when we were on the ground, you said something about an alley. What did you mean? Oh, I meant Hosu, he said. He dropped Todoroki's hand and opened the door, stepping into their room. That was when I first realized I liked you. Todoroki closed the door behind them, dropping his duffel bag and the bag of t-shirts by the wall. In Hosu? How did you even have time to think about something like that, then? He thought they were going to die. They all thought they were going to die. Izuku laughed. Okay, so maybe right after Hosu, when we were in the hospital. I don't know, his smile became fond and gentle. I had a lot of time to think in the hospital. And I realized, when you responded to my distress call, that you were the one I'd been hoping would. At the time, I thought anyone would do. I thought it didn't matter. But once I actually saw you, I felt so relieved. I thought, things will be okay now. And even if they aren't, well, at least I'm with Shouto at the end. He sat down on the ground, folding his knees beneath him. Todoroki followed suit, mirroring his position. I know that was probably selfish of me. I put you in serious danger. I should have felt guilty that you arrived. But I just felt relieved. And when we fought together that afterwards, I realized how much you made me feel like, I don't know. Like we were equals. I've always been used to being inferior to, well, to everyone. And I know I'm not. Not anymore at least. But sometimes I still feel… He wasn't smiling anymore, but was staring seriously at his lap, hands curled into fists. It's not like that with you though. Those feelings aren't… I only ever feel like an equal to you. You're one of the strongest people I know, and I probably should feel inferior to you, but I don't. Maybe with things like, appearance, but you already know about that. And you're helping me work on it, he said, smiling a bit to himself. You always make me feel confident in myself. I thought about all of that, then. And then Ida-kun got discharged, and it was just the two of us alone, for that one night. He looked up at him then, shy and reserved. It was nice, despite it all. I was still a little freaked out and my body hurt, but it was still nice, spending that time with you. We talked and I realized how much I liked it. You're really funny, do you know? I hadn't really realized at first, because you're so serious. But you're funny, and kind and caring. If I winced or limped you'd notice. You'd look at me in a way that I wasn't really used to. And there were times when we were just quiet, but quiet together, and I liked that too. I never cared for the quiet before. I used to be kind of lonely, and the quiet reminded me of that, I guess. Of the sound of no one being around. But I realized then that the quiet, with you, it's different. It's peaceful and calming. He continued looking at Todoroki, expression fond, before suddenly starting. Sorry. I just said a lot. That was probably embarrassing. That was when I knew I liked you though. So I don't really know when I actually started liking you, but Hosu was when I realized it. But that could have been a much shorter answer. Sorry. Todoroki smiled. He tried to focus on how cute Izuku looked, flustered as he was, instead of the raging of his own heartbeat. Everything he just said might not be true. But he was starting to have hope it was. Maybe that was foolish of him. And maybe even cruel. If it was all true, then he was pulling Izuku's most private thoughts out of him while he was under the influence of a quirk. That hadn't been his intention, of course, but he also hadn't moved to stop or interrupt him. The least he could do was be honest back. It was the sports festival for me, he said, cutting off Izuku's rambling. Large eyes blinked back at him. The sport festival? That was so long ago. Not really, when you think about it, he said, though he agreed that it certainly felt like a lifetime ago. I think that it just seems distant because so much has happened. Izuku was nodding. Yeah, that's true. Still, it's hard for me to imagine that you liked me for that long. I assumed it was a recent development. I never would have guessed. I could say the same for you. I never would have thought you liked me since Hosu. I guess we were both good at hiding our feelings, Izuku said, smiling bashfully. I guess we're pretty lucky that we, he trailed off, smile falling as his eyebrows dipped in thought. Things changed because there had to be something had to, he winced, lifting a hand to his head. Before Todoroki could respond, Izuku lowered his hand, blinking a few times before he shot him a smile. Sorry, what was I saying? I think I spaced out. Just that you were happy we got together, Todoroki said, watching him carefully. Something like this had happened before. When he'd woken up after his almost fight with Mineta, he'd held his head in a similar way. Another sign that he was getting better, perhaps? If he was getting better, what would he say to him? If Izuku remembered everything, then that conversation would be pretty up in the air, depending on how he felt about the past 4 days. But chances were he wouldn't remember. So what would Todoroki say to him then? He'd confess. He'd throw caution to the wind and he'd tell Izuku how he felt. But how? What would he actually say? Maybe tomorrow he could figure it out. He could try jotting down his thoughts during class or something, and try to organize them in a way that wouldn't make him sound like a fool. Oh. Well, I am happy, Izuku paused to yawn, that we got together. Sorry, I'm just kind of beat, all of a sudden. I guess that's why I spaced out. Todoroki nodded. We had a busy day. I'm tired as well. Want to just shower and go to bed? We can get up early tomorrow and study for the test together. We can make breakfast too if you want. Izuku grinned, then yawned again, nodding through it. Sorry. Yes, I think that sounds great. Do you mind if I shower first? I might fall asleep otherwise. Of course not, go ahead. Izuku stood. What you said earlier about my hair, he said, toeing at the ground. If you ever stayed in my room, then I guess you'd smell like my shampoo too. Todoroki felt his lips turn up just the tiniest bit in amusement. Would you like that? Me smelling like your shampoo? Izuku lit up red. He gave up and threw his hands in front of his face. I'm going to shower. After they'd both showered, they got into Todoroki's futon. You know, Izuku said, laying on his side under the covers, facing him, this is a little scandalous. Sleeping with my boyfriend in the same bed. I bet Ida-kun would say it's against the rules. I can handle a little scandal, he said, speaking quietly for no other reason than the fact that the room was dark. And I'm good at breaking rules. I'm a troublemaker, remember? Izuku laughed. You are. I guess I'm the kind of guy who likes troublemakers. Who knew? They lapsed into silence then. Izuku was lightly drawing patterns over the palm of Todoroki's hand, which was resting between them. It felt nice. Izuku. He hummed in acknowledgement. The other night, you asked me about spooning. Izuku perked up. Yeah. What exactly is spooning? Wide green eyes blinked incredulously at him a few times, before softening into something fond. Here, I'll show you. Turn over, so you're laying on your other side. Todoroki complied. I can't see you if I do this. Izuku made a sputtering noise. You're going to kill me, saying things like that? He muttered as he shifted behind him, moving until their bodies were flushed together and Izuku wrapped an arm around his middle, pulling their bodies even closer. See, he said quietly over Todoroki's shoulder. We're like spoons slotted together. Spooning. Right now I'm the big spoon because I'm on the outside, and you're the little spoon because you're on the inside. We can switch though if this is uncomfortable. And no, Todoroki said, cursing himself for stuttering. This is nice. If it was anyone else but Izuku, it would have been tantamount to torture. Not only did the position seem painfully NTMT, just from the sheer amount of physical contact, but with anyone else, he would have felt too vulnerable. It was basic animal instinct not to offer your back to someone. That's how you got stabbed. Plus, Izuku was holding him, effectively pinning him in place. If they were attacked, his reaction time would be slowed, as he'd have to free himself of Izuku's hold before anything else. It was a position that, logically, should have put him on edge. We can sleep like this, Izuku said, his breath ghosting over his ear, but we don't have to. It might be uncomfortable, being held all night. But we could. It's not uncomfortable, he interrupted. Not with you. It kind of feels like a safe position. Safe. Like you're watching my back. He felt guarded. Protected. He probably should have felt embarrassed by that, but he didn't. Not allowing yourself to trust others to protect you, that was something his father had taught him. And he knew many of his father's lessons were wrong. Being in Izuku's arms felt safe. He'd trust that feeling before he trusted anything his father said. I'll always watch your back, Izuku said, and he could hear the smile in his voice. He nestled closer, pressing his face to the back of Todoroki's neck. He couldn't remember ever feeling this secure before, this warm and content. They laid there for a few minutes, in silence, and he quickly felt himself nodding off. Good night, Izuku, he said, bringing Izuku's hand up to his lips and pressing a gentle kiss to his warped knuckles before sleep took him completely. He closed his eyes, barely registering the feather-light kiss that was pressed into the back of his neck, or the sound of Izuku's quiet, half-asleep response. Good night, Todoroki-kun. Todoroki awoke with a start as something slapped against his chest. The room was still awash in darkness, but the soft light of the moon that was filtering in from his balcony allowed him to make out the form huddled over him. Izuku? He asked, panic quickly building in his gut. The other boy had one hand splayed against his chest, the clammy sweat of his palms soaking through his shirt. Izuku shuddered out a breath as he brought his other hand to Todoroki's chest, curling his body tighter until his forehead was resting between his hands. Shouto, he gasped, and Todoroki could hear the tears in his voice. Something's wrong with me. Todoroki brought a hand up and rested it on Izuku's back. Izuku choked out a sob the second he made contact. I'll take you to Recovery Girl. No, it was the middle of the night. She wouldn't be there. Or a hospital. Could they even help? Aizawa and Recovery Girl were the ones who knew the most about what Izuku was going through. He didn't have their personal numbers though. Ida might, maybe, but he'd have to go get him, and he was 2 floors down. No one on his floor would have their numbers. His eyes widened. Izuku, where's your phone? He asked, already glancing around. He couldn't see a thing. He needed to turn on a light. It was never you, Quirk, Izuku whispered. He ran his hands across Todoroki's chest, pulling himself forward a bit so he could rest his arms on his torso as well. I realized on the train. I sat on your left and it was just as cool. Just as cool as your right. It was never your quirk, helping my fever. It was just you. Just you. His voice cracked. His arms were trembling. I need to turn on a light. Will you be okay if I stand up? Izuku was quiet for several long seconds, the only sound in the room his rattling breaths, but eventually he nodded his head against Todoroki's chest. I'll be okay, he breathed, barely audible. Todoroki sat up, holding on to Izuku as he did. Gently, he removed his hands from him and moved away, keeping hold of his arms. Then he stood, letting him go. Izuku uttered in a sharp breath, but seemed stable. He gingerly lowered himself back down, until he was lying with his back flat on the floor. Todoroki scrambled for the light on his desk, clicking it on just as Izuku started hyperventilating. He fell to the floor in a second, pulling him into his arms and cradling him to his chest. Izuku! Hey, look at me! Izuku! He picked up his hand and pressed it against his chest. Breath with me, okay? Listen to my breaths. Feel them. Try to match me. Izuku's breathing gradually slowed, though every breath he took left his entire body shuddering. He opened his eyes, gaze unfocused at first until he zeroed in on Todoroki's face. His pupils dilated. Todoroki-kun. Something's wrong with me. I know. It'll be okay though. I'll take care of you. Do you remember where you put your phone? His pupils constricted back to their normal. Everything burns, he said, his voice heartbreakingly delicate. He was shivering. Inside. Everything is on fire. A sob tore itself from his throat. I think I'm dying. I need to find your phone. I'll call All Might. He won't let you die. I won't let you die. I need to put you down though, so I can look for your phone. Izuku looked at him, eyes large and panicked, and then his pupils dilated again and he heaved in a deep breath, still shivering as he pulled himself closer to Todoroki. Todoroki-kun, he said, voice hoarse, I need you to kiss me. Please. He placed a hand on Todoroki's cheek, forcing him to look him in the eye. His hair was drenched, curls sticking to his forehead and plastered against the sides of his face, and his expression looked wild. Please, he said again. I think I can last if you do. Kiss me and then, he paused, hand dropping from his cheek as he clenched at his chest with a low hiss. Get All Might, he wheezed. Kiss me and get All Might. Please, please. Todoroki-kun. Another sob racked his frame. Please, he gasped out. Todoroki gripped the back of his head, wrenching his trembling form towards him as he crashed their lips together. Izuku's reaction was instant, forcing his way into Todoroki's mouth as he shoved his hands under the back of his shirt, fingers digging into the muscles of his back. He ummed into Todoroki's mouth as he pulled him as close as he possibly could, their chests pressed flush together. He broke away for air. I'm sorry, he said, fresh tears pooling in the corners of his eyes. He leaned forward, pressing their lips together quickly, dragging his tongue along Todoroki's bottom lip just before he pulled away. I'm so sorry, he whispered, kissing him again. Please forgive me. Izuku, was all he got out, before Izuku was kissing him again. He pulled away. There's nothing to forgive. He took his face in his hands and kissed him, quick but gentle. I'd do anything for you. Anything you ask. Don't apologize when I say yes. I'll always say yes because it's you. That's not, Todoroki cut him off, bringing their mouths together in another gentle kiss. This one was deeper though and slow. Maybe if he kissed him enough, they wouldn't even need to call for help. Maybe he could steal the quirk from him, SK it out along with Izuku's breath and leave only the real Izuku gasping before him. And then he'd tell Todoroki he was okay, and ask him to stop. Or maybe he'd tell him not to stop. He didn't want to think about which it would be. Not now, when Izuku was trembling in his arms, sweat-soaked clothes clinging to his form while he thought about dying. He couldn't remember a time when he'd seen him so fragile. So he wouldn't think about it. It didn't matter if Izuku returned his feelings, or remembered what happened, or didn't remember. If he came out of this completely forgetting who Todoroki was, even that would be okay so long as he was alright. He'd just make new memories with him. They broke apart. I don't know where my phone is, Izuku whispered against his lips, resting their foreheads together. I don't remember why I'm here. That's okay, he said, pressing a quick kiss to his lips. I'll find it. Will you be okay? Izuku nodded shakily. I think so. I'll help look. They separated. Izuku was still trembling, but he didn't seem to be in pain as he crawled on the ground, searching through the discarded clothes on the floor. Todoroki found his bag and started tearing through it. There! Izuku shouted, scrambling forward towards the desk. On the floor, nestled next to the dresser where Todoroki stored his futon, his phone lay, plugged into the nearby outlet. He grabbed it desperately, sweat-slick fingers sliding across the screen. Let me, Todoroki said, crouching next to him. He took the phone from him, then pulled his shaking form against his chest. What's your passcode? 1101. He tried to smile as he punched in the numbers. That's a horrible passcode. He clicked into Izuku's contacts and was immediately met with All Might's name, first on the list. He hit the call button. I wanted to make sure I remembered it, Izuku mumbled into his chest. You mentioned it once. Ashido-sen had asked everyone. He closed his eyes, his breaths coming deep and slow. The 11th of January, his birthday. Todoroki didn't have time to think about that, as All Might's voice, still foggy with sleep, filled his ear. Midoriya, my boy, it's 2 a.m. Is something the matter? All Might, something's wrong. We need recovery girl. Todoroki Shounen. There was a cough. Are you in the dorms? Yes, in our room. Izuku clenched at his shirt as he made a low whining sound. I can bring him down to the common area, or anywhere else that would be convenient. He needs help. We'll be right there. Bring him to the common area, but only if you can do so safely. I will. Thank you. He'll be okay, Todoroki. Do not be afraid. He didn't get a chance to respond before the line went dead. He pocketed Izuku's phone and stood, pulling Izuku up with him. Izuku swayed on his feet. Put your arms around my neck, he said, already maneuvering one of his arms over his shoulder. Izuku looked up at him, eyes glassy and unfocused. What's happening? He asked, wearily obeying. Todoroki bent, placing his arm behind Izuku's knees so he could pick him up. We're going downstairs. All Might is bringing recovery girl here. You're going to be okay, all right? Izuku blinked rapidly a few times, looking dizzy from the sudden movement. All Might. That's right, he said softly as he led him to the door. It was a little tricky opening it with Izuku in his arms, but he clumsily managed it. He didn't bother closing it behind him as he crossed the hall to Yaoyorozu's door. Shifting Izuku in his arms, he started kicking the door. Shouto, Izuku said, laying his head against Todoroki's collar. His breaths were no longer deep and ragged, but quick and shallow. I'm in a lot of pain right now. The door swung open, revealing a disheveled Yaoyorozu, hair loose and clad in a modest pair of light purple pajamas. Todoroki-san, she asked through a yawn. She blinked a few times, waking up more as she took in the sight before her. Oh my, what happened? Is he okay? No, he didn't bother asking if she'd help. He didn't need to. Could you get the elevator for us? We need to get to the common area. Yes, of course, she said, stepping out of her room and leading the way to the elevator. She pressed the down button, and the doors immediately slid open. She ushered Todoroki in first, then followed him inside, hitting the necessary buttons. As the doors closed, she produced a small towel from her arm and carefully began wiping the sweat from Izuku's face. Izuku startled at the touch, blinking at her as if noticing her presence for the first time. Yaoratsu, he managed between breaths. Hi, she said, giving her best reassuring smile. How are you feeling, Midoriya-san? Better, he said quietly, turning his face into Todoroki's chest. Namai kind of, he paused to SEK in a few short breaths. Cold hands. Yaoyorozu looked up, exchanging a panicked look with Todoroki. Shouto, Izuku said, closing his eyes. Heart's fast. Hear it. It took Todoroki a moment to realize he wasn't talking about his own heartbeat, but was listening to Todoroki's own. Yeah, he agreed quietly. It beats fast for you, remember? He held him tighter. The elevator was too slow, but after a lifetime it finally reached the ground floor. He carried him to the couch that was facing the door, so he'd know when Recovery Girl arrived, and sat down, holding him in his lap. I'll get him some water, Yaoyorozu said, rushing to the kitchen. Todoroki nodded absently as he ran a hand through Izuku's wet hair. It was still teal, he realized distantly. Yaoyorozu returned with a glass of water. She crouched down next to them and gently touched Izuku's face. Midoriya-san, would you open your mouth, please? Izuku opened his eyes, blinking wearily at her before quietly complying. She raised the glass to his lips and gently tilted it, helping him drink. It was a slow process, but he managed to swallow at least a fourth of the glass. Yaoyorozu, he said, pulling away from the glass. You're nice. She smiled. I've always thought you were very kind too, Midoriya-san. Shouto's maid of honor. His words were just slightly slurred. You think? Oh. She glanced up at Todoroki, but he was focused on Izuku. Perhaps. If he wants me to be, then yes, I'd love to. Izuku nodded as he pressed his face back against Todoroki's collarbone. Scoot. Wanna marry him? Really bad. S'posed to forever together, and work is might die young so. His eyebrows dipped down and he looked confused for a moment. Hot again. You feel hot? Todoroki asked, pushing Izuku's bangs off his forehead and pressing his hand there. His skin was cold and clammy. Izuku made a small sound in affirmation, then suddenly his body jerked and he made a choking sound. Todoroki kept his arms secure around him, while Yaoyorozu helplessly hovered over him. He breathed out roughly, then issued in more air through gritted teeth. When he opened his mouth it was to scream. The door swung open. Izuku! All Might was rushing towards them, Aizawa and Recovery Girl close behind. Weak as he was, All Might probably shouldn't have reached them first, yet there he was, dropping in front of the couch and bringing a skeletal hand to Izuku's face, gently turning it towards him. Todoroki's own hand was still on Izuku's forehead, and All Might's fingers grazed his skin. Will he be okay? Someone asked in a whisper. Todoroki thought they sounded scared. When All Might lifted his gaze to meet his own, he realized it was his own voice he'd heard. I'll make sure of it. Between them, Izuku groaned then arched his back as he desperately gasped for air. You'll make sure of it, Recovery Girl huffed, nearly knocking All Might to the floor as she pushed him out of the way. What exactly do you plan to do? I think I'll be the one making sure of things here. This is my field of expertise, not yours. I suppose you could carry him to my office though, if you think you can handle it. She pushed Todoroki's hand out of the way so she could feel his forehead herself, then grabbed his cheeks, squeezing them as she turned his face this way and that. I carried him there before, I'll have you know, All Might said indignantly, watching the rough way she seemed to be handling his student with unease. Yes, and you showed up looking like you were about to have an aneurysm. Shoyuta should carry him. She peeled back Izuku's eyelid, clicking her tongue as his pupil expanded, constricted, and expanded again. I can carry him, Todoroki interjected, feeling out of place. Recovery Girl seemed so composed. That was a good sign, right? Or was she just so used to these sorts of things that she didn't show distress? No, I don't think so, Recovery Girl said. In fact, I think the best thing for Midoriya right now would be to separate you two. I can always have you sent for if he needs you. He felt like his blood had stopped. He could imagine it cold and thick, congealed in his veins. No, he responded. It's not without reason, she said, and it was hard to believe anything she was saying, because Izuku was screaming again, pulling away for her hands and convulsing in Todoroki's arms. Shoyuta, if you would. Aizawa sighed deeply. All of you, go back to bed, he said, glaring over his shoulder. You still have classes tomorrow. Todoroki noticed for the first time that his classmates were huddled together near the elevator and the stairs. Aizawa came forward and Recovery Girl stepped out of his way as he approached Todoroki and Izuku. I need to take him, Todoroki. He'll be okay. How can you say that? He snapped. Had they all gone mad? Being near me is the only thing that helps him. I won't leave him. He's fighting it, I think, Recovery Girl said. For anyone else, I would agree with you, Todoroki, but Midoriya is always causing trouble, isn't he? Normally these things peacefully go away, but I don't think he's letting nature take its course. He's fighting back for control. It's honestly astounding that he's aware enough of what's happening to him to do so. I've never heard of such a thing. The boy must be outlandishly observant. In any case, I think being near you will just prolong the process. If my theory is correct, the best thing we can do to help Midoriya push the quirk out of his system is take him away from you. His symptoms might grow more severe, but they'll be over more quickly. And if that doesn't seem to be the case, if I'm wrong, we'll send for you immediately. I promise. Todoroki kept Izuku clutched to his chest as he let that sink in. Think, my theory. If I'm wrong. None of those things sounded reassuring to him. But she thought Izuku was struggling to get free. Was it because he was struggling to get away from Todoroki? Had he taken things too far with the date? Kissing him and asking him to be his boyfriend? Was the real Izuku trapped in his own mind, watching all of that play out and desperately clawing out for control? To wrench his body away from Todoroki and his uncomfortable feelings? If that was true, then Izuku was suffering because of him. Because he'd messed up. He stood, carefully cradling Izuku in his arms, then gently as he could, passed him into Aizawa's arms. Try to get some rest, Todoroki, Aizawa said. I know you're worried, but Midoriya will be fine. Once he's himself though, he'll probably want to talk to you. Rest now, so you can greet him when he's ready. I'm excusing you from classes tomorrow. Thank you, sensei, he said, mouth moving on autopilot. Izuku's eyes were pressed shut, expression pained as he clenched his teeth, hissing in sharp breaths. The rest of you are not excused from classes, Aizawa said sharply, turning away from Todoroki and towards the rest of one, as I've already said. Go to bed. But sensei, Uraraka said timidly, stepping forward. Now, Aizawa said firmly. Midoriya will be fine. Trust in your teachers. Go to bed. There was muttering, but slowly, everyone began to disperse, heading for the stairs. He caught a few remarks as they left. Stupid FNG Deku, screaming at but o'clock in the morning. We have a FING test tomorrow. Bakugu. I hope he's okay, Ashido. It almost looked like he was having a seizure, huh? It was kind of scary. Hagakure. Guess Todoroki messed up again, huh? Mineta. Please don't cry, Ochako-chan. Tsuyu. Come on, Uraraka-kun. We'll walk you to your room. Ida. Yaoyorozu stayed, placing her hand on his shoulder, but Aizawa didn't protest her presence. Seemingly satisfied that the rest of the class was listening, he turned away from them. Let's go. He only got 2 steps before Izuku was screaming again, thrashing in his arms. He held tight though, only increasing the length of his stride. Recovery Girl rushed ahead of him, ready to get the door for him. At his side, All Might stood. He'll be okay, he said. He sounded strong and confident. The voice of All Might was an easy voice to believe. And yet, All Might clasped his shoulder, and then he was gone too, following after Aizawa and Recovery Girl. The room fell silent. Todoroki swallowed. His throat felt dry and his eyes burned. I messed up, he said, surprised when his voice cracked. He sat down on the couch. You didn't, Yaoyorozu said, sitting next to him. She put her arms around him and he didn't protest. She brought her hand up and soothingly carded it through his hair and he didn't protest that either, weakly letting his head fall on her shoulder. You did everything you could, she said. You did your best, and you did better than anyone else could have. He was grateful she was there with him. But she was wrong. He did try to rest as Aizawa had ordered. He wasn't sure how long he sat on the couch with Yaoyorozu. Long enough for his hair to fade back to its usual red and white, at least. But she wasn't excused from classes tomorrow, and eventually guilt had him moving. They took the elevator together, back to the 5th floor. Someone, probably either Siro or Satu, had closed his door. When they separated though, and he found himself in his own room, he was struck with the realization that he didn't want to be there. His lamp was still on, and he could see Izuku's things, strewn across the floor, from when they'd been searching for his phone. The covers of the futon were flung away. He didn't want to clean any of it up, and he didn't want to look at it. He found his own phone and pocketed it. He hesitated by the futon, eyeing the two pillows laying side by side. His pillowcase was white, while Izuku's was blue. After a short deliberation, he grabbed the blue pillow and then turned off the light and left. He took the stairs this time as he headed back down, stopping when he got to the second floor. He didn't see anyone, or even hear anyone, as he made his way down the hallway. He had to assume that they'd all listened to Aizawa's command. Knowing Ida, he might have made the rounds, to ensure everyone was in their own room. He entered Izuku's room. His curtains weren't drawn, so the room was glowing with the bright light of the moon. Dozens of All Mights looked down on him, but he didn't find it unnerving as he had before. It just reminded him of Izuku. He sat down on his bed and pulled out his phone, scrolling through his messages to his sister until he found the link she'd sent him, to the All Might bathroom set. He's told Izuku he'd get the washcloth and robe for him. He had his dad's credit card number memorized, so he placed the order. He wasn't sure if they were allowed to have packages sent to the dorms, and if he sent it home, his dad would probably destroy it all if he opened the package, which he would, and saw what was inside, so he sent it to his brother's address. He'd give him a heads up tomorrow. As he exited the page and went back to his messages, his finger hovered over his father's contact. He had 40 unread messages. He turned off his screen and set his phone on the headboard of Izuku's bed, eyeing the little moon charm that dangled from it, over the edge of the board. He'd read the messages later. Aizawa had told him to rest. Getting himself riled up over his dad wouldn't help with that. It sounded like such a welcome distraction though. He was used to being angry at his dad. What he was feeling now? Well, whatever it was, he wasn't used to it. He laid down on the bed, staring at the ceiling blankly for several minutes before he tried closing his eyes. The bed was cold. He tried warming himself with his quirk, but that just left him feeling warm in a stifling and heavy sort of way. As he got under the covers, he found himself thinking of yesterday morning before their date, when he'd awoken warm, but in a way that felt lazy and comfortable, like lounging in a warm ray of sunlight in an otherwise cold room. Izuku's arm had been around his shoulders, his chest beneath his head. The bed still felt too cold. He sighed as he turned onto his side. Some time dug against his leg and he shifted so he could reach into his pocket. He pulled out Izuku's phone. Reaching up, he set it on the headboard, next to his own. The sun charm swung just slightly as he set it down, lightly tapping against his moon. He laid back down on his side and clenched his eyes shut. He imagined a warm chest against his back and a strong arm around his waist. A voice in his ear, whispering in the dark, "See? We're like spoons." He groaned as he turned again, laying on his stomach and burying his face in the pillow. It smelled like his shampoo, with a hint of vanilla layered in underneath. He wasn't sure when he fell asleep, but he dreamed of green eyes, with pupils that would expand and contract, and of sun-kissed freckles and a smile like the sun. Todoroki was still in bed when the door to Izuku's room opened. He knew he slept some, but he wasn't sure how much. He drifted in and out too much to properly determine. He was half awake though when he heard the click of the door shutting. Oh! He sat up quickly, the covers falling away from him as he tried to blink away the slight head rush he'd gotten from the sudden movement. That was Izuku's voice. He stared at him, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. There he was, standing with his back pressed against the door, staring back at him with wide eyes. It seemed almost surreally anticlimactic. After last night, or this morning, he expected something explosive. Maybe being in the common room when Izuku returned, and running towards each other as their eyes met across the room, meeting in a passionate embrace. Or maybe the opposite. Izuku would take one look at him and flee, running back out of the building, and he'd have to give chase, desperate to explain himself. Or worse of all Might or Aizawa coming to find him, to give him bad news about Izuku's condition. There was none of that though. Izuku was just there, in his room. He was wearing slippers and a brown coat that had to be at least 3 sizes too large for him, falling to his kneecaps. He dimly thought of his own appearance. He was still wearing his pajamas, sweatpants and a tank top, and his hair was probably disheveled. Without thinking, he reached up and ran his fingers through it, trying to smooth it out. "Izuku," he said, thankful that his voice sounded normal. Izuku's eyes widened even further as a blush quickly spread across his face, up his ears and down his neck. He looked down at the floor. "Hi, Todoroki-kun." Oh, that was right. He wasn't Izuku anymore, was he? Not for him. When had he even started thinking of him that way? Saying his name was one thing, but he had promised himself he wouldn't think of him as Izuku. He knew he'd never be able to go back, and yet somehow it had still happened. And now, "I'm sorry, Midoriya," he said. "I'd gotten used to calling you that." Izuku shook his head. "No, it's fine." Todoroki wasn't sure what he meant by that. It's fine as in, it's fine to keep calling him Izuku? Or it's fine as in he wasn't angry that he misspoke, but he now expected him to go back to referring to him by his surname? He didn't want to ask. I'm surprised you're here, Izuku said. I actually went to he cleared his throat, flushing, your room first without really thinking about it. I guess I'd gotten used to going there. He laughed a little, but there was no humor in it. He pulled the coat closer around himself. You weren't there though, obviously. I thought maybe you'd gone to class. He glanced at the all-might clock on top of Izuku's headboard. It was almost 8:30 a.m. Aizawa excused me from classes today. Oh, I see. Silence fell over them. Todoroki didn't mind though. He kind of just wanted to look at Izuku anyway. He looked okay. His hair had returned to its normal dark green, and it looked dry and clean. He wasn't sweating or shaking. He was still staring at the floor, so he couldn't see his eyes. How are you feeling? Izuku glanced up at the question. His eyes looked normal. Tired, maybe, but still bright and green and beautiful. I'm well, he said, and Todoroki noticed he was still blushing. Recovery girl gave me the all clear. The quirk's effects they're all gone, so I'm well now. I don't have a fever, I mean. Todoroki nodded. That's good. I was worried. I know. He paused to lick his lips. I'm so sorry, Todoroki-kun. I've been a lot of trouble for you. I wouldn't, he fiddled with the blankets pooled around his waist. Put it that way, exactly. Izuku, he made a small noise, feeling frustrated. Midoriya, I mean. Can I ask how much you remember? Last night, he'd said he didn't know why he was in Todoroki's room. Clearly he didn't remember much, if that was the case. But maybe he remembered some things. Anything. He needed to know. Izuku dropped his eyes back down to the floor. His shoulders came forward as he pushed himself further into the door, as if trying to sink into it. I remember mostly everything. Todoroki sat up straighter. It took everything in him not to stand and run to him. He wanted to hold him so badly it burned. Izuku continued. There are small moments where things are staticky. There are images I can recall, but no sound. And there are a few blanks. I don't really remember the attack, though I do remember when you were holding me. And when I was in the infirmary. I sort of remember All Might bringing me there, but then I don't remember anything until when you showed up. Those are just hazy images though. There's no sound. I have a few memories like that. Quiet ones. Recovery girl thinks maybe people were discussing the quirk during those times. But he bit his bottom lip. When he spoke again, his voice shook. Our recovery girl, she told me that she told you then in the infirmary. About the quirk. About how it worked. She told me a bit, yes. She didn't know a lot. Izuku turned his face away, staring at a spot on the floor to his left. I'm so sorry, Todoroki-kun. If it weren't for my feelings, then you wouldn't have been so troubled all this time. This was all my fault. And for you to agree, knowing all that you've been so kind to me. Todoroki was confused and let it show on his face. I don't see how any of this is your fault. You don't have to pretend to try to spare me or anything. You've already done so much of that. Like I said, she told me. The quirk wouldn't have had any effect on me if I didn't already have feelings for you. I never intended to burden you with how I felt, and now I've burdened you worse than I ever could have imagined. His first thought was to dispute this because it was illogical. Izuku, that doesn't make any sense. That girl was attacking Aoyama, who she'd never met before. Why would she do that if the quirk wouldn't work unless he already cared for her? Surely she knows the basic functions of her own quirk. And besides, I have the police report, and that isn't mentioned at all. His second thought wasn't so much a thought as it was a sound sort of like the ocean made when it crashed down over you. Izuku was looking at him now, eyes wide and face a remarkable shade of red. Wait, Todoroki said as he tried to process what Izuku had just said. I need to go back to Recovery Girl, Izuku said quickly, pushing off the door and spinning towards it, opening it swiftly. Todoroki stood. Wait, he said again, nearly falling on his face as his feet tangled in the bed sheets in his haste to stand. Izuku, wait. Izuku was out the door and he sprinted after him. The shorter boy was wearing backless slippers, while Todoroki had the advantage of being barefoot, but Izuku was still fast. He made it to the second landing of the stairs before Todoroki caught up to him, crashing into his back and nearly sending them both sprawling down the steps. He wrapped his arms around his torso, holding him to his chest as he managed to regain his balance and keep them both upright. Why would she lie? Izuku yelled, trying to pull out of his grip. He was crying. Why would she? I think she's just like that. Todoroki answered in a fluster. Izuku, please don't run from me. Please, I'm sorry, Izuku sobbed. He stopped struggling, going still as he hung his head. His arms were pinned to his sides and Todoroki could feel his body shake as he cried. I promise, I didn't intend to tell you. His voice broke as the tears began falling faster. I never meant to be a burden. But somehow I always am. Todoroki's head was spinning as he tried to make sense of what Izuku was telling him. Izuku. Midoriya. Sorry. I'm trying to. I don't understand what you're apologizing for. Izuku hiccuped. Because I like you. I like you as more than I should, and you've been so kind to me because we're friends, but now it's weird, isn't it? You did so much for me. You were so. He started sobbing harder. You were so wonderful. You cared for me so kindly because we're friends, but now you know that I think of you as more than that, and it must be so, knowing that you held my hand and slept next to me and kissed me, and I know you didn't want to. And now that Tio know you had no idea of how you thought of it all platonically as a favor, but for me, you must feel so, this all must feel like a nightmare. You told me you needed boundaries, I remember that, and last night that I don't remember much, but I know Todoroki-kun, I begged. I put you in such an awful position. He leaned forward as he sobbed. He would have fallen had Todoroki not been holding him. I'm sorry, he whispered, and his voice was barely comprehensible. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He spun him around, away from the stairs, and pressed him against the wall, holding tight to his arms to prevent him from escaping. I meant everything. Izuku blinked up at him, tears slowing in his confusion. His voice was rough when he choked out, What? You said you remember everything. Mostly? Everything I said to you, and the book, the notebook, I meant it all. When I said I was a bad person. Todoroki-kun. I meant that because I knew there was a small part of me that wished things could stay how they were. I would never actually wish for that. I knew you weren't yourself and our relationship was fake, but it was nice to pretend. To live in a world where Midoriya Izuku was my boyfriend and he wanted me. If these past few days have been a nightmare, it's only because they were so close to my dreams. I had everything I could ever want, I had you, but none of it was real. Izuku's eyes were searching his own, looking for the lie. Everything you said? Everything. About? He paused, casting his eyes about as he searched his clouded memories. About reaching the top together? About the way I talk? And knowing each other best? The promise? That was all that you were just making all of that up. No, Izuku. None of it was fake. All this time, I felt like I was taking advantage of you, because I like you. I like you so much that sometimes I forget how miserable I used to be. All I can think about is you, and how I want to go ice skating with you and your mom on New Year's Eve and how I want to make shaved ice together. I want to be the little spoon again, and I want to try being the big one. I want to hold your hand and I want to dance with you during graduation. I want to be your best friend and your boyfriend and I really want to kiss you, and if you like me too, if you mean that, Izuku. Izuku's lips trembled and then he was tumbling towards him, breaking free of his hold as he threw his arms around his neck and pulled himself upwards so he could bring their mouths together. Their teeth clashed together awkwardly and their lips weren't aligned well, so they didn't slot together naturally. Yet it was their most perfect kiss yet. They broke apart, but only so they could rejoin, and this time their teeth didn't knock together and their lips fit together like they were made for each other. Eventually they separated for air. Todoroki-kun. Call me Shouto, he said, as he brought his mouth to Izuku's neck and began leaving a trail of kisses down its length. He'd wanted to kiss him like this for so long. Without thinking about it, he grabbed Izuku's hands, lacing their fingers together as he pressed the other further against the wall. I never liked my given name, he said against his neck. Hardly anyone used it except my dad, so it made me think of him. I've been trying to reclaim it by myself, but now I think of you, and how it sounds in your voice. It's not a bad name, so please. It's a perfect name. Shouto. It's my favorite name and all that I want to say it. Shouto. And mine. If you want, you can. Izuku, he said. He pressed his face into Izuku's neck and breathed deeply. He'd become so familiar to him, yet somehow it felt like this was the first time he'd been allowed to get so close. He let go of Izuku's hands, but only so he could wrap his arms around him, pulling him as close as he could. Izuku, he said again, I like you. You're everything to me and I like you so much. I like you too, Izuku murmured. He could barely understand him. He was still crying, just a little, and he was gasping for air. His hands came up to grip the back of his shirt as he buried his face against his shoulder. You're everything. I've never met someone who made me feel so. You make me feel like I'm. Didn't seem to be able to finish, making a sort of whining sound into Todoroki's shoulder as he gave up on words. Because he was Izuku, the real Izuku, and he got flustered easily. The boldness of the quirk was gone, and it was okay. He didn't need a bounty of words. Everything he needed to know he could feel in the heat of Izuku's skin, pressed against him, and the way his hands clung so desperately to his back. They held each other in silence then, for just a few moments, just soaking in the sense of the other. Eventually though, Izuku squirmed a little and muttered against him, Shouto, we're, in the middle of the stairwell. Todoroki could feel his blush against his skin. And for once, he didn't feel like he was about to burst into flames himself. He was too elated. Everyone is in class, he murmured back, nudging at him with his face until Izuku pulled back enough to allow him to kiss his cheek. He kissed it again, treasuring the feelings of his skin against his lips. I thought I'd never get to do this. Please, just... He tucked his face into the junction of his shoulder, holding on tight and trying to memorize the feel of him. Izuku complied, letting Todoroki hold him while he held him back. He brought a hand up and began gently carting his fingers through his hair. Once Todoroki got hold of himself, convinced that Izuku was himself and was willingly allowing him to kiss and hold him, he leaned back, taking in the sight of the other. Izuku's eyes were red and puffy from crying, and his face was flushed. And the way he was looking at him... he breathed out. Izuku. And then he took his face in his hands and pulled him forward, connecting their lips once again. Izuku pulled away almost immediately, coughing as steam billowed out of his mouth. Oops. Sorry, Todoroki said, waving at the steam that issued from his mouth. I'm working on that. I remember, Izuku said, grinning shyly. This is a big improvement from actually catching on fire. He came forward again, lacing his hands behind Todoroki's neck. Sorry if this seems obvious, but I don't want to, make assumptions or anything. This is all happening kind of fast. But are you, he looked down, his flushed cheeks growing pinker, are you my boyfriend now? I think so, Todoroki said, leaning down so he could press their foreheads together. I want to be. Then you are, Izuku said, looking up at him through his lashes. He was smiling and it was wobbly and shy and all too familiar. And I'm yours. They stayed like that for a few minutes, just holding each other and soaking in their new reality. I'm not sorry for kissing you, Izuku said, breaking the silence. Or maybe just a little. I haven't brushed my teeth yet, so I'm probably kind of. He trailed off, averting his eyes as his face grew steadily redder. But still, I want to, again. Kissing. But I haven't brushed my teeth either. It's fine, Todoroki said, chuckling as he leaned forward and kissed him again. Izuku was trembling, but he kissed back readily, leaning forward to melt against him. They kissed for several long moments and then Todoroki pulled back just slightly, to breathe. We probably should though. Brush our teeth, and change, he reluctantly admitted. Where did you get this? He asked, tugging at one of the sleeves of the large brown jacket. Are the pussycats in there? He asked, leaning back further so he could pull the front of the jacket open to check. They were there. It was a wonderful shirt, honestly. It was even more wonderful, now that he could appreciate it without feeling like a creep. Izuku pulled the jacket closed, glowing bright red. It's All Might's jacket. He lent it to me, since I wasn't really wearing a lot when I, left. Still holding the jacket closed with one hand, he shyly reached out and took Todoroki's hand with his free one, interlacing their fingers. Side by side, they made their way back up the stairs. How exactly did I get to the infirmary, last night? Recovery girl said she wouldn't let you take me, but that was all. Aizawa carried you. Oh my god. Todoroki laughed as he ushered Izuku down the hall and into his room, closing the door behind them. I'm sure he won't bring it up. This would later turn out to be false. Upon returning to class the next day, the first thing Aizawa would say to Izuku would not be, I'm glad to see you're feeling better, or, welcome back, but rather, you look small, but you weigh a ton, you know. Like a sack of bricks. Speaking of recovery girl though, I would really like to speak to her, Todoroki said, voice tight. Oh, but I'm still kind of confused about why she lied to me. You said she's just like that? I think she's more of a troublemaker than I am. She probably anticipated this would happen. Oh, so that she was being nice? I wouldn't go that far. They separated briefly, kissing as they parted, so they could dress and brush their teeth in their own rooms, but then they met downstairs and made breakfast together. It was a wonderful morning. Maybe the best of Todoroki's life. They made pancakes and burnt them a little as they distracted each other with giddy kisses and shy touches. I'm sorry I kept bringing up marriage, Izuku said, as he poured syrup on his pancakes. I honestly don't know what that was about. I mean, I would like to get married one day. It's an appealing idea, but I promise I'm not, obsessed with it or anything. Todoroki furrowed his brows as he accepted the syrup. I think you only brought it up 2 or 3 times. And one of those times you thought you were dying, so I think that's pretty understandable to think of big life events like marriage during a time like that. Izuku laughed breathily, staring down at his plate. That's a bit of a relief. A relief? He shook his head. Nothing. Don't worry about it. Todoroki accepted that with a light hum. What exactly was it like for you these past few days? When recovery girl said you were fighting the quirk off, he poked at his pancakes a bit. I kind of imagined maybe you were trapped in your own mind this whole time, watching yourself do all these things without permission. I thought you were fighting it off because you were desperate to get away from me. Izuku's hand found his own, across the table. It's hard to describe. It wasn't like that though. I never wanted to get away or anything. And it was me the whole time. It's true that I wasn't in charge of my decisions or actions, but still, he made a noise in frustration. It was cute, and Todoroki allowed himself to bask in the realization that he could think that now, without feeling like a weird person or a bad friend. I've never been drunk, but I have to wonder if maybe it was similar to that? But maybe not. I don't know. I felt everything very clearly. It was sort of like I was aware of being happy or sad or angry, although all of those feelings were kind of at the extreme all the time. I didn't realize that though. It all seemed normal. And I'd make decisions based on those feelings, but I wasn't really thinking about why I was feeling those things, and the decisions I made weren't ones I would have made normally. It was like the decisions I would have made weren't available, and instead I had preset options to choose from. So maybe it was kind of like playing a video game? Maybe one of those dating games? I've never played one, so I'm not so sure. I don't know much about them either. My brother used to play them. Really? Izuku took a bite of his food and chewed thoughtfully. Recovery girl did tell me I was fighting the quirk off, but it wasn't that I wasn't trying to get away from you. What I was thinking at the time, a lot of that is hard for me to pin down, but I remember thinking something was wrong. I'd notice things that didn't make sense to me, but then I'd forget about it. Yesterday though it was just something nagging at me. That something about myself was off. And it kind of felt like. He put his utensil down. Towards the end we were dating and I was really happy, but there was still this feeling, like I still had more to say, but I couldn't figure out what. But I guess now. His face burned and he picked his utensil back up, fiddling with it in his hands. I guess those were the feelings of the normal me that I was feeling underneath. Todoroki accepted that with a nod. Recovery girl said something to that effect, that you were perhaps noticing things were off because you're so observant. I'm relieved that you say you felt like yourself, even though you weren't acting normally some of these past few days. He looked away, feeling uncharacteristically shy. I'd like to think of them as real events for us. They were real for me, Izuku murmured, glancing quickly at Todoroki and away. So if you're okay with that? Yes. Okay. They met eyes and both of them couldn't help but laugh a little at the other. I'm sorry if this is sore subject, but I also want to know, Todoroki said, you seem to do a lot of things because you were feeling insecure. Was that just the quirk, making you feel that way? Izuku poked at his food. A little. Like I said, all of my feelings were amplified by a lot. On the first day, when Mineta-kun said you should be embarrassed to be seen with me, that I don't know. It kind of lodged in my mind. And then right after that you talked to me about boundaries. Which I'm very grateful for. Please don't think I'm complaining. When it came to you I felt very compliant. I still knew my own boundaries deep down, but if you had pushed it you could have, taken advantage of me very easily, he said with a wince. If you were a different kind of person, I mean. I really wanted to please you, so when you set boundaries, it made it easier for me to act less inappropriately, he said, blushing hotly. But it also sort of felt like a confirmation of what Mineta-kun had said. That you didn't want to be with me. Todoroki squeezed his hand. I messed up a lot in the beginning. Or the whole time, Prof. I'm sorry. I caused you a lot of unnecessary pain. Izuku shook his head, smiling bashfully down at the table. No. You were wonderful, Shouto. You tried so hard to be respectful towards me, and you cared for me so gently. Most of the negative things I experienced were my own fault. I mentioned I was bullied when I was younger. I guess that's part of it. I have some hang-ups about myself. It's usually easy to push those feelings down, but with the quirk, all of my emotions got triggered so easily. But you worked so hard to help me through that. You're a lot kinder than I deserve, really. That's bullshit. Izuku laughed in surprise. You're not trying to say you're an a-hole again, are you? No. I meant you deserve every kindness in the world. When I said I meant everything, that was the truth. I never exaggerated, to try to make you happy. You're amazing and I want you to believe that. Izuku's face was scarlet, but he looked him in the eye when he answered. I mean, I can't just believe that overnight, but I'll try to start believing it. I promise. I'll help you. Izuku looked down as he smiled. I know. Thank you. He tugged on his hand, leaning forward so he could press a kiss against his knuckles. The sound Izuku made at the action was delightful. I have some more questions. Oh? Yes. It was cute how he'd get flustered over something as simple as a kiss on the hand. It sort of felt like the tables had been turned. He kissed a different spot on his hand, hoping Midoriya would repeat the sound he'd made. He wasn't disappointed. You don't have to answer this, but, he lowered their hands back down to the table, there were some things you said that I assumed weren't true at the time. I thought maybe the quirk had altered your memories or made something up. But now, knowing that you like me, he almost felt bad for asking. If Izuku blushed any harder he might be liable to faint. Oh, yes. Yes, I didn't really. It's not that I couldn't lie, but at the time, the idea of lying to you was a bit repulsive. The quirk probably did make some stuff up. Like I said, there are a few gaps in my memory, but they seem like short moments. But the things like the snack sprints and getting distracted during training and when you first realized you liked me? Wait, that was all true. There was one moment when we were having dinner with the others. You were talking about middle school and you seemed like you were struggling to speak. You cut your finger. Izuku shook his head. No, I don't remember that. I mean, I remember talking about middle school a little bit and having dinner and talking about your butt. Izuku made a squeaking sound as he threw his free hand up in front of his face. Last time you were embarrassed to talk about it too. Because you were my friend, and I accidentally admitted to staring. Now you're my boyfriend, so I'm allowed to stare, right? Izuku let go of his hand and slid off his chair, crouching beneath the table. Oh my god. Todoroki bent down, ducking his head under the table. Am I not? I won't, if it makes you uncomfortable. Or I'll try not to. I usually don't think about it. It's sort of like that saying, a moth and a— Stop, stop, stop. Izuku yelled, making to stand up and bumping his head on the table. He clasped his hands over the area he'd bumped. You can stare. Just don't tell me about it. I need time to ease into talking about that kind of stuff. Todoroki crawled under the table with him. How do we ease into something like that? I don't know, talk about something else first. Todoroki thought about it for a few seconds. Like your thighs? No. Your face? Izuku was quiet for a few moments, but eventually he nodded. Okay. Todoroki nodded back. Right. So I can stare at whatever I want, but I should only talk about your face. At first. Over time I'll make my way down. Izuku groaned as he slid his arms in front of his face, effectively hiding himself. Sure, he said, voice muffled. For me, I don't mind what you stare at or talk about, but when it comes to touching, I think— He paused as he thought. We probably shouldn't go too fast. And maybe don't surprise me? I'm just worried I'll light you on fire. I'll get that under control though, I promise. I'm just not used to being touched. Or touching. But I think I've already made good progress these past few days. Izuku parted his arms a bit so he could peek out. We can go slow. Frequent practice might also work, he said, a bit too quickly. Unless you don't? From the small gap between his arms, Izuku shook his head. No, frequent practice sounds— His voice got quieter and slightly higher pitched. It sounds good. I would like T to do that. Practice. Can I kiss you? Izuku slowly lowered his arms, nodding shyly. You don't have to ask. Todoroki crawled closer to him, then put a hand to his cheek and drew him into a gentle kiss. They kissed a few more times before Izuku broke away, laughing breathily. Sorry, he said, leaning forward to capture Todoroki's lips again. When they broke apart he explained, I just thought, what if everyone came back from class? They'd find us kissing under a table. Todoroki hummed as he kissed him again. I suppose we have to tell them we're dating. Yeah, we should tell— Izuku pulled back suddenly. Right? Telling our classmates? I have to tell them sorry. I've been so much trouble. Poor Kirishima-kun. He got a boyfriend out of all this, so I'm not sure there's much to apologize for there. I know, but still. Last time I apologized I wasn't really myself. Oh, and my Mineta-kun. I definitely have to apologize to him. Please don't. I was horrible though. If Kirishima-kun didn't stop me, Shouto, I was planning on headbutting him. If I activated my quirk, I might have split his head open. I might have split his head open without my quirk. Thank Kirishima then and call it a day. Mineta is fine. Izuku made a huffing sound, but ultimately didn't argue. I'm glad you didn't headbutt him though. You would have gotten stuck. His head is sticky. Figuring it was probably time to get out from under the table, he crawled out and stood up. I was aiming for his forehead, Izuku explained as he followed him out. Ah, I see. I take back what I said then. Shouto. I think telling them we're dating would be more important to them than an apology, Todoroki said, ignoring Izuku's reprimanding pout. Maybe not Mineta, but Kirishima will want to know, and our other friends. Do you know if there's some kind of procedure for that kind of thing? Do we just announce it? Izuku laughed. I don't think there's a procedure. They'll all be coming back to the dorms together though. Making a formal announcement does seem kind of awkward and showy. Beyond. We'll have to think about it before they get back. You're tired? Izuku nodded. A bit yet. Recovery girl said it took a few hours for everything to leave my system. I guess I thrashed around a lot while that was happening. I think I passed out for a bit, which is essentially sleeping, but I don't think it was for very long, so I'm a little tired. Do you want to go to bed? Izuku shook his head. No, that would just mess up my inner clock. Maybe a quick nap though? Would you mind? I feel bad. This is such an important day for us, and I'm falling asleep. I didn't sleep a lot either. More than you, I'm sure, but I was— He paused, trying to think of the right word. He didn't want to make Izuku think he hadn't slept because he was worried about him. Restless, he decided, Because you were worried about me, Izuku said, gaze dropping guiltily to the floor. Well shit. That might have been part of it. I've slept through worries before though. Don't think that it was your fault or anything. He tried to think of some other excuse. Something that wasn't a lie. I was also thinking about my dad, a little. And I was starting to get used to sleeping beside you, so it was hard to get comfortable. The bed seemed kind of, I don't know, lonely? So that also distracted me. But not that you should feel that was your fault either. If anything, it's not maybe Aizawa's. He took you away. It wasn't your fault. Izuku chuckled, eyes crinkling as he smiled. It's okay. I know you don't blame me. If we're both tired though, do you want to take a nap together? You wouldn't have to feel lonely because he looked away, blushing. I'd be there. Yes, I'd like that, he said, but it came out rushed. Izuku smiled at him and he flushed. I'll fall asleep for real if we nap in bed. Is the couch okay? Izuku asked, as he grabbed their empty plates and carried them over to the sink. Todoroki followed him, making a mental note to remember to wash them later. Couch is fine, he said, looping an arm around Izuku's back and grabbing the back of his legs, scooping him up in his arms. Izuku made an indignant squeaking sound. I'm not that tired. I can walk. Sorry, it's a habit now. I got used to it. He started heading towards the couches. Izuku whined as he buried his face against his neck. I didn't. This is so embarrassing. Should I put you down? Izuku was quiet for a moment. No. Just don't do it in front of anyone else. So I can pick you up if we're alone? Izuku made a small noise in affirmation. What about at that wedding you mentioned? I can pick you up in front of everyone at the reception, right? Izuku smacked his shoulder. Stop teasing me. I'm not. People do that. Pictures. In fact, I think the taking of a picture is the whole point of the thing. You're the worst. As I've been saying, Todoroki said with a small smirk as he sat down on one of the couches, settling Izuku in his lap before drawing him into a slow, languid kiss. This isn't napping, Izuku murmured against his lips, between kisses. There was a smile in his voice. Todoroki hummed into Izuku's mouth, gently pushing the shorter boy back. Izuku was pliant in his arms as he maneuvered him off his lap and pushed him even further, until he was fully reclined and Todoroki was hovering over top of him. I don't know, he said, pressing a gentle kiss below his ear. You're lying down. I'm dreaming. Seems close enough to me. Izuku laughed through his nose, smiling as they continued kissing lazily. Slowly, Todoroki lowered his body, until he was resting fully on top of the other boy. I can feel your heartbeat, Todoroki said, as he peppered Izuku's jaw with quick kisses. Yours too, Izuku said, bringing a hand up to cup Todoroki's cheek. Todoroki thought it was a marvelous thing, that a person like Midoriya Izuku could look at him with an expression like that. Can I sleep here? He asked, settling his weight more fully on top of him. Izuku smiled as he wrapped his arms around his waist. His arms felt strong and secure in a way that made him feel a little dizzy. Yeah, Izuku said. You can be my blanket. Todoroki let his head fall to Izuku's chest and closed his eyes. Finally, my true purpose has been fulfilled. Someone tell my dad I've given up heroics to become a blanket. He felt Izuku's laugh, his ear pressed into his chest. He could hear his heartbeat now, in addition to feeling it. It was a pleasant, NTMT sound. Who else got to hear this but him? It was a thought that made him feel a little giddy. Izuku yawned again and seemed to melt against him. They both fell asleep quickly, wrapped up in each other. They only slept for just over an hour, but they both woke up feeling much more energized than before. Todoroki wondered if he could convince Izuku to continue sleeping in his room. Or he could sleep in Izuku's. Or they could switch. Sleeping in someone else's room was probably against the rules, so they'd have to dodge Ida. Maybe he could sell Izuku on the idea by marketing it as stealth training. That's sort of what it felt like when he was little, when he'd sneak into Fuyumi's room after a bad dream. She always welcomed him, and he never once got caught. Speaking of Fuyumi, my brother and sister really want a picture of my boyfriend, he said, sitting up now as Izuku stretched beside him. I didn't send them anything before because you weren't actually my boyfriend, but now you are, so, would that bother you? It's okay if it does. They're weird. And nosy. Oh no, that doesn't bother me. My mom will probably want a picture of us too. She might gush over you a little when you meet, so, sorry in advance. Fuyumi and Natsuo might actually try to spirit you away. Don't let either of them get you alone. Izuku laughed, but it was because he'd never met Fuyumi or Natsuo before. He didn't know better. Want to just take a picture now? We probably look well rested, right? Izuku said, rubbing at the areas underneath his eyes, as if he'd be able to tell if he had dark circles just by touch. Sure, come here, Todoroki said as he fished his phone out of his pocket. Izuku sidled up next to him, so they were pressed side to side, and Todoroki put his arm around his shoulders. Taking a selfie was a little different from taking a regular picture. He angled the phone, trying to figure out the most flattering way to tilt it. Is this good? He asked, raising an eyebrow at their reflection. Izuku reached forward and tilted the screen down a hair. I think it's good now, he said, leaning back into Todoroki's embrace and smiling at the phone. Todoroki smiled as well and then took the picture. He kept his phone raised. Izuku. He turned to look at him. Yeah. Can I have a kiss? Izuku blushed brightly, but nodded, leaning forward to press their lips together. Todoroki closed his eyes, kissed back, and took another photo. Izuku pulled back at the sound. You didn't say you were going to take a picture. Do you dislike it? Todoroki asked, lowering his arm and holding the phone between them so they could both peer down at the screen. Izuku stared at the photo for a few seconds, pouting. No, I like it. Actually, this is perfect. Send it to me. Whenever I'm alone, I can use it as proof to myself that I'm not hallucinating all this. I don't see why the photo wouldn't also be a part of the hallucination, he said, as he clicked on his contacts. Well, thanks. That's comforting. Todoroki laughed quietly as he sent the photos to Izuku, then sent just the first one to Fuyumi and Natsuo, along with the simple message, my boyfriend. Careful, you're starting to sound like me, he teased, thumbing back to his contacts list. He frowned thoughtfully at the names displayed there. Hey, of our classmates, who do you think would be most likely to check their phone during class? Izuku looked up at the ceiling, pondering the question. Well, my first instinct would be either a Shido-san or Kaminari-kun. They both sit in the second row though, so they actually probably wouldn't, just because the chances of getting caught are so high. The back two rows are ideal for not getting caught, but I don't think anyone in those rows would break the rules like that. Maybe my Netakun, but I don't really know him well enough to say. So it'd have to be someone in the third row. That's Asua, I mean, Tsuyu-chan, who wouldn't do something like that, me, who isn't there and also wouldn't do that, and then Kirishima-kun and Shiro-kun. So I guess it would be one of those two. Personality-wise, I think they'd both probably risk getting caught if they were curious enough. I really like how analytical you are, he said as he scrolled down. He had both of their numbers they'd exchanged during the school festival, when they were working together, but he came across Kirishima first. He clicked on the contact. I think I figured out a way we can tell our classmates we're dating without it being awkward for us. Oh. He tapped at his phone a few times. There, he said, holding his screen up for Izuku to see. He'd sent Kirishima the picture of them kissing, followed by the message, sorry, wrong number. Shouto! Izuku yelled, eyes going wide. He's going to show everyone. He'll probably interrupt class. You already sent it. Yes, that's the point, right? He'll announce it for us and we won't even be there. It's perfect. Our more excitable peers will have had some time to calm down before they're able to confront us. Izuku made a noise of reluctant agreement. I guess. Maybe. If that happens though, Kirishima-kun might get in trouble. Todoroki thought about the dance competition and catching on fire in front of his classmates over Izuku's outfit, and how certain he was that it was all mostly Kirishima's doing. I'm fine with that. Oh, is this like revenge then? For the Stuckton? Stuckton? Never mind. His phone buzzed and they both looked down. Kirishima had sent back a short string of incomprehensible garbage. I think he might have fumbled his phone in surprise, Izuku said. Oh, our mission was probably a success, then. Satisfied, he clicked back, his recent text screen popping up. Izuku made a noise of surprise. 42 missed texts? Oh right. All right indeed. Todoroki stared down at the screen, his mirth over Kirishima melting away as anxiety took its place. I guess I should read them. Izuku leaned against him, knocking their heads gently together. We can read them together. You're probably mentioned. There were pictures online. Even if he doesn't recognize you, he'll allude to you. Most of these messages are they're probably unkind. Izuku steeled his expression. We can read them together, he repeated. Whatever your dad has to say, he can say it to both of us from now on. We're a team, right? Todoroki smiled. Right. He opened the messages. Gay marriage legalized thanks to Endeavor. NG frowned at the newspaper article as he skimmed through it. He thought the headline was a little sensational. He certainly played a role in the legalization of gay marriage in Japan, but it wasn't like he passed the bill himself. He wasn't the prime minister. The line was meant to sell more papers, he knew. And he supposed that maybe that was okay. Shouto had told him once that people didn't read newspapers anymore, and eventually they would be gone. He'd waved his mobile around, going on about how you could read the news on your phone, for free, without having to wait for anything to be sent to print. NG liked newspapers though. They were proper, respectable, traditional. And really that's what it all boiled down to. The newspaper was highlighting his contributions because, even though he'd been campaigning for gay rights for the past 8 years, people were still shocked by his involvement. Because he was proper, respectable, traditional. Gay marriage was not. He had thought that himself, once. Now though, he had done some research. Apparently all the members of that group, the LS and the AS and the plus signs, they had all been around for thousands of years. What was more traditional than something that had been around for thousands of years? He thought that made sense. He wouldn't have thought about it at all though, if it weren't for Shouto. He put the newspaper down. Shouto did have a point about the timeliness of newspapers. This one had come out the day after gay marriage had been legalized, while all the internet articles had been same day. And it had taken him over a week to actually find time to sit down and start reading the thing. Newspapers were more time-consuming than article browsing on a phone. Still, he liked the peace of it. A newspaper and coffee was a nice pastime. He took a sip of said coffee as he thought again of the article, reflecting on the phone call that started it all. One of his sidekicks, he couldn't even remember who it had been now, had shown him a photo on the Twitter of Shouto and a boy standing together in line at Starbucks. It was a bad photo, taken at a poor angle, but anyone could tell that the boy was hugging Shouto's arm and resting his head on his shoulder. It was clear that they were romantically involved. So he'd called, angry and disgusted and confused, and Shouto had lied to him. "I don't have a boyfriend," he had snapped at him, through the phone. Yet there was a picture right there. Who else could the boy be but a boyfriend? It had given NG pause. His relationship with his youngest wasn't that ideal. He knew that. Even now, they had their problems. Lots of them. But 8 years ago? When Shouto was still in his first year at UA. Their relationship was beyond strained. Shouto was frequently disrespectful, then and now. At 10 years old, he'd stopped calling him Ota-san, and picked up the term Oyaji, using it despite his reprimands. He leered and glared and made snide remarks. He ignored him and disobeyed him. He never lied though. His Shouto was not a liar. So yes, it had given him pause. Why would he lie? What was it about this situation? About this boy? He'd thought then about his conversation with All Might. What did it mean to be the symbol of peace? What did it mean to be number one? To truly be a hero? And he wondered what would a true hero do when his son was making a horrible mistake that would greatly impact his future, and lying to him about it? If said son was the sort of stubborn individual who consistently refused to listen to reason? In the end, he decided a true hero would help him and do what he could to minimize the impact of the mistake. If possible, he would make it so the mistake wasn't even a mistake anymore. The only way he could really think to do that, though, was to change the public perception of gay people. They would always be seen as different, unless they had all the same rights as others. If they were the same as everyone else, then being one of them would no longer be a mistake. That was simple logic. So he got to work. He organized parades. He donated to charities. He did interviews where he voiced his opinions. He researched so he could have opinions. Ones he was confident in. He did everything he could to help the LGBTQA+ community. Which reminded him he really needed to try to do something about their name. It was too long. He was confident it didn't used to be that long. Wasn't it just LGB once? That was easier to remember. He wanted to help, but he was still a man of tradition. The old name was better. The new one had a plus sign in it for goodness sake. That wasn't very fair, was it? Who wanted to be the plus sign of a group? Honestly, the whole thing needed to be changed for their benefit. He grabbed his phone and went to his messages, clicking on the group chat between himself, Shouto, and Shouto's boy. He wasn't fond of the group chat situation, but whenever he texted just Shouto, his son would text back his response in the group chat, in that stubborn way of his. The message was clear. Anything you say to me, you say to us. He didn't see the point. One time he texted him, asking how to increase the font size on his phone. He was 54 now, which wasn't old, but his eyesight certainly wasn't what it used to be, and the boy responded in the group chat. It was petty. He typed out a message. "Me, will the leader of your group be there today? I'd like to speak to them." Shouto responded after a few minutes. "Shouto, what group?" He frowned. Sometimes his son was daft. "Me, LGBTQA+. I want to talk to the leader." It was actually odd, when he thought about it, that he hadn't spoken to them before. He didn't even know who it was. Some little dots appeared on his screen, indicating that Shouto's boy was typing. Shouto beat him to the punch though. He usually did. The boy simply wrote too much. Shouto, the global leader or just of the Japan division? He hadn't thought about that. The typing dots disappeared. Me, the Japan division would be sufficient. Whoever it was, they could convey his message to the world leader. Shouto, he'll be there. Me, who is he? Shouto, it's best genist. Well, that made sense actually. Hakamaga had helped out before with several parades. He was surprised he'd never mentioned it, that he was the leader of the gays. Maybe he assumed NG already knew. He almost exited out of his messages, but then he remembered one last thing. Me, thank you. Ray had been scolding him lately for not saying thank you. He thought implied thank yous were just as good and more time efficient, but she didn't agree and he was trying to appease her. She'd been out of the hospital for just over 2 years now. Once Shouto graduated, Fuyumi moved out, getting her own place. It crossed his mind that perhaps the only reason she'd lived at home all that time was to prevent himself and Shouto from being along together when Shouto came home during breaks. He never asked her, though, to confirm if that was true. He wasn't sure he wanted to know. When Rei had been discharged, Fuyumi had suggested she move in with her and his wife had agreed. He was glad they were together, though sometimes his own home struck him as quiet. The house seemed somehow larger than it used to be. He hoped that, one day, maybe Rei would consider moving back in with him. Or perhaps going somewhere new but together. He never brought it up though. He wouldn't push her. She would visit, sometimes. And sometimes he would visit her and Fuyumi. A few months ago he'd asked Rei if he could take her out sometimes, and she'd agreed. He wasn't good at those kinds of things, but he was trying. Shouto and his boy were surprisingly helpful on that front, though he'd never tell them that. They had one of those Instagram pages. Shuka was called. It had actually been one of his sidekicks, Kamiji, who had suggested they start it. She thought it would help get the public to care more about their relationship and show people how similar gay couples were to normal couples. They'd listened, making posts about mundane aspects of their lives. It was a wildly popular page, especially considering how boring it was. They never posted anything about fighting villains. They posted about their dates sometimes though, which is what NG found helpful. He'd peruse their posts occasionally, for ideas. Shouto might have been disrespectful and rude, and his boy was an annoying chatterbox, but he couldn't say they didn't know a thing or two about romance and relationships. They were as stupidly, frivolously happy together as they were when they were 16-year-olds. They were in love. Any simpleton could tell. He opened up the app, because he'd had to download the app, and scrolled through their page. The most recent post was from the boy. It was a picture of the two of them, crammed into a large cardboard box, faces and fingers peeking out of the crack between the flaps as they tried to close themselves in. It was captioned, "I broke our TV. Shouto told me he never played All Might's American Cowboy Adventure before, so I got my old Wii from my mom, so we could play it. It still worked. But I forgot you were supposed to wear the little strap thing for the controller, and I accidentally launched it at the TV and broke it. But it's okay. We got a new one, and look how big the box is. It's not a super big TV, but it was packaged really well. We thought maybe we could fit inside it once the TV was out of course, and we could. It's a tight fit though. I used to play with large cardboard boxes when I was a kid, so doing this was nostalgic. Sometimes I would make them into buildings and put action figures inside, for my All Might figure to save. Did anyone else ever play with cardboard boxes as a kid? Let me know." That was not a helpful post. He scrolled to the next one. It was a picture of Shouto's boy, smiling that famous smile of his. On the table in front of him was a bowl of blue Hawaiian shaved ice. Around the perimeter of the bowl were melon ball and small chunks of pineapple. This one had a caption as well. All their pictures did. "We went to Lucifer last week. They have good food. We both like shaved iced." Shouto. Inji wasn't entirely sure why the boys bothered to sign their names. Any fool could tell who was writing when they posted. Lucifer though, huh? This post was more useful. The name sounded French. He'd never gone to a French restaurant with Rei before. Perhaps she'd like it. He got up and fetched a pad of paper, so he could write down the name. He'd investigate the place first. Sometimes the boys went to childish or overly modern places, so he always made sure to do his research beforehand. He didn't want to bring Rei somewhere strange. Once he was finished writing, he went to close the app, but noticed the little red mark at the top of the page, by the heart symbol, that indicated he had notifications. That could only mean one thing. He clicked on it and selected the newest notification. It brought him to a photo of Shouto, flashing a peace sign as he stared dead-faced into the camera. He himself was in the background, shown from the side as he placed a thin box on his table. There was a caption at the bottom. "Bought my dad a tie for a special occasion. Want to guess what it is? #0,000 times. He had 4, 5 now, he thought, pictures on his own Instagram page and they were all nearly identical. Whenever he left his phone unattended around Shouto, his youngest would take a picture of himself, with NG unaware in the background, and post it on his account. He always posed exactly the same, positioned to the left side of the frame, making a peace sign with his right hand and staring straight into the camera with a blank expression. And he always captioned it with one of those £sign tag things. He didn't really know what Otasan times meant, aside from the obvious idea that it meant they were spending time together, and he didn't know why he didn't put a space between the words, but he didn't mind it. Not really. The pictures seemed childish to him, but they didn't bother him at the end of the day. It was sometimes nice to have a reminder that his son was referring to him as Otasan again. As he headed back to his room, to begin getting dressed for the day, he thought about the first time Shouto had referred to him that way, since switching to Oyaji. It was during his second year at UA, the day of the Billboard Top 10 ceremony. He'd only been campaigning for equal rights for a year at that point, but his ranking had dropped 2 whole places as a result. His rescue rates and the new surge in support from the youth kept him in the top 3, but popularity would always play a role, and a lot of his old fans liked him because of how traditional he was. Once he was less tradition, They no longer favored him. It stung more than he'd care to admit, but he understood. His own opinions had only changed recently at that point, and many of his old fans hadn't been prompted to do the research like he had. Shouto had called him that day though. Shouto never called him back then, but he did on that day. "Ota-san," he'd said, for the first time in approximately 7 years, "last year you told me that you were going to become a hero I could be proud of. I just wanted to say that I wanted to tell you that I'm prouder now of the number 3 hero endeavor than I ever was of the number 1 or 2 endeavor. And I'll, be watching." He'd sounded awkward and self-conscious as he spoke. He probably should have reprimanded him for that, but he couldn't seem to bring himself to do so. When he walked out onto the stage, demoted to number 3, he didn't feel the shame he was expecting. And now all of it had come to fruition. There was still work to do, but gay marriage was legalized, and Shouto and his boy were one of the most famous, beloved couples in Japan. And today, they were getting married. Or so everyone thought. He fastened his tie, the same one Shouto had admitted to giving him on Instagram. The boys were having a wedding ceremony today and, for most of the world, it would be real. It was a big deal for the country. As far as he knew, no one had made use of the law change yet. Gay marriage had been legal for just over a week, yet no gay marriages had happened yet. The country was waiting for the heroes Shouto and Deku to marry first. He liked that. The boys had really become the poster couple for the movement, shouldering much of the adoration and hate that came along with such a position. He thought it was respectful that the other gays and plus signs and what have yous were waiting for them. Of course, very few people knew that the boys were already married. They'd gotten married last week, the day after it was legal for them to do so. He was a little surprised at how easily they'd pulled it off. Then again, they had Netsu on their side, and that wily rodent seemed able to pull off anything he set his mind to. In the end, things went smoothly. He himself wouldn't call it a perfect wedding by any means, but he knew the boys would disagree with that sentiment. Their graduating class, or rather, the students from their homeroom, showed up under the guise of attending a class reunion and gathered in the forested training area out back. UA had class reunions every year, and Shouto's group was due for their first one, which typically happened 5 years after graduation. They were all pro-heroes, so their movements were watched to a certain degree. All of them gathering together suddenly would surely arouse suspicion if they were caught. A class reunion was a believable cover story. That being said, Enji still thought it would be a disaster. He was certain that one of those children would ruin it by telling the wrong person or saying something carelessly. But they didn't. They all showed up in classy, but not suspiciously dressy, attire. The boys themselves were dressed similarly. Shouto wore a pair of tan slacks and a blue button-up over a white shirt. The boy wore black slacks and a white t-shirt that said, "Tuxedo," across the front. He was an odd one. Shouto was odd too though, sometimes. They fit together, in their oddness. Getting on campus himself had been more challenging, especially since Ray and the kids were with him. They stood out. In the end though, that had been simple enough too. Netsu had escorted them through a secret underground entrance that he hadn't known existed. All Might had been responsible for bringing the Inko woman onto campus. As far as he knew, they just walked in through the front entrance. Inko was okay. She was very similar to her son. Ray liked her. Ray also liked her son. On the training grounds, they'd gone to a small clearing amongst the trees, where string lights had been hung and chairs had been set out. There wasn't an altar or any other kind of decoration, and one of their peers acted as the officiant. It was the boy with all the arms. Ray later told him that Shouto said he'd gotten ordained as part of some sort of undercover mission he'd been a part of 2 years ago. Apparently he'd accidentally legally married another former classmate, the bird guy, to a somewhat famous Italian supermodel. Ray thought it was an amusing story. He himself thought it demonstrated a certain level of incompetence on the arm and bird boy's parts. But he supposed it was useful in the end. Having a classmate marry them helped minimize the number of people involved in the wedding. Their wedding cake was also made by a classmate. The food one. Candyman? No, Candy Crush. He was fairly certain that was his hero name. It sounded very familiar. The ceremony was outrageously casual and simple, but it really couldn't be helped, since it was a secret wedding. He and Ray sat up front on the right side, while Inko sat up front on the left. He'd expected her to be sitting next to her son's father, but he was later told that the man had declined to attend. All Might sat next to her in his stead. Seeing him sitting there as if he were the boy's father had reminded him of the time he'd confronted him about that same topic. As Shouto's relationship progressed, he couldn't help but pick up on how similar his boy was to All Might. They had similar ideals and mannerisms. Similar smiles. Eventually he'd found All Might and cornered him. He remembered he'd said, "Shouto's boy looks nothing like you, but you share personality traits and a similar quirk. If he's going to become a part of my family, which is starting to look like the case, then I deserve to know, is he some secret bastard offspring of yours?" All Might responded by coughing up blood onto him, which he personally thought was a bit overdramatic and uncalled for. He denied the accusation though, and he didn't really have a reason not to believe him. As far as he knew, All Might was also standing in for the boy's father today as well, though there was an announcer who was going to explain why, for people watching at home. The boys had agreed to allow the event to be televised, since it was historically important. It was kind of ironic that the tiny casual wedding was the one the boys saw as important, while the expensive, extravagant wedding was being treated by both of them as more of a public service they were performing. In a way, it kind of was. They'd planned everything according to what they thought people besides themselves would want to see. The little wedding was more reflective of them and their relationship. For instance, the wedding later, being more traditional, would not have a bridal party. For the first wedding, however, they both had their separate parties. Shouto's maid of honor was the Yaoyoro's daughter. Momo, he believed Shouto called her. Beside her stood Fuyumi and Natsuo, as bridesmaid and groomsman respectively, along with one other boy. He'd actually met that one before. Bakugu, his name was. He didn't seem particularly pleased to be there, but then he wasn't sure he'd ever seen him look pleased about anything. He seemed like a good boy. Rude, sure, but strong and ambitious. On the other side, the Gravity Hero girl was serving as maid of honor. Next to her was the Ida family's youngest, then the boy with the name that was too long. Shining Twinkling something or other. It was a horrible name. Next to him was the hero Crimson Riot. No wait, Crimson Riot was retired. His name was something like that, though. And his hair was crimson. None of their clothes matched. They just looked like a group of friends, standing in two lines. He supposed it was still a nice wedding, despite the simplicity. He thought Nedzu probably could have done something about all the bugs though, resourceful as the man was. There were nasty fireflies all over the trees and bushes, lighting up the area. It was horrible. He was wasting time though, reminiscing about it, he thought, as he slipped on his morning coat. He needed to get going. He had to pick up Rei and Fuyumi before heading to the venue. The wedding was taking place at a temple on the grounds of Tsukuoka Castle, and they needed to get there early, to help the boys get ready. They decided on a wedding that mixed Japanese traditions with Western ones, which seemed a popular thing to do nowadays. They'd both wear the traditional black mantsuki, kaori, and hakama commonly seen at traditional weddings. They'd get blessed and married in the temple, by a Shinto priest, and they'd partake in the ceremonial sake drinking with their parents. All Might would be participating in that too, acting as father of the groom. Or father of a groom. Since there were two of them in all. He didn't really know how that was going to go. He'd be worried about All Might consuming alcohol, given his health, if worrying about All Might was something he did. All Might's presence in the wedding was already making a stir. He was still beloved by the world, but he rarely made public appearances anymore. He hoped some people would tune in to watch the wedding, even if they disagreed with gay marriage, just so they could see him. Maybe those people would see the wedding and realize that it was exactly the same as any other wedding. Maybe they'd see how traditional and respectful the boys were, and maybe that would change their perspective a little. That was part of the reason behind televising the event as well. Traditional wedding ceremonies usually weren't for the public. They were private affairs, meant for the couple and their closest friends and family. But he and the boys thought it would be good for the world to see them honoring tradition. To see them demonstrating that the traditions wouldn't crumble, just because more people were allowed to partake in them than before. They didn't want to be stuffy though. There were still the younger crowds to appease. So after the wedding, they were both changing into white tuxes, tailored to fit, which had been gifted to them by an up-and-coming new designer, looking to get their names cemented in history. Some famous stylist was doing their hair and makeup as a gift and a show of support. But of course, the announcers on TV would be dropping their names, just like with the designer. It was really all advertising. The same went for the cake, the catering, and the photographer. Probably no one had ever gotten such an expensive wedding for as cheap as they had. He and All Might had split the cost of renting the castle grounds and paying the priest to officiate. The boys paid for the hikitamono, the wedding gifts for their guests themselves, as well as their wedding bands. And that was basically it. So really, he did understand why they loved their casual little wedding at their high school. At least that wedding hadn't been a glorified commercial. Once in their tuxes, the wedding party would go to a banquet hall for food, drink, and various toasts and speeches. He had his own speech prepared and ready, and he was sure All Might did too. And Natsuo. And maybe Fuyumi. And probably the Gravity Girl and the Ida's boy and the Yaoyoro's daughter. And who knew how many more of their friends. And of course the boys' mothers would probably want to say something. Weddings always had so many speeches. It was awful. After the banquet, he and Rei, and all the other old folks would be allowed to go home, while Shouto and his boy, his husband, would have to suffer through one more wardrobe change as they went with their peers to the second reception, where they'd get to dance and drink and maybe even sing bad karaoke, if they drank enough. Hope they wouldn't. For starters, they had a plane to catch in the morning. They were heading to Venice to start off their honeymoon. After a week, they then planned to travel to America, to spend half a week in New York and the other half in San Francisco. That aside, he also tried to stress to them that they shouldn't drink too much to avoid embarrassing themselves, since there would be press around. They listened, he thought, but he was worried they'd forget themselves in the moment. Sometimes they got giddy around each other. It had been odd, actually, at first, seeing Shouto smile so much. At some point though, he'd gotten used to the change. As he got into his car, he thought about how much had changed. His relationship with his family had changed. His plans and expectations of Shouto had changed. Japan had changed. He had changed. But some things were the same too. He planned for Shouto to surpass All Might, the symbol of peace. That didn't happen, not yet and maybe not ever, but Shouto and his husband had become a new symbol for Japan. He wasn't sure what exactly that symbol was yet, but he knew people were looking at them, watching them as they changed the world. And the boy, Izuka, he seemed on track to become the new symbol of peace, with his quirk like All Might's and his dumb smile. And he was Shouto's husband. Once he hit the #1 spot, he'd grin out at the world and say, "I couldn't have done it without Shouto." He was sure of that. And he agreed. It was something he and his son's husband would always be able to agree upon. The boys made each other better. It had taken him some years to come to terms with that, to believe it, but it was the truth. The boy would probably cry too when he made #1, because that was just something he did, and that probably wouldn't change. He cried at the wedding, and he'd likely cry today too, even though this wedding wasn't even real. So yes, things were the same in a way. Shouto had taken a different path than the one he'd set out for him, but he was still carving out a place of greatness, in the history of heroes. In the history of his country. And maybe he hadn't quite surpassed his old man, his Oyaji, yet, but he would. Or maybe he had, and he just hadn't realized it. He'd changed, but he had more changing yet to do, because he still found himself referring back to the Billboard Top 10 as a measure of greatness. But those Billboard numbers were really never worth all that much, were they?